In the city of Jiang, under the midday sun, a peculiar youth around 20 years of age ambled through the sunlit alleyways of the outskirts. Clad in a white shirt and denim jeans, his feet adorned with black cloth shoes, he carried a black satchel slung over one shoulder and idly gnawed on a blade of grass. Seemingly indifferent to the scorching sun and the oppressive heat exceeding 35 degrees Celsius, he hummed an unfamiliar tune as he walked. Passers-by occasionally glanced curiously at him, some whispering to their companions, sharing a few remarks accompanied by laughter. Unperturbed by the attention, the youth continued his cheerful journey, unwavering in his stride. Upon rounding a corner, his eyes brightened as he approached a two-story shop on the west side of the street. Above the entrance hung a sign inscribed with 5 characters, Chin's Coffin Shop. The shop's facade was adorned with several wreaths crafted from artificial flowers and grasses. "Quite well done," he remarked appreciatively, before ascending the steps and peering inside. The interior was cluttered with an array of wreaths, paper effigies, and other funeral paraphernalia, a veritable cornucopia of morbid goods. His gaze fell upon a young girl, approximately 6 or 7 years old, kneeling on a stool and engrossed in her homework at the counter. He made a silly face at her and inquired, "Is anyone home?" "Yes." The girl giggled at his antics, her 2 braids bobbing rhythmically as she laughed for a considerable time, before turning and calling up the stairs, "Annie, we have a guest." "Coming, coming," replied a melodious voice from the upper floor. The youth leaned against the shop's entrance, grinning as a young and beautiful woman in her 20s carefully descended the staircase. "Does the guest wish to purchase a coffin or a wreath?" "We offer delivery services," she inquired. "Apologies, I am merely passing through and feeling parched. I was hoping you might grant me a sip of water, if it is not too much trouble," the youth replied bashfully, scratching his head. "Oh, certainly. Please wait a moment," she said, turning to enter the inner room of the shop. However, the youth, seemingly unable to contain his impatience, expressed his gratitude and followed her inside without hesitation. The woman entered the kitchen, poured a cup of hot tea from a thermos, and handed it to the youth, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." The tea thanked her, appearing quite thirsty, and after blowing on the tea leaves, gulped it down in one go, returning the cup to her. "Would you like another?" she asked. The youth nodded, and as she turned to refill the cup, he suddenly remarked, "Fair maiden, your existence is not without its challenges. Why do you persist in maintaining this human form in such a vibrant, sunlit chaos?" No sooner had he spoken than the woman's elegant figure shuddered, causing the cup in her hand to shatter upon the floor. An aura of malevolence instantly filled the kitchen. The youth smiled, observing the white fur sprouting from her formerly smooth neck and the claws emerging from her fingertips. Unfazed, he calmly stated, "Perhaps it would be wise not to resort to violence. You, a fox spirit, possess less than 300 years of power. Sustaining your human form in the midday sun is already a feat. Should you choose to commit harm, there are countless eager souls ready to hunt you down. Who are you, and what do you desire?" The beautiful woman stepped forward, turning to glare fiercely at the youth, revealing her sharp fangs. "Me?" The young man was taken aback, and as memories flooded back, he ceased to regard the woman with caution. He rummaged through his pack and finally produced a square token, measuring over 10 centimeters in length. Its surface was inscribed with peculiar ancient characters, and along its edges were 9 small holes, 7 of which housed ancient bronze swords. The 7-star sword of the Xianmen. Upon seeing the token, the woman's expression shifted to one of profound terror. She swiftly regained her human form and suddenly knelt before him, trembling as she spoke, "Great immortal, spare my life. Please forgive this little demon for her lack of insight in not recognizing your esteemed presence." A cough. "Perhaps you should first address my initial inquiry." Feeling a bit awkward, the young man clasped his hands behind his back, mimicking the posture of his master. "You bear no trace of blood vengeance, indicating you have not harmed anyone. Why then do you take on human form in this bustling marketplace, abundant with yang energy? Respected immortal, this household's grandfather saved my life 30 years ago. Last year, my benefactor suddenly passed away, leaving behind a 6-year-old girl, Zhou, whose parents died when she was young, with no one to care for her. Thus, I transformed into a human form to pose as a relative and tend to her. I beseech you, great immortal, spare my life. Humans are the apex of all beings, and it is known that demons often seek to enhance their cultivation through the consumption of humans, leading to the emergence of numerous Exorcist, if this young master truly wielded the Xianmen's seven-star sword, she would scarcely escape even 10 meters. The young man, after a moment of silence, sighed and said, I never intended to capture you. I merely sensed the presence of demonic energy nearby while on my journey, which prompted my visit. Although your intentions are noble, there are others who may wish to capture you for your essence. Thus, I advise you to return to the mountains and forests without delay, lest you hinder your cultivation. The woman displayed a look of reluctance, saying, But Jir has no one to care for her. I do not wish to send her to an orphanage. Your cultivation is insufficient, that if this little sister remains with you for an extended period, she will inevitably absorb demonic energy and fall ill, which is not a sustainable solution. How about this? I find her quite spirited and suitable for cultivation. Bring me the token, and I will escort her to the Xianmen sect, where my master can accept her as a disciple, offering her a bright future, the young man proposed. The woman's expression brightened, though hesitation soon clouded her features. But there are many enlightened masters roaming near the Xianmen. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a talisman and a letter. With this talisman, even if you were to encounter the 5 immortal masters in person within a month, they would not recognize you. Take the child and deliver her swiftly to my master, the real person of dust and fate at the Yuchen temple of the Xianmen sect, and leave her in the tranquil mountains behind the sect to cultivate. You may visit her once a month, he reassured her. Upon hearing this, the woman was elated and bowed to the young man 3 times, expressing, Thank you, great immortal, for your guidance. This little demon, Hu Xiener, is profoundly grateful. Her joy was palpable. The Xianmen sect was rich in spiritual energy and a sacred place for cultivation, inciting envy among demons far and wide. Had it not been for the multitude of esteemed immortals and formidable experts residing there, demons would have long since occupied such a sanctuary. Now, with the decree from the immortal, her cultivation would surely progress by leaps and bounds. The young man waved his hand and turned to leave the kitchen, saying, Once you manage this shop, make haste to depart. May I inquire about your esteemed name? I'm eternally grateful, came the voice of Hu Xiener from behind. My name is Guyu. From now on, you must speak well of your senior brother in front of the old man, he whispered with a smile, leaning towards Zhou Ji. With that, he gracefully drifted away, leaving the little girl in a state of bewilderment. After walking a considerable distance, Guyu suddenly came to a realization. He turned back to glance at the coffin shop, feeling a sense of relief. This Hu Xiener is quite clever to have transformed this establishment into a coffin shop. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. With that, he resumed humming a little tune and hurriedly made his way to a long-distance bus bound for Jiang City. Throughout the journey to Jiang City, Guyu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This marked the first time in his 18 years at the Xianmen that he ventured so far from home. And he was doing so freely, without the obligation of attending to his master. It was a reward for the years he had diligently served the old man, who had finally shown some benevolence by declaring that Guyu's cultivation was adequate enough to step into the world and gain some experience. He had even arranged for Guyu to take on a promising position, the specifics of which were unclear, but it was said he would be overseeing thousands. Whether as a government official, a company director, or at least managing a school, Guyu delighted in the thought. Reflecting on this, Guyu felt elated. It seemed that despite the old man's usual nitpicking and various jibes, he held a certain fondness for him. When he returned with significant wealth, it would only be right to treat him to fine wine and exquisite dishes. Moreover, just as he descended the mountain, he had sent a little apprentice to take over his chores, relieving him of the burden of laundry and cooking. With a cheerful spirit, Guyu endured several hours of bumpy travel, and by the time dusk approached, he finally reached his destination. After disembarking, he spent half an hour making his way to Jiang City University, the finest institution in the Huaxia Spring River Delta. At last, he had arrived. Guyu dusted off his clothes and walked straight into the campus, only to be stopped at the entrance by a portly security guard. The guard, stout and clumsily fitting into his uniform, had buttons straining against his belly. His cap sat askew atop his head, and he wielded a rubber baton, blocking Guyu's path with an air of authority. What do you want? The guard demanded. No outsiders are permitted at this hour. He scrutinized Guyu from head to toe, assessing him. This kid doesn't he seem suspicious, but with that unkempt appearance. Surely he is not trying to sneak in and steal something? If he claims to be a student, I'll demand his student ID. I'm here to deliver a letter. A letter for your principal, Guyu replied amiably, pulling a letter from his backpack. To Yu Fu's esteemed nephew? The guard's demeanor changed upon seeing the envelope, and he burst into laughter. Listen here, you fool. Our principal's surname is Wang. His name is Wang Jixiang, not Yu Fu. And he is 68 this year. Esteemed nephew? Do you think I'm uneducated? What era is this, still using such antiquated letters? You'll only embarrass yourself. Guyu was momentarily rendered speechless by the guard's retorts. Soon, several other security personnel emerged from the guardhouse, drawn by the commotion. After the portly guard briefed them on the situation, they all erupted in laughter. Sighing deeply, Guyu thought to himself that he had no choice but to reveal his true capabilities. Contemplating for a moment, he coldly huffed and retrieved a crumpled 1 yuan bill from his pocket. Raising it with a sardonic smile, he proclaimed, "Who will lend me a phone for 3 minutes? This 1 yuan is yours." The security guards were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. One of them, gasping for breath, exclaimed, "My friend, you can't be a professional comedian, can you? You are the true comedian. Your entire family is a troupe of jesters." Guyu retorted with irritation. Without delay, he grimaced and produced a 10 yuan note from his pocket. 10 yuan for 1 minute. The guards stifled their laughter and exchanged glances. One lanky guard produced his phone and handed it to Guyu. "All right, you've intimidated us. Here, use my phone for your call, but make it quick." Gratefully, Guyu accepted the phone, but before he could dial, the rotund guard snatched the 10 yuan from him, chuckling, "Why not take it? It's scorching hot. We might as well buy some ice pops to cool off." Guyu scoffed, choosing not to engage in banter, and proceeded to dial a number. The call connected swiftly, and he whispered into the receiver, "I am a disciple of Chun Yuan Jinren. I have arrived at the school gate." He hung up and returned the phone to the slender guard. The security team strained their ears, but could not discern Guyu's words. "Is the call complete? Did no one answer? Move along quickly, lest we be compelled to act," the rotund guard remarked impatiently. Guyu pouted and sulkily retreated to the shadowed corner by the school gate. Within 10 minutes, seeing he had not departed, the guards resumed their gossip, with the rotund one even running to the convenience store to procure ice pops for everyone. However, moments later, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. Isn't that Principal Wang?" The group turned to see the elderly man in a short-sleeved shirt jogging towards the gate, wiping the sweat from his brow, as though he were in urgent haste. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards immediately stood to the side and greeted him in unison. "Good day, Principal Wang. Where is he? Wasn't there a young man here making a call?" Principal Wang panted, anxious. The guards were momentarily dumbfounded. Over here. Over here." Guyu, nestled in the shadow of the wall, cheerfully beckoned to Principal Wang. "You are indeed the disciple of Chun Yuan Jinren?" Principal Wang's face lit up with joy as he rushed over, extending his hands to clasp Guyu's tightly, shaking them vigorously. The guards, still frozen at the entrance, observed the principal's warm reception of the youth, their expressions shifting to one of unease. Guyu exchanged a few brief words with Principal Wang, who then enthusiastically led him to the principal's office for a more in-depth discussion. As they passed by the rotund guard, Guyu halted, casting a knowing smile in his direction. The guard shivered slightly, awkwardly fumbling in his wallet for a 100 yuan note, offering a nervous grin as he hastily gathered a few more notes, presenting them to Guyu. "Li Gui, what was that all about just now?" Principal Wang, regaining his composure, furrowed his brow and inquired with a serious expression. "My name is Li Gui," a portly security guard, who wore a mournful expression, stammering as he attempted to explain himself, yet found himself unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. "It's nothing. I must thank him for lending me his phone earlier. Even though he charged me 10 yuan, Guyu explained with a smile. There is no need to press someone so harshly over a trivial matter. If the truth were to come out, it might jeopardize his job. You really have your eyes glued to money." Principal Wang scolded with irritation, and the matter was thus put to rest. As Guyu walked alongside Principal Wang, he surveyed the campus, noting the multitude of students bustling about. Vibrant and exuding the exuberance of youth. Was the old man perhaps assigning himself a vice principal or some other administrative role? Indeed, it seemed to be a rather splendid position. Upon entering the office, they took their seats, and Principal Wang warmly poured Guyu a cup of tea, claiming it to be a treasured selection of Westlake Longjing aged for many years. After taking a sip, Guyu found the flavor rather mediocre. The tea lacked vitality and was not nearly as delightful as the wild tea that grew chaotically on the slopes of the Xianmen sect. nor did it compare to the spiritual tea cultivated by the old man. Principal Wang, visibly excited, rubbed his hands together and cautiously inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Young Taoist? How is Master Qinyuan these days?" Guyu lifted his gaze and glanced faintly at Principal Wang, retrieving the letter that had been mocked by the guard Li Gui and presenting it to him. Principal Wang received it with great respect, carefully unsealing it, and after scrutinizing its contents for a moment, his expression abruptly shifted. He shook his head and sighed. "Speaking of which, my life was spared thanks to the master. A few years ago, I was beset by a grave illness, and the hospital issued a critical diagnosis. Fortunately, the master passed by and pulled me back from the brink of death. It was then that I realized that my esteemed teacher is no charlatan. He is indeed a person of great capability. However, considering your status, young Taoist Guyu, you could easily take on a high-ranking position at our school. Yet for some reason, he has specifically requested you to be a mere security guard." I cannot fathom his reasoning. As Guyu leisurely sipped his tea, he nearly choked upon hearing Principal Wang's bewilderment. Before his arrival, that old fellow had spoken of securing him an excellent job, one that would oversee thousands of people and afford him daily glimpses of beautiful women. To his astonishment, it turned out he was to serve as a security guard at this school. Indeed, as a security guard, he would manage the entrance and safety of thousands of individuals. That old rascal had truly deceived him. How could he have been so foolish, having served him since the tender age of 5, washing clothes, preparing meals, and even laundering his foul-smelling socks and underwear? Not only had he given him a meager sum of money for the journey down the mountain, but now he had also tricked him again. Guyu mentally cursed Master Qinyuan 100 times. However, Guyu's expression soon softened, and he smiled slightly, saying, "Principal Wang, there is no need for formality. Since this was arranged by my master, I shall comply with his instructions without objection. By the way, you may call me Guyu or simply Xiaoyu from now on. Now that I have come down from the mountain and taken on the role of a security guard, it would be inappropriate to continue using my title as a Taoist." "Excellent. I shall promptly arrange for you to be the captain of the security team." With that, Principal Wang picked up the phone to relay the instructions. Before long, the principal's secretary entered, escorting Guyu to handle the matters of employment and accommodation. Principal Wang personally saw him off, accompanying him to the entrance of the teaching building. As he watched Guyu walk away with Secretary Zhang, he rubbed his hands together in excitement, exclaiming that with a disciple of the esteemed Master Qinyuan present, peace would surely reign in their school, and the issues lingering from a century ago would be effortlessly resolved. As Guyu followed Secretary Zhang along the path, he reflected on the recent events. Having begun his cultivation journey at the tender age of 3 under that elder's guidance, he had vanquished countless demons over the years. Due to his exceptional talent, he had reached the level of a 7 Qian master by the age of 15, and now, at 20, he had attained the status of a 3 Qian Taoist. It is worth noting that in the realm of Qian men, even those who dedicate their entire lives to cultivation may not achieve the level of a 3 Qian Taoist. He had accomplished what many could only dream of in a mere few years. Yet, he could not comprehend why that old man had sent him down the mountain to serve as a mere security guard at Jiangxing University, a role that seemed beneath his abilities. Would this not invite ridicule from his fellow cultivators if they discovered he had taken such a position? However, upon further contemplation, Guyu recognized the old man as cunning. Placing him in this university must serve a greater purpose. He decided to refrain from overthinking and instead observe the unfolding events. Perhaps there were hidden mysteries within the institution. Nonetheless, Principal Wang did not treat him too poorly. At least he was not relegated to the status of a common security guard. He was appointed as the chief of security right from the start, showing a degree of discernment. In the security booth of Jiangxing University, the former head of security, Li Gui, slammed the phone down in anger, his corpulent frame trembling with rage as he muttered curses under his breath. "That damned bumpkin. I will make him pay." "What's wrong, Captain Li? Why such fury?" inquired a cautious security guard named Wang Quan. "Don't call me captain. I have been demoted. I am merely the deputy now." Li Gui spat bitterly, slumping onto the chair, his chest heaving with frustration. The other guards paused in surprise and gathered around to inquire about the situation. Still seething, Li Gui vented. "That bumpkin who arrived this afternoon, damn it. He replaced me as the head of security at Jiangxing University, while I was demoted to deputy. Secretary Zhang just called to inform me of this travesty. Is it possible, Captain Li, that your connections at Jiangxing University are so strong? Isn't your aunt's brother-in-law a major shareholder there? How could you lose your position? Wang Quan asked, incredulous. Indeed. It seems that the bumpkin must have some ties to Principal Wang. Regardless, I cannot swallow this insult. I was performing my duties admirably. And now this peasant has taken my place. Li Gui cursed vehemently. That fellow is truly a country bumpkin. In this day and age. He doesn't even possess a mobile phone. I doubt he has any real abilities, Wang Quan scoffed. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I must teach him a lesson, making him aware of who truly reigns over Jiangqing University. Li Gui exclaimed angrily. Captain, how do you intend to deal with that boy? A security guard named Lu Jingguai inquired. I will call Brother Hu shortly to arrange something, and then invite that bumpkin to dinner. I have my methods to handle him. A fierce expression crossed Li Gui's face. Captain Li, is that really a good idea? Brother Hu is quite the notorious ruffian. He can be quite ruthless. What if he injures the boy? A tall, slender security guard named Zhong Jinliang stammered. Li Gui glanced at the tall man and coldly replied, what is there to fear? If he gets hurt, all the better. Let this boy understand the severity of the situation and return to where he came from. I refuse to believe he will have the audacity to remain at Jiangqing University. In the security dormitory, Guyu had just donned the uniform given to him by Secretary Zhang, admiring himself in the mirror. Truth be told, the uniform fit remarkably well. It seemed tailor-made for him. With a commendable physique maintained through years of training, in his early 20s, he was in the prime of youth, his features strong and resolute. Eyes bright and expressive, coupled with the well-fitted uniform, he exuded an air of distinct elegance. As Guyu reveled in his reflection, he suddenly heard footsteps in the hallway. Turning around, he saw the same group of security guards he had encountered earlier that afternoon approaching him. Li Gui hurried forward, smiling broadly. Ah, congratulations, Captain Gu. I sincerely apologize for this afternoon's incident. I hope you won't take it to heart. I, Li Gui, have come specifically to make amends. Guyu smiled back at Li Gui, feeling a flicker of intuition. Having spent years alongside that old man, he had learned quite a bit. The 5 disciplines of the Xian men, mountains, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. He was well versed in all, and discerning the nuances of human expression was second nature to him. Upon observing Li Gui's demeanor, it was evident that he was not a man of good intentions. Seeing the security guards deferentially following Li Gui earlier, Guyu deduced that Li Gui had been the former captain, now replaced by the newly appointed captain under Principal Wang. This man's approach to him was likely akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well, harboring ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Guyu maintained his smile and replied, it's nothing. We are colleagues now. I have long forgotten about today's events. Captain Gu, you truly have a magnanimous heart. I, Li Gui, would like to treat you to dinner today as a gesture of apology. I hope you will graciously accept and allow my brothers a chance to get to know you anew. Indeed, Captain Gu, you must attend. We will need your guidance in the future. Wang Quan eagerly chimed in. The mention of a meal piqued Guyu's appetite, having traveled all day without lunch. He was curious to see what scheme Li Gui was concocting. Very well, let us go now. Guyu maintained an expression that exuded innocence. Upon hearing Guyu's agreement, Li Gui was instantly overjoyed, thinking to himself, you, a country bumpkin, dare to vie for the position of my security captain? I shall ensure you regret this evening's banquet. And after tonight, you will vanish completely from Jiangqing University. The bustling snack street near Jiangqing University was alive with the sounds of traffic and lively chatter. Along both sides of the road, numerous stalls offered a variety of snacks, complemented by several restaurants of varying sizes. Typically, students from Jiangqing University favored this street for indulging in food and leisurely strolls. Accompanied by several security personnel, Li Gui led Guyu to a barbecue stall where they paused. Captain Gu, why don't we dine here? I know the owner of this barbecue place. He is exceptional at his craft, and my friends and I often enjoy skewers and draft beer here, Li Gui suggested with a smile. Very well. I shall defer to your choice, Captain Li. If you say here, then here it shall be, Guyu replied with a grin. With that, the group casually selected a table and settled in. The owner promptly approached, warmly chatting with the security personnel, clearly recognizing them as regular patrons. While Li Gui and his companions placed their orders, Guyu took the opportunity to survey the surroundings. This barbecue venue was sizable, with dozens of tables outside, primarily occupied by students from Jiangqing University, gathering in groups of 3 to 5, enjoying drinks and barbecue delicacies while engaging in lively conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere that seemed unremarkable at first glance. However, When Guyu's gaze landed on a nearby table, his attention was immediately captured. There sat 7 or 8 individuals, among whom one girl stood out with her exceptional beauty. Her skin was as delicate as fine porcelain, her large expressive eyes captivating. With a heart-shaped face and cherry-like lips that were exquisitely defined, she wore a white shirt and denim shorts. And those striking eyes seemed to possess a life of their own, radiating a blend of purity and vitality. Guyu found himself reluctant to look away. Upon seeing such a stunning beauty, Guyu's resentment towards the old man diminished somewhat. He thought that at least the old man had a conscience in placing him in a university filled with such enchanting women, not entirely a misfortune after all. At that moment, a large cake adorned with lit candles was positioned before the girl, surrounded by several young men and women, likely her classmates, celebrating her birthday. Noticing Guyu's gaze lingering on the girl, Li Guo chuckled and remarked, "Captain Gu, isn't that girl beautiful?" Guyu nodded, smiling but remaining noncommittal. The girl's name was Su Manqing, the newly crowned beauty of Jiangxing University, whose arrival had caused quite a stir. Countless suitors, including wealthy heirs and children of officials, sought her attention, yet Su Manqing had maintained her high standards, remaining unimpressed by any of them. Did you notice the boy sitting next to her? That individual is none other than Song Hanyuan, the son of Boss Song from the seafood market in Jiang City, whose wealth exceeds 10 million. Today, after much effort, he managed to have Su Manqing's roommate arrange a meeting to celebrate her birthday. Such a stunning beauty is something we can only admire from afar, Captain Gu. Do not entertain any thoughts, Li Guo chuckled. Guyu merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Having accompanied that old man for many years, Guyu had encountered all manner of individuals. It was not uncommon for him to meet tycoons worth billions, who would still treat him and his master with utmost respect. Before long, the skewers and stir-fried dishes ordered by Li Guo were served at the table, where he filled Guyu's cup with wine, inviting everyone to indulge in the feast. Just as Guyu took a sip of beer, a group of burly men, 7 or 8 in total, strolled towards their direction from the snack street. These imposing figures, with their brutish appearances, some adorned with large gold chains and others marked by tattoos, clearly belonged to a rougher crowd, not to be trifled with. As they approached, their harsh words echoed, and an aura of menace surrounded them. The students from Jiang City University, visibly intimidated, hastily avoided eye contact, their gazes betraying palpable fear. Upon noticing their arrival, Li Guo could not suppress a cold smirk. "Guyu, do not blame me for being ruthless. You have brought this upon yourself." The group of hulking men soon took their seats, and one of them promptly removed his black shirt, revealing a body covered in tattoos. On his chest, a menacing tiger head with bared fangs was inked, complementing his fierce demeanor. This man was none other than Brother Hu, the very individual Li Guo had called earlier to deal with Guyu. Renowned as a notorious figure on the snack street, even the vendors there dared not cross him. All would respectfully address him as Brother Hu upon encountering him. As Brother Hu settled in, he cast a glance towards Li Guo, who subtly gestured, indicating that the target for tonight's reprisal was none other than Guyu, seated beside him. The moment Brother Hu and his rowdy companions took their seats, the owner of the barbecue shop hurried over, trembling as he addressed Brother Hu. "Brother Hu, what would you like to eat? Please, do not hesitate. Today, it's on me, Old Jia. Old Jia, business seems to be thriving lately. Just bring out the best food and drinks," one of Brother Hu's companions, a young man with bleached hair, waved his hand dismissively. "Business is indeed good. All thanks to you, Brother Hu and the esteemed gentleman," Old Jia stammered, his forehead glistening with sweat. He could scarcely comprehend why Brother Hu had chosen his stall for a meal, and he hoped fervently that they would eat quickly and leave. Their presence was deterring other customers from dining there. As Brother Hu's group settled in, their raucous laughter and boisterous voices filled the air. Clearly accustomed to such displays of bravado, Guyu cast a glance at Brother Hu and his entourage, a hint of irritation flickering in his eyes. These individuals were akin to a mouse dropping into a pot of soup, utterly detested by all. Their arrival rendered the patrons of the barbecue restaurant speechless, with some hurriedly settling their bills and fleeing the premises. "Brother Hu, look at that girl. She's truly stunning. I've never seen her before," exclaimed a young man with bleached hair, his gaze fixated on the long, beautiful legs of Su Manqing, the campus belle. "She must be a new student. Indeed. I've never encountered her before. Why not invite her over for a drink with us?" chimed in another man with a buzz cut, leering with delight. Brother Hu lifted his gaze towards Su Manqing, and his eyes sparkled with interest. The girl possessed fair skin, exquisite features, and statuesque legs, an undeniable beauty that tugged at his heartstrings. Meanwhile, Su Manqing and her companions had already noticed Brother Hu and his entourage. Upon seeing them approaching, their expressions changed dramatically, especially Su Manqing and the other girls, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under the predatory stares. Before long, Brother Hu's group began to create a ruckus, with one individual whistling in their direction. "Hey, beautiful, come share a drink with us, and let's be friends." A bald man bellowed with laughter. "Manqing, let's leave. Those people are quite intimidating," urged one of Su Manqing's roommates, grasping her arm nervously. "No need to fear. We are here solely to celebrate Manqing's birthday." Their leader, Brother Hu, is a friend of my father's, and they likely don't recognize me. If they dare approach us, they won't take any action against us, asserted Song Hongyuan, casting a proud glance at Su Manqing. Song Hongyuan's father was quite influential, owning the entire seafood market, with abundant wealth and connections. "We need not worry. If they cause us any trouble, I can simply call my father to resolve it," echoed one of Song Hongyuan's followers. This sentiment pleased Song Hongyuan immensely. He had finally managed to invite the campus beauty, Su Manqing, out, and could not afford to appear cowardly. If he left in disgrace, he would never be able to hold his head high in front of her again. "Manqing, I originally intended to take you to the Jade Emperor Palace for seafood and celebrate your birthday, but you insisted on coming here. This place is rather chaotic, and the environment won't be ideal. However, you needn't worry. These individuals all know my father and will show him some respect," Song Hongyuan said with a gentlemanly smile. "The Jade Emperor Palace is too far. We need to return to the dormitory after dinner, and I'm worried we won't make it in time. Besides, everyone is finishing up," Su Manqing replied. Song Hongyuan, however, was unwilling to let Su Manqing leave. It had taken considerable effort to arrange this outing, having even persuaded Su Manqing's roommate to assist him. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to come. Just as Song Hongyuan was speaking to Su Manqing, Brother Hu stood up and walked directly towards her. The imposing figures of his companions trailed behind, each clutching a beer bottle as they advanced. Upon witnessing Brother Hu and his gang truly approaching, Su Manqing's table fell silent. "Hey, girl, come join Brother Hu for a drink. Let us be friends, shall we?" Tiger held his wine glass and approached Su Manqing. Upon seeing Tiger's brutish visage, Su Manqing couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation, yet she maintained her politeness, saying, "I'm sorry, dear sir, but I do not drink." "What, do you not wish to give me face?" Tiger's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor. "Show some respect. Manqing is my girlfriend, and I shall cover the dinner bill for all of you this evening," Song Hongyuan interjected, rising with a subservient tone. Tiger turned his gaze to Song Hongyuan, raising an eyebrow and sneering. "Who the hell are you, and why should I give you face?" "Tiger, my father is Song Laowu, the one from the seafood market. If you cannot show me respect, surely you must afford my father some consideration?" Song Hongyuan summoned his courage to reply. Tiger scrutinized Song Hongyuan for a moment, then erupted into laughter before his expression darkened, squinting at him as he said, "So you are the son of Song Laowu. I have some acquaintance with him, but you should go ask your father if he dares to accept any favor from me." This statement left Song Hongyuan's face alternating between crimson and pale, rendered speechless. "Kid, take your little friends and get lost, or we might have to resort to violence." A man with dyed hair shoved Song Hongyuan, causing him to stumble precariously close to the ground. Observing the brewing confrontation, patrons in the barbecue shop swiftly scattered, fearing for their safety amidst the impending chaos. While nearly everyone else fled, Guyu and his companions remained seated, having witnessed the entire unfolding drama. Li Gui glanced towards Su Manqing and Tiger's group, feigning alarm. "Oh dear, this is dire. Su Manqing and her friends are all students from Jiangxing University. If we hadn't encountered this situation ourselves, it would be one thing, but here we are. If we do not intervene, we may find ourselves in serious trouble, facing disciplinary actions, or worse, expulsion. Indeed, this is quite troublesome, but with so many of them, we cannot afford to provoke them. What should we do?" Wang Quan, a security guard, chimed in agreement. "Captain Go, I believe we must take action. As our newly appointed head of security, it would be unacceptable to stand idly by while students from our own school are bullied. You must set an example," encouraged Lu Jingguo, another guard. Amidst the guards, only Zhong Jinliang remained silent, appearing uneasy and unwilling to meet Guyu's gaze. Captain Go, what should we do? You are in charge, and we will follow your lead. Li Gui added, fanning the flames of urgency. Now, Guyu found himself in a precarious position, newly appointed as head of security, facing a group of imposing men while striving to rescue his fellow students from peril. Yet, he maintained an innocuous smile, casually sipping beer and munching on food, as if oblivious to the tension surrounding him. Li Gui observed Guyu's demeanor and could not help but let out a cold chuckle, pondering how Captain Go would respond. This was a trap meticulously laid by Li Gui, who had feigned an invitation to dinner with Guyu while secretly promising Gu a sum of 10,000 yuan to confront Guyu and teach him a lesson, with the ultimate goal of forcing him to vacate his position as the head of campus security at Jiangxing University. However, the reprimand could not appear too overt. It must remain concealed from Principal Wang, for otherwise, Li Gui would undoubtedly face dire consequences, given that Guyu's appointment was orchestrated by Principal Wang himself. Thus, Li Gui devised a plan that would serve both his interests and his malicious intent. He intended for Gu to deliberately provoke the students of Jiangxing University at the dining venue, compelling the newly appointed head of security, Guyu, to intervene. Should Guyu choose to ignore the situation, he would undoubtedly lose face within the university, and the security personnel under his command would not respect him. Conversely, if Guyu decided to act, he would be met with a severe beating from Gu and his associates, who would then threaten him to leave Jiangxing University, warning that any future encounters would result in further violence. Regardless of the outcome, it was clear to Li Gui that this new Captain Gu would suffer tremendously. What Li Gui did not anticipate, however, was a fortunate coincidence. He would soon encounter Su Manqing, the university's enchanting freshman beauty. Regardless of how the events unfolded, Li Gui intended to intervene on behalf of Su Manqing and her companions, ensuring their release from Hu Ji's clutches. This would afford him a chance to make a favorable impression on the stunning Su Manqing, potentially leading to her affection. The thought of this prospect exhilarated Li Gui, who felt certain that his investment of 10,000 yuan would yield great returns. Hearing the words of Li Gui and his companions, Guyu glanced at the silent Zhong Jinliang and grasped the situation. He had long suspected that Li Gui harbored ill intentions, and it became clear that he was ensnared in a trap. After taking a sip of beer, Guyu set down his chopsticks, smiled faintly, and declared, "Gentlemen, as I am new here, it is my honor to treat you to this meal." Upon hearing this, the security personnel stared at Guyu in bewilderment, unsure of his meaning. As Guyu uttered these words, Gu had already seized Su Manqing's wrist, demanding that she drink with him. Su Manqing, terrified, screamed in distress. Song Han Yuan, taken aback, shouted Gu, and rushed forward, only to be shoved to the ground by a henchman. Suddenly, Guyu stood up and walked calmly toward Gu and his entourage. Hu Ji's expression darkened as he glared at Guyu, his eyes blazing with hostility. Gu, right? Do me a favor and let that girl go, Guyu said coolly. Who the hell are you? Why should I give you any consideration? Gu retorted, his anger flaring as he scanned Guyu, thinking to himself that it was absurd for anyone to expect him to show respect to just anyone who dared to approach him. I am Guyu, the head of security at Jiangxing University, Guyu replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. Buddy, have you lost your mind? A mere doorman dares to demand respect from me. Gu, look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. A man with a buzz cut glanced sideways at Guyu and cursed at him. Brother, who let out a cold laugh, released Su Manqing's hand and picked up an empty wine bottle from the table, striding toward Guyu. Su Manqing stared at Guyu with wide, watery eyes, her face a mask of disbelief, her heart sinking with concern. This was a significant predicament, and the security guard was surely in for a grave misfortune. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the silence palpable as everyone's gaze fixed on Brother who was approaching Guyu with deliberate steps. Li Gui smirked with satisfaction, exchanging knowing glances with several nearby security guards, who could not suppress their mocking laughter. Guyu was not only a country bumpkin, but also a fool, daring to provoke Brother Hu. This lad was doomed. Yet, there was a certain admiration for his audacity. He truly had the courage to stand his ground. You wish for my leniency, do you? Brother Hu said, standing before Guyu, his voice heavy with menace. You may choose to refuse. I will grant you 3 seconds to take your people and leave. I can pretend this incident never occurred. Unfazed, Guyu maintained a serene smile, one that exuded an air of harmlessness. The room gasped in astonishment. Even Brother Hu's subordinates were taken aback. This foolhardy security guard dared to speak to brother Hu in such a manner, truly reckless. They hastily grabbed empty wine bottles from the tables and some brandished knives, bracing themselves for confrontation. Even Li Gui was startled. Was this lad insane? To address brother Hu like that, especially under such dire circumstances, was beyond comprehension. He could sense the raging fury in brother Hu's eyes, which assuredly meant Guyu would be severely beaten. You've got some nerve, brother Hu declared. Today, I'll show you mercy. With that, he swung the empty wine bottle violently toward Guyu's head. A piercing scream erupted, followed by the sight of a figure hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby table and overturning it. Yet, the one who flew away was not Guyu, but brother Hu himself. The swiftness of the event left everyone bewildered. None could comprehend how it had transpired. Brother Hu was sent flying, and no one observed how Guyu had executed his move. As the realization dawned, they saw brother Hu's body smash into a table, leaving it in ruins. Soup and remnants splattered over him, rendering him a pitiful sight. Brother Hu, not entirely sure where he had been struck, lay amidst the chaos, groaning in pain, unable to rise. A profound silence enveloped the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Brother Hu's men and the few security guards led by Li Gui stood in stunned silence, all eyes fixed on Guyu. Meanwhile, Guyu remained unperturbed, standing in the same spot, and to the astonishment of onlookers, he casually held a skewer of grilled meat, taking a leisurely bite after sending brother Hu flying. Li Gui, trembling in fear, gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. He could never have imagined that the illustrious tiger brother would be sent sprawling by someone as unrefined as Guyu. Simultaneously, he felt a chill of apprehension for Guyu. The fact that Guyu had managed to knock tiger brother down suggested he possessed genuine skill. Perhaps he had studied martial arts for a few years in the countryside. Otherwise, Principal Wang would not have appointed him as the head of security at Jiangqing University. It was likely that Principal Wang valued his prowess. Although tiger brother had been bested, he was not alone. He had a cadre of brothers, each armed with their own weapons. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, regardless of how adept one might be. Facing such a multitude would likely result in Guyu suffering severe injury, or even worse. Meanwhile, Su Manqing and her table of students were left agape, incredulous as they gazed at Guyu. This audacious young man had dared to confront the notorious tiger brother, a figure well known among the students of this institution. Anyone who crossed him could expect dire consequences. Just recently, a student from Jiangqing University had clashed with tiger brother and ended up with a broken leg, ultimately settling for a few tens of thousands in compensation. Now, this security guard had left tiger brother in such a state. Retribution was certain. Su Manqing stared wide-eyed at Guyu, beginning to regret her earlier decisions. Had she known, she would have shared a few drinks with tiger brother to placate him. Now, the situation had spiraled out of control. After a brief moment of shock, tiger brother's subordinates began to arm themselves, their fury palpable. One blond man shouted, "How dare he lay a hand on tiger brother? Brothers, let us teach him a lesson." With that, they all brandished beer bottles, and some even revealed daggers, charging towards Guyu, who was still enjoying his skewers. "Please, don't fight. This is a small business." The barbecue shop owner attempted to intervene, only to be shoved aside by a bald man, rolling several times on the ground. Tiger Brothers' men were truly incensed. In the bustling street of snacks near Jiangqing University, they were accustomed to dominance. They only ever dealt out punishment and had never faced repercussions. Moreover, their leader had been struck. They could hardly swallow that humiliation. As the crowd gasped, Tiger Brothers' henchmen surged forward. Just when onlookers expected Guyu to be battered and bloodied, something astonishing unfolded once again. Much like the previous encounter, before any of the weapons could reach Guyu, a series of dull thuds echoed, followed by anguished cries. One by one, Tiger Brothers' men were sent sprawling, knocking over tables and splattering food everywhere. In what felt like mere seconds, 7 or 8 of them lay scattered across the ground, wailing in agony and calling for their mothers. When attention returned to Guyu, he appeared unfazed, wearing an innocuous smile as he strolled towards Li Gui and the others. Li Gui and the security guards stood agape, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg, utterly dumbfounded. Who exactly was this young man? The formidable thugs led by Brother Hu, renowned for their brawling prowess, had been effortlessly dispatched by Guyu, each of them taken down with a mere strike, leaving no one able to rise from the ground. Guyu had followed his master, the real man Shen Yuan, in his training since the tender age of 3. Not only had he honed his skills in the mystical arts, but he had also diligently cultivated his physical strength, acquiring profound mastery in the martial disciplines of various sections. It was no wonder that he dismissed even the most skilled martial artists, let alone a band of petty ruffians. There exists a significant distinction between practitioners of the mystical arts and those who merely train in martial combat. The latter focus on developing their physical form through rigorous exercise, achieving extraordinary resilience over years of dedication. In contrast, practitioners wield techniques that connect them to the elemental forces of the universe, drawing upon arcane methods that allow them to channel spiritual energy from their dantian with lethal precision. In dealing with these thugs, Guyu had scarcely exerted even a fraction of his power, otherwise they would have perished long ago. With a genial smile, Guyu approached Li Gui and his companions, warmly urging, "Gentlemen, why are you all standing? Please, sit down and enjoy the meal." Li Gui swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he pondered the extraordinary capabilities of this young man. Initially, he had intended to have Brother Hu teach Guyu a lesson, but now he found himself contemplating the futility of his efforts, as he had unwittingly squandered the 10,000 yuan he had given to Brother Hu. The thought of Brother Hu demanding further compensation for medical expenses filled him with dread. The other security guards stood shivering, still reeling from the shock of the recent encounter. "Captain Gu, how could you dare to confront Brother Hu? You've stirred up quite a hornet's nest. He is a notorious figure in this area, and crossing him will lead to significant complications," cautioned the security guard Zhong Jinliang. "Not to worry, I have my methods," Guyu replied with a smile. "Let us enjoy our meal without letting these matters disturb our appetites." "Captain Gu, what exactly are you? How could you possess such formidable skills to take down so many in the blink of an eye? Have you trained in Taekwondo or Sanda?" Li Gui asked, attempting to probe further as he regained his composure. As Guyu savored a skewer, he lifted his gaze and regarded Li Gui intently, causing Li Gui to shiver with apprehension. Li Gui felt guilty, aware that Brother Hu and his crew had been summoned by him to confront Guyu. His inquiry was an attempt to gauge Guyu's capabilities, so he could provide a plausible answer should Brother Hu inquire later. Guyu, fully aware of Li Gui's intentions, merely smiled subtly. Taking a sip of beer, he replied, "Neither. In truth, I am a practitioner of the mystical arts." As these words were uttered, Li Gui and the others were left astounded, gazing incredulously at Guyu. A sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd, pondering whether this young man had been overly influenced by Lin Jing's films, even dragging the notion of cultivators into the conversation. Was he reluctant to reveal his true identity, resorting to fabrications to appease them? In truth, Guyu was not lying. He was indeed a cultivator, having diligently studied under his master, Jinyuan Jinren, for over a decade, a legitimate practitioner of the art. However, once this statement was made, Li Gui and the others were far from convinced. Yet they dared not press further, offering Guyu awkward smiles instead. Who exactly was this fellow, appearing so unremarkable yet possessing such formidable skills? With Hu Gu having been bested, Li Gui and his companions found it difficult to maintain their appetite for food and drink, each feeling a pang of anxiety. Meanwhile, Guyu relished his meal, almost eager to reach out with his hands. The table occupied by the campus belle, Su Manqing, soon regained its composure from the initial shock. The wealthy heir, Song Honyuan, hastened to Su Manqing's side, awkwardly stating, "Manqing, I sincerely apologize for what just transpired. I am baffled as to why Hu Gu suddenly chose to disregard my father's standing. My father is quite influential in these circles. Perhaps we should reconvene elsewhere. The night is still young." Su Manqing, however, found no joy in celebrating her birthday, thoroughly disrupted by Hu Gu and his entourage. Her gaze shifted toward Guyu, who was voraciously devouring his meal in a security uniform. Had it not been for his intervention against Hu Gu, she shuddered to think what might have transpired. Hu Gu was notorious, a well-known thug at Jiangxing University. Several female students had fallen prey to his various schemes, and no one dared to speak out. Regardless, she felt a strong urge to express her gratitude to the brave security guard who had come to her aid. With this thought in mind, Su Manqing pursed her lips and began to walk toward Guyu. "Manqing, don't go. Let South find another place to gather," Song Honyuan implored, unwilling to relent. "No, I am returning to the dormitory. You all can gather without me," Su Manqing replied, her back turned. As she made her way toward Guyu, a few of her dormitory mates followed closely behind. The girls were indeed quite lovely, all around 17 or 18 years old, radiating youthful vigor. Yet, In comparison to Su Manqing, they inevitably paled, akin to leaves overshadowed by blooming flowers. Particularly striking were Su Manqing's exquisite features and flowing locks, drawing the eye with remarkable allure. As Su Manqing approached Guyu with her companions, Li Gui and the other security personnel were left speechless, their breaths growing heavy. This was none other than Jiangxing University's freshman belle, Su Manqing. It was noteworthy that this year, the university welcomed over 10,000 new students, and she was the most renowned among them. Countless wealthy heirs and scions sought her favor, yet she remained aloof, scarcely acknowledging their advances. Today, it was only due to her roommate's advantage with Song Honyuan that she had reluctantly agreed to join this gathering. Clearly, this assembly had not unfolded as intended. In ordinary circumstances, a mere glance at the campus belle, Su Manqing, would set the hearts of the security guards racing. Yet, at that moment, Su Manqing approached them, igniting a wave of excitement among the guards. Guyu was truly famished, after a day of travel, missing both lunch and dinner. He had only sipped a cup of tea at the Fox Spirits Flower Circle shop. By the time Su Manqing reached his side, he was devouring his food ravenously, while the other guards were already overwhelmed with excitement. "Did I hear correctly that your name is Guyu?" Su Manqing inquired cautiously, with a mouth full of food. Guyu glanced at her and mumbled, "Yes, that's me. I truly appreciate your help earlier. I must treat you to a meal another day." Su Manqing sincerely offered. "That's quite all right. We can discuss it when I have some time," he replied, his mouth smeared with grease, content with his meal. The other guards were taken aback, gazing at Guyu as if he were an oddity. How could he be so oblivious? After all, it was none other than Su Manqing who had invited him to dinner, and he was dismissing it with nonchalance. The entire Jiangxing University was filled with individuals eager to take Su Manqing out, yet she had never accepted an invitation. His behavior was not merely unrefined, but rather, he seemed entirely unaware of the significance of the moment. Su Manqing also found Guyu, the security captain, to be somewhat peculiar, as he exuded an unusual aura. Hearing his response, she merely nodded and said, "Very well, we shall return now, and once again, thank you." Guyu continued to feast. For him, satisfying his hunger was paramount. He waved goodbye to Su Manqing and her friends, who then made their way back toward Jiangxing University. Meanwhile, Song Honyuan observed from a distance, seething as he listened to the conversation between Su Manqing and Guyu. "Damn it, is that the new security guard? How come I've never seen him before?" He gritted his teeth. "He must be new. I haven't seen him either," replied one of his companions. "I finally managed to invite Su Manqing out for a meal, and this guard stole the limelight. I won't let him off easily," Song Honyuan declared bitterly, turning away with a few followers in tow. At that moment, the thugs, who had been ruthlessly beaten by Guyu, began to stagger back to their feet, still disoriented. Guyu had not struck with great force, but as a practitioner, even his gentle strength was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. As Tiger Brother and his subordinates attempted to sneak away, Guyu, seemingly aware of their movements, casually remarked, "Are you planning to leave?" Despite having only been struck by Guyu once, the beaten individuals remained on the ground for quite some time, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. At that moment, upon hearing Guyu's low growl, Gu and his companions were immediately startled, their bodies shivering in fear as they stood frozen in place, gazing at Guyu with trepidation. "This brother of mine, your martial prowess is indeed formidable. I, Gu, concede. Our paths shall cross again, and we shall see how this unfolds." Regardless of the circumstances, Gu was a notorious figure in the area. Although he had been thoroughly beaten by Guyu, he still felt compelled to maintain a facade of bravado. Guyu cast aside the skewer in his hand and turned to face Gu and his entourage, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Gu, are you threatening me?" The clash of their gazes ignited an inexplicable sense of authority emanating from Guyu's otherwise tranquil eyes, enveloping Gu in a palpable pressure that left him breathless. He could hardly fathom that this individual before him was merely a security guard at Jiangxing University. Yet he exuded an unnameable aura of dominance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu mustered his courage to respond, "If you believe that to be true, so be it. If you seek vengeance, feel free to come after me. But for now, you and your companions must remain here, lined up on the ground. You can only leave when I permit it." Guyu retorted. Instantly incensed, Gu exclaimed, "You little brat. Killing is but a mere matter of striking the ground. You have already beaten us. What more do you want?" Before he could finish his retort, Guyu swiftly extended his hand, sending a chopstick flying toward Hugo. It struck him squarely on the knee, sending a searing pain coursing through him, causing him to collapse to the ground with a pained groan. The ordinary chopstick had rendered Hugo kneeling. Li Guei and the others beside Guyu were once again astounded by his prowess. How much strength could this young man possess? A single chopstick wielded such force. It was utterly astonishing. Fearful of sharing Hu Ji's fate, his subordinates shed their previous arrogance. Quickly clasping their heads with both hands, obediently squatting on the ground, afraid to even breathe. Li Guei swallowed hard, speaking cautiously, "Captain Gu, perhaps we should let this go. Hu Gu is not someone we can afford to offend. If we enrage him, trouble will surely follow. Indeed, Captain Gu, it's better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Why not just let it be?" The security personnel echoed, seeking to placate the situation. "Pay them no mind. Let us focus on our meal. I insist on treating you all tonight." Guyu chuckled, resuming his hearty feast. Li Guei and the others, however, were too terrified to enjoy their food and drink. They were petrified. Hu Gu, whom Li Guei had invited to handle Guyu, had lost all face after the encounter. It was inevitable that Hu Gu would seek revenge, and the thought of this filled Li Guei with regret. From the outset, Guyu had sensed Li Guei's ulterior motives for inviting him to dinner, merely a ploy to establish dominance and compel him to leave Jiangxing University. Guyu's actions against Hu Gu and his gang were intended as a warning to Li Guei and the other security guards. A group of security personnel watched in awe as Guyu swiftly devoured an entire table of grilled skewers and beer. Beyond admiring Guyu's remarkable eating prowess, they were particularly astonished by his insatiable appetite, as he consumed enough to satiate 4 or 5 individuals, seemingly still craving more. As a cultivator, Guyu required substantial amounts of spiritual energy daily, which accounted for his extraordinary capacity for food. After savoring the last sip of beer, Guyu contentedly wiped his mouth and declared, "All right, I am full, let us return." He then summoned the barbecue restaurant's owner to settle the bill. The owner approached with trepidation, having witnessed Guyu effortlessly overpowering several burly men moments ago, and instinctively sensed that Guyu was not someone to be trifled with. Trembling, he stammered, "No need, brother, this meal is on me." Guyu retorted, "How can one eat without paying? It is only right to settle the bill. I, Guyu, never owe anyone a penny." He then turned to Hu Gu and his associates, smiling slightly as he pointed at Hu Gu, stating, "Today's meal and the damages here will be charged to him." The restaurant owner, upon hearing that Hu Gu was to foot the bill, felt his legs weaken in fear. Meanwhile, Hu Gu nearly choked on his indignation, cursing under his breath, "How outrageous! He beats me and expects me to pay? Is there any justice?" Yet, recalling Guyu's formidable skills, he felt a twinge of apprehension, still experiencing lingering pain from the earlier encounter. "Allow me to cover this," Li Guei interjected, rising to pay the bill, but Guyu halted him, saying, "Captain Li, we agreed that this meal is on me, being new here. Can you not grant me this courtesy?" Li Guei seethed inwardly, thinking, "Is this what you call treating someone to a meal? You're driving me to my demise. If Hu Gu settles the bill, my reputation will be tarnished irreparably, and I will bear the consequences. What are you waiting for?" Guyu shot a glance at Hu Gu. Hu Gu inhaled sharply. A wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. Reluctantly, he limped over to the restaurant owner, begrudgingly handing over the money. The owner dared not accept it at first, repeatedly shaking his head, but Hu Gu pressed, "Take it, just accept it." Eventually, the owner accepted the payment, showering Guyu with gratitude. "You may leave now, but do refrain from appearing before me again. My temper is rather volatile," Guyu warned Hu Gu. Hu Gu cast one last glance at Guyu, wishing to utter some parting threat to maintain face, but ultimately held his tongue. Fearing another beating, he quickly led his battered subordinates away in a disheveled retreat. Guyu, lacking any money of his own, had only received some travel expenses and a small amount of pocket money from the old man when he descended the mountain. Hence, he never intended to pay for the meal himself, opting instead to place the entire cost on Hu Gu. In the entertainment center of Yuhuang Palace in Jiang City, a premier venue for high-end consumption, ordinary individuals require no less than several thousand yuan to gain entry, rendering it a sanctuary for the affluent. Within a lavishly decorated, expansive private room, a middle-aged man in his 40s sits upon a leather sofa, exuding an air of authority. With prominent brows and piercing eyes, his slicked-back hair complements the cigar held firmly in his grasp. This individual, known as Tan Chong, is a formidable figure in Jiang City, often referred to as Master Tan by the locals. As the proprietor of the Yuhuang Palace, he commands a significant portion of the city's entertainment industry, solidifying his status as an influential personality. On either side of him sit two stunning women. One appears to be merely 17 or 18, radiating youthful exuberance, while the other, seemingly in her 20s, is adorned with exquisite makeup and clad in a simple yet elegant qipao, albeit exhibiting a slight air of nervousness. Tall and poised, she sits rigidly, her gaze lowered, as Tan Chong casts a fleeting glance at her, his expression dark as stormy waters, prompting her to avert her eyes even more hastily. The two beauties, motionless beside Master Tan, display traces of disdain on their delicate features, yet dare not reveal their sentiments in the presence of his formidable demeanor. Behind Tan, a cadre of over a dozen well-dressed men stand vigilant, among whom one, closest to Tan, eschews formal attire for a black shirt and form-fitting trousers, his muscular physique towering like a fortress beside Tan, suggesting he is a seasoned fighter. Suddenly, the door to the private room swings open, and a refined woman in her 30s enters, her beauty reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, her face alight with joy. This is Li Ting, the manager of Yuhuang Palace, a figure familiar to frequent visitors who affectionately refer to her as Sister Ting. She approaches Tan with measured grace, respectfully announcing, "Master Tan, Zhang Sanhu has arrived and wishes to speak with you." "What does that rascal want?" Tan raises an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure evident in his voice. "I did not inquire further, but he appears to be injured," Li Ting replies softly. "Let him in." Tan exhales a puff of cigar smoke, extinguishing it forcefully in the ashtray. The door opens once more, and Hu Ge limps inside, his expression morose as he approaches Tan with a sorrowful demeanor. "Master Tan," he begins, his voice quavering. "What is the matter with you? You enter my presence looking as if you've lost your mother. Speak quickly. If you have something to say," Tan responds brusquely. "Master Tan, I was attacked, right outside the snack street by Jiang City University," Hu Ge laments, his voice cracking. Tan pauses, a look of surprise crossing his face as he regards Hu Ge with curiosity. "Isn't the snack street your territory? To be assaulted on your own turf is quite amusing. Where are your brothers?" They were all struck down, and the assailant's skills were formidable, clearly a seasoned fighter. We, 7 or 8 in number, failed to perceive the opponent's moves before we found ourselves sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for several minutes. "Master Tan, regardless of the circumstances, I have previously worked under your command. You cannot turn a blind eye," pleaded Brother Hu. Master Tan pushed the woman aside and extinguished his cigar forcefully in the ashtray, his mind swirling with uncertainty. When had such a master appeared in Jiang City? One individual capable of taking down 7 or 8 men effortlessly, leaving them defenseless. He was most familiar with Zhang Sanhu's capabilities. In his youth, he had been a skilled fighter under Tan's guidance, capable of handling 2 or 3 opponents without difficulty, yet he had been easily overpowered. After a moment of contemplation, Master Tan's expression darkened as he inquired, "Who was responsible?" "A newly appointed security guard at Jiang City University. I believe his name is Guyu. He appears to be just over 20 years old, but his skills are extraordinary. In a matter of seconds, he incapacitated me and my brothers, leaving us unable to move." Brother Hu quickly explained. "What? A mere security guard? Zhang Sanhu, you are utterly useless. You can't even handle a small security guard, and yet you come here seeking my aid?" Master Tan exclaimed in anger. "It's evident that this young man is no ordinary fighter. He possesses genuine skills. I wouldn't have come to trouble you if I had another option," Brother Hu admitted helplessly. "He's just a security guard, likely a small-time player without any backing. I shall look into this matter. When I have the time, I will send Crow with you to confront this security guard. One must be wary of who they provoke. Those who dare to challenge me, Tan Chong, are few and far between." A glint of menace flashed in Master Tan's eyes. "Thank you, Master Tan, thank you." Brother Hu expressed his immense gratitude. "Enough. You may leave now." Master Tan gestured dismissively. Brother Hu hastily retreated from the opulent private room, his heart brimming with elation. That detestable security guard was truly doomed. Crow, the bodyguard beside Brother Hu, was a fearsome individual, unmatched by a dozen men. He relished the thought of Guyu being ruthlessly beaten by Crow, finding solace in the imagery of the confrontation. "You dare to provoke Brother Hu? I will ensure you vanish completely from Jiang City." After Brother Hu departed, Master Tan turned to the towering figure behind him, speaking in a low tone. "Crow, Find the time to accompany Zhang Sanhu to meet this security guard. Zhang Sanhu has served under me. Any affront to him is an affront to my honor. Since they refuse to show me respect, I shall ensure they have no escape." "Yes, Master Tan, I shall carry out your orders," Crow replied respectfully. Anyone capable of toppling Zhang Sanhu and several others must possess some skill. "Exercise caution," Master Tan cautioned. "Rest assured, Master Tan, he is merely a minor character. If he truly had the ability, why would he be reduced to a mere security guard at Jiang City University? When I find a moment, I shall confront that rascal and restore the dignity of Master Tan," the Crow declared ominously. "Crow, you have been by my side for many years, and you have never failed to impress me in confrontations. I have faith in your abilities," Master Tan said, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing a sinister smile, particularly highlighted by the glint in his eyes reminiscent of shattered glass. At the entrance of Jiangxing University, the listless Guyu sat languidly on a chair, his gaze drifting over the students coming and going, lingering on the youthful girls exuding vitality. As early summer enveloped the campus with its bright sunshine and refreshing breeze, the female students donned exceedingly light attire, their strikingly fair thighs causing Guyu a slight dizziness. Initially, Guyu harbored a modicum of resentment towards the old man, yet in recent days, that bitterness had significantly abated. After all, residing in this university teeming with beauty was far more pleasant than enduring the company of that cantankerous old man atop the mountain. Freed from the daily drudgery of forced cultivation, he found solace in the delightful scenery surrounding him. The only drawback, however, was the necessity of sharing a dormitory with 3 other security guards at night, where the sounds of flatulence, teeth grinding, and snoring left him profoundly dissatisfied. Though he had distanced himself from the mountains, he still had to practice daily while cohabiting with those guards, which proved quite inconvenient. Not to mention the suffocating atmosphere of the campus, lacking in spiritual energy and detrimental to his cultivation. The disturbances from his dormitory mates were particularly irksome for someone like Guyu, who was accustomed to solitude. Moreover, while practicing, he wished to avoid being discovered by the other guards, as such encounters would undoubtedly lead to complications. It seemed he must devise a plan to rent a place nearby the school, though regrettably, his finances were quite limited. He could hardly afford to rent a room. And without the school cafeteria providing meals, even eating would pose a challenge. As these thoughts consumed him, Guyu felt his irritation flare up once more. He berated the old man internally for tricking him into this predicament, only to provide a meager sum, all while lamenting his own poverty. Having spent years with the old man, he had secured numerous lucrative deals, yet it was evident that the wealthy clients had offered substantial sums to that old miser, who clandestinely hoarded every penny. Guyu wondered what purpose the old man had for such wealth. Was he saving for a coffin? Achoo! Just as Guyu was lost in his scornful thoughts, he unexpectedly sneezed, startling himself. He quickly straightened up, a hint of panic in his voice as he said, "Master, please don't take offense. I didn't mean to speak ill of you. Why must you be so stingy? Even after descending the mountain, you could spare me a little more. Can you truly sense my grievances from so far away? Brother, are you coming down with a cold?" inquired the concerned security guard, Zhong Jinliang, beside him. A few days ago, after Guyu decisively knocked down Tiger Ji's men in front of Deputy Security Chief Li Gui and others, Li Gui and the remaining security personnel became exceedingly courteous towards Guyu, fully aware that this gentleman was not to be trifled with. They treated him with the utmost respect, and when there were tasks to be accomplished at the security office, they dared not summon Guyu to partake in them. He had undeniably assumed the demeanor of a lord. "Captain Gu, given the sweltering heat, would you like me to fetch you an ice pop to help you cool off?" Li Gui remarked, somewhat obsequiously. Guyu glanced back at Li Gui, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating that he had suffered a severe beating. He feigned alarm and inquired, "Li Chief, what has happened to your eyes?" "Oh, it's nothing. I merely tripped while walking at night." Li Gui casually fabricated an excuse to deflect the question. Even a fool could discern that Li Gui was fabricating a story. Who could sustain such injuries from a mere fall? In truth, Li Gui had been thoroughly beaten by Tiger Gu. Initially, Li Gui had given Tiger Gu 10,000 yuan to teach Guyu a lesson, but instead of punishing Guyu, he had been the one soundly thrashed. Subsequently, Tiger Gu sought retribution from Li Gui, administering another beating and demanding an additional 10,000 yuan for medical expenses, leaving Li Gui feeling as though his heart were bleeding. He had suffered a significant loss, wasting nearly half a year's salary and enduring a beating, leaving him utterly despondent. At this moment, he was even more reluctant to provoke Guyu, the harbinger of misfortune. Seeing Li Gui's appearance, Guyu naturally understood the reason behind it, but merely chuckled, refraining from further inquiry. As a few of them were engaged in conversation, suddenly, the eyes of Zhong Jinliang widened in awe, almost bulging from their sockets. The other security guards fell silent. Following Zhong Jinliang's gaze, Guyu turned around and was instantly captivated as a graceful figure approached them from a distance. The enchanting beauty, dressed in a floral sundress, walked towards them with a mesmerizing gait. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the breeze, and her exquisite, flawless features were a marvel to behold, truly a vision of beauty from every angle. Her skin was as pale as congealed fat, seemingly delicate and ethereal, and her long, elegant legs peeked out from beneath her skirt, igniting boundless imagination. As the security guards beheld such a stunning beauty approaching, they nearly drooled in admiration. This captivating woman was undoubtedly a radiant sight on the campus of Jiangxing University, drawing the gaze of countless men, and even many women couldn't help but glance back, their faces reflecting envy and insecurity. The beauty was, in fact, walking directly towards the security booth. In an instant, Guyu recognized her. It was Su Manqing, the freshman beauty he had rescued from Tiger Ji's clutches that very night. What brings her here? Guyu pondered, simultaneously marveling at how this young lady had transformed her appearance, looking even more stunning than when he had first met her. Truly, she was an exquisite sight to behold. Under the fervent gaze of numerous men, Su Manqing lowered her head as she approached Guyu, appearing somewhat bashful. Guyu squinted at her, and the sound of several men gulping audibly reached his ears. "Hello, Captain Gu, do you still remember me?" Su Manqing shyly addressed Guyu. "Of course I remember." Guyu stood up, his eyes still narrowed as he regarded her, a gaze that seemed to carry a hint of something inappropriate. The reason for his scrutiny was a sudden perception that something was amiss with Su Manqing. An almost imperceptible aura of gloom seemed to envelop her. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Guyu's gaze, Su Manqing nonetheless graciously extended her hand, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Su Manqing, a freshman. I owe you my gratitude for your assistance that night, and I didn't have the chance to thank you properly. I came specifically to express my appreciation. Do you have time this evening? May I invite you to dinner?" How astonishing that the most beautiful girl at Jiangxing University would invite a mere security guard to dine with her. The campus was filled with suitors vying for Su Manqing's attention, either affluent scions or sons of dignitaries, who perpetually loitered beneath her dormitory, seeking opportunities to impress her. She had never accepted an invitation from anyone, yet today she had audaciously invited a security guard to share a meal. Aside from his somewhat refined appearance and unique aura, the guard had little to distinguish him. Why would the campus belle take an interest in such an individual? Su Manqing was a striking presence at Jiangxing University, drawing attention wherever she went. As she approached the security booth, a small crowd gathered, eager to witness the unfolding scene. Upon hearing of Su Manqing's dinner invitation to Guyu, many male admirers seethed with jealousy, feeling as though a prized opportunity had been squandered. Some clenched their fists, wishing they could confront Guyu. When Su Manqing extended her delicate hand, Guyu did not reciprocate. Instead, he continued to scrutinize her exquisite face, his focus not driven by lust, but rather by a desire to discern the ominous aura that seemed to cloud her visage. Once a person becomes tainted by malevolence, it soon manifests upon their countenance. To observe more closely, Guyu stepped closer to Su Manqing, reaching out to grasp her pointed chin, bringing his face near hers for a more meticulous examination. At this moment, the onlookers erupted in shock. Goodness! This security guard has actually grasped Su Manqing's chin. Su Manqing had extended her slender hand, and yet he was not satisfied and dared to publicly seize her chin. Why doesn't he a bolt of lightning strike down and smite this scoundrel? The perfect goddess in everyone's eyes has been compromised by Guyu's audacious act. Nearby security personnel, including Li Gui, looked on in disbelief, questioning what this young man was thinking. Was he truly so reckless as to take advantage of the campus belle in such a public manner, heedless of the potential backlash? Su Manqing had never anticipated that Guyu would suddenly reach out to her, gripping her chin. Instantly, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, and she instinctively recoiled. Flustered as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Don't move." Guyu retorted abruptly. To her astonishment, she found herself frozen in place, unable to move, as an overwhelming aura emanated from Guyu, rendering her motionless. After gazing at Su Manqing's enchanting visage for a full minute, Guyu finally released his grip. Su Manqing hastily stepped back, lowering her head in a flurry of confusion. She thought to herself, this fellow has gone too far. Audaciously pinching my chin in front of so many people. Everyone must think this little security guard is different, but he turns out to be just another lecherous rogue. Have you visited any unsavory places recently, or engaged in any disrespectful acts towards the spirits? There is a faint layer of Yin energy surrounding you, likely acquired not long ago, and it is still not overly pronounced, Guyu stated earnestly. What do you mean by that? Su Manqing lifted her head, perplexed. To be frank, I have studied certain esoteric arts and can discern some clues from your features. At this moment, your brow appears dark, your hair seems restless, and you are ensnared by malevolent energy, suggesting potential calamity. Fortunately, your condition is not yet severe. If I assist you in dispelling this Yin energy, you should soon be fine. However, ignoring my advice could lead to dire consequences, Guyu emphasized gravely. Su Manqing felt as though a thunderclap had struck her mind. Is there truly someone like this in the world? Claiming to possess esoteric abilities, why not proclaim themselves as the great immortal Jin Luo? Perhaps they have read too many fantastical novels, becoming somewhat delusional. There are so many suitors pursuing her, each with their own schemes. But Guyu is the first to claim knowledge of such esoteric arts. This approach to courting is refreshingly novel, albeit somewhat absurd. She would rather believe in the existence of ghosts than accept Guyu's words. With this thought, Su Manqing's expression darkened, and with a hint of displeasure, she replied, I'm sorry, but you must have misjudged. I haven't visited any unsavory places recently, nor have I engaged in any disrespectful acts towards the spirits. And I certainly do not possess any so-called Yin energy. Miss, I am doing this for your own good. If you disregard my words now, you may come to regret it later, Guyu insisted. How can you be like this? I kindly offered to treat you to a meal in gratitude, and you accuse me of carrying Yin energy? Forget it. I won't disturb you any longer. Su Manqing, despite her usually amiable temperament, could no longer tolerate such treatment and turned to leave. Wait, Guyu called after her. What else do you want? Su Manqing turned back, her face now tinged with irritation. I must also inform you of something else. Upon observing your features, I noticed that your friend zone appears dim. You may soon experience the loss of a loved one. It would be wise for you to prepare yourself psychologically, Guyu added. Su Manqing was so exasperated that she could scarcely find her words, tears welling in her eyes as she finally managed to say, You have gone too far. Su Manqing was truly moved to tears. With good intentions, she had invited Guyu to dinner, wishing to express her gratitude for his previous act of saving her. However, this unappreciative young security guard remarked that he had been tainted by negative energy and even suggested that a relative of his was nearing death. Uttering not a single kind word, even if he had once saved her, was it necessary for him to belittle her in front of so many people? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Su Manqing turned and hastened deeper into the campus. Observing her retreating figure, Guyu shook his head and lamented. If you choose not to believe my words, there is little I can do. During my years of traveling alongside my master, I never accepted payment for my insights. Yet here I am, offering you my services for free, and you remain ungrateful. You cannot fault me for not warning you. The onlookers were left in stunned silence at how Guyu treated the campus belle, Su Manqing. Initially, he had taken advantage of her by grasping her chin, and now he was claiming she was afflicted by malevolent spirits, even suggesting that death loomed over her family. This was an unprecedented affront. While others would go to great lengths to woo the beautiful Su, showering her with compliments and sweet words, Guyu had the audacity to say nothing kind, ultimately reducing her to tears. Such an occurrence was unheard of at Jiangxing University, and Guyu had certainly opened the eyes of the crowd. Captain Gu, how could you treat the stunning Su so poorly? One bystander exclaimed. She graciously invited you to dinner, something many would yearn for, and you chose to utter ominous words that left her in tears. Li Gui, unable to contain his frustration, wished he could slap his own thigh. If only Su had invited him for a meal, he would gladly sacrifice a year of his life. Yet Guyu responded with utmost seriousness, I speak only the truth. Time will reveal all. After her evening classes, Su Manqing left the campus alone. Strolling down the street lined with food vendors, her mind preoccupied with the events of the afternoon, feeling utterly dejected. That insufferable security guard, that lecher. had dared to grasp her chin in front of so many, and what was worse, he had cursed her family with impending loss. Had she not recalled how he had rescued her from Tiger that fateful night, she would never have considered inviting him to dinner. Not only had he shown no appreciation, but he had treated her with disdain. Yet, Su Manqing could not comprehend her own feelings when Guyu had held her chin, preventing her from moving. A peculiar aura seemed to emanate from him, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, unable to act. She had stood there, held captive by his gaze for what felt like an eternity. Now, reflecting on the incident, she felt a flush of embarrassment and her heart raced. Why had she not simply pushed that scoundrel away? How had she allowed herself to appear foolish before so many? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Su Manqing walked for some distance, leaving the busy street behind. Turning a corner where fewer people roamed, the dim streetlights cast long shadows, and an inexplicable sense of fear began to creep into her heart. Just a few days after Guyu rescued Su Manqing, she rented a modest two-bedroom apartment not far from Jiangxing University at a remarkably low price. Her desire to avoid the fervent suitors was not the sole reason for her choice to forego the dormitory. She had a pressing commitment to prepare for the English Level 6 examination, diligently revising in hopes of obtaining the certificate in a single attempt. Su Manqing was not only the belle of her freshman class at Jiangxing University, but also a renowned scholar, having gained admission to this prestigious institution with outstanding results. Jiangxing University is a prominent national university, part of the 211 project, where countless students aspire to enroll. Moreover, Su Manqing had already secured her Level 4 English certification in high school, achieving the highest score in the city upon her entrance to Jiangxing University. Her academic pursuits were paramount in her heart, as she envisioned a brighter future for her parents through her diligence, which was one of the reasons she declined the advances of wealthy suitors. The apartment, while situated in a rather dilapidated neighborhood, was cozy and affordable, the least expensive option available in the area. The landlady, an affable elderly woman, welcomed her warmly, and upon merely glancing at the apartment, Su Manqing decided to lease the two-bedroom unit. The community was remarkably tranquil. At night, an almost eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Upon her arrival, Su Manqing noticed that only a few lights flickered in the worn-down buildings, and the hour was late. Since moving into the rented apartment, she had inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, her body weary beyond measure, a sensation that intensified with each passing day, particularly at night. She often struggled to find restful sleep, plagued by the disquieting sensation of someone pacing within her room as she dozed. This feeling was strikingly vivid, her mind alert. Yet whenever she attempted to rise and investigate, she found herself unable to move, ultimately succumbing to slumber until dawn. Today, upon returning to her rented abode, Su Manqing was already overwhelmed with exhaustion, her eyelids battling against one another. She resolved to take an early shower and retire to bed, hoping to rejuvenate herself for another day of study. As soon as she entered her home, she made her way to the bathroom, disrobed, and prepared to indulge in a warm bath. The sound of water cascading filled the air as she wearily washed herself. Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from outside the bathroom, reminiscent of someone shuffling in slippers. Initially, Su Manqing thought she might be experiencing auditory hallucinations. She paused her actions to listen intently, but the sound ceased the moment she stopped. As she resumed her washing, the footsteps outside the bathroom reappeared, growing ever closer, as if someone were lingering right at the bathroom door. Su Manqing felt a surge of anxiety as she hastily completed her shower and donned her clothing, venturing outside to investigate, only to find nothing amiss. This was indeed peculiar. She had distinctly heard footsteps moments ago, so why had they suddenly ceased? Could it be that a thief had entered her home? Grabbing a kitchen knife, Su Manqing, trembling with fear, searched every room, even inspecting the wardrobe, yet found no trace of anything unusual. Was it possible that her recent fatigue from studying had induced hallucinations? Perhaps a good night's sleep would remedy her state of mind. With this thought in mind, the weary Su Manqing entered her bedroom, burrowed into her blankets, and felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. She cautiously scanned the room before reaching out to switch off the bedside lamp. In that instant, as the light extinguished, she was nearly paralyzed with terror. Illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window, Su Manqing was horrified to discover a figure seated on the sofa beside her bed. It was a woman clad in a flowing white dress, her hair cascading over her face, obscuring her features. Motionless, she sat there, directly facing Su Manqing. Upon seeing this apparition, Su Manqing's mouth fell agape, yet no sound escaped her lips. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably. Her mind a blank. After what felt like an eternity, she regained a semblance of composure and, gathering her courage, stammered, Who are you? The woman on the sofa remained silent, her stillness unnerving. Although her face was hidden, Su Manqing could sense a pair of vengeful eyes boring into her from behind the curtain of hair. With a quivering hand, Su Manqing hastily pressed the switch for the bedside lamp, flooding the room with light. However, when the illumination filled the space, the woman who had been seated on the sofa vanished without a trace. At this moment, Su Manqing was drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing with dread. Was this merely a figment of her imagination, or had that figure truly existed? Or perhaps, was her home haunted? The very thought intensified her fear, and she recalled the words of the security guard, Guyu, who had mentioned that she carried a trace of negative energy. Could it be that this was all true? Anxiously, Su Manqing found herself unable to sleep throughout the night, the lights in her room remaining aglow. Yet, in the hazy moments before dawn, she eventually succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she sensed someone moving about her bedroom. It was the woman from the sofa, slowly inching closer to her. The damp strands of hair brushed against her face as the woman ominously whispered, Get out. You are sleeping in my bed. Startled awake by this chilling proclamation, Su Manqing bolted upright, drenched in sweat once more. It took her a considerable time to regain her composure after awakening. She felt somewhat disoriented, uncertain whether she had truly encountered something supernatural or if her recent fatigue was simply manifesting as hallucinations. Regardless, she realized that residing alone in such a state was untenable. Fortunately, there was an empty room next door, and upon returning to campus that day, she resolved to post a rental advertisement on the bulletin board, seeking a female roommate. This way, she could alleviate her fears, and having someone to share the space would provide mutual support. With this thought in mind, Su Manqing, dragging her weary body, rose to freshen up briefly, only to discover that time had slipped away. In a hurry, she grabbed a few books and made her way to Jiangxing University. During the afternoon break, she crafted a succinct rental notice and discreetly affixed it to the school's bulletin board, where it appeared rather unremarkable. It simply read, Room for rent in Building 6, Unit 404 of Guilin Community, near Jiangxing University. Monthly rent, 300 yuan. A phone number was provided for inquiries. After posting the advertisement, Su Manqing hurriedly departed. Little did she know that less than 5 minutes after her departure, Guyu arrived at the bulletin board, meticulously searching through the postings. As fate would have it, he quickly discovered Su Manqing's rental notice. Having felt out of place in the security dormitory for several days, Guyu had contemplated moving out, primarily seeking a tranquil environment for his practice. The dormitory was too crowded and noisy for him to concentrate. He had inquired with his colleague, security guard Zhong Jinliang, about rental options, and Zhong had informed him about the bulletin board where various information was posted, including listings for books, study supplies, secondhand goods, and rental opportunities. Most were for shared accommodations, reasonably priced, and easy to find. Thus, Guyu found himself at the bulletin board, scanning the listings. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Su Manqing's rental notice. The low price was a significant factor. While he initially desired a one-bedroom apartment to ensure uninterrupted practice, his finances were limited, and he had received little money from the old man when he left the mountain. Renting a shared space was his best option. Among all the listings, Su Manqing's rental was the most affordable, making it his top choice. Without a second thought, he tore down the notice and tucked it into his pocket, determined not to let anyone else seize such a bargain. Today he was on the day shift, and just as dusk fell, he set out for Guilin Community with the rental information in hand. By the time he arrived, night had fully descended. Following the details on the notice, Guyu made his way directly to Su Manqing's building and knocked on the door. As fortune would have it, there was no evening class that day, and Su Manqing had returned home early. Hearing the knock, she promptly went to answer the door. The moment the door swung open, both Su Manqing and Guyu were taken aback. You big pervert. How did you know I lived here? Su Manqing exclaimed in astonishment. Food may be consumed indiscriminately, but one must be cautious with their words. Who do you claim to be, a lecher? I arrived here after seeing the notice posted today, only to discover you were renting out a room. Had I known, I would not have come, Guyu said with irritation. How dare you say that? Yesterday, Su Manqing retorted, her mind replaying the moment when Guyu gripped her chin. Yet, as she began to speak, she faltered, For Guyu's expression had suddenly turned grave, and he kept glancing behind him. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Su Manqing's somewhat haggard face, and he solemnly declared, "The malevolent energy surrounding you has intensified. You must be haunted by a ghost. If I do not intervene, you likely will not survive 3 days. Who are you trying to deceive? You are the one plagued by spirits, spouting nonsense. You should leave. You are not welcome here." Su Manqing exclaimed angrily, yet as she recalled recent events, her conviction wavered. "Have you been feeling dazed lately, experiencing profound fatigue, and hearing inexplicable noises in the dead of night?" Guyu inquired earnestly. As he spoke, Su Manqing's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her expression shifting as she trembled. "How do you know this?" "I told you yesterday. I am a practitioner of the mystical arts, specialized in exorcism. You simply do not believe. This house is unclean, and the malevolent entity has latched onto you. Initially, the situation was not pronounced, but it is worsening, as the entity's dark energy gradually erodes your life force. Each person possesses 3 flames of vitality, one on each shoulder and one atop the head, known as yang fire. When yang fire is vigorous, one is impervious to evil. When it wanes, fortunes decline and malevolent energies invade. In more severe cases, one may meet their demise. Now, I see that one of the flames on your shoulder has extinguished, and the other is exceedingly faint. When the fire on your right shoulder goes out, death will be near," Guyu said, swiftly entering the room, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Su Manqing found herself increasingly convinced by Guyu's words, as everything he stated resonated with her recent experiences. "What are you looking for?" she asked nervously. "I am searching for the malevolent entity hidden in your home," he replied, continuing his careful exploration. Su Manqing hurriedly followed, her anxiety escalating as she scanned her surroundings. Guyu's words heightened her fears, and she nearly pressed herself against his back. Guyu narrowed his eyes, pacing back and forth in the room, perplexed as the pervasive dark energy lingered. After completing a circuit, he could not discern where the malevolent entity was concealed, so he returned to the living room, deep in contemplation. Ever since Guyu informed Su Manqing that the house he rented harbored malevolent entities, she has been inseparable from him, instinctively clutching at his sleeve. Her large eyes wide with terror as she scanned the surroundings, fearing that a frightful apparition might suddenly emerge. Upon returning to the living room with Guyu, she noticed him standing still, seemingly lost in thought. With a surge of courage, she ventured, "Captain Gu, have you found that malevolent presence?" Guyu snapped back to reality and offered her a faint smile, replying, "Not yet, but it undoubtedly lurks within this dwelling." As day transitions to night, the balance of yin and yang grows obscure. I sense that the ghostly aura is not particularly strong. It likely is not a formidable evil spirit. The reason we cannot trace its presence now may be that the malevolence has yet to intensify, causing it to hesitate in revealing itself. Midnight is when the malevolence reaches its peak. It will surely manifest then. Pausing briefly, Guyu continued, "Here is the plan. I will step out for a while and return just before midnight to confront the entity. As a practitioner, my presence may deter it from appearing if I remain here. What should I do?" Su Manqing's eyes widened, her expression pleading as she gazed at Guyu. "Simply remain in this house until I return," Guyu instructed. "No, I'm terrified to stay here alone." Su Manqing nearly burst into tears. Given the presence of a ghost, she, being a girl, was overwhelmed with fear. Observing Su Manqing's frightened demeanor, Guyu found it somewhat amusing and said, "Very well. If you prefer, you may accompany me. After all, you still owe me a meal. Today would be a perfect opportunity to repay that debt. I saved you from Hugo, and now I am helping you confront a ghost. You should indeed express your gratitude." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Manqing readily agreed, realizing that she could not bear to remain alone in the house. After their discussion, before departing from the house, Guyu retrieved several talismans from his person and affixed them to the windows of the room to prevent the ghost from sensing his aura and escaping. Once these precautions were taken, he and Su Manqing left the house and made their way to a street lined with food stalls, where they casually chose a roadside vendor and ordered a feast. At that moment, Su Manqing had little appetite. Her heart was plagued with unease. Even now, she remained uncertain whether Guyu's claims were genuine or if he harbored ulterior motives in suggesting that her home was haunted. Yet, the image of the woman clad in white, seated on her sofa the previous night, haunted her thoughts, causing her mind to waver. Most of the patrons enjoying meals and entertainment along this street were students from Jiangxing University. Wherever Su Manqing goes, she inevitably becomes the center of attention. It did not take long for onlookers to notice that the campus beauty, Su Manqing, was seated at the same table as Guyu, sharing a meal together. Their proximity suggested an intimate conversation, and their demeanor appeared remarkably close. Isn't that Su Manqing, the freshman beauty? What is she doing with the new security guard? One incredulous male student from Jiangxing University remarked. So many affluent young men have pursued her, yet she has never accepted an invitation to dine with them. How could she be sharing a meal with a mere security guard? Surely they are not romantically involved. Another voice interjected, filled with jealousy and resentment. Recalling how just yesterday afternoon, Su Manqing had her chin forcibly grasped by this security guard in front of numerous witnesses, leaving her in tears. And now, just a short while later, they are dining together? He burned with envy, wishing to confront Guyu. One cannot fathom the methods this security guard employed. Lacking wealth or influence and being quite ordinary in appearance, he has somehow captured the heart of our campus beauty. It is akin to a flower blooming amidst dung. Someone else remarked with disdain. Amidst the cacophony of gossip, Guyu remained unfazed, indulging in his meal with a voracious appetite that left much to be desired in terms of decorum. In a brief span, he devoured several servings of fried noodles as if swept away by a tempest. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a narrow alley on a street lined with snacks, a group of individuals emerged. Among them was a formidable figure, his muscular physique resembling steel, with scars crisscrossing his arms, each as thick as a thigh. This man was none other than Crow, the foremost enforcer for Master Tan. A retired mercenary, Crow had engaged in numerous border operations and had taken many lives, honing his skills to a lethal precision. His years of military service had forged not only a robust physique, but also an unyielding will. Having served alongside Master Tan for many years, he had navigated countless precarious situations, earning a reputation as a formidable figure in the underground world of Jiangxing. Undefeated in his endeavors, with a predatory gaze, he fixated on the gluttonous Guyu, akin to a leopard stalking its unsuspecting prey. Brother Crow, that is Guyu, the chief of security at Jiangxing University. Just a few days ago, he knocked several of our brothers to the ground and humiliated us, Tiger pointed out, his voice laced with venom. This man appears frail and lacks any noticeable prowess, yet that girl beside him is quite captivating. If we were to take her back to Master Tan, he would surely be pleased, Crow chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Indeed, Brother Crow, you have a keen eye. This girl is the freshman beauty of this year, and she has attracted numerous suitors, many of whom are affluent and influential. Were it not for their prior warnings, I would have already made my move, came the response, tinged with envy. However, Master Tan is indeed a formidable figure in Jiang City, who would dare voice objections if he sought to target Su Manqing. Brother who remarked with a sycophantic grin. Come, let us confront that lad surnamed Gu. The Crow strode forward, heading directly towards Guyu. Brother who trailed closely behind, his hands eagerly rubbing together, filled with anticipation for the impending revenge. The Crow was Tan's foremost enforcer, undefeated throughout Jiang City. Dealing with a mere security captain would be as effortless as plucking a flower. Once the Crow had dispatched Guyu, he too would seize the opportunity to deliver a few kicks, avenging the previous humiliation. Meanwhile, Guyu, indulging in his meal, sensed a pair of hostile eyes fixated upon him even before the Crow and his entourage arrived. Every individual possesses an instinct, and for a practitioner like Guyu, this sixth sense was heightened, allowing him to extend his perception into a formidable aura that enveloped him, despite his casual dining. As Brother Hu and the Crow, accompanied by several others, approached briskly, Su Manqing was the first to notice Brother Hu's presence. She trembled in fear, especially upon glimpsing the towering figure striding ahead of him, realizing that they had come seeking vengeance. Guyu, Brother Hu has brought people with him, Su Manqing exclaimed in terror. So what if they come? Why are you so flustered? Guyu replied nonchalantly, gnawing on a roasted chicken leg. In a panic, Su Manqing hastily placed 200 yuan on the table and clutched Guyu's arm, urging, we must flee. There's still time. Yet Guyu remained unfazed, continuing to consume his chicken leg, mumbling reassuringly, do not fear. With me here, sit comfortably and do not go anywhere. At that moment, it was already too late to escape. The Crow, alongside Brother Hu and 4 or 5 burly men clad in black suits, had closed in on them. Although Su Manqing was frightened, she could not bear to abandon Guyu, gritting her teeth and resuming her seat. To the discerning eye, It was evident that the man preceding Brother Hu was a formidable opponent. Merely his stature dwarfed Guyu by thrice. The patrons at the stall, noticing the menacing glances from Brother Hu and his crew, recognized that a brawl was imminent and promptly began to flee, though not too far, merely standing at a distance to observe the unfolding drama. With such spectacle at hand, who could resist the allure of watching? Many at Jiangxi University were aware that this security captain, Guyu, had bested the notorious Brother Hu on the very night of his appointment. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. It was clear that Brother Hu had returned with a vengeance. The young security guard was surely in for a dire fate. Having bested Brother Hu before, he was now confronted by formidable adversaries intent on dismantling him. A voice from the crowd remarked, "Oh my heavens! The figure known as Crow is a confidant of Lord Tan, whom I encountered one day while accompanying friends to the Yu Huang Palace Entertainment Center. This individual is reputed to be extraordinarily formidable, with tales suggesting he has no rivals throughout the entirety of Jiangxi. His identity remains shrouded in mystery, seldom revealing himself, and when he does, bloodshed inevitably follows. His adversaries either meet their demise or suffer grievous injury." Among the onlookers, there were not only affluent scions, but also numerous admirers of Su Manqing. Which of these wealthy youths does not recognize the esteemed Tan Chong, known as Lord Tan, a legendary figure in Jiangxi? Lord Tan dominates the entertainment industry in Jiangxi, holding sway over half of it. Even those with considerable wealth and influence find themselves far from the realm of knowing someone like Lord Tan. The mere opportunity to encounter him and Crow would provide ample fodder for their boastful tales. As whispers of Crow's prowess spread, curiosity grew among the crowd. Most held little faith in the security guard Guyu, believing he was doomed. Some of the privileged bystanders were genuinely concerned for Su Manqing, thinking that should a skirmish ensue, it would be acceptable to eliminate Guyu, but they must ensure no harm comes to Su Manqing. If necessary, they would rush in, leveraging their family's connections with Lord Tan and spending a considerable sum to ensure her safety. In such a scenario, Su Manqing would surely feel grateful, perhaps even fostering some form of relationship with them. The crowd, each with their own ulterior motives, continued to swell in number. Soon, Crow, accompanied by Hu Gu and others, approached Guyu, halting before him. The burly men in dark suits and Hu Ji's underlings encircled Guyu and Su Manqing, ensuring they could not escape. "Guyu, do you still remember me?" Hu Gu, emboldened by Crow's backing, pointed at Guyu and shouted. Guyu did not even glance in Hu Ji's direction. Instead, he discarded the remnants of a chicken bone, took several napkins from the table to wipe his hands and mouth, and then crumpled the greasy napkins into a ball, flicking it at Hu Gu. Hu Gu attempted to evade, but was too late. The paper ball struck him squarely in the face, causing him to emit a pained grunt and stagger back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Just as Crow was about to speak, he was taken aback by Guyu's effortless flick of the paper ball, which had sent Hu Gu reeling. The mere power of that flick was astonishing, demonstrating an extraordinary level of skill, at least that of a martial arts master. It was unexpected that such an unparalleled expert would be concealed within the security hut of a small university in Jiangxi. Without making significant movements, Guyu had already imposed considerable pressure upon Crow, whose eyes widened in shock. "Hu Gu, is it? Did I not warn you last time about my short temper? You ought to refrain from lingering before me. Have you forgotten the lessons of pain?" Guyu narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Hu Gu. "Guyu, don't be so arrogant. Aren't you capable of fighting? Tiger brother, I have summoned a formidable expert today. There is no doubt that your leg shall be broken." Tiger brother pressed his cheek, feeling a sharp pain. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware that such force could be unleashed with merely a napkin. What an extraordinary skill that must be. Sitting beside Guyu, Su Manqing was immediately alarmed by the number of people Tiger brother had brought, especially the ominous presence of the Crow beside her, radiating an aura of menace that instilled fear in her heart. She hastily stood and said, "Tiger brother, last time he was in the wrong for offending you. This time, I wish to offer my apologies. I have 5,000 yuan here as compensation. Could you possibly show mercy and spare him this once?" Tiger brother leered at Su Manqing, a lascivious grin spreading across his face as he replied, "Are you jesting with me? 5,000 yuan to settle this. If you wish for me to spare him, you might consider spending a night with me. We can negotiate." Heh. With the Crow's support, Tiger brother felt emboldened, unabashedly making such shameless demands. Su Manqing, feeling the weight of this humiliation, was too intimidated by Tiger Brother and his companions to retaliate. Her face flushed, she nervously stammered, "The matter of money can be discussed. As long as you do not harm Guyu, I can have my family send more funds. Just name your price." Su Manqing could not bear to see Guyu suffer, especially since he had once saved her life. She could not abandon him in this dire situation. Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to resolve the matter. However, as a mere student, she was ill-equipped to navigate such a treacherous world. This was a predicament far beyond a simple monetary solution. Upon hearing Tiger Brother's disrespectful remarks about Su Manqing, the faint smile on Guyu's face vanished. A barely perceptible glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Initially intending to merely teach Tiger Brother a lesson, the situation had escalated beyond what he deemed acceptable. Tiger Brother remained oblivious to Guyu's change in demeanor, his gaze lecherously roving over Su Manqing's exquisite figure, unabashedly appraising her. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he might have dared to take liberties with her right then and there. Seizing the opportunity to exploit Su Manqing's vulnerability, he had no intention of letting her go easily. Her tall, alluring figure, with a chest that beckoned and long, smooth legs, was the epitome of beauty. A woman of such rare allure, a gem among countless stones. If he could possess her, even for a fleeting moment, Tiger Brother would consider his life fulfilled. "Little girl, if you obediently accompany me today, I shall let this lad go. What do you say?" Tiger Brother licked his lips, driven by insatiable desire. "Tiger Brother, I implore you, spare him. The matter of money is negotiable," Su Manqing pleaded almost desperately. Tiger Brother, incensed, was about to retort when suddenly, the restaurant owner hurried over, visibly trembling as he spoke. "Tiger Brother, my establishment is a small business. Could you please refrain from causing a scene here? Get the hell out of my way. Believe it or not, I will strike you down as well." With a menacing glare, Brother Hu turned to the restaurant owner, causing the man to tremble in fear. Realizing that persuading Brother Hu was futile, the restaurant owner approached Guyu with a pitiful expression. "Dear security brother, please apologize to Brother Hu. Perhaps he will show mercy and spare you this time. Your loss may not matter, but your beautiful girlfriend will also be implicated, and that would be unfortunate. Indeed, little security guard, do not cause trouble for such a lovely lady. Quickly kneel and apologize. Brother Hu might let you off the hook," someone in the crowd boldly suggested. Likely unable to bear the sight of Su Manqing's distress. "Why are you so arrogant? Just bow your head and apologize. Pay a little to avert disaster," another urged. Upon hearing the crowd's pleas, Brother Hu seemed to have an epiphany. Suddenly, he laughed heartily and addressed Guyu. "Guyu, they have a point. Today, I am in a good mood. If you kneel and bow 3 times to me, then crawl through my legs while shouting Daddy 3 times, I shall forgive you." As he spoke, Brother Hu spread his legs and beckoned Guyu, pointing between them, an unmistakable provocation. Guyu, who had been silent until now, lost all semblance of amusement on his face, indicating that Brother Hu had crossed a line. It was evident that someone was about to suffer the consequences. "Manqing, stay seated and do not move. Wait for me," Guyu said calmly. Suddenly, he rose, emanating a formidable aura that spread outward. At that moment, Su Manqing was taken aback by Guyu's transformation. He appeared remarkably different than before. She could not pinpoint the change, but she sensed a determination and resolve in him, like an invincible warrior, which soothed her frantic heart. As Guyu stood, even the formidable crow felt the invisible pressure radiating from him, and was taken aback. This security guard from Jiangxing University was far more formidable than he had anticipated, and Crow inexplicably felt a twitch in his eyelids. "Zhang Sanhu, take your men back 10 meters. Crow commanded sternly, fixing his gaze on Guyu. "Brother Crow, is it really necessary to rally such a force to deal with this little security guard? Just watch from the sidelines and let us handle it." "I doubt he would dare to retaliate," Brother Hu foolishly remarked. "Get lost," Crow retorted, not even glancing back. Startled, Brother Hu shrank back, hastily waving his hand as his subordinates and Crow's thugs retreated about 10 meters. The onlookers also began to back away, yet instead of dispersing, they gathered more closely. Crow stepped aside, gesturing to Guyu to proceed. Guyu smiled faintly, reassuring Su Manqing with a glance before stepping forward to stand opposite Crow. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, a vast space was afforded to the two of them. Su Manqing's heart raced as she observed Guyu, clad in security attire, and then glanced at Tanya's personal bodyguard, Crow. Towering at nearly 2 meters, Crow's physique was reminiscent of steel, rendering him a veritable giant in contrast to Guyu. creating a striking disparity. The moniker Crow was bestowed upon him due to his years of unwavering loyalty to Tan Yi, marked by a track record of formidable prowess in combat, often resulting in either death or severe injury for his adversaries. Crows, as harbingers of misfortune, are known to caw ominously wherever calamity befalls, thus earning Crow his ominous nickname among the underbelly of Jiang City. His mere presence foretold impending doom, with some even fearing for their lives. Tan Yi's ascendancy in Jiang City was, in part, attributed to Crow's relentless efforts. While Crow rarely regarded others with respect, especially in the heat of battle, the unassuming security guard before him instilled a profound sense of trepidation. There was an inscrutable depth to Guyu, as if he harbored an unfathomable and terrifying power. Crow, accustomed to the underworld's machinations, found himself pondering the origins of this enigmatic figure. Guyu, however, merely stated his name and offered no further elaboration, indicating that he would divulge little more. Crow's demeanor swiftly shifted to one of gravity. He scrutinized Guyu, assessing every vulnerable point, ready to strike with lethal precision. Even if he did not intend to kill, he was determined to inflict severe injury upon this seemingly insignificant individual. A retired Special Forces soldier, Crow had mastered the art of decisive combat, eschewing flamboyant techniques in favor of direct and lethal maneuvers. As a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, Crow performed a few preliminary stretches, preparing for the imminent clash. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. They believed the small guard was courting disaster by challenging such a formidable opponent. No one in Jiang City had ever claimed to rival Crow, and it was widely anticipated that this security guard would meet a grim fate. It was a pity, with a girlfriend as beautiful as his. It seemed cruel that he would not survive to enjoy her company, leaving her to some other unworthy suitor. The crowd, ever the spectators of fate, unanimously deemed Guyu's chances as hopeless, certain he would suffer a devastating defeat. While Crow readied himself for battle, Guyu remained nonchalant, his expression betraying no sign of concern. In the presence of a cultivator, Crow was ultimately too weak, belonging to an entirely different tier of combatants. Individuals like Crow ought to be categorized within the realm of martial arts, and Guyu possessed a modicum of knowledge about the intricacies of this world. Although the martial arts in the realm of cultivation belonged to different domains, Guyu was imparted with the art of combat by his master at a tender age. This foundational skill is essentially the gateway for cultivators. Even the most formidable Crow cannot hope to rival a true practitioner. The lineage of martial arts is steeped in antiquity, having been a combat technique passed down through the ages in the lands of Huaxia. Tracing its origins, one might argue that martial arts were disseminated from Taoist or Buddhist traditions, subsequently evolving and flourishing through generations, leading to the emergence of various schools with distinct internal energy techniques and combat methods. Martial arts can be categorized into three realms: external techniques, internal techniques, and the final state of transformation. The vast majority of martial artists dwell within the realm of external techniques, encompassing styles such as praying mantis fist, Shaolin fist, and various sword and spear techniques. These fall under the category of external martial arts, wherein practitioners utilize their physical strength to continually enhance themselves. However, this enhancement is limited to the strengthening of bones and muscles. Even the most skilled remain akin to ordinary individuals, lacking in extraordinary prowess. The Crow belongs to the ranks of external technique masters, but is not among the elite, merely a second or third tier in Guyu's eyes. Upon reaching the internal technique stage, the number of practitioners dwindles significantly. Internal techniques are further divided into 4 levels: initial mastery, great mastery, peak, and return to simplicity. A saying in the Huaxia martial arts community states, "Train the breath internally and the muscles and skin externally," distinguishing between external and internal practices. Mastering internal techniques is profoundly challenging. Those who achieve proficiency are nearing the realm of true cultivators, yet substantial differences remain. For instance, Qigong is a form of internal technique, and those who excel in it exhibit abilities far beyond the ordinary. Some masters can manipulate objects from a distance or heal others using their internal energy, appearing to possess supernatural abilities in the eyes of the uninitiated. Should a martial artist reach the stage of returning to simplicity, with their external energy contained and internal energy refined, ascending to the transformative realm, they become exceedingly powerful, able to withstand sword strikes, axe blows, and even bullets. Regrettably, such individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers, even scarcer than true cultivators. However, even those who attain the realms of simplicity and transformation may contend with ordinary practitioners, but would find themselves outmatched against accomplished Taoists or genuine cultivators from the Xianmen sect. Cultivators harness the elemental forces of nature and possess profound knowledge of esoteric arts, wielding talismans imbued with myriad powers. Guyu is aware of a particular wind talisman from the Xianmen sect, which, when activated, allows instantaneous relocation over vast distances, truly wondrous. The crow before him, claimed to be the foremost master of Jiangqing, seems to be an exaggeration. In reality, it is merely a practitioner of external techniques with superior skills. Having honed his physical form to an extraordinary degree, exhibiting reaction times and agility that surpass the average person, any adept of internal martial arts, even one at the nascent stage, could effortlessly bring the crow to the ground, let alone a practitioner like Guyu, who had been training since the tender age of 3. The crow, after a brief display of movement, zeroed in on Guyu's vital points. With a decisive step forward, it launched a powerful strike aimed directly at Guyu's temple. The fist was as large as a cooking pot, and when it descended, it stirred the air with a fierce velocity. If it were to collide with a dozen bricks, it would undoubtedly shatter them to pieces. The speed of the punch was blinding, leaving no room for evasion, and the onlookers gasped in unison as they witnessed the crow's assault. The air displaced by the fist produced a whooshing sound. Not far away, Su Manqing observed intently, her hands clenched in anxiety. As the crow unleashed its punch, she dared not look, unable to bear the sight of Guyu being sent flying. However, contrary to the expectations of the crowd, as the crow's fist approached Guyu, he calmly extended a hand and effortlessly seized the crow's fist. Indeed, he grasped it. The crow was taken aback. The tremendous force it exerted came to an abrupt halt upon meeting Guyu's palm, unable to advance even a millimeter. Upon glancing at Guyu, the crow noticed a hint of disdainful amusement at the corners of his mouth, as if he regarded him with utter indifference. Following his shock, the crow was engulfed by fury. In all of Jiang City, no one had dared to mock him in such a manner. He raised his other fist, preparing to strike Guyu once more. Yet, just as the crow lifted his other fist, before he could bring it down, Guyu suddenly employed a technique of using force against force. In an instant of pulling and releasing, the crow's hefty frame, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent soaring through the air, landing several meters away with a thud. A man significantly larger than Guyu had been effortlessly toppled by his deft maneuver. Akin to using a feather to deflect a mountain, the crow lay sprawled on the ground, clearly having taken a hard fall, and it took him a while to regain his feet. The onlookers, who had initially dismissed Guyu, were now left in a state of disbelief as they collectively gasped in astonishment at the sight of him standing victorious. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. How was this possible? The crow, undefeated in Jiang City and the first enforcer from Master Tan, had been vanquished by a mere security guard. Su Manqing, who had averted her gaze in trepidation, turned back to witness Guyu standing serenely, her expression mirroring disbelief. She had anticipated a brutal defeat for Guyu, yet all she saw was an air of tranquility upon his face. The crow lay on the ground for a moment, disoriented, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly been felled. The swiftness of his opponent's strike had left him bewildered, as he had scarcely seen it coming. How could it be possible? I, the renowned enforcer of Jiangqing, the crow, cannot possibly be defeated by a mere security guard. With that thought, Crow executed a swift roll and quickly regained his footing, turning to face Guyu once more. He was unable to accept the reality of his defeat, and a surge of anger flooded through him, his gaze towards Guyu now brimming with murderous intent. Taking a deep breath, Crow advanced slowly towards Guyu, his fists cracking ominously as his muscles tensed, halting just 2 meters away from him. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Crow channeled all his strength into a colossal punch. Swinging his fist, the size of a cooking pot, towards Guyu's head once again. The force of his blow cut through the air like a tiger's strike, creating a deafening sound upon impact. This phenomenon was indicative of an external martial art mastered to an extraordinary degree. It was evident to all that Crow was thoroughly enraged, intent on killing this security guard. Yet, Guyu remained unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. Just as Crow's fist was about to strike him, Guyu made his move. This time, he was not merely defending himself as before. Instead, he clenched his own fist and struck back at Crow's massive blow. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the air as Crow's face turned ashen, and he staggered backward, retreating several steps. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that his arm had bent at an unnatural angle. The sheer force of the blow had shattered Crow's arm. Moreover, several of the bones in his fist were fractured. Pain coursed through Crow as cold sweat poured down his brow. Gasping for breath, his hand swelling rapidly. He felt as though the joints of his fingers were obliterated, indicating a severe fracture. Realizing just how formidable his opponent was, he understood that the power of a single punch had rendered him utterly defenseless. Even so, he suspected that this security guard had held back. If he truly wished to kill him, it would be an effortless task. Crow reflected that he had not been mistaken. This young man must be a martial arts grandmaster. Yet, what puzzled him was that grandmasters were typically elderly, often in their 70s or 80s, while this security guard appeared to be no older than 20. How could such youth possess the prowess of a grandmaster? Little did Crow know, Guyu was not merely a martial arts grandmaster, but a being far superior. He was a practitioner from the mystical realm, a prodigious talent descended from the Xianmen sect. Even a martial arts grandmaster would find themselves begging for mercy before Guyu, utterly unable to retaliate. Shall we continue? Guyu inquired lightly, gazing at Crow. I concede. Crow lowered his head, speaking with genuine humility. Continuing the fight would surely cost him his life. The diminutive security guard before me was evidently yielding to my presence. Otherwise, I would not be standing here alive. I, Crow, have conceded defeat. This would undoubtedly be sensational news in Jiang City. The formidable subordinate of Master Tan, the city's foremost expert, vanquished by a mere security guard. And in just 2 moves. Upon hearing Crow's admission of defeat, the gathered crowd erupted into murmurs of disbelief. Not far away, Brother Hu was equally astounded. He had summoned Master Tan's elite to chastise the security guard, Guyu, only to witness an unexpected surrender. How could Brother Hu continue to navigate the treacherous landscape of this underworld? This matter could not be left unresolved. With this thought, Brother Hu commanded Crows and his own subordinates, shouting, "Everyone, attack! Eliminate this security guard!" Before he could finish, 4 or 5 burly men clad in black suits brandished knives and daggers, charging towards Guyu. Brother Hu's followers also brandished their weapons, encircling Guyu for a concerted assault. Guyu glanced back at Brother Hu, his eyes ablaze with fury. That wretched fellow. I spared you last time. Yet here you are, bringing trouble to my doorstep and disrespecting Su Manqing. This time, I shall not show you mercy. As he pondered this, the group Brother Hu summoned was nearly upon him. Suddenly, Guyu produced slender silver needles, finer than a strand of hair. Mastery of the 5 arts of the Xianmen, mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, had rendered him quite proficient in the art of healing. These silver needles, typically employed for acupuncture, were always on his person. As the assailants closed in, Guyu swiftly scattered the needles toward them. In an instant, the needles struck their targets, piercing deep into vital acupoints. The onlookers were treated to a bizarre spectacle. A dozen burly men, armed and charging, suddenly collapsed to the ground, falling as if felled by an invisible hand. Clutching their thighs in agony, Crow had intended to deter his men from advancing, for even he recognized he was no match for this security guard. Their assault would be futile. Yet, before he could intervene, his men suffered the consequences, unable to approach Guyu before they lay sprawled on the ground. Brother Hu, trembling in fear, wasted no time in fleeing the scene. Crow, defeated and pleading for mercy, watched as his men and those he had brought were all incapacitated. Unable to comprehend how Guyu had executed his moves, this security guard was nothing short of a monstrous existence, utterly terrifying. Having just humiliated Guyu, Brother Hu knew he could expect no leniency. Sensing the dire situation, he turned to escape. Get out of my way, Brother Hu bellowed, shoving aside the onlookers as he attempted to slip away. Guyu narrowed his eyes, contemplating that escaping would not be so simple. At present, I extracted a yellow talisman from my person, gently shaking it, causing it to ignite spontaneously without flame. I swiftly recited an incantation. Heaven's law is vast and profound, pervading all directions. I now command, let no ghost conceal itself. Those who hear, come to the altar. Those who sense, heed the summons. Should there be any delay, let heaven's wrath and earth's punishment ensue. I serve the venerable Laozi, in haste and in obedience. The cadence of my chanting was rapid and fervent. while my other hand deftly formed several mystical gestures. Upon completion of this ritual, the talisman had not yet fully turned to ash. In truth, I had not wished to reveal my magical prowess before such a multitude, yet I was compelled to act. Utilizing a yellow talisman to summon the power of spirits and subdue the ruffian known as Brother Tiger. The incantation I had just uttered, called the ghost summoning spell, commanded the spirits to heed my call, drawing forth the myriad of wandering souls from all corners to converge here. As Brother Tiger broke through the crowd and sprinted forward, within mere strides, a grotesque, bloodied shadow surged forth, transforming into a mass of dark energy that collided violently with him. This apparition was likely a soul of someone who had met an untimely demise in this street of culinary delights, unable to reincarnate, doomed to linger in the shadows. Responding to the talisman's command, it rushed forth and immediately possessed Brother Tiger's body. Once possessed, Brother Tiger trembled violently, engulfed by an overwhelming chill that coursed through him. Before losing consciousness, his awareness forcibly confined to the depths of his spirit. This ghost summoning spell not only summoned this solitary spirit, but also attracted the hidden entities lurking in the vicinity. Though their approach was sluggish compared to the speed of the initial apparition, which seized the opportunity first, the remaining spirits, unable to find a chance to inhabit Brother Tiger, displayed expressions of disappointment. The command of a highly skilled sorcerer was a rare opportunity. Assisting the sorcerer might lead to their own liberation from the torment of wandering the earthly realm. Those who have perished before their time are bound to drift among the living until their natural lifespan concludes, at which point they may re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, lingering in the mortal realm is fraught with peril, as the overwhelming yang energy can easily scatter a spirit unless one possesses extraordinary spiritual power, which could result in eternal damnation without the chance of rebirth. Thus, seizing such an opportunity was imperative, and the spirits would certainly vie for it. Nonetheless, my ghost summoning spell was limited to summoning only ordinary wandering souls. Once the other spirits realized their chances had vanished, they dispersed in dismay, unable to withstand the intense yang energy present in such a crowded setting. Possessed by the ghost, Brother Tiger's body stiffened, leading him into a frenzy of laughter and tears. He struck his own face repeatedly, drawing blood, before grasping a nearby lamppost and violently ramming his head against it, producing a resounding thud. In a matter of moments, he was left bloodied and battered. Once the spirit vacated Brother Tiger's body, it too would not fare well. The loss of yang energy from possession would leave him gravely ill, bedridden for at least a month or two. This punishment was, in fact, quite lenient for Brother Tiger. Guyu did not desire the life of Hugu. A severe reprimand would suffice. This series of actions left the onlookers bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The apparitions, invisible to anyone but Guyu, rendered the crowd witnesses to Hu Ji's sudden madness, as he began to torment himself. Even if Hugu were to perish from this torment, Guyu would bear no responsibility, for he had not laid a single finger on him. Not far away, Hugu wailed in despair, while a crow, standing nearby, trembled in fear. Heavens, which deity have we provoked? Is this a human or a specter? Guyu averted his gaze from Hugu and turned to glance at the crow. His eyes, devoid of any brilliance, emanated an inexplicable pressure that overwhelmed the crow, causing his legs to weaken, and he found himself kneeling before Guyu. Master, spare me. I dared to offend your esteemed authority. Please, grant me mercy. The crow repeatedly bowed in submission. Rise. I have no intention of taking your life, Guyu replied calmly. The crow hastily scrambled to his feet, still trembling uncontrollably, too intimidated to even glance at Guyu. In a moment, take your people away and find a place for acupuncture and massage at the Yonghui Point for half an hour. Otherwise, their legs will be rendered useless. Do not say I did not warn you, Guyu stated indifferently. The crow dared not disobey, nodding vigorously in agreement. Guyu then turned his attention to Su Manqing, who sat nearby in a daze. A faint smile graced his lips as he said, "Shall we depart?" Su Manqing, still processing the events, now regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. She stood up cautiously and approached Guyu, her wide eyes fixated on his handsome visage. Her intrigue deepened. The small security guard was an enigma, shrouded in countless unanswered questions. Unconsciously, she grasped Guyu's hand, nodding silently. As they took a few steps forward, Guyu seemed to recall something and turned back to the crow. The crow shivered in fear, stammering, "Master, do you have further instructions?" Settle the damage and our meal expenses, Guyu instructed. This was splendid. Every time he dined out, someone seemed eager to pay the bill, Guyu mused. Understood, master. Please, take care, the crow replied, filled with trepidation. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Guyu led Su Manqing away from the throng. As they passed by Hugo, he lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. A dark aura then drifted from Hugo, trailing behind Guyu and Su Manqing as they moved away. Once Guyu and Su Manqing had distanced themselves, the crow finally exhaled, drenched in perspiration. This small security guard was truly not a person to provoke. Even Master Tan would think twice before crossing him. Having departed from the bustling snack street and engaged in a scuffle with the crows, time had slipped away, though the stroke of midnight was still a while off. Su Manqing remained somewhat anxious, clutching Guyu's hand and frequently glancing back, as if fearing that the crows might pursue them once more. In contrast, Guyu, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, ambled forward nonchalantly. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded alleyway, a necessary passage leading to the residential complex where Su Manqing lived. As they approached the alley's entrance, a sudden chill swept through the air, bringing with it an eerie breeze that sent a shiver down Su Manqing's spine, as if the temperature had plummeted by several degrees. While Guyu appeared unaffected, Su Manqing quickly sensed something amiss, her hair standing on end. The chilling wind coalesced into a mass of dark energy, swiftly taking on a humanoid form, obstructing their path. Guyu raised an eyebrow, irritation flickering across his features as he addressed the shadow. What audacity! You dare to impede my way. Do you seek to be utterly vanquished? The shadow trembled and promptly knelt before him, pitifully pleading, Master, save me. Please assist me in my reincarnation. Naturally, Su Manqing could not perceive the ghostly entity. Startled by Guyu's apparent conversation with the air, she stammered, Guyu, who are you speaking to? This is quite unsettling, especially at this late hour. Guyu turned to her, stating, As you witnessed, I employed a summoning spell to evoke a spirit, which possessed Tiger Brother, causing him to lose his senses and sustain injuries. Otherwise, do you think he would have gone mad for no reason? The spirit currently inhabiting Tiger Brother has come to seek my assistance. Now fully convinced of Guyu's extraordinary abilities, Su Manqing remained skeptical about the supernatural elements. Having been raised in an atheistic environment and never encountering a ghost, she struggled to accept his assertions. Gazing at him with wide, bewildered eyes, she asked, Is that true? Why can't I see the ghost? As she spoke, Su Manqing scanned the dimly lit alley, but saw nothing, only the yellowed streetlights casting elongated shadows of the two figures. Suddenly, an impish thought crossed Guyu's mind, and with a mischievous smile, he remarked, Do you genuinely wish to see a ghost? I merely doubt it. However, if they truly exist, I would indeed like to witness one, Su Manqing replied, summoning her courage. Then you must not regret this choice. The spirit before us met a rather tragic end and retains the appearance of its demise. I can help you see it, but do refrain from shouting, otherwise onlookers may think I have harmed you. Guyu smiled. Curiosity ignited within Su Manqing, compelling her to desire a glimpse of what a ghost looked like. Nodding eagerly, she proclaimed, All right, I absolutely won't scream. Remember, you promised. If you are frightened, do not blame me, he warned. With that, Guyu retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper, pinching it between his fingers. With a gentle flick, the paper ignited spontaneously. As he swiftly recited an incantation, majestic and boundless, ethereal and obscure, by the divine powers of the three realms, assist my communication with the spirit. I beseech the venerable Laozi with urgency and adherence to the law. The yellow paper talisman ignited with a whoosh, transforming into ashes. Guyu, with a single hand forming a spell, allowed golden light to flicker between his fingers, urgently instructing Su Manqing to close her eyes, which she promptly obeyed. As soon as her eyes were shut, Guyu pointed his glowing fingers toward her brow, temporarily opening her third eye. A chill swept through her as she felt a cool sensation at her forehead, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Open your eyes and look. He is kneeling right in front of you, Guyu urged. With trepidation, Su Manqing slowly opened her eyes, a refreshing clarity flooding her vision, akin to the effect of eye drops. However, despite her mental preparation, she could not suppress a startled cry. Instinctively, she clung to Guyu like an octopus, shaking violently, yearning to merge into his very being. Guyu was immediately enveloped by a delicate fragrance, feeling a shiver run through him. It was his first experience of such an intimate embrace from a woman, especially one as exquisite as Su Manqing, the belle of Jiangxing University. Su Manqing's terror stemmed from the ghastly appearance of the spirit before her. It bore the marks of a tragic accident, its head askew, exposing a ghastly white neckbone. Its body smeared with blood, and one eye dangling grotesquely from its socket. An arm was broken at an unnatural angle. Encountering such a sight would chill the bones of any ordinary person, let alone a ghostly figure. Though Su Manqing possessed considerable courage and had braced herself somewhat, another person might have fainted or lost control entirely. Ghost! Ghost! Su Manqing whimpered, trembling uncontrollably and clutching Guyu even tighter. Could you not strangle me? I might die from your grip before the ghost gets me. I didn't expect to be so frightened, Guyu complained, turning the situation around on her. Su Manqing, now thoroughly frightened, refused to release her hold on Guyu, burying her face into his chest, too terrified to glance at the spirit again. Guyu, please make him go away. It's too frightening, she pleaded. Oh, dear lady, I beseech you to speak kindly to this master, the spirit implored, its voice tinged with sorrow. 3 years ago, I met with a tragic accident on a street filled with food stalls, and since my lifespan was not yet complete, I have wandered this area ever since. For 3 long years, the abundance of life around the food stalls has gradually diminished my essence. If this continues, I fear I may vanish completely before my time and the cycle of reincarnation comes. The spirit's eyes glistened with tears as it spoke. Su Manqing's heart softened. Yet she dared not gaze at the spirit again. Instead, she leaned closer to Guyu, whispering delicately in his ear, Guyu, can you help him? He seems quite pitiful. I can indeed assist, but it depends on my mood, Guyu replied. Guyu chuckled, feeling a delightful thrill within. The esteemed school belle had personally embraced him. Though he maintained a serious facade, internally he was bubbling with joy. Then please assist him by sending him away, Su Manqing said, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. Very well, in light of your beauty, Su, I shall extend my help this once. After all, he did aid me in dealing with Brother Hu. However, it seems you owe me a favor now, so do remember to treat me to a meal. Guyu replied with a smile. All right, once you see him off, I'll gladly treat you to meals for an entire week, Su Manqing quickly assured him. Thank you. Thank you, master. In my next life, I shall toil like an ox or a horse, and I vow to repay the kindness of you and this young lady. The ghost said, bowing profusely before them upon hearing Guyu's agreement. Guyu chuckled and jested. Do you truly wish to become an ox or a horse? I could facilitate that for you. In your next life, you could simply become a beast. All it requires is a petition to the judge of the underworld. The ghost laughed awkwardly and hurriedly replied, Master, please show mercy. I would prefer to remain human. I can still repay you and this young lady as a person. Without further ado, Guyu produced 2 yellow talismans from his pocket, giving them a gentle shake. They ignited spontaneously as he recited incantations swiftly. In the depths of the void, fate is already determined. By this decree, I grant passage to rebirth. Disciple of the Xianmen sect, surname Gu, given name Yu, title Dragon Flame, petitioning the underworld to assist in reincarnation. Open wide the gates of the ghost realm. Do not delay. I serve the supreme Lao Jun with urgency. The 2 yellow talismans blazed forth, drifting towards the kneeling ghost, transforming into 2 golden beams that enveloped him, lifting him into the air. One talisman was for transcending, while the other was a petition. The transcending talisman required no explanation, yet the petition talisman was crucial. With the endorsement of a disciple from the Xianmen sect, the ghostly messengers of the underworld would permit this unfortunate soul to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. At that moment, Su Manqing mustered the courage to turn her head towards the ghost, observing him enveloped in golden light, slowly ascending into the sky until he vanished into the ether. Once the ghost was completely out of sight, Su Manqing realized she was still nestled in Guyu's embrace, her face flushing crimson as she reluctantly withdrew from his broad chest. Having grown up, this was her first experience being held by a man. In truth, it was the first time she had ever been so embraced. Overcome with fear at the time, she had not given it much thought, but now, reflecting on it, she felt a sense of shyness, accompanied by an inexplicable sweetness lingering in her heart. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Guyu too felt a tinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat, stating seriously, well, there remains a more formidable entity in your room. Far more dangerous than this ghost who met with an untimely demise. Let us address that matter first. With her head bowed, Su Manqing felt too bashful to speak and followed closely behind Gu Yu. After some time, she quietly inquired, Brother Yu, what exactly do you do? Are you truly a practitioner? Unbeknownst to her, Su Manqing's address had shifted from Gu Yu to Brother Yu, signifying a profound change in their relationship. Indeed, an earnest practitioner. Do you truly believe I have been deceiving you? Gu Yu inquired. Given your remarkable abilities, why did you choose to work as a security guard at Jiangxing University? Su Manqing, intrigued, remarked, It is astonishing that someone as formidable as you could easily send away the likes of Crow and Tiger Brother with just a few moves. At the mention of this matter, Gu Yu felt a surge of frustration. It was none other than that old man's machinations that had compelled him to take up such a role at Jiangxing University. With his skills, he could easily have been a university professor rather than a mere security guard. The techniques he had mastered, encompassing the realms of mountains, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, were grounded in the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. A mere display of his medical prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of many professors in the field. However, the old man had his own plans for placing him in this institution, and despite spending some time at Jiangxing University, Gu Yu had yet to uncover any discernible clues. He could only observe and wait for developments. Over the past few days, Gu Yu had wandered around the university, but he had not noticed anything amiss. Su Manqing's curiosity about Gu Yu grew increasingly profound, bordering on admiration. She quickened her pace to walk alongside him and asked, Brother Yu, why could that spirit only linger around the snack street? It claimed that place was bustling and filled with yang energy, so it could have concealed itself elsewhere. Oh, you are unaware, Gu Yu replied without turning his head. For those who die a violent death, their life force not yet extinguished and their spiritual cultivation lacking. They become bound spirits, confined by numerous limitations. After death, their souls can only wander within a limited space surrounding their demise. They cannot venture beyond that. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Manqing began to understand. The two continued their conversation as they approached the entrance of the old residential complex. It was now past 11 at night. Once the clock struck 11, the complex would be locked. An elderly man stood at the entrance, ensuring that unfamiliar faces were interrogated before being allowed entry. As Gu Yu and Su Manqing arrived at the gate, the watchful elder obstructed their path. What brings you here? He inquired, eyeing them suspiciously. I rent an apartment in this complex, Su Manqing responded. Young lady, I do not recall seeing you before, the old man remarked. I just moved in a few days ago, residing in Building 6, Room 404. It's understandable that you wouldn't recognize me, Su Manqing replied politely. Upon hearing the room number, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. You live in room 404 of Building 6. Did I hear you correctly? Indeed, I reside there. I've been living there for several days, she confirmed. That place is still habitable? The old man murmured, visibly astonished. What do you mean? Su Manqing asked, her curiosity piqued. Young lady, I advise you to vacate that apartment promptly. Do not take my words lightly. That room is far from clean, the elder warned, speaking in an obscure manner. Su Manqing intended to inquire further, yet the old man offered no additional words, simply gesturing for the two of them to enter the community. It seemed evident that this house indeed harbored issues, which explained why the landlord had rented it to her at such a low price. Initially, Su Manqing believed Gu Yu was merely trying to scare her, but after witnessing the ghostly apparition of the man who had met an untimely end in an accident, coupled with the old man's remarks, her conviction solidified. Now, all her hopes rested upon Gu Yu. Upon entering the community and arriving at the entrance of Building 6, Gu Yu suddenly halted, turning to Su Manqing and advising her, You should go in first. My yang energy is too potent. I fear the ghost may not dare to appear in my presence. Rest assured, as soon as it manifests, I will rush to your side. Upon hearing she would have to return to the haunted house alone, Su Manqing felt a wave of reluctance wash over her. Naturally timid, she looked at Gu Yu with a pitiful expression and confessed, Brother Yu, I'm scared. Do not fear. I shall be with you, and nothing will go amiss. Gu Yu reassured her, producing a yellow talisman from his possession and handing it to her. Keep this talisman close to you. In the event of danger, it will shield you, and I will sense it and come swiftly. Remember, do not lock the door. Upon hearing Gu Yu's words of reassurance, Su Manqing found herself inexplicably inclined to trust him, unable to articulate why. She accepted the triangular yellow talisman and tucked it securely, casting a nervous glance at Gu Yu before turning to ascend the stairs. This was an old residential complex devoid of elevators. With a heart laden with trepidation, Su Manqing reached the door of the house, hesitating for a considerable time before finally unlocking it. The interior was enveloped in darkness, rendering her unable to see a hand in front of her face. At that moment, her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat at the recollection of the haunting tales surrounding this house and the spectral figure she had recently encountered. Her body involuntarily trembled once more. She hurried inside, switching on all the lights, which instantly illuminated the space and granted her a semblance of security. She then hastened to the living room and seated herself on the sofa, positioned to face the entrance. This way, should any calamity befall her, Guyu would be able to rush in and save her without delay. However, after a brief period, an unexpected wave of drowsiness washed over her. As the atmosphere in the house grew increasingly chilly, every time she returned to this house, sleepiness beset her easily. As she began to drift off, suddenly, the lights flickered ominously, dimming and brightening erratically, as if they might shatter at any moment. Su Manqing jolted awake from her stupor, sitting upright, the previous lethargy vanishing in an instant. Fear once again enveloped her heart, and she couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the ghost was about to make its presence known? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sudden chill swept through the room, manifested as a small black whirlwind that rapidly spun in the middle of the living room, heading straight for the door. With a loud clatter, the door left ajar for Guyu was forcefully shut by the swirling darkness. Su Manqing let out a startled cry, trembling and curling up on the sofa, her heart incessantly calling for Guyu. "You go! Hurry! That female ghost is coming to harm me." However, upon witnessing the door close, despair began to envelop her. With only one key in her possession, she pondered how Guyu would be able to rescue her now that the door was shut. Was she destined to perish at the hands of the female ghost today? Accompanied by the flickering lights in the room, the chilling atmosphere thickened, causing Su Manqing to shiver even more violently. At that moment, she beheld the black whirlwind swiftly coalesce into a figure, a woman clad in white, her hair cascading forward, her head slightly bowed. She was barefoot, her small feet pale as if dusted in flour. This was the female ghost that had haunted her dreams for the past few nights. Upon seeing her, Su Manqing's mouth fell open in terror, her voice trapped in her throat. Thanks to Guyu's earlier assistance in opening her yin-yang eye, the ghost appeared vividly before her. After a brief pause, the specter began to sway, advancing step by step towards Su Manqing. As she moved, her movements were mechanical, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cracking joints, as if she were on the verge of disintegration. The ghost drew nearer, her voice dripping with resentment, raspy and accusatory. "You must die. Why did you sleep in my bed? Get away. I will kill you." In an instant, the ghost was beside Su Manqing, less than half a meter away, a chilling aura enveloping her entirely. Even more terrifying, the ghost suddenly extended a blood-stained, pallid hand, sweeping aside the hair that obscured her face, revealing her true visage. Despite having dreamt of her nightly, Su Manqing had never seen her clearly until now. One side of the ghost's face was deathly pale, while the other was a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Overcome with fear, Su Manqing could not utter a sound. Her mind buzzed, and she felt faint. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from her chest, shooting towards the ghost. The specter let out a piercing wail, propelled backward by the force, enveloped in thick smoke as though scalded by boiling water. "Damn it! You dare to hurt me! I will certainly kill you." The ghost seethed, her fury unabated as she drifted back towards Su Manqing. At that moment, a soft click resonated from the direction of the door, and it swung open abruptly. A figure dashed in, clutching a piece of iron wire, carelessly tossing it aside before shutting the door behind them. "A mere specter dares to act so audaciously before me." Guyu scoffed. Upon hearing his voice, the female ghost swiftly turned to face him, her expression twisted with malice as she demanded, "Who are you? Do you truly fail to recognize me?" Guyu replied, revealing a talisman from his waist that immediately radiated a brilliant golden light. The ghost's face contorted in sheer terror as she clutched her head, trembling as she uttered, "The 7 stars sword of the Xianmen. Indeed, you possess a modicum of discernment. Now, hasten to your knees and submit," Guyu said with a slight smile. Aware of her impending defeat, the ghost transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness, hastily gliding toward the window in an attempt to flee. However, just as she reached the window, a dazzling beam of golden light erupted forth. causing her to shriek in agony as she was forced back. Prior to this, Guyu had affixed several yellow paper talismans around the house, specifically designed to prevent this malevolent entity from escaping. Driven back once more, the ghost's horrific visage was now marked by a profound fear as she cast a terrified glance at Guyu. With renewed determination, she soared toward another corner of the room, striving to escape once again. Guyu remained unperturbed, merely smiling as he watched the ghost's futile attempts to elude capture. As she approached yet another window, she was again repelled by the talisman affixed there. At this moment, the visibly shaken Su Manqing, trembling uncontrollably, approached Guyu, her delicate form leaning against him as she spoke with a quavering voice. "Brother Yu, I thought I would never see you again. Fear not. It's merely a trifling vengeful spirit, lacking any real power. It cannot stir up any significant trouble," Guyu remarked casually, observing the ghost's erratic movements as she continued to be thwarted by the yellow talismans at every turn. "It's futile, should you manage to escape. It would render my years of Xianmen training meaningless. Submit obediently, or suffer the consequences," Guyu declared with a grave tone, realizing her escape was hopeless. The ghost halted about 4 to 5 meters from Guyu, her face twisted with malevolence as she glared at him, hissing through clenched teeth. "A mere sorcerer. Do you truly believe I fear you? If you're unafraid, then prove it," Guyu retorted with a cold laugh. Instantly, dark energy enveloped the ghost, her countenance morphing into a more grotesque form, causing the room's temperature to plummet by several degrees. Su Manqing, nestled against Guyu, dared not look any further. Guyu grasped the square talisman firmly in his hand, murmuring an incantation. In an instant, the talisman blazed with golden radiance, filling the entire living room with light as it transformed into a sword over a meter long, adorned with swirling runes and 7 smaller swords that jingled melodiously. The sword's blade shimmered with 3 golden orbs that flickered like coins. This magnificent weapon exuded an overwhelming aura of Taoist righteousness, instilling fear in both spirits and demons alike. The once fearsome female specter, upon catching sight of the sword, instantly lost all resolve to confront it. Trembling with terror, she exclaimed, "So it turns out you are not a mage, but rather a practitioner of the 3 Qian." With that, the ghost fell to her knees, quaking in fear, and pleaded for mercy. "Master, spare my life. Please, consider my pitiful plight and grant me this reprieve. I shall never again dare to harm a soul." In the realm of exorcists and demon tamers traversing the mortal world, the majority are commonly referred to as mages. This includes not only yin-yang masters, but also fortune tellers on street corners and those who practice divination in feng shui establishments. However, true practitioners of the orthodox Taoist path, such as Guyu, particularly those of such formidable caliber, are indeed a rarity in this mundane world. The unfortunate specter found herself facing a practitioner as formidable as Guyu. Seeing her submission, Guyu shook his head with a hint of resignation and said, "Then enlighten me. How do you consider yourself pitiable? My decision to spare you will depend on my mood. Utter one falsehood, and your soul shall be shattered." The ghost, kneeling, fervently bowed her head and recounted her tragic tale to Guyu and Su Manqing. According to her account, before her demise, she was a student at Jiangxing University, known as Sun Yu, who had tragically leapt to her death from this very building over a year ago. The structure was not particularly tall, just 4 stories. A fall from such a height would typically result in severe injury rather than death. However, she tragically struck her head on a flower bed below, causing catastrophic injuries that led to her immediate demise. Sun Yu's leap was precipitated by betrayal from a wealthy heir of Jiangxing named Lu Yulong, whose family was engaged in a lucrative building materials business, boasting a fortune in the tens of millions. Lu Yulong was quite handsome and presented himself well, ardently pursuing Sun Yu during her lifetime, continually delivering flowers and gifts at her dormitory door. Initially, Sun Yu was indifferent to his advances, having heard from numerous sources that Lu Yulong was a notorious philanderer, having courted many women only to discard them after his whims were satisfied. Unexpectedly, Lu Yulong exhibited remarkable patience, pursuing her for over 6 months. One fateful day he summoned her, kneeling before her and vowing that he would dedicate his life to her alone, professing his genuine affection and desire for eternal companionship. Thus, Sun Yu was swayed by Lu Yulong, not for his wealth or looks, but for the sincerity he professed. Little did she know that this deceitful individual, once they became involved, would remove her from the university and secure an apartment in the Gulen community for her, this very dwelling where Su Manqing currently resides, solely to facilitate their frequent meetings. As time passed, merely 2 or 3 months, Yulong's feelings for Sun Yu had considerably diminished. Previously, he would visit her almost every day, but in the past month, there were times when he would not come for 3 to 5 days, or even an entire week. During this fleeting period, unbeknownst to him, Sun Yu had conceived his child. Upon discovering this shocking news, Yulong erupted in fury, insisting that he had taken precautions and could not possibly have fathered a child. He even speculated that the child could not be his and wondered if Sun Yu had secretly sought affection from another. Sun Yu, in her despair, could only weep and curse Yulong for his lack of conscience. He, dismissively, shrugged off her emotions and departed, never to return to the Gulen community. Despite her pregnancy, Sun Yu continued her studies. However, it was not long before she spotted Yulong strolling hand in hand with another girl on campus. The tumult of emotions that surged within her was indescribable: anguish, fury, despair, sorrow, helplessness, and even madness. She could hardly fathom that the man who had vowed to remain steadfast by her side, promising her unwavering devotion, would so quickly abandon her for another after a mere quarrel. Moreover, she was now carrying Yulong's child. Heartbroken, Sun Yu approached him, yearning to understand why he was treating her in such a cruel manner. Had the promises he made while kneeling before her lost all meaning? Yet, when she reached Yulong, he did not spare her a glance. As he passed by her, he insultingly referred to her as insane, pregnant, and distraught. Sun Yu could not believe Yulong would treat her so callously. She watched the retreating figures of Yulong and the girl, her vision blurred by tears. After a prolonged moment of shock, she surged forward, grasping Yulong's arm, weeping as she demanded to know why he was inflicting such pain upon her. Had they not promised a lifetime of loyalty? Were his vows from that day not worth anything? Yulong, devoid of any compassion or regret, struck her harshly across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground, and berated her as insane, declaring their relationship over. He accused her of infidelity, claiming she was promiscuous and carrying another's child, insisting she take the blame and stay far away from him, threatening that if she were to appear before him again, he would strike her once more. Even his new girlfriend joined in, hurling insults at Sun Yu, calling her shameless and a worthless wretch. Sun Yu felt her entire world collapse, and the last vestiges of hope she clung to were shattered. That night, consumed by despair, she returned to room 404 in the Gulen community, pacing nervously back and forth. Memories of the moments she had shared with Yulong replayed in her mind like a relentless film, deepening her anguish. Ultimately, she approached the window, opened it, and gently caressed her abdomen. Within her womb resided the child of that heartless man, though merely a month old. It was a tragic fate that this unborn soul would depart from this world alongside Sun Yu, never to behold its surroundings. Amidst overwhelming anguish and despair, Sun Yu leaped from the window, her head striking the flower bed below, resulting in a gruesome spill of blood that marked her demise. In her death, she bore a deep-seated resentment, exacerbated by the innocent life she carried. Thus, upon her untimely end, her spirit transformed into a vengeful ghost, forever wandering the confines of that house. Any soul that dared to inhabit her room would find themselves ensnared by her restless spirit. Her intent was to seek vengeance upon Yulong, yet her posthumous resentment fell short of the intensity required to become a malevolent specter, relegating her to the status of a bound spirit, limited to a defined space after her passing. As a result, Sun Yu was unable to confront Yulong, further amplifying her bitterness. Those who resided in that house after her demise, many of whom fled within days, were all afflicted by her lingering presence. Among them, Su Manqing had managed to endure the longest. Had she not encountered Guyu, it is likely that Sun Yu's vengeful spirit would have brought her to ruin as well. Even the kindest of souls, once departed, particularly those who have met an untimely end, succumb to their resentful influences, losing the benevolence they once embodied. Even if they harbor no intent to harm, the weight of their grievances can profoundly affect those around them. Fortunately, Sun Yu's spirit had yet to cause any fatalities. Otherwise, Guyu would not have hesitated to confront her. Should her resentment continue to grow unchecked, it would not be long before Sun Yu transformed into a malevolent ghost, leading to considerable trouble. As Sun Yu recounted her tragic tale, her sobs rendered her nearly incoherent, trembling as she knelt before Guyu. Initially filled with dread towards Sun Yu's spirit, Su Manqing found herself moved by her plight, her fear waning significantly. Brother Yu, sister Sun Yu is truly pitiable. Could you possibly offer her assistance? Su Manqing beseeched, tears streaming down her face, her gaze imploring. Gu Yu, perceptive to the compassion underlying Su Manqing's typically frosty demeanor, especially towards suitors she rebuffed, recognized her inherently kind heart, reminiscent of a naive yet sweet soul. Although Gu Yu appeared to be only around 20, he had encountered numerous supernatural entities, and as a practitioner of Taoism, he was resolute against malevolent spirits, often banishing them with fervor. However, given the circumstances and Su Manqing's heartfelt plea, he relented, saying, "Very well, considering your genuine sorrow, I shall grant you the opportunity for redemption. Go, and be reborn. Carrying with you my token of compassion, the messengers of the underworld shall not hinder your passage." To her astonishment, Sun Yu stubbornly shook her head and declared, "No, I do not wish to leave. It is El Yulong who has brought me to this state. I must seek revenge upon him, for I cannot rest otherwise. How audacious of you! I have kindly offered you salvation, and yet you refuse? There exists a path for the living and a path for the dead. This realm is not where you belong. It is a mercy that I have not shattered your very essence," Gu Yu admonished vehemently. Startled, Sun Yu's tormented spirit trembled, and she repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, "Master, I beseech you, assist me in avenging my death. That ungrateful wretch is responsible for the demise of both myself and my child. He remains oblivious to the countless young women he has harmed. Such a villain must not be allowed to continue his wickedness. Are you asking me to help you commit murder? You are deluding yourself. Do not entertain such thoughts. Every soul has its destiny, and the fate you now endure is the result of past deeds. Have you not brought this upon yourself? From the very start, you were aware that El Yulong was a charming deceiver, yet you fell for his flattery and were ensnared by his words. Who can you blame?" Gu Yu retorted, exasperated. "Master, I simply cannot accept this fate. Even if you were to obliterate my essence, I refuse to undergo reincarnation. I cannot allow him to live in peace. I must exact my vengeance." The female ghost wept anew. Gu Yu felt a pang of frustration, the runes on his Su Nm Nqx Ing sword shimmering ominously. Just as Su Manqing suddenly grasped his hand, imploring, "Brother Yu, please assist her. She is truly pitiable. I believe I have some recollection of El Yulong. He should be a senior from my third year who once attempted to deliver something to me at the dormitory, but I declined. I have heard he has harmed numerous young women at our school, coercing them into abortions. Should such a man not face some form of retribution?" Gu Yu paused, pondering the validity of Su Manqing's words. Deep within, he felt a profound sympathy for the tormented spirit, and thus he replied, "Very well, remain by my side for now. I shall seek an opportunity to confront that scoundrel." Instantly, Sun Yu was overwhelmed with joy, kneeling before Gu Yu and Su Manqing in fervent gratitude. At that moment, Gu Yu produced a small, pagoda-shaped artifact from his possession, cradling it in his palm. After murmuring incantations, the pagoda radiated a brilliant golden light, expanding several times in size, adorned with mysterious runes that danced around it before descending to the ground. In an instant, Sun Yu transformed into a wisp of dark vapor, drawn into the pagoda. Subsequently, Gu Yu extended his hand, retrieving the artifact, which he casually placed back upon his person. Su Manqing, witnessing this remarkable display, felt as though her worldview had been utterly upended. Her curiosity about this enigmatic man deepened, wondering what other secrets he might conceal. "Brother Yu, that tower you summoned is incredible. Did Sun Yu truly reside within it?" she inquired, her eyes wide with wonder. "Indeed, it is a magical artifact, specifically designed for concealing forms," Gu Yu replied nonchalantly. "This resembles the treasured pagoda held by the legendary deity, the king of the tower, doesn't it?" Su Manqing inquired with wide-eyed admiration. Gu Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "Not quite. This magical artifact is known as the Gathering Spirit Pagoda. Its purpose is twofold: to conceal one's presence and to instill fear. Regardless of how formidable a demon or monster may be, once subdued by the Gathering Spirit Pagoda, they will no longer pose a threat." "Wow, that is truly remarkable. Do you possess any other treasures, Yuji? Could you perhaps show me?" Su Manqing exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. "That sword you hold can also change size. It's simply enchanting." In an instant, she transformed into an inquisitive child, persistently bombarding Gu Yu with questions. Just earlier, she had referred to herself as a lecherous rogue. Yet this swift change in demeanor left Guyu somewhat bewildered. However, Guyu took pride in declaring, "The sword in my hand is called the seven-star sword of the profound gate, and the pagoda is known as the Gathering Spirit Pagoda. Both are legendary treasures of the profound gate. The elder's eldest disciple is the current leader of the profound gate, who happens to be my senior brother and holds the authority over the ownership of these artifacts. The elder has been quite benevolent, allowing me to wield them." "Wow, that is truly impressive. Who is this elder?" Su Manqing asked with renewed curiosity. Just as Guyu was about to respond, he rolled his eyes again, slightly annoyed. "You have an abundance of questions today." Su Manqing, overwhelmed with excitement, realized she was in the presence of someone extraordinary. Not only could he effortlessly defeat formidable foes like Wu Ye and Tiger Gu, but even a fearsome spirit would kneel and plead for mercy upon encountering him. She felt incredibly fortunate. Had she not met him, she might have become a victim of Sun Yu's vengeful spirit that very night. At that moment, Guyu settled onto the sofa, deep in thought, his hand stroking his bare chin. Su Manqing approached and sat beside him, cautiously inquiring, "Yuji, what are you pondering?" "Nothing much. I was considering that the owner of this house must be aware of the haunting, yet still chooses to rent it out. Is there truly no difference between that and endangering others? Shouldn't we address this?" Guyu mused thoughtfully. "I think it's better to let it go. The landlord is an elderly lady. I've heard her grandson is unwell and has been hospitalized. She seems quite kind-hearted. Besides, the haunting isn't her fault. It was Sun Yu's tragic demise here that caused it. No one wishes for their home to be haunted," Su Manqing replied, her inherent kindness shining through as she thought of others. Guyu, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration, thought, "How did I end up with such a naive and sweet soul? Since you feel that way, let us drop the matter. After all, it's you who bears the brunt," Guyu said. "I'm not at a loss, either. The rent for this house is quite reasonable, only 700 a month. The other houses in this neighborhood are priced above 1,500, so this is a steal," Su Manqing countered. "All right then, if that is your perspective. I have no further arguments. This matter is settled, and I shall take my leave," Guyu suddenly declared, rising and heading towards the door. However, Su Manqing grabbed his arm from behind, reluctant to let him go. "Yuji, where are you off to?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Of course. I shall return to the security dormitory. Initially, I had considered renting a place, but I did not expect you to be seeking accommodation as well. It is rather inconvenient for a man and a woman to reside together, so I shall take my leave," Guyu remarked. "I could rent you the adjacent room for 300, he added. "Please don't go. I would surely feel frightened alone," Su Manqing implored, her eyes cast upon Guyu with a pitiful gaze. "There are no more ghosts in this house. What is there to fear? You need not worry," Guyu reassured her. "Girls are inherently timid. After witnessing 2 frightful apparitions today, my heart is still racing. I shall not relent. You must take responsibility." Su Manqing began to playfully assert her claim over Guyu. Guyu instinctively glanced at Su Manqing, his heart racing in tandem. She was indeed a remarkably beautiful woman. What left Guyu in a quandary was that he had not done anything to warrant such responsibility. After a moment's hesitation, he mused that having such a stunning beauty living next door was quite appealing. At the very least, it would be a feast for the eyes. Moreover, he genuinely required a tranquil space for his cultivation, and the tranquility of the Gulan community presented an excellent choice. "Very well, but this is your promise. However, I currently have no rent to offer, as I have only been working as a security guard for a few days and have yet to receive my salary," Guyu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "No matter. You may defer the payment until you have the means," Su Manqing exclaimed, her joy evident as she hurriedly responded, fearing he might refuse. "All right then, I shall tidy the room next door for you. Everything you need is there. You need not carry a bag. You can move in directly." With that, Su Manqing dashed to the adjacent room to assist Guyu in cleaning. Standing at the doorway, Guyu watched her bustling about, and his heart finally felt at ease, knowing he had a place to settle. As Su Manqing busied herself, she suddenly inquired, "By the way, Yugo, how do you plan to have Sun Yu take revenge on that scoundrel, Lu Yulong?" "I have yet to devise a plan for that. It shall be addressed in due course, as there will be ample opportunities," Guyu replied, taking a deep breath and averting his gaze. Feeling reluctant to meet Su Manqing's eyes, he slightly closed his eyes, contemplating his next course of action. With the matter of accommodation resolved, Guyu could now focus intently on his cultivation. Although he had already reached the realm of the three Qian Taoist at such a young age, he still had a considerable distance to travel toward his ultimate goal. In this world, there are always those stronger than oneself. Only through personal strength can one remain unafraid. However, there lingered a pressing concern in his mind, the lack of funds. Unable to afford even Su Manqing's rent, he knew he must devise a means to earn some money. When the old man sent him down the mountain, he had provided him with a mere few dozen yuan. While he currently had no worries regarding food and drink, as he could manage that at the school cafeteria, he felt a sense of insecurity without any money in hand. After much contemplation, he realized there was only one person who could assist him, Old Wang, the president of Jiangxing University. As the president, Old Wang surely possessed extensive connections. At his advanced age, many of his students must be wealthy individuals. The following morning, Guyu sauntered into the principal's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," echoed Principal Wang's robust voice from within. As Guyu entered, Principal Wang looked up, recognized him, and promptly emerged from behind his desk, respectfully saying, "Taoist, it is a pleasure to see you. Have you settled in well at the school? I have been rather preoccupied lately and failed to check in on you. I sincerely apologize for my oversight. Principal Wang, as I mentioned previously, it is rather inconvenient for me to be addressed as Taoist within the school. Please, call me Xiaoyu or Captain Gu, if you prefer," Guyu replied, casually finding a seat. Principal Wang, acknowledging his request, stood beside Guyu and inquired, "Captain Gu, is there something of importance that brings you here today?" "Well, not particularly urgent, but I find myself in a bit of a financial bind," Guyu began, but was immediately interrupted by Principal Wang's interjection. "Please hold on a moment," Principal Wang said, returning to his desk, retrieving several thousand yuan from a drawer, and extending it to Guyu. "Captain Gu, take this money for now. If it is insufficient, I can procure more for you." Seeing Principal Wang's generosity, Guyu raised an eyebrow and responded, "Principal Wang, you misunderstand my intentions. I did not come here to ask for money. Rather, I wish to inquire if there are any ghost catching or demon exorcising matters that require my attention. I could assist and, in the process, earn a modest fee. As the saying goes, one does not accept rewards without merit. I cannot accept your money without just cause. Captain Gu, the esteemed Master Qinyuan once saved my life. Please accept this money as a token of my gratitude. It is rather disheartening to have someone of your caliber stoop to the role of a security guard at our school," Principal Wang insisted. Guyu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "My master's act of saving your life is his own affair. It does not concern me. I refuse to accept this money without justification. If you cannot assist me, I shall find my own way." Principal Wang furrowed his brow, thoughtfully stroking his neck before finally responding, "I shall inquire and see if there is anyone in need of your services. I will provide you with an answer in a couple of days. How does that sound?" "That works for me. I shall await your response," Guyu replied as he stood to leave. Principal Wang, still rubbing his neck, accompanied Guyu to the door. Just before stepping out, Guyu turned to him and asked, "Principal Wang, is there an issue with your cervical spine?" "Indeed. It is an old ailment that has become increasingly severe in recent times. I have visited the hospital several times, yet there has been no improvement, and the pain has become quite debilitating," Principal Wang lamented. "It is merely a minor issue. I can remedy it in just a few minutes," Guyu asserted confidently. He was not boasting. Having studied the art of healing under Master Qinyuan for over a decade, he was indeed quite skilled. "Really?" Principal Wang asked, incredulously. Guyu gave him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "If you do not believe me, then forget I said anything. No, it's not disbelief. Rather, I am overjoyed. As a distinguished disciple of Master Qinyuan, your abilities must be extraordinary. I implore you, Captain Gu, please assist me in treating my ailment." Principal Wang spoke with urgency etched across his face. It was only then that Guyu permitted him to take a seat, with his back turned towards him. Guyu extended his hand, a golden gleam flashing from his palm as he pressed it against Principal Wang's neck. A series of cracking sounds emanated from the area, and suddenly, Principal Wang felt a numbness wash over him, significantly alleviating the pain and leaving him feeling remarkably at ease. Subsequently, Guyu produced several slender silver needles, swiftly inserting them into the nape of his neck, puncturing it with 7 or 8 precise thrusts. Principal Wang jolted as a tingling sensation coursed through him, though this peculiar feeling dissipated almost instantly as Guyu deftly withdrew the needles. "Now, please expedite your inquiries for me." Just call the security booth once you have any news, Guyu said, making his way towards the door. Principal Wang stood, stretching his neck slightly, and the lingering pain vanished, his mind clearing considerably. By the time he gathered his thoughts, Guyu had already ventured far, prompting him to hastily chase after him, exclaiming with excitement, "Incredible! Truly remarkable!" In a lavishly appointed private room within the Yuhuang Palace, a group of burly men clad in black suits stood behind an upscale leather sofa. Seated on the sofa, Master Tan inhaled deeply from a cigar, dismissing a young beauty from his lap with a disdainful glare directed at the crow, which bore a bandage around its neck. "What is the meaning of this? You cannot even handle a mere security guard from Jiangxing University? What use are you to me?" The crow trembled, panic evident in its demeanor. "Master Tan, that security guard is no ordinary individual. In my years by your side, I have never encountered someone so formidable. His martial prowess is beyond my comprehension. He defeated me with merely 2 moves, leaving my arm and finger bones shattered. This person is truly terrifying." "2 moves?" Master Tan exclaimed, incredulous, his eyes widening. "Typically, others cannot withstand even 2 moves under your hand, yet you were so easily bested? What of Zhang Sanhu? That fool has gone mad and remains in a coma at the hospital. I suspect that this security guard possesses not only exceptional martial skills, but also a grasp of some arcane arts. I witnessed him burn a talisman, and shortly thereafter, Zhang Sanhu went berserk, crashing his head against a lamppost until it bled profusely," the crow said, still shaken. "Ah, this is becoming ever more intriguing. Those who dare to act against me in this city truly possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard. If anyone understands the arcane arts, it is someone I know. This young man will certainly face dire consequences," Master Tan remarked with a cruel smile. The crow opened its mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. The impression Guyu had left upon it was far too daunting, sending chills down its spine. The following day, Guyu arrived at school accompanied by the campus belle, Su Manqing. As she walked closely beside him, engaging in lively conversation and exhibiting affectionate gestures, they once again sparked a significant commotion, attracting the envious gazes of countless male students. However, there were indeed many who were aware that on that fateful night, during a dinner with Su Manqing, Guyu was besieged by individuals brought by Crow and Tiger Brother. In an astonishing display of prowess, Guyu single-handedly incapacitated them all, leaving even Crow with a broken arm, who fled in disgrace. Many affluent young men who initially harbored intentions towards Su Manqing quickly abandoned their aspirations. Who would dare provoke someone capable of taking down even Tiger Brother's entourage, especially someone as formidable as Crow? There were also numerous individuals expressing grave concern for Guyu. After all, having entangled himself with Lord Tan in Jiang City, it was certain he would face dire consequences, and this young security guard would not enjoy a moment's peace. Yet, regarding the swirling rumors outside, Guyu remained unfazed, choosing to live his life as he saw fit. Upon arriving at the school gate, Su Manqing smiled and waved goodbye to Guyu, who then proceeded directly into the security booth. As soon as he entered, Deputy Captain Li Gui approached him, wearing a sycophantic smile, and remarked, "Captain Gu, you truly are impressive. You've only been at Jiang City University for a few days, yet you've already won over our campus belle. Your skills are remarkable." Since the last incident where Guyu had decisively dealt with Tiger Brother and his gang in front of the other security personnel, Li Gui had recognized Guyu's formidable nature. Now, having heard that Guyu had broken Crow's arm, he dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards him, instead contemplating how to align himself closely with Guyu for future benefits. Guyu merely smiled at Li Gui's comments, choosing not to engage in a discussion. His purpose at Jiang City University was not to pursue the campus beauty, but rather to fulfill a task assigned by his master, the true intentions of which remained unclear to him. At that moment, another security officer, Zhong Jinliang, cautiously approached and inquired, "Captain Gu, I heard that you confronted Crow, who works for Lord Tan. Lord Tan is a powerful figure in Jiang City, so you ought to exercise caution." "Thank you for the reminder. I am well aware," Guyu replied, casting a glance at Zhong Jinliang. He held a favorable impression of this colleague, unlike Li Gui and his ilk, who were opportunistic sycophants. Zhong Jinliang had never harbored malice towards him. In fact, when Guyu first reported to Jiang City University, this young man had lent him his phone. Despite following Li Gui's machinations, Zhong Jinliang had been compelled by circumstance and had attempted to offer warnings on several occasions. Guyu appreciated this understanding. Not long after settling in the booth, the phone rang. Li Gui answered and quickly handed it to Guyu with a respectful demeanor, saying, "Captain Gu. It's Principal Wang calling for you." Guyu took the call, and Principal Wang did not elaborate, but simply requested a meeting in his office that afternoon. Guyu contemplated that perhaps there were developments regarding the matter he had entrusted to the principal. He remained in the security booth until the end of the school day, then returned to Principal Wang's office. The principal had been waiting for some time. After inviting Guyu inside, he cautiously scanned the surroundings before closing the door, creating an air of secrecy. Shortly thereafter, Principal Wang approached Guyu and seated himself respectfully beside him, stating, "Captain Gu, I have made some inquiries regarding the matter you asked me to look into, and there are promising developments. It pertains to a situation in Jiang City, where the other party has offered a deposit of 50,000 yuan, and should the affair be successfully concluded, they have pledged a sum of 500,000. Upon hearing Principal Wang's words, Guyu raised his eyebrows, pondering what circumstance could warrant such an extravagant sum. Who were these individuals, and what troubles had they encountered? With a hint of perplexity, Guyu inquired further. The family involved is the Chen family, and they undoubtedly possess significant stature. The offspring of the Chen family is enrolled at Jiang City University, which afforded me a fortunate opportunity to engage with them. The Chen family is well known in the real estate business, not just in Jiang City, but throughout the entire Nanjiang province. After extensive inquiries, I managed to gather some information and secured the Chen family's consent for you, Captain Gu, to go and assess the situation. It seems that an elderly patriarch of the Chen family has encountered some issues, though the specifics remain unclear, as the Chen family members are quite tight-lipped. You will only uncover the details upon your arrival, and this arrangement was facilitated through the connections of their youngest son, Chen Tao. Principal Wang elaborated gravely. Guyu nodded and asked, "When shall we depart?" "Tonight, shortly. The Chen family will send a vehicle to pick us up, and we will exit through the back gate of the school," Principal Wang replied. "Why the secrecy?" Guyu queried with curiosity. "The Chen family surely wishes to keep this matter under wraps. Given their considerable wealth and influence, any issue they face is bound to attract attention. Regardless of the outcome, it is imperative that we maintain confidentiality. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire," Principal Wang stated earnestly. "Very well," Guyu consented, reflecting that as long as the payment was secured, he could adhere to the confidentiality, as he did not have many acquaintances in Jiang City. Within the office, the two finalized the details of the arrangement. After enjoying tea for a brief while, less than half an hour later, Principal Wang received a phone call. Exchanging pleasantries before hanging up, he then informed Guyu that they could leave. Subsequently, the two exited the administrative building and made their way to the back gate of Jiang City University, a usually locked emergency exit, thus devoid of any passers-by. Upon reaching the gate, they discovered a luxurious Mercedes-Benz parked outside. Guyu was unfamiliar with the car's market value, but it was evidently expensive, likely worth several million. An elderly gentleman in his 60s emerged from the vehicle, clad in a gray tang suit, his hair streaked with white, his countenance stern and dignified. Principal Wang promptly approached him for a handshake, expressing his apologies for the wait. The elderly man greeted him. "Principal Wang, where is the master you invited?" Principal Wang eagerly introduced Guyu, lavishing praise upon him. However, upon noticing Guyu still clad in a security uniform and his youthful appearance, the elderly gentleman's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure, though he masked it well, merely responding in a somewhat aloof manner. "Very well, let us proceed." Guyu refrained from further conversation, following Principal Wang as they entered the vehicle, which then headed directly towards the outskirts of Jiang City. Over an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt beside a solitary villa. Before alighting, Guyu cast a glance toward the villa and was immediately enveloped by a palpable aura of malevolence hovering above it. The elderly man in gray exited the car, prompting Principal Wang and Guyu to follow suit. Once outside, Guyu activated his celestial vision and scrutinized the villa once more. He observed the ominous energy swirling above, manifesting a deep, dark hue, indicating that the entity within possessed considerable prowess. A faint smile curled at the corners of Guyu's mouth as he mused that it had been a long time since he had encountered such a creature, finally presenting him with an opportunity to showcase his skills. However, this malevolent energy was imperceptible to ordinary individuals, who could merely sense a vague discomfort. The elderly man in gray advanced a few steps, noticing Guyu lagging behind. He turned, his brow furrowing slightly in annoyance, and coldly remarked, "Gentlemen, please follow me. My master is awaiting your presence." "Steward Liu, we shall join you shortly," Principal Wang said respectfully to the gray-clad steward, then turned to Guyu, who was still gazing at the ominous aura above the villa. "Captain Gu, let us hasten our pace." Nodding in agreement, Guyu withdrew his gaze and trailed behind Steward Liu into the villa. The villa was a marvel of opulence, adorned with an assortment of peculiar plants, likely imported from distant lands, some of which Guyu had never encountered before. Inside, the villa boasted intricate rockeries and pavilions, complete with a petite fountain. As he followed Steward Liu to the rear courtyard, Guyu beheld an expansive swimming pool. Such a lavish estate in Jiang City could only belong to someone of immense wealth. As Guyu traversed the premises, he noted the villa's auspicious feng shui, suggesting it had been arranged under the guidance of a skilled practitioner. It was no wonder the host was so generous. Upon arrival, a sum of 50,000 yuan was promised, with an additional 500,000 upon successful completion of the task. If this bounty were secured, it would suffice for considerable personal indulgence. During his time alongside the elderly man, he had dealt with numerous challenging matters, yet all earnings were claimed by his mentor, leaving him with naught. This venture marked Guyu's first opportunity to earn for himself, and he was determined not to falter. With these thoughts in mind, Steward Liu guided the two into the villa's grand hall. As they entered, Guyu's gaze swept around, and the oppressive aura intensified. "Miss, I have brought Principal Wang and Master Gu," Steward Liu announced respectfully, bowing slightly before a young woman of around 20. At that moment, the girl, seated upon a luxurious European-style sofa, rose and cast a glance toward Guyu and Principal Wang, illuminating the space with her presence as Guyu's eyes fell upon her. The girl was adorned in a tasteful knitted short-sleeve top, her smooth, fair shoulders revealing a hint of skin. She wore shorts and high heels, her long hair cascading in waves, her makeup impeccably applied, and her delicate features complemented her alluring figure. Even when compared to the campus belle, Su Manqing, she stood her ground with undeniable grace. Yet, there was an air of coldness about her. A haughty demeanor graced her lips, reminiscent of a lofty princess. This girl was Chun Zeshan, the granddaughter of Chun Liqing, the head of the Qin family, and the daughter of his third son, Chun Tao. She was also a sophomore at Jiangxing University. The situation involved Chun Liqing, who had fallen into a dire state and showed no signs of recovery despite the numerous esteemed practitioners he had summoned for assistance. His three sons were embroiled in a fierce struggle over the vast family fortune, teetering on the brink of violence. Chun Liqing's most cherished was his granddaughter, Chun Zeshan, with whom he shared a profound bond. Since the unfortunate incident, the family's three sons had all but abandoned hope, assuming their father was beyond salvation. The Chun family boasted an extensive enterprise throughout the entire southern Jiang province. Once the patriarch passed, disputes over the inheritance were inevitable, especially given that he had left no will, and none of his sons were willing to relinquish a single penny. However, Chun Zeshan remained undeterred, tirelessly seeking ways to save her grandfather, exhausting every possible avenue. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Guyu, the security guard stationed beside Principal Wang, her beautiful eyes were filled with profound disappointment. As a student of Jiangxing University, she was familiar with the newly appointed guard. What could a mere security officer possibly achieve? If he possessed genuine skills, he certainly wouldn't have been reduced to such a role at a university. "Principal Wang, you have arrived," she greeted politely, despite her disillusionment with the individual he had brought along. Principal Wang, with a beaming smile, replied, "Student Chun, upon hearing of the Chun family's predicament, I felt compelled to bring someone of genuine capability to attend to your grandfather. But was he not merely the guard at our school?" Chun Zeshan thought to herself, feeling the weight of her family's situation and her frustration mounting. "Since we have entrusted you to find assistance, it is a sign of our faith in you, Principal Wang. However, you cannot simply bring anyone to the Chun household as if it were a marketplace. Are we to believe that a mere security guard can perform exorcisms?" Chun Zeshan's inherent pride, already frayed by her grandfather's plight, now simmered with anger. Had Guyu not been clad in the school's security uniform, her ire might have been less pronounced. In her mind, she perceived Principal Wang's actions as an attempt to deceive her family for monetary gain, particularly since it had been previously agreed that anyone summoned to assess the situation would require a deposit of 50,000 yuan as a confidentiality fee, ensuring that the matter surrounding her grandfather remained undisclosed. Principal Wang is quite something. For the sake of a mere 50,000 yuan, he has summoned the school's security personnel. And such blatant deception is rather unbecoming, wouldn't you agree? Student Chen, one ought not to speak thusly. Captain Gu is a person of genuine skill. His master once saved my life. Principal Wang's complexion flushed, undoubtedly feeling discomfort at the cold reception he received despite his good intentions in soliciting Gu Yu's assistance on behalf of the Chen family. Enough, enough. While it is true that his master saved your life, that was due to his master's prowess, and has nothing to do with this young security guard. Chun Zeshan retorted sharply, casting a glance at Butler Liu. With a bow, Butler Liu retrieved 50,000 yuan from the table and presented it to Chun Zeshan. Principal Wang, we cannot let you depart without compensation. Take this money and leave promptly. Chun Zeshan held out the sum before Principal Wang, who found himself in an awkward predicament, unsure whether to accept or decline the money. At that moment, Gu Yu, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and spoke in a grave tone. Miss Chun, what is the meaning of this? A mocking smile crept onto Chun Zeshan's lips as she replied, what do you mean? Are you attempting to deceive the Chen family? You wish to refuse this 50,000 yuan and instead seek 500,000? Gu Yu replied with an unruffled demeanor. Indeed, I came for the 500,000. Let me make myself clear. If today's arrangement fails, I shall not accept this deposit of 50,000. I shall return whence I came. Chun Zeshan was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the young security guard could articulate such sentiments. Such bravado from a mere security guard. A voice interjected. Gu Yu turned to see another individual seated on the sofa, a venerable Taoist priest clad in a robe, seemingly in his 60s, with a youthful visage and an ethereal presence. His hair was tied in a topknot, and a whisk rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a young acolyte dressed similarly, exuding an air of profound wisdom. The speaker was the esteemed elder before them. Gu Yu regarded him as the old Taoist let out a disdainful huff, rising from the sofa to say, I, a humble practitioner, have spent decades in seclusion and dare not guarantee the resolution of matters concerning the head of the Qin family. What makes you think a mere security guard is capable? Who is this Taoist? Gu Yu inquired hesitantly. This is Master Yuqing from the Qingxia Temple in Jiang City, a figure of great renown in Taoist arts, seldom seen in public. The Chun family has made numerous visits to secure his presence. With him, the affairs of our family head should be resolved. The reason for your summoning was merely precautionary. I never anticipated Principal Wang would so blatantly disregard the Chun family's dignity by bringing along a security guard as mere window dressing. Were it not for Miss Chen studying at Jiang City University, I would have expelled you long ago, Principal Wang. I suggest you take your leave with the money. Butler Liu, adept at sensing the tides, recognized Chun Zeshan's fury and thus chose to navigate the situation to his advantage. Principal Wang's expression darkened, and he spoke with evident displeasure. How can one ascertain true capability without a trial? You have yet to witness Captain Ji's prowess. On what grounds do you claim he cannot cure Old Master Chen's ailment? Captain Gu himself stated that if he fails to improve Old Master Chen's condition, he would not accept a single cent of the 50,000. I have personally witnessed Gu Yu's methods. After years of suffering from cervical spondylosis, I was cured by just a few of his silver needles. His master, the esteemed Chun Yuan Jinren, is akin to a celestial being, and I have no doubt that Gu Yu is equally formidable. Now, the Chun family and that Taoist Yuqing have so openly belittled Gu Yu, even branding him a charlatan. As the president of a university, I cannot allow such disrespect to tarnish my reputation. Very well, since you wish to humiliate yourselves, you may remain. We have an agreement that if the matter is unresolved, not a penny shall be given to you. As Chun Zeshan spoke, she handed the 50,000 to Butler Liu, who accepted the money without hesitation. The time has come. Let us escort the Taoist to meet the head of the Qin family. Taoist Yuqing interjected suddenly. Please hold for a moment, Taoist Yuqing. We have invited another individual who should be arriving shortly. Once everyone is present, we shall proceed to meet the family head. Butler Liu said, approaching Taoist Yuqing with a respectful bow. Another person? Taoist Yuqing frowned, inquiring. Indeed. This individual also hails from Jiang City and is a descendant of a renowned lineage. You may be familiar with him. His name is Lei Fengyun, the eldest son of the Lei family in Jiang City. His skills are prodigious, and it is said that affluent individuals from the island have sought the Lei family's expertise in feng shui. A few days ago, we attempted to summon a member of the Lei family, but they were away. It was only recently that we managed to bring him here. Butler Lu explained earnestly. Upon hearing this name, Taoist Yuqing refrained from expressing any discontent. The Lei family holds a significant position in Jiang City. While their influence may not rival that of the Qin family, few would dare to offend them, given their status as a family of yin and yang practitioners. Legend has it that the ancestors of the Lei family once practiced their craft at Tianhumen, and upon descending the mountain, they established their home in Jiang City, passing down their esoteric skills through generations, amassing considerable wealth. Engaging the Lei family services is reserved for the affluent, as the common person cannot afford their fees. In Jiang City, it is rare to find anyone in the cultivation community who is unfamiliar with the Lei family, and Taoist Yuqing is no exception. At that moment, Butler Lu instructed his servants to serve tea, but they only offered a cup to Taoist Yuqing and Principal Wang, completely overlooking Guyu. Guyu paid no mind to this slight, his gaze fixated intently on a particular direction of the villa, for the aura of malevolence emanating from that way was notably potent. After a brief wait of approximately 20 minutes, Butler Lu received a phone call and informed Chen Zeshan before hastily making his way outside the villa. Before long, he returned, escorting a newcomer into the room. The man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a well-tailored suit, with an antique wooden box in hand, adorned with an intricate yin-yang symbol. Guyu cast a glance at him, contemplating that this individual was likely a representative of the enigmatic Lei family. "Mr. Lei is here," announced Butler Chen, welcoming the gentleman into the house with palpable delight while addressing Chen Zeshan. A rare smile graced Chen Zeshan's frosty visage as she gracefully stepped forward, her slender waist swaying. Moving towards the Lei family member. "Brother Lei, you have finally arrived. With your intervention, my grandfather is sure to be saved," Chen Zeshan exclaimed with excitement. Lei Fengyun nodded slightly, his countenance betraying little emotion as he glanced at his Rolex watch and remarked coolly, "My time is limited. I must visit another location shortly. Please, take me to see old Master Chen at once." "But Mr. Lei, there is no need for haste. Allow me to introduce someone first," Butler Lu interjected, gesturing towards Taoist Yuqing. "This is Taoist Yuqing from Qingxia Temple, who has also come to attend to our family head." Lei Fengyun's expression darkened as he retorted, "If you have summoned someone, why call upon me?" The Chen family members seemed taken aback by Lei Fengyun's demeanor. Fortunately, Butler Lu remained composed and quickly reassured him, "Mr. Lei, please do not be upset. Among those we have invited, you are undoubtedly the primary expert. They are merely here to assist you." Upon hearing this, Lei Fengyun's demeanor softened somewhat. "Mr. Lei, it is an honor to meet you," Taoist Yuqing said, performing a gesture of respect and invoking the name of the infinite celestial lord before attempting to engage Lei Fengyun in conversation. However, Lei Fengyun merely scoffed lightly and stated, "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us proceed to see old Master Chen." Taoist Yuqing, taken aback, stood awkwardly, his face oscillating between red and pale, his frustration palpable. Yet, he dared not express his ire in front of Lei Fengyun, for the Lei family's reputation was one he could not afford to offend. Setting aside the complexities of the Lei family's standing and their connections to powerful figures, Guyu discerned that while Taoist Yuqing's capabilities may be uncertain, Lei Fengyun certainly exuded a commanding presence. Those with true skill often possess a certain temperament, and it seemed that Lei Fengyun was no exception to this rule. "Very well. Butler Lu, please lead the esteemed masters along," Chen Zeshan said, her tone tinged with anxiety. "Everyone, please follow me to the second floor. Prepare yourselves. As my family head is afflicted by a peculiar ailment, he has developed scales and shed skin, displaying immense strength and aggression. Consequently, he has been confined to the bedroom on the second floor." As Butler Lu spoke, the group ascended the stairs, quickly arriving at the second floor. Upon their arrival at the location, Chen Zeshan and Steward Lu exhibited a palpable sense of trepidation, particularly Steward Chen, whose hand trembled slightly as he grasped the key. Approaching the door of a room on the second floor, he hesitated for a considerable time before finally inserting the key into the lock with quivering fingers. With a crisp click, the door swung open. Standing unnoticed behind the others was Guyu, whose expression darkened the moment the door creaked ajar. A foul stench wafted from within the room, reminiscent of fish, yet distinctly peculiar. Furthermore, Guyu sensed a dense aura of malevolence, which allowed him to ascertain that the entity within possessed at least 3 centuries of formidable power. Quite formidable indeed, Guyu pondered. The foremost among them, Lei Fengyun, was evidently also struck by this overwhelming aura. causing him to recoil several steps, terror etched across his face. What manner of creature has old Chen attracted to elicit such a potent aura of malevolence? He stammered. I am uncertain. My grandfather ventured to Xiangxi, and shortly after his return, he transformed into this state. Chen Zeshan replied, her countenance grave. Observing Lei Fingyun's expression, she sensed an ominous turn of events. If even the Yinyang Lei family could not resolve this, her grandfather was surely beyond salvation. Lei, you must find a way to save my grandfather, Chen Zeshan implored. Her eyes filled with desperation. I shall do my utmost. Yet this malevolent aura is exceedingly strong, Lei Fengyun replied solemnly. From my perspective, this is no malevolent aura at all. It is merely a manifestation of Yin energy, hardly worthy of concern. With a simple ritual, I can effortlessly dispel the Yin energy afflicting old Chen, declared Taoist Yuqing from Qingxia Temple with confidence. It seemed that Taoist Yuqing sought to assert his superiority over Lei Fengyun, particularly after the latter's earlier discourtesy. With a cold smile, Lei Fengyun retorted, since Taoist Yuqing possesses such high cultivation, why not proceed first? I shall observe from the sidelines. Certainly, I have spent decades honing my skills. What demons or spirits have I not encountered? Old Chen is merely beset by a ghostly entity. Once I intervene, I shall send it fleeing, Taoist Yuqing proclaimed, raising his voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Zeshan was filled with excitement. Taoist Yuqing, if you can restore my grandfather, I assure you I will not neglect your merit. Please, do take action. Although the door had opened, the room remained well sealed, shrouded in darkness that obscured any view within, save for the pungent stench that lingered in the air. Please illuminate the room, so I may see old Chen, Taoist Yuqing instructed. Lei Fengyun remained silent, holding the box and casting a cold gaze at Taoist Yuqing. A hint of derision playing on his lips, as if to convey, even our Lei family may not possess the means to handle this matter. And yet you dare to boast in my presence? Lu Guanjiao fumbled to turn on the lights in the room, and before anyone could react, a piercing howl emerged from within. The sound was excruciatingly sharp and sudden, causing Principal Wang, standing off to the side, to tremble violently, nearly collapsing to the floor, only to be steadied by Guyu behind him. Meanwhile, Master Yuqing's expression transformed dramatically, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Before long, the onlookers beheld old Mr. Chen, a sight that could only be described as horrific. At that moment, he was bound by heavy iron chains, which hung ominously from each corner of the room, reminiscent of a gruesome execution. It seemed that sensing the presence of the living, old Mr. Chen sat up from his bed. He was devoid of clothing, revealing a body covered in thick, green scales that were densely packed, even extending to his face. His eyes glimmered with an amber hue, with narrow pupils resembling slits. Upon noticing the intruders, old Mr. Chen bared his sharp, jagged teeth, two of which jutted out prominently beyond his lips. Even more unsettling was the long, forked tongue that emerged from his mouth, producing a faint hissing sound. To an untrained eye, old Mr. Chen resembled a serpent with a human head. Master Yuqing, clearly unaccustomed to such a sight, swallowed hard, his legs trembling in fear upon witnessing the transformation of old Mr. Chen. Principal Wang let out a terrified scream, nearly fainting, while Guyu supported him, gently patting his back to help him regain his composure. The frightening appearance of old Mr. Chen explained the need for stringent secrecy, preventing outsiders from learning of this event. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have made headlines. Among the gathering at the door, only Guyu maintained his calm demeanor. Having spent many years alongside the old man, he had encountered far more formidable creatures than this. Nevertheless, the sight of old Mr. Chen was indeed alarming. Sensing the presence of the living even more acutely, he grew increasingly agitated, struggling against the chains that clanked loudly, as if he might break free at any moment. On the floor beside the bed lay a shed snake skin, further enhancing the sense of dread. Principal Wang's legs felt weak, and he leaned heavily against Guyu. Had it not been for Guyu's support, he might have fled in terror. When had old Mr. Chen transformed into such a being? Lei Fengyun gasped, finally calming his racing heart, and glanced at Chen Zeshan with a hint of fear. A week prior, they had noticed something unusual. Initially, it was merely scales that had begun to form on his skin, causing an unbearable itch, starting from his legs. After 2 or 3 days, when scales appeared on his neck, his grandfather had become nearly unrecognizable, even biting a household servant, who subsequently fell ill from the poison and had to be hospitalized. Barely escaping death, they had compensated the servant handsomely to settle the matter. In recent days, my grandfather has refused food and drink, failing to recognize anyone. Whenever someone approaches him, he attempts to bite, necessitating the use of iron chains to restrain him. Many have been summoned to assess his condition. Some spoke with great authority. Yet upon seeing his state, they fled in terror. This situation has persisted for several days, deteriorating further, and we dare not take him to a large hospital, as it seems futile to consult a physician under these circumstances. Mr. Lei, your esteemed family is renowned in Jiang City for its lineage of practitioners of the supernatural arts. My grandfather's survival depends entirely on your assistance. Chen Zeshan gazed at Lei Fengyun with a desperate longing. Lei Fengyun's expression turned grave as he replied uncertainly, I cannot guarantee success in this matter. If I am unable to resolve it, I will have to call upon my grandfather for aid. Mr. Lei, we are more than willing to discuss compensation. As long as we can save our family patriarch, we will pay any price, added Butler Lu, who had been with Chun Yongqing since childhood and felt deeply for him, wishing he could endure the suffering in his stead. Is it really necessary to make such a grand effort over a mere malevolent spirit? I could handle this easily, remarked Taoist Yuqing, standing aside with a hint of disdain. Lei Fengyun's demeanor darkened as he inquired, Taoist Yuqing, do you believe you can resolve this issue? Of course, it is a trivial matter. I have encountered far more formidable malevolent entities than this. It is hardly worth mentioning, Taoist Yuqing scoffed. Then, Taoist Yuqing, could you elaborate on the nature of the malevolent spirit afflicting Mr. Chen? Lei Fengyun pressed. Mr. Lei, how can you still claim to be a family of practitioners? It is evident to any discerning eye that Mr. Chen is possessed by a snake demon. I merely need to conduct a ritual to expel the demon from Mr. Chen, and all will be resolved, Taoist Yuqing asserted confidently. Lei Fengyun smirked and responded, very well, since you are so assured, I shall entrust this task to you. I would like to accompany you to learn and witness the prowess of Taoist Yuqing. Certainly, I shall commence the ritual immediately to drive the snake demon from Mr. Chen, Taoist Yuqing affirmed. That would be splendid. Is there anything further you require from me? I will prepare at once, Butler Lu exclaimed in delight. Nothing more than to bring me a table. I will need it for the ritual, replied Taoist Yuqing. Butler Lu promptly rushed out, returning shortly with Taoist Yuqing's apprentice, who assisted in bringing in a table, placing it at the foot of Mr. Chen's bed. Taoist Yuqing's apprentice spread a layer of yellow cloth upon the table, adorned it with offerings of fruits and several ritual implements, and set a fire basin before the altar. Taoist Yuqing approached the altar with a solemn demeanor, producing a peachwood sword. Standing 3 to 4 meters away from Mr. Chen, he began to chant incantations while brandishing the sword, circling around Mr. Chen. Observing this, Guyu could not suppress a laugh, though he managed to hold it back with great effort. From the very outset, Guyu discerned that Taoist Yuqing was lacking in genuine skill. Upon closer inspection of the incantation he was uttering, Guyu felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and deliver a sound beating to the charlatan. The incantation he chanted, which involved a llama arriving from the south, was nothing more than a tongue twister masquerading as a spell. Were it not for Guyu's years of cultivation and keen hearing, the average person would have been utterly oblivious to the nonsense spilling from this man's lips. However, Taoist Yuqing presented himself remarkably well, with an appearance and attire befitting a reclusive sage, capable of deceiving those who were unaware of his true nature. He circled around the venerable Mr. Chen before halting in front of the altar, swiftly retrieving several yellow paper talismans and casting them towards the bed where Mr. Chen lay. The talismans ignited spontaneously with a series of resounding crackles, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Particularly, Steward Lu was so exhilarated that he raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming that Taoist Yuqing was indeed a remarkable figure. In the wake of the talisman's combustion, the lights within the room flickered inexplicably, and an eerie chill enveloped the space. Suddenly, 2 faint shadows appeared beside Mr. Chen's bed, wavering in the air. The earlier display of the burning talismans had already left those unversed in such matters dumbfounded, and now, with the conjuring of 2 restless spirits, Taoist Yuqing had truly stolen the show. Chen Zeshan, witnessing the apparitions beside her grandfather, turned pale as a ghost, her breath quickening in fear, clearly unsettled by the unfolding spectacle. Guyu, however, was now convinced that this Taoist Yuqing was nothing more than a grand deceiver. Though he possessed some rudimentary knowledge of the craft, it was merely at the entry-level stage. Practitioners of the Huaxia Taoist tradition are categorized into various ranks: masters, Taoists, true immortals, ghost immortals, and earth immortals, each divided into 9 levels. When a practitioner casts a spell, the potency of their abilities is often revealed through their magical tools. For instance, a novice master would manifest white light points on their talisman when performing a spell, with 1 light point indicating a 1-coin master and 2 signifying a 2-coin master. Yet, Taoist Yuqing's peachwood sword bore no light points whatsoever, clearly indicating that he did not even meet the standards of a first-level master. Such feeble techniques might suffice to bamboozle ordinary individuals. But to think that this Taoist could summon spirits was enough to elevate him to the status of a deity in their eyes. It was evident that Taoist Yuqing had only a superficial grasp of the craft and was now exerting himself to the fullest in front of the Chen family. However, his antics bore no efficacy in rescuing Mr. Chen. Rather, they risked inciting the malevolent force that had taken hold of him. His intentions were merely to showcase his abilities in a bid for Chen Zeshan's trust. Guyu sensed an impending disaster for Taoist Yuqing. Soon enough, as the 2 restless spirits approached the transformed Mr. Chen, the amber hue of his eyes darkened to a blood-red hue, emitting a low growl as his nostrils flared ominously. The 2 forlorn spirits trembled in fear, attempting to flee but finding themselves utterly ensnared. With anguished cries, they transformed into wisps of black mist, which were drawn into the nostrils of the venerable Mr. Chen. Taoist Yuqing, taken aback, brandished his peachwood sword and exclaimed with indignation, "How audacious! You dare to slay even my ghostly generals. Witness as I vanquish you, foul creature, on the spot." With that, Taoist Yuqing seized a black jar from the table, its contents an unknown crimson liquid, and hurled it towards Mr. Chen, dousing him in what seemed to be black dog's blood. At this moment, Guyu could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward in earnest caution, saying, "Taoist Yuqing, you must not. Such actions will only further provoke the malevolent entity within Mr. Chen. Beware, it may turn against you." Taoist Yuqing, panting heavily, shot Gu a fierce glare and retorted, "This is my ritual to confront the serpent demon. When did it become your place to interject, mere security guard?" Mr. Liu, his face darkened with discontent, added, "Mr. Gu, I implore you to refrain from disturbing Taoist Yuqing's incantation. If this delays the rescue of my household's master, can you bear the consequences? From the outset, I suggested you leave, yet you chose to linger. Simply observe quietly, but instead, you create chaos. What are your true intentions?" Chen Zeshan turned to cast a disdainful glance at Guyu, her almond-shaped eyes expressing her contempt. Guyu, recognizing the futility of further argument, shook his head in resignation and stepped aside. At that moment, Lei Fengyun glanced toward Guyu, raising an eyebrow as if just noticing his presence. As the eldest son of the Lei family and a distinguished descendant of a prestigious lineage, Lei Fengyun was typically disdainful of others. However, after hearing Guyu's sensible admonition to Taoist Yuqing, he could not help but take note of him, thinking that perhaps Guyu possessed some understanding of the matter, albeit he remained merely an inconsequential figure. Observing the farce orchestrated by Taoist Yuqing, Lei Fengyun harbored a deep-seated aversion to such charlatans. Fully aware that Taoist Yuqing would face repercussions, he refrained from offering any words of caution. Such individuals deserve their misfortunes. As Taoist Yuqing doused Mr. Chen with the jar of black dog's blood, a plume of white smoke erupted from Mr. Chen's serpentine body, his pained roars echoing as his eyes reddened to the point of bleeding, while the surrounding chains snapped taut. "What a formidable creature! It appears I must personally slay you." Taoist Yuqing, realizing the ineffectiveness of the black dog's blood, brandished his peachwood sword, preparing to thrust it into Mr. Chen's chest. "Stop!" Guyu cried out once more, and even Lei Fengyun shifted his stance, his face betraying terror. The charade of Taoist Yuqing was one thing, but to attempt to stab Mr. Chen with the peachwood sword was clearly a reckless path to demise. As anticipated, before Guyu and Lei Fengyun could take action, Taoist Yuqing had already arrived at the side of Mr. Chen. Perhaps he believed that Mr. Chen was entirely under the control of the iron chains and posed no threat to him. However, to his astonishment, a long, forked tongue suddenly emerged from Mr. Chen's mouth, swiftly ensnaring Taoist Yuqing's wrist. A surge of strength emanated from Mr. Chen, pulling Taoist Yuqing towards him in an instant. Then, transformed into a serpent-like figure, Mr. Chen sank his teeth into Taoist Yuqing's arm. The pain elicited a wretched scream from Taoist Yuqing as he struggled to break free, but Mr. Chen, with his scaly hands, held on tenaciously. Master! The young acolyte rushed forward and clutched Taoist Yuqing's legs, attempting to pull him away, yet to no avail. This sudden turn of events left Chen Zeshan and Butler Lu in a state of shock, rendered speechless and unsure of how to proceed. Guyu contemplated intervening, but hesitated, recalling the earlier disdainful attitude of Taoist Yuqing and the Chen family. What if his involvement led to blame being cast upon him? Brother Lei, please save him. Chen Zeshan finally regained her composure and looked towards Lei Fengyun. Only then did Lei Fengyun take a few steps forward, producing several copper coins and casting them towards Mr. Chen. In a flash of golden light, Mr. Chen shuddered and relaxed his grip, allowing Lei Fengyun and the young acolyte to pull Taoist Yuqing out. Mr. Chen lay on the bed, bloodied and shouting, appearing even more terrifying. Taoist Yuqing fared worse. His shoulder was a gruesome mess of blood, his complexion shifting from pale to an ominous blue, and finally to a purplish hue. His eyelids fluttered, and foam began to form at his mouth. It's over. Taoist Yuqing has been poisoned. He must be taken to the hospital immediately, Butler Lu said, feeling at a loss as he approached Taoist Yuqing, intending to drag him away. He is too deeply poisoned. He may not make it to the hospital, Guyu observed, casting a glance at Taoist Yuqing. But we cannot allow him to perish in the Chun household. Butler Lu retorted angrily, continuing to haul Taoist Yuqing's body. Set him down. I can save his life. Guyu replied, crouching to examine Taoist Yuqing's condition. You insolent little security guard, truly lacking in gratitude. I should never have brought you here. Initially, you claimed you could subdue demons and vanquish evil, and now you presume to heal? It appears you deliberately sought to cause chaos in the Chun residence. If Taoist Yuqing dies here, you will bear the consequences, yet you insist I let him remain. Butler Lu, quite adept at distancing himself from the situation, relinquished Taoist Yuqing without hesitation. Taoist Yuqing's complexion darkened to a deep purple within moments. If no action were taken, his life would be in jeopardy. To save a life is a noble deed, and although Taoist Yuqing had engaged in deceitful antics, his demise was not imperative. Guyu had resolved to save him. Chen Zeshan witnessed Butler Lu placing Taoist Yuqing on the ground, while shifting all blame onto Guyu. With a slight furrow of her brows, she urged, Butler Lu, we must take Taoist Yuqing to the hospital. The last servant who was bitten survived only because he was sent in time. If we delay any longer, Taoist Yuqing may not survive. Except for Principal Wang, everyone present doubted Guyu's ability to save Taoist Yuqing, and Chen Zeshan was no exception. Yet, she could not bear to see Taoist Yuqing perish in the Chun household. Butler Lu, upon receiving Chen Zeshan's instruction, shot a fierce glare at Guyu and beckoned the young Taoist boy to assist in dragging Taoist Yuqing away. However, Guyu waved his hand and declared, do not move. Taoist Yuqing requires immediate treatment. There is no time to take him to the hospital. You, little security guard, ought to know your place. If you lack ability, do not flaunt it here. My young lady does not wish to embarrass you. If you cannot be of assistance, kindly step aside and do not hinder us, Butler Lu retorted, as he and the young Taoist boy proceeded to lift Taoist Yuqing's body. Put him down, Guyu said, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Both Butler Lu and the young Taoist boy froze in place, staring at Guyu. And even Chen Zeshan felt a flicker of surprise. They could not quite fathom why, but at that moment, an inexplicable sense of reverence arose within them towards Guyu. Subsequently, Butler Lu and the young Taoist boy gently placed Taoist Yuqing back on the ground. Although Guyu's words were spoken with composure, they carried a subtle force capable of shaking one's spirit. Had he unleashed his full strength with a shout, it was likely that everyone present would have been left utterly stunned. Now, the priority was to save a life. Guyu refrained from further discussion, swiftly retrieving several silver needles from his person. With remarkable speed, he skillfully inserted them into various acupoints on Taoist Yuqing's body. Almost immediately after the needles were in place, Taoist Yuqing's imminent demise seemed to recede. The pallor on his face lightened significantly, and the rising and falling of his chest began to stabilize. Having served the Qin family for many years, Butler Lu had observed numerous prominent figures and renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Witnessing Guyu's needle technique, he could not help but compare it favorably with that of the esteemed practitioners he had known. leading him to ponder whether this young security guard might indeed possess extraordinary skills. "Bring me a basin," Guyu instructed without lifting his gaze after finishing the acupuncture. Butler Lu quickly complied, moving aside to fetch a wash basin and placing it beside Taoist Yuqing. As soon as the basin was set down, Taoist Yuqing's throat convulsed, and he vomited a large amount of black, clotted blood into the basin, continuing for several minutes. He expelled not only dark, foul blood, but also bright red blood, followed by several heaves of a mysterious green liquid. At last, Taoist Yuqing's life was drawn back from the brink of death, thanks to Gu Yu's intervention. The basin now contained a foul mixture, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Upon witnessing Taoist Yuqing's complexion return to normal, albeit still somewhat pale, the onlookers were utterly astounded. I had long asserted that Captain Gu possessed genuine prowess. Surely, you now believe me? Principal Wang, seeing Gu Yu's timely intervention in reviving Taoist Yuqing, could not contain his smug satisfaction. Housekeeper Lu and Chun Zeshan exchanged glances, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. Even now, they found it hard to accept that a mere security guard at a university could wield such remarkable skills of resurrection. Yet, the evidence lay starkly before them, leaving no room for disbelief. It was merely some rudimentary techniques of traditional Chinese medicine, hardly extraordinary, merely employing silver needles to seal vital points, halting the spread of toxins to the heart, then guiding the poison back to the spleen and stomach for expulsion. Many practitioners of traditional medicine understood this method, and I, Lei, possess a slight understanding of it as well. Lei Fengyun cast a disdainful glance at Gu Yu, remarking rather dismissively, "You speak so lightly of it. Why do you not save the person yourself instead of merely observing?" Principal Wang retorted with indignation. Had I not pulled him from old Mr. Chen's grasp, he would have been bitten to death. Lacking such skill, how dare you take on this task? What nonsense! Merely a charlatan masquerading as a Taoist. At this moment, both Chun Zeshan and Housekeeper Lu began to find merit in Lei Fengyun's words. After all, individuals knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine were commonplace. Perhaps this young security guard had merely learned some rudimentary techniques from a local village practitioner, making his ability to save a life rather unremarkable. Brother Gu, I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention. Without it, my life would surely have been forfeit. Taoist Yuqing finally managed to catch his breath, looking at Gu Yu with heartfelt appreciation. Just as Gu Yu was about to respond, a sudden roar erupted from behind, followed by the clattering of iron chains. Turning around, they beheld old Mr. Chun, incensed by Taoist Yuqing's actions, violently straining against his restraints. With a sharp crack, one of the iron chains, as thick as a man's arm, was miraculously snapped by old Mr. Chun. Covered in green scales, he wriggled on the bed, resembling a great green serpent in motion. Earlier, Taoist Yuqing had splashed him with black dog blood and brandished a peachwood sword around him, inciting the malevolent spirit within him to a frenzy. The consequences of the chains being broken were beyond imagination. At this sight, Housekeeper Lu and Chun Zeshan were horrified, casting frantic glances toward Lei Fengyun, who was now their sole hope. "Brother Lei, please think of a way to save my grandfather," Chun Zeshan implored desperately. Lei Fengyun's expression darkened as he placed the wooden box he had been carrying onto the ground. From within, he drew forth a short sword inscribed with countless runes. With a swift motion, he sliced his palm, allowing his blood to smear upon the blade, which immediately glimmered faintly with a white light. Pointing the sword at old Mr. Chun, he declared, "Audacious fiend, with this sorcerer present, reveal your true form at once, or face certain annihilation." The threat posed by Lei Fengyun evidently had no effect on the malevolent entity affixed to Mr. Chun. Instead, it seemed to incite further frenzy within. With a sharp crack, yet another iron chain was severed. In that moment, Mr. Chun, possessed by the sinister force, found his hands liberated and sprang upright from the bed, lunging directly at Lei Fengyun. Stricken with terror, Lei Fengyun brandished his short sword, its white glow flashing as a beam of light shot toward Mr. Chun. The luminescence struck the thick green scales adorning Mr. Chun, producing a plume of white smoke, causing him to stagger momentarily. Witnessing the success of his initial strike, Lei Fengyun's face illuminated with delight. He stepped forward, retrieving 2 yellow talismans that he affixed to his sword, proclaiming with fervor, "Divine masters wield their power unflinchingly, vanquishing the mighty, slaying demons and spirits alike. What god dares not submit? What ghost dares obstruct? By this urgent decree, as Lei Fengyun recited his incantation. Guyu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sword in Lei Fengyun's grasp. He observed two luminous orbs atop the sword, each akin to the size of a coin, while a third orb flickered feebly, echoing the brilliance of the first two. This indicated that the current Lei Fengyun was an adept nearing the level of a third-tier mage. At around 30 years of age, reaching such a rank outside the sacred grounds of the major sects was indeed commendable. No wonder he held himself with such arrogance. He possessed some merit. Regrettably, the malevolent force confronting him was beyond the reach of his capabilities. The entity possessing Mr. Chun was formidable. Even someone of Lei Fengyun's grandfather's generation might struggle to subdue it. As Guyu pondered these matters, Lei Fengyun, sword in hand, charged toward Mr. Chun, thrusting the blade toward his abdomen. Gasps filled the air as onlookers fixated on Lei Fengyun, their eyes wide with disbelief. The sword did indeed make contact with Mr. Chun, yet it did not penetrate his flesh. Instead, Mr. Chun seized the blade, catching Lei Fengyun off guard. In a swift motion, Mr. Chun yanked Lei Fengyun toward himself, gripping his shoulder and preparing to bite. Chun Zeshan let out a cry, covering her eyes in dread. Everyone present, save for Guyu, anticipated that Lei Fengyun would share the same fate as the Taoist Yu Qing, falling victim to Mr. Chen's bite. In a moment of desperation, Lei Fengyun reacted swiftly, producing two yellow talismans from his person and slapping them against Mr. Chun. With a thunderous roar, Mr. Chun released his grip, allowing Lei Fengyun to escape, retreating hastily to the doorway. Back at the entrance, Lei Fengyun was drenched in sweat, his body trembling, his well-tailored suit now marred by several rips, rendering him a sight of disarray. Strangely, upon his retreat, Mr. Chin seemed to calm momentarily, remaining on the bed and issuing a low, threatening growl at the onlookers, refraining from launching another attack. "Mr. Lei, are you all right?" Butler Lu asked anxiously. Lei Fengyun took a few breaths, his voice trembling as he replied. "The serpent spirit possessing Mr. Chun is far too powerful. I am no match for it. Even my grandfather, Lei Qiandao, would likely be unable to subdue it. It appears that Mr. Chun is beyond saving. Brother Lei, please think of another way. I will pay any amount necessary to save my grandfather," Chen Zeshan said. Her eyes red with tears. Lei Fengyun shook his head, sighing. "It is not that I am unwilling to help, nor is it a matter of money. The malevolent entity that Mr. Chun has provoked is far too formidable. I fear our Lei family cannot assist. I do not exaggerate when I say that even if you were to summon a deity, it would not suffice. This evil spirit is determined to claim Mr. Chen's life. You should prepare for the worst." Upon hearing this, both Chen Zeshan and Butler Lu wore expressions of profound sorrow, and Chen Zeshan burst into tears. "A mere serpent spirit cannot possibly be as exaggerated as you say. Just because you cannot handle it does not mean that no one else can. This boast about summoning a deity, why not mention the Jade Emperor while you're at it?" Guyu remarked, looking at Lei Fengyun with indifference. "Who are you to speak so arrogantly and disrespectfully to the Lei family? Do you even know what we do?" Lei Fengyun glared at Guyu in anger. "I am the head of security at Jiangqing University. As for what the Lei family does, forgive my ignorance. I truly have no interest in knowing. All I understand is that you cannot handle this serpent spirit and are preparing for death. This is akin to trifling with human life," Guyu replied calmly. Though the Lei family held a prominent reputation in Jiangqing, Guyu was unaware of their significance, having only recently arrived in the city and not intending to offend anyone. Furious, Lei Fengyun exclaimed, "My great-grandfather practiced for 30 years in the Tianhu sect a century ago and emerged as a master of Nine Qian. This lineage of sorcery has been passed down through 5 generations. The Lei family has long been dedicated to vanquishing evil, having eliminated no fewer than 800 malevolent beings. You, a mere security guard from Jiangqing University, have no grounds to belittle us. You are exceedingly arrogant. Who in Jiangqing does not know of the Lei family's renown? Even the wealthiest individuals and officials from Nanjing province have sought our expertise in feng shui. You are gravely underestimating your position," Butler Lu interjected, unable to contain himself. "Mr. Lei, did you not say that even a deity could not subdue the malevolent spirit afflicting Mr. Chen? Today, allow me to demonstrate what it truly means for a deity to descend," Guyu declared, striding toward the house amidst the astonished gazes of those present. As the possessed Mr. Chen saw Guyu approach, he became exceedingly agitated, baring his teeth in a menacing manner. Guyu narrowed his eyes. gradually releasing the hidden energy of Taoism from within him toward the malevolent entities attached to Mr. Chun. With each step forward, Guyu's aura surged, intensifying the pressure on the malevolent entity afflicting the elderly Mr. Chun. Initially fierce and menacing, Mr. Chun trembled in fear upon sensing the overwhelming righteous energy emanating from Guyu. By the time Guyu stood beside him, the look of sheer terror was evident on Mr. Chen's face. The malevolent spirit had recognized the formidable cultivation possessed by this young man. At such a tender age, he had already attained the prowess of a seasoned Taoist master. "Come forth," Guyu declared, striking Mr. Chen's scaly visage with a resounding slap. To everyone's astonishment, even the notorious Lei Fengyun, the esteemed young master of the Lei family in Jiang City, found himself unable to approach Mr. Chun. Yet Guyu had audaciously delivered a blow to that sinister being. The impact reverberated as if it had struck everyone present, causing a collective sting of disbelief. The room fell into a heavy silence, where even the sound of a falling needle would have echoed. What on earth had transpired? Lei Fengyun could scarcely believe his eyes. The malevolent entity, possessing at least 3 centuries of cultivation, had been untouchable to him. Yet, this mere university guard had managed to strike it. This was not merely a blow to the spirit, but a profound affront to the entire Lei family. The entity's gaze shifted to Guyu, now filled with palpable dread. After being struck, Mr. Chun collapsed onto the bed, mouth agape, his body convulsing as if gripped by spasms. In the midst of the stunned onlookers, a serpent suddenly emerged from Mr. Chen's mouth. Its scales gleamed a vibrant green, more resplendent than the finest jade. The serpent swiftly slithered away, seeking refuge in a corner of the room, its eyes glinting with caution as it fixated on Guyu, coiling itself defensively. Following the strike, Guyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining utterly still, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the green serpent, his expression calm and unperturbed, as if ambling through a tranquil garden. This creature posed no real threat to him. "You, vile creature, forsake your rightful place in the mountains and forests to wreak havoc upon others. Such actions are inexcusable. Submit and follow me, and I shall grant you mercy, allowing you to return to your natural habitat." Guyu spoke in a firm yet measured tone. The serpent, coiled in the corner, flicked its tongue in defiance. Seemingly unmoved by his words, Guyu raised an eyebrow, his voice deepening. "I have reconsidered my approach. If you remain obstinate, then your fate shall be one of utter annihilation." As he spoke, the serpent suddenly quivered, swelling to an enormous size, its head expanding to the dimensions of a basin. The sound of its green scales rustling echoed like a cacophony of metal clashing together. Witnessing this transformation, the onlookers were gripped by horror, wide-eyed in disbelief. Rarely had ordinary individuals encountered such a spectacle. Chun Zeshan let out a piercing scream, nearly fainting from the shock. Despite being well-versed in the arcane arts, Lei Fengyun found himself taken aback by the formidable serpent spirit before him, instinctively retreating 2 steps. What manner of being was this young security guard, who stood unflinching in the face of such a terrifying apparition? "Do you truly intend to strike? You may come to regret it." Guyu's expression hardened as he retrieved a token from his waist. With a swift incantation, a resplendent long sword emanating a golden glow sprang forth. This sword, known as the 7-star sword of the Xianmen, bore 7 small swords hanging from its 9 holes, which chimed melodiously with the slightest movement. As the sword was drawn, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, stirring the winds and igniting a fierce aura that instilled dread in both specters and demons alike. This weapon, a legacy of the Xianmen, had vanquished countless malevolent entities throughout the ages, its malevolent energy palpable. When the 7-star sword was unveiled, the echoes of countless anguished wails from defeated demons seemed to linger in the air, resonating in the ears of the onlookers. Even the ordinary bystanders, including Lei Fengyun, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence before its power. The 7-star sword was regarded as the pinnacle of Xianmen treasures, and it was inconceivable that such a relic could be wielded by a mere security guard from Jiangxing University. Even the most esteemed practitioners from various sects had seldom encountered this legendary weapon, let alone Lei Fengyun. While he could discern its formidable nature, he remained ignorant of its true identity. Had he known that it was the 7-star sword, and that Guyu was a descendant of the Xianmen, he would have thought twice before daring to act so brazenly in his presence. Individuals like Lei Fengyun, hailing from esteemed cultivation families, were scarcely worthy of even serving the disciples of major sects such as Maoshan or Tianhu. Offending a sect could yield dire consequences, as a mere Taoist from the Xianmen could obliterate a lineage like his in an instant. Upon witnessing the 7 stars sword in Guyu's grasp, the serpent's spirit was instantly paralyzed by fear. Its massive form trembled, and it opened its gaping maw to plead, "Spare me, O immortal. This humble creature dared to trespass against your divine might. I beseech you to grant me mercy." "I told you it is too late," Guyu replied with a voice laced with fury. Realizing its fate was sealed, the serpent's amber eyes glinted with a cold light as it lunged forward, baring its fangs to strike. The onlookers recoiled in terror, retreating to the doorway. Just as the serpent's maw was poised to snap shut upon Guyu, he nimbly evaded the lethal blow, delivering a swift thrust of his sword deep into the creature's abdomen. The serpent convulsed, its massive head tilting at a precarious angle before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, causing the entire villa to tremble. As the serpent lay there, it began to shrink, ultimately reverting to its original form, coiled and motionless. Guyu had merely incapacitated it, not delivered a fatal blow. Once the serpent had diminished, Guyu produced another artifact from his possession, known as the Spirit Gathering Tower, a revered relic of the Xianmen. As the pagoda of gathering spirits emerged, its golden radiance illuminated the room, enveloping the serpent's spirit entirely within its confines. Once the pagoda had successfully ensnared the serpent spirit, Guyu, thoroughly satisfied, stowed it away. Indeed, this visit bore fruit. The serpent spirit possessed formidable prowess, cultivated over at least 3 centuries. Upon returning, I shall refine it into a demon elixir, thereby elevating my cultivation to a new echelon. I never anticipated encountering such fortuitous circumstances in this bustling locale, Guyu mused happily. The series of events left all present in utter disbelief. Good heavens, is this lad even human? How could one accomplish such feats? A colossal python, vanquished with a single stroke of his sword. Onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. Even Principal Wang found it hard to fathom. He was aware of Guyu's identity as the disciple of the esteemed Master Chen Yuan, yet he had not anticipated such immense capabilities from him. This was a significant windfall. With Captain Gus serving as a security guard at Jiangxing University, I, as the principal, could now rest easy. The serpent spirit, having displayed its ferocity, was decisively subdued by a mere sword strike. What immense power that demonstrated. Initially, those who looked down upon Guyu, believing him to be nothing more than a petty security guard brought in by Principal Wang to swindle money, including Chen Zeshan and Steward Liu, were left astounded. They witnessed Guyu effortlessly subdue the demon serpent, as if plucking an object from a pocket. Even the renowned practitioners from the lay family of Jiangsheng could not contain it, declaring Mr. Chen's fate sealed. While this humble security guard wielded a sword that could alter destinies, both Chen Zeshan and Steward Liu, as well as Lei Fengyun, were profoundly shaken and impressed by Guyu's display of skill. Yet, Guyu remained unfazed, calmly retrieving the pagoda of gathering spirits. With a gentle shake, it shrank to the size of a palm and was tucked away within his attire as he turned to approach the gathering. Lei Fengyun swallowed hard. His gaze upon Guyu now mirrored that of a celestial deity descended to earth, filled with boundless reverence. He stepped forward, executed a gesture of respect, and reverently proclaimed, "Brother Gu, please forgive my previous ignorance and any offense I may have caused. Might I inquire from which sect you hail, and under whose esteemed tutelage do you study?" Lei Fengyun was probing, seeking to discern Guyu's true background. Guyu hesitated momentarily, reflecting on the few individuals in Jiangsheng who were aware of his identity. Principal Wang was one, albeit with limited understanding, and another was Su Manqing, his co-tenant. He had only mentioned to her that he was a practitioner of the Xianmen, and she had not pressed for further details. He preferred to keep his identity concealed to avoid unnecessary complications in his dealings within Jiangxing. Just as Guyu was about to respond, Principal Wang interjected, "You lot, with your narrow-minded judgment, have belittled Captain Gu. Just moments ago, you all looked down upon him, mocking and deriding him. At this moment, witnessing Captain G's display of prowess, one cannot help but feel the decline of moral integrity in society, longing to ingratiate oneself with him." Principal Wang's words caused both the Chun family members and Lei Fengyun to flush with embarrassment, evoking an overwhelming desire to retreat into a mouse hole. Indeed, it was just a moment ago that Lei, lacking discernment, realized that the person standing beside him was an extraordinary recluse, exhibiting remarkable cultivation at such a tender age, which filled Lei with profound admiration. Lei had no ulterior motives. He merely sought to inquire about his brother's well-being and wished to forge a friendship with Brother Gu. In the future, should the Lei family encounter insurmountable challenges, it would be advantageous to call upon Brother Gu for assistance, and matters of compensation could be amicably negotiated. A person as proud as Lei Fengyun had always looked down upon others with disdain, and in the entire Jiangxing, none had ever caught his eye. Yet now, the terrifying strength exhibited by Gu Yu had mercilessly crushed his arrogance. In the realm of cultivators, power reigns supreme. Only through formidable strength can one earn the admiration of others. It was precisely because Gu Yu could effortlessly overpower Lei Fengyun that the latter felt an overwhelming respect, even bordering on subservience. Captain Ji's identity was indeed remarkable, and Principal Wang was about to respond to Lei Fengyun's inquiry on Gu Yu's behalf when Gu Yu interjected. Raising an eyebrow, Principal Wang. Being an astute individual, Principal Wang quickly discerned Gu Yu's intention upon noticing his expression. Gu Yu did not wish to reveal his identity at that moment, prompting Principal Wang to amend his statement. He is the most renowned master of the Xianmen sect in the entire Mayajiatan, well known to all. Lei Fengyun was taken aback, pondering what Mayajiatan might be. Gu Yu then continued, I belong to no sect. I merely learned some techniques from a wandering Taoist during my youth, which is why I possess a modicum of knowledge and cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lei Fengyun's previously anxious heart finally settled. Relieved that Gu Yu was not a disciple of a formidable sect, had Gu Yu chosen to confront him about the earlier mockery, he would have found himself in a precarious situation. While Lei Fengyun conversed with Gu Yu, Qin Zeshan approached him, her face flushed with a complex array of emotions: shame, remorse, gratitude, and reverence. After a considerable pause, she stammered, Mr. Gu, I truly apologize for my earlier behavior. I never anticipated that you were such a remarkable figure. Observing Qin Zeshan's demeanor, Gu Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, It is of no consequence. However, Mr. Qin is quite frail and will need time to recuperate. During this period, it is advisable to provide him with light nourishment. He should be able to walk again in 3 days. The malevolent serpent spirit that had possessed him has already been subdued by me. Until his health is fully restored, it is imperative that he avoids places with heavy yin energy, such as hospitals, graveyards, and funeral homes, as his weakened state makes him susceptible to malevolent entities. Should any further issues arise, I shall not be responsible. Both Qin Zeshan and Butler Lu nodded in agreement before promptly moving to the bedside of Mr. Qin. Observing that the green scales on his body had receded, returning to a normal appearance, albeit still appearing exceedingly frail. Regardless, with the life of her grandfather saved, Qin Zeshan felt a sense of relief. She glanced at Butler Lu, who understood her intent and promptly retrieved 2 bank cards from his person, presenting them to her. Qin Zeshan took one card and handed it to Gu Yu with utmost respect, saying, Mr. Gu, this card contains 1 million RMB as a token of gratitude for saving my grandfather. Please accept it. Gu Yu cast a glance at the card, a surge of excitement coursing through him. After all, 1 million was no trifling sum, and the Qin family was indeed generous, doubling the previously discussed amount. This was his first independent venture into business, and to land such a lucrative deal was undeniably thrilling. However, Gu Yu maintained his composure, merely nodding slightly as Principal Wang stepped forward to take the card from Qin Zeshan's hands. The visit from Lei Fengyun was no small feat. Although he had not subdued the serpent spirit, he had expended considerable effort, and the card Qin Zeshan offered him contained 200,000, a suitable reward for his toil. After all, the Lei family held a respectable position in Jiang City, and it was prudent not to offend them. Once the transaction was complete, Qin Zeshan cautiously inquired, Mr. Gu, may I have your mobile number? I would like to keep in touch. I do not possess a mobile phone, Gu Yu replied directly. This revelation astonished everyone. How could such a remarkable individual lack a mobile device? Indeed, Gu Yu had no phone, and the reason was somewhat awkward. He was simply impoverished. During his time on the mountain, training under the old master, a phone had been unnecessary. When he descended, the old man lamented his financial woes, claiming that all his earnings had gone into the mountain temple, leaving him with a mere handful of coins, which he had given to Gu Yu. Gu Yu knew the old man was merely miserly, constantly bemoaning his lack of funds. Having been in Jiang City University for only a few days, he had yet to receive a salary and could not afford a phone, were it not for the cafeteria providing meals, even basic sustenance would be a challenge. Truly, a master would not be concerned with such mundane possessions. Yet for the sake of convenience in future communications, Butler Lu respectfully suggested, perhaps it would be wise for Master Go to carry a phone. Let us discuss it later. It is getting late, and I must return home to rest. Guyu said, stretching lazily. Of course, I shall escort Master Go back, Butler Lu replied. You have exerted considerable effort to save our family head and deserve a proper rest. With that, he led the way, accompanied by Principal Wang and Guyu. Out of the luxurious Chen villa, Chen Zeshan followed to bid them farewell at the entrance. Lei Fengyun also stepped outside with Guyu, and upon reaching the villa's gate, Butler Lu had arranged for a vehicle. This time, it was a different caliber altogether, as the Chun family presented a luxurious Bentley belonging to Chun Licheng, underscoring their high regard for Guyu. As Guyu and Principal Wang were about to board the car, Lei Fengyun approached once again, producing a pure gold business card from his possession, subtly infused with a delicate fragrance. With both hands, he respectfully offered it to Guyu, stating, Master Go, should you require any assistance from the Lei family in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I, Lei Fengyun, am at your service without hesitation. The mere existence of this business card was indicative of considerable value, typically reserved for only the most esteemed clients. Guyu glanced at the card and, feeling it inappropriate to decline, accepted it with a slight smile, responding, You are too kind. Subsequently, he joined Principal Wang in the car, departing from the Chun family villa and heading directly towards Jiangxing University. Upon their arrival at Jiangxing University, Butler Lu expressed his profound gratitude to Guyu once more before taking his leave. Walking through the campus alongside Principal Wang, the latter could hardly contain his excitement, continuously extolling Guyu's commanding presence earlier, completely forgetting the fright he had experienced at the sight of the snake spirit. After some time, Principal Wang recalled the remuneration from the Qin family and hurriedly produced a card, handing it to Guyu, saying, Captain Go, please accept this money. With such a substantial sum, I believe you need not demean yourself by working as a security guard at Jiangxing University any longer, correct? Guyu cast a glance at Principal Wang and shook his head, responding, My position as a security guard at Jiangxing University was arranged by my master. I dare not defy his wishes. There must be a purpose behind his decision to place me here, and this matter is unrelated to finances. Moreover, this venture was introduced to me by you. Let us do this instead. Let us share the proceeds equally. Principal Wang, upon hearing this, repeatedly waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, That is out of the question. This is your hard-earned money, Captain Go. I have contributed little to this, and I still feel remorseful for the humiliation you endured earlier. I shall not take a single cent. Seeing Principal Wang's insistence, Guyu ceased to press the matter and accepted the money. In truth, Principal Wang was not at a loss. He had rendered significant assistance to the Qin family, and they would undoubtedly remember his kindness. A billionaire family such as the Qins could easily provide Jiangxing University with funding, which would be immensely beneficial. Furthermore, establishing a connection with the venerable Chun Licheng was invaluable and could not be measured in monetary terms. After parting ways with Principal Wang at Jiangxing University, Guyu, with a 1,000,000 yuan bank card in hand, merrily made his way toward the Guilin community. Passing by a bank, he withdrew 10,000 yuan from the ATM to keep on his person. He had been mindful of the rent owed to the campus belle, Su Manqing. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Guyu found Su Manqing waiting for him in the living room. The evening had grown late, and she was dressed in a loose-fitting nightgown, seated on the sofa. The dining table beside her was adorned with several small dishes, culinary creations she had prepared personally, showcasing her decent cooking skills, specifically for Guyu. As he pushed the door open, Su Manqing's eyes brightened immediately. Her earlier drowsiness dissipated as she exclaimed, You go. Where have you been? Why did you return so late? Guyu cast a glance at Su Manqing, whose loose pajamas still failed to conceal her graceful figure. What is the matter? Have you missed me already after such a brief absence? He teased, a playful smile gracing his lips. Su Manqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied shyly, You vain creature. I had intended to share dinner with you, to let you savor my culinary skills. But once school ended, I couldn't find you. You don't even have a phone, so I couldn't reach you. Upon the mention of food, Guyu realized he was indeed famished. After a long day's toil, he had yet to enjoy dinner. The enticing aroma wafting from the table ignited his appetite, and he eagerly approached, ready to feast. Su Manqing, however, interjected, Hold on. The dishes have cooled. Let me warm them up for you first. No need. That would be too much trouble, Guyu replied, unable to restrain himself any longer, and he began devouring the meal. In a short while, the table was cleared of all dishes. Observing Guyu's ravenous consumption filled Su Manqing with a profound sense of achievement. After finishing his meal, Guyu wiped his mouth and nonchalantly placed a stack of 10,000 yuan on the table. Here's the rent money. You take it, he said with a smile. Su Manqing, astonished by the sum he produced, exclaimed, "How did you come by such a large amount of money? Where did it come from?" "I earned it myself. Rest assured, it wasn't through any nefarious means," Guyu responded. "No, you should keep it. You worked so hard," Su Manqing said, her concern for him evident in her gaze. In high spirits, Guyu initially intended to tease the beautiful Su. But he was preoccupied with an important task at hand, the serpent spirit, a relic of 300 years of cultivation, which he had retrieved from Mr. Chun. That very night, he planned to devise a method to refine the serpent spirit into a demon core. Upon consuming it, his cultivation would ascend to a new level. Thus, he refrained from further conversation with Su Manqing. After satisfying his hunger, he promptly retreated to his room, summoned the spirit-gathering tower, and placed his hand upon it, attuning himself to the serpent spirit's essence. As his energy field enveloped it, Guyu's heart raced with exhilaration. He realized he had indeed stumbled upon a significant fortune. Typically, the cultivation of demonic beings is categorized into 3 stages: awakening the spirit, attaining divine understanding, and transformation into human form. The awakening of the spirit signifies that the creature has developed intelligence akin to that of a human and can begin its own cultivation journey. Attaining divine understanding indicates the creature has gained supernatural abilities through its practice and can wield various demonic arts. Transformation into human form represents the ultimate goal of demonic cultivation, enabling the being to assume a human shape and maintain it for extended periods. Each stage requires considerable time and effort, with the awakening phase generally taking around 100 years, the divine understanding phase requiring 200 years, and the transformation phase being even longer, demanding at least 300 years of dedicated practice. In truth, there exists a 4th stage, ascension to immortality. Typically, once a demonic being reaches the transformation phase, it undergoes a lengthy period of consolidation, facing numerous tribulations. If it successfully navigates each trial, the being may ascend to the ranks of the immortals. Such fortunate opportunities are exceedingly rare, having been a mere handful over the span of millennia, with most demonic entities perishing during their transformation into human form. However, this merely represents a general timeline for the cultivation of such beings. Not all follow this pattern, much akin to human practitioners of the arcane arts. Certain individuals are endowed with exceptional innate qualities and remarkable intellect, like Guyu, who, before reaching the age of 20, has already attained the realm of the 3-money Taoist. In the entirety of the Su Nmin sect, he stands alone in achieving such a level of mastery within such a brief period. The vast majority of demonic beings lack the enlightenment necessary to awaken their spiritual intelligence. Yet, some creatures may either naturally comprehend their potential or be inspired by a wise mentor, thus evolving into a demon. While some entities may awaken their intelligence through arduous cultivation, they could take 2 to 3 centuries to transition into the spirit entry phase, while others might reach the divine communication stage in merely 30 to 50 years. Therein lies the unpredictability of their journeys. The serpent spirit that Guyu captured from Chun Licheng has undoubtedly surpassed the divine communication stage and is on the verge of assuming a human form. Attaining such a realm would enable Guyu to refine the spirit into a demon Dan, significantly elevating his cultivation. How could he possibly refrain from reveling in such fortuitous prospects? Curiously, the serpent spirit he captured bears a resemblance to the fox demon he encountered previously at the floral shop. The reason Guyu chose not to engage the fox demon was due to its benevolent nature. It had not committed any malevolence. Should he have acted against it? Refining it into a demon Dan would have undoubtedly enhanced his abilities, yet it would have contravened the natural order, thereby destabilizing his path and adversely affecting his future cultivation. The situation with the serpent spirit, however, was markedly different. After possessing Chun Licheng and tormenting him to an alarming degree, Guyu initially sought to persuade the spirit to depart, even promising to return it to the wild. Yet, the spirit, instead of heeding his words, attempted to strike at him. Faced with such aggression, Guyu had no choice but to retaliate. The serpent spirit, cognizant of its transgressions, cannot justly blame him for its subsequent refinement into a demon Dan. Nevertheless, the process of transforming this serpent spirit into a demon Dan is no trivial matter, as it necessitates a variety of rare herbs as auxiliaries to unlock the full potential of the Dan. Ingredients such as ginseng, reishi, and millennial Hisho Wu are essential, with older specimens being far more valuable. Wild ginseng must be over 300 years old. These prized medicinal herbs are elusive and difficult to procure, even within the abundant realms of the Su Nim insect. In the bustling metropolis of Jiangqing, acquiring such esteemed ingredients would prove even more challenging. Even if they were available, their cost would likely rival that of diamonds. Although Guyu has accrued a fortune of 1 million from the Qin family, he finds himself unable to purchase even a single old mountain ginseng, a lamentable reality. As for the remaining ingredients required for alchemy, they are not exceedingly costly and should be obtainable from various traditional medicine shops. Upon reflection, Guyu found it necessary to temporarily abandon this notion. Should an opportunity arise to visit the Xianmin, or should he come into a substantial fortune, he would reconsider the matter of refining the serpent spirit into a demon core. After all, the serpent spirit was securely contained within the spirit gathering tower and could not escape. Thus, the endeavor of refining the demon core was set aside for the time being, and Guyu continued with his routine life. 2 days swiftly passed, and on that afternoon, while patrolling the campus alongside the security guard Zhong Jinliang, Guyu suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was the deputy captain, Li Gui, panting heavily as he approached, his corpulent figure wobbling with each hurried step. "Captain Li, are you looking for me?" Guyu paused and turned to face him. After a significant effort, Li Gui finally reached Guyu and, catching his breath, said with a mischievous grin, "Captain Gu, someone is looking for you. A stunning beauty, no less. Your charm with the ladies is truly remarkable. They seem to seek you out constantly. How come I lack such allure?" "Which beauty are you referring to?" Guyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. "It's me." A graceful figure emerged from around the corner, appearing before Guyu, with fiery red lips and exquisite features. She wore high heels that made her stride resemble a gentle breeze caressing the willows, instantly capturing the attention of many onlookers. Guyu's eyes brightened upon recognizing her. This girl was none other than Chun Liqing's granddaughter, Chen Zeshan. He recalled that she was also a student at Jiangqing University, as informed by Principal Wang. As Chun Zeshan approached, Guyu felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't their previous matter been resolved? Why was she seeking him again? Soon, Chun Zeshan stood beside Guyu, extending her delicate hand, as soft as mutton fat, and smiled. "Hello, Captain Gu. Don't you recognize me?" Guyu did not extend his hand, merely responding coolly. "What do you want from me?" Chun Zeshan retracted her hand, her countenance unfazed, and smiled. "I must have matters to discuss with you, of course." "Then speak." "For I am rather busy," Guyu replied. "Busy with patrolling the campus?" Chun Zeshan glanced at his security uniform, bewildered by his choice of occupation. Guyu remained silent, merely observing her and awaiting her next words. At that moment, Chun Zeshan's gaze fell upon Zhong Jinliang, who, feeling the weight of her attention, suddenly felt uncomfortable. Realizing that the beauty likely wished to have a private conversation with Guyu, he tactfully suggested, "Captain Gu, I'll step away for a moment. You two carry on." With that, Zhong Jinliang shot Guyu a knowing look and hurriedly departed. Once Zhong Jinliang had distanced himself, Chen Zeshan's enchanting eyes turned toward Guyu. "Captain Gu, could we find a more private place to converse? Is it wise for such a beauty to seek me out for a private discussion? What if someone sees us?" Guyu remarked. "It's nothing alarming. I simply wish to discuss matters concerning my grandfather," Chun Zeshan replied, scanning their surroundings. "There's a bench over there. Shall we sit and talk?" Upon hearing that the conversation pertained to her grandfather, Guyu readily acquiesced, as she had indeed received compensation from her family. The bench was nestled beneath the shade of a tree, adjacent to the main thoroughfare of the campus. The two walked side by side and settled onto the bench. One donned a security uniform, while the other was Chun Zeshan, the cherished jewel of the illustrious Qin family, the largest conglomerate in Jiang City, and a radiant flower within Jiang City University. The pairing of these two individuals, both seated on the same bench, was particularly striking. Those who recognized Guyu were astonished to find her in the company of Chen Zeshan. This young man was quite remarkable. A mere security guard tasked with overseeing the school entrance had somehow captivated not only the freshman campus belle, Su Manqing, but now even the sophomore beauty, Chen Zeshan. Their close proximity on the bench was evident to all, igniting the fervent gazes of numerous onlookers at Jiang City University, particularly from the many boys harboring secret affections for Chen Zeshan, whose glances towards Guyu were filled with resentment. While Su Manqing's attraction could be somewhat understood due to her extraordinary beauty, Chen Zeshan was an entirely different matter. Not only was she stunning, but her family background was also impeccable. The Chen family was well known throughout Jiang City, a wealthy lineage with fortunes in the billions. The idea that such a privileged young lady would forge a connection with a lowly security guard was almost unfathomable. Unperturbed by the curious stares of passers-by, Guyu turned to Chen Zeshan and inquired, "Miss Chen, what is it that you seek from me?" Chen Zeshan responded with a charming smile, exuding an alluring grace. As she opened her globally limited edition handbag, from within, she produced an item and presented it to Guyu, courteously stating, "Captain Gu, this is for you." Guyu glanced down to discover a brand new smartphone, his brows arching in surprise. He smiled and replied, "Miss Chen, one should not accept gifts without merit. It would not be proper. This phone is of little value. Consider it a small token of appreciation for you, Captain Gu. Moreover, my grandfather's health has not fully recovered, and I will need to contact you regarding future matters. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" Chen Zeshan explained. Faced with her reasoning, Guyu found it difficult to decline. Having already received payment from the Chen family, he had been contemplating purchasing a new phone but had yet to find the time. The timing of this gift was indeed fortuitous. "Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Miss Chen." Guyu accepted the phone, noticing that it came with a SIM card, revealing Chen Zeshan's thoughtful nature. After receiving the phone, Guyu inquired, "Miss Chen, how has Mr. Chen been faring these past few days? He awakened yesterday, though he is still unable to rise and walk. With time, he should recover. I must thank you again, Captain Gu. Without your assistance, my grandfather would not have endured this trial." Chen Zeshan expressed her gratitude once more. Accepting compensation for aiding others is only to be expected. "There is no need for such formality, Miss Chen," Guyu replied in a rather formal manner. Suddenly, Chen Zeshan's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a hint of shyness. She asked, "Captain Gu, may I call you Brother Yu from now on? Please, do not refer to me as Miss Chen anymore. It feels rather distant. My elders at home call me Shan Shan, so from now on, you may also call me Shan Shan." Guyu was taken aback, unsure why Chen Zeshan would suddenly address him in such a manner. He recalled their first encounter, when she had barely regarded him, believing he was merely summoned by Principal Wang to fill a spot for the sake of the 5,000 yuan. Could it be that her transformation was a result of his saving her grandfather? In truth, Chen Zeshan harbored her own thoughts. The Chen family was affluent, worth billions. Yet she was not the typical spoiled offspring. Since witnessing Gu Yu's remarkable abilities that day, she had discreetly investigated him, uncovering the enigma surrounding him. Apart from his recent experiences in Jiang City, his past remained an utter mystery. Even the police could find no information about him. In this brief span in Jiang City, he had decisively defeated the local bully, Hu Gu, and had broken the arm of a thug working for Master Tan. Moreover, Guyu possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. He had miraculously revived the swindler Yu Qing with a few silver needles and swiftly eradicated the serpent spirit plaguing her grandfather. At under 20 years of age, he concealed numerous secrets while exhibiting extraordinary talents. Such a remarkable individual should undoubtedly be courted by the Qin family. Not to mention, his astounding medical skills warranted a good relationship with him for future contingencies. "Call me whatever you wish. Your happiness is what matters," Guyu replied nonchalantly. "That's splendid. From now on, I'll call you Brother Yu," Chen Zeshan exclaimed with delight. Guyu glanced at her, puzzled by her joy, and merely nodded in acknowledgement. "I have no further matters at hand. Let us keep in touch. I have saved my phone number in your device. If anything arises in Jiang City, feel free to call me," Chen Zeshan stated. "Understood," Guyu said, rising to his feet. Chen Zeshan nodded and waved goodbye, preparing to leave, when Guyu suddenly recalled something and called out, "Wait a moment. Brother Yu, is there something else?" Chen Zeshan paused and inquired, "I would like to know if there are places in Jiang City that sell rare medicinal herbs, such as centuries-old ginseng or millennia-old Heeshou Wu," Guyu asked, having remembered his intention to concoct a demon pill. After pondering for a moment, Chen Zeshan replied, "There is a pharmacy called Yaoxian Zhuang in the eastern suburbs of Jiang City. It is the largest traditional Chinese medicine store here. They might have what you are looking for." After a brief pause, she curiously added, "Brother Yu, why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just inquiring casually." "You may proceed with your business," Guyu responded thoughtfully. Chen Zeshan waved goodbye and departed. At that moment, in a shadowy corner, a pair of venomous eyes, as sinister as a scorpion's, were fixed upon Guyu. He toyed with the phone that Chen Zeshan had gifted him, an object he had never used before, as there had been no signal on the mountain even if he had wished to. Moreover, the presence of mobile phones exerts a subtle influence on practitioners, albeit a negligible one. It primarily disrupts the sensitivity of the chi field. Guyu believes it is still quite essential to possess a mobile phone. In the bustling city of Jiang, lacking one makes him feel as though he is regarded as a curiosity by those around him. "Has Miss Chen left, Brother Yu?" Zhong Jinliang jogged over from the side. In truth, he had not wandered far, having been observing them from a distance. As soon as he noticed Chen Zeshan's departure, he dashed forward, his gaze quickly fixating on the mobile phone in Guyu's hand. "Brother Yu, is that the latest model of the iPhone? I couldn't afford it even with months of wages. It wouldn't happen to be a gift from Miss Chen, would it? You saw it all just now, didn't you?" Guyu shot him a glance. How could this fellow, hiding nearby, possibly escape Guyu's keen observation? Hee. Zhong Jinliang chuckled awkwardly, his envy palpable. "Brother Yu, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Even the young lady from the Chun family has come to present you with a phone. How did you two come to know each other?" Miss Chun hails from an extraordinary family, reputedly engaged in real estate and considered one of the wealthiest in Jiang, with a fortune in the billions. Countless suitors have pursued her, yet none have caught her eye. The fact that she has chosen to bestow a gift upon you suggests she harbors an interest in you, Brother Yu. Guyu preferred to avoid elaborating on the matter, as it was not something that could be explained succinctly. He merely waved his hand and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Can you even use this phone? Come over and talk to me." This prompted some awkwardness, for Guyu had never used a mobile phone before. He typically communicated with his master through mystical sound-carrying talismans, capable of conveying several messages with a single piece of paper. Zhong Jinliang stepped forward, eagerly taking the phone from Guyu's hand. He brought it close to his nose, inhaling the lingering fragrance of Chun Zeshan, instantly captivated. For someone like Zhong Jinliang, a mere security guard, the opportunity to interact with a refined beauty such as Chun Zeshan was beyond imagination. Even a distant glance could leave him exhilarated for ages. While engaged in conversation with Zhong Jinliang about the use of the iPhone, a few unfriendly glances from a corner of the school were fixated on Guyu. What background does that security guard have? How dare he lay a hand on the woman of young Master Guan? A young man in his 20s, pale-faced and with a cold gaze, remarked darkly. The new security guard is named Guyu. It is said that he arrived in Jiang City and, on the very first night, subdued Zhang Sanhu from the snack street. Later, when Zhang Sanhu sought assistance from Crow, he was also dealt with by him. He appears to be a skilled practitioner, not one to be trifled with. There are rumors he has some family ties with Principal Wang, which is why he was appointed as the head of security upon his arrival, someone nearby explained. He defeated Crow as well? Young Master Guan furrowed his brow, seeming skeptical. Indeed, there were eyewitnesses. It is said that Crow's arm was broken in the altercation, the associate stated. Regardless of his background, provoking me, Guan Yunhao, in Jiang City is tantamount to courting death. Any intentions he has towards my woman will lead him down a path of destruction, young Master Guan declared angrily. Master Guan, I perceive that Miss Chen may not harbor any particular sentiments towards the young security guard. Perhaps she merely seeks his assistance. Do you truly need to be so infuriated? Another voice interjected. Are you blind? Did you not witness how polite Shan Shan was while conversing with him, even gifting him a mobile phone? Their relationship is undoubtedly exceptional. Today, this young man has fallen into my hands, and I shall certainly make him aware of my displeasure. Master Guan retorted angrily. Upon Master Guan's outburst, the others promptly lowered their heads, fearing to utter another word. At this moment, Master Guan's gaze fell upon a man in his 40s nearby, and his tone immediately transformed to one of deference, as he respectfully addressed, Mr. Yin, your mastery of the essence of Baji Quan is profound, and you are indeed an expert in internal martial arts. How many moves could the Crow withstand under your skill? This gentleman, referred to as Mr. Guan, had prominent temples and an imposing demeanor, dressed in a simple training outfit. His mere presence exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Upon hearing Master Guan's inquiry, Mr. Yin scoffed. The Crow is merely an adept in external martial arts, nothing remarkable in my eyes. I could dispatch him with a single move. Master Guan's expression brightened, and he replied with a smile, Mr. Yin, you truly embody the confidence of an eternal master. Since your unfortunate incident of taking a life, you have remained by my side for several years, seldom engaging in combat. As the saying goes, one nurtures troops for 1,000 days to use them for a moment. Now is the time we need your prowess. You have observed that young security guard. Should a confrontation arise, how certain are you of your victory over him? Mr. Yin squinted towards Guyu's direction and replied indifferently, I perceive that young security guard is merely an adept in external martial arts, slightly superior to the crow. Rest assured, should it come to blows, I shall certainly bring him to the ground within 3 moves. Excellent. With Mr. Yan's assurance, I feel at ease. With that, Master Guan began to stride towards Guyu, accompanied by Mr. Yin and several imposing men. As Guyu was engrossed in examining the mobile phone with Zhong Jinliang, he sensed the animosity radiating from Master Guan upon his appearance, causing him to lift his head and glance over, momentarily resting his gaze on Mr. Yin. Liangzi, who is that person? Guyu inquired, pointing towards the approaching Guan Yunhao. Zhong Jinliang, engrossed in playing with the phone, looked up and was startled, nearly dropping the device. Thankfully, Guyu reacted swiftly and caught it in time. Be cautious, I haven't even used this phone yet. I can't afford to let it fall. Guyu chided. Why is he here? Zhong Jinliang stammered, his fear palpable. Who is he? Guyu asked curiously. Master Guan was once a student at Jiangxing University, but dropped out during his 2nd year, finding academia uninteresting. He hails from a wealthy family, renowned in Jiangxing as a notorious young master, known for his domineering nature. When he drove to school, I once opened the door a moment too late and received several slaps from him. This man is not someone we can provoke. Let us retreat quickly. With that, Zhong Jinliang, resembling a mouse encountering a cat, seized Guyu's hand and attempted to flee the scene. Wait, what are you afraid of? You haven't provoked him. How could he possibly harm you? Guyu paused in his tracks. Upon seeing young Master Guan, Zhong Jinliang was utterly terrified and insisted on leaving. But Guyu firmly held him back, urging him to remain calm and assuring him that he was there and no one could touch him. However, Zhong Jinliang, still wearing a worried expression, replied, Brother you do not understand the situation. This young Master Guan is someone we truly cannot offend. In Jiang City, there are 4 prominent families, Chun, Guan, Zhao, and Lei. Young Master Guan's family ranks 2nd, just behind Qin Zheshan's, and their strengths are nearly equal. His family is engaged in import-export trade and possesses considerable wealth. Young Master Guan has a volatile temper and is skilled in martial arts. He has already beaten several of our school's security guards, and even Deputy Captain Li has felt his wrath. It would be wise for us to keep our distance and avoid any trouble. Listening to you, I find myself quite curious. You stay right here. I shall observe how he attempts to strike you, Guyu remarked with a smile. Brother you are truly something else. Do you take pleasure in watching me get beaten? Zhong Jinliang responded gloomily. Do you think I am afraid? Guyu rolled his eyes. Zhong Jinliang, still shaken, suddenly recalled Guyu's encounters with Hu Gu and the Crow. He was indeed a formidable martial artist. Young Master Guan might not even be a match for Brother Yu. However, considering the power of the Guan family, if they truly antagonized him, it would likely lead to dire consequences. Just as he was about to urge Guyu to retreat once more, it was already too late. Young Master Guan had approached them with his entourage. Zhong Jinliang had previously suffered at the hands of young Master Guan, and upon seeing his arrogant and sinister visage, he dared not look up and lowered his head instead. Young Master Guan exuded the unique arrogance of a wealthy scion, and his gaze conveyed an air of disdain for all. In contrast, Guyu remained unperturbed and composed, meeting young Master Guan's murderous glare with a slight, enigmatic smile. Guyu sensed that young Master Guan was indeed targeting him. Yet, in his 20 years of life, apart from the elderly man who imparted his skills, he had never feared anyone. Are you looking at me? Young Master Guan stepped before Guyu and spoke darkly. What should I be looking at? Do you consider yourself particularly handsome? Guyu replied nonchalantly. You little security guard, how dare you speak to young Master Guan like that? One of Guan's companions stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Guyu. You are quite audacious yourself, daring to speak to me in such a manner, Guyu retorted, turning his gaze toward the man. The fellow raised his fist, preparing to strike Guyu, but young Master Guan suddenly waved his hand to stop him. Instead, advancing step by step toward Guyu, his icy stare intent on intimidating him. However, Guyu remained unfazed. embodying an unwavering spirit akin to a mountain standing firm in the face of collapse. The meager aura emanating from young Master Guan was hardly formidable. If Guyu unleashed his full energy, it would likely send this young Master Guan running in fear. Young security guard, I am aware of your presence. Upon your arrival in Jiang City, you boldly struck down both Zhang Sanhu and the crow beside Master Tan. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Remarked young Master Guan. It is not my prowess that is remarkable, but rather their weakness. I appreciate your flattery, replied the young security guard. Do not presume that mere martial skills grant you the authority to flaunt your might in Jiang City. There are individuals here far beyond your capability to confront. It would be wise to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a perilous situation before you even comprehend it. Young Master Guan narrowed his eyes. Are you the person of whom you speak? We seem to be strangers, so why this animosity? Queried Guyu. Keep your distance from Chun Zeshan. She is my woman. Should I catch you near her again, I will ensure your complete disappearance from this world, threatened young Master Guan. Finally, young Master Guan had revealed the crux of the matter. Guyu had been puzzled as to why this man harbored such deep-seated hostility towards him, only to realize it stemmed from Chun Zeshan. Amused, he chuckled inwardly, thinking it quite absurd to attract trouble over such a matter. What are you laughing at? Young Master Guan suddenly erupted in anger. Does my laughter concern you? Guyu's smile faded abruptly. How dare you speak to young Master Guan like that? A burly man behind Guan raised his hand, aiming a slap at Guyu's face. Guyu's eyes narrowed as he prepared to retaliate when, unexpectedly, Zhong Jinliang stepped forward, grasping the man's arm, and pleaded in a subdued tone, Young Master Guan, Captain Gu is new here and unfamiliar with the ways. Kindly show mercy and spare him this time. We are all listening. Slap. A heavy blow struck Zhong Jinliang across the face, causing him to stagger, revealing 5 distinct finger marks on his cheek. What do you think you are? Who allowed you to speak here? A burly man beside young Master Guan shouted angrily. Seeing Zhong Jinliang being struck, Guyu's expression turned icy. This blow was a consequence of Zhong Jinliang standing up for him, and Guyu etched this act of loyalty into his memory. Initially, Guyu had expected Zhong Jinliang to shy away or remain silent, but he was surprised that this timid individual would defend him. Zhong Jinliang's head buzzed from the impact, yet he approached again, cradling his swollen jaw, and continued to plead. Young Master Guan, if striking me brings you satisfaction, then do so, but please spare Captain Gu. The man who had struck Zhong Jinliang prepared to lash out again. But before he could, he emitted a grunt and was sent flying, collapsing to the ground without the ability to rise. The speed of the blow was astonishing. No one witnessed how Guyu had executed it, yet the man who struck Zhong Jinliang was now incapacitated. Young Master Guan and his entourage were momentarily stunned, retreating several steps in fear. This blow was in defense of my friend, Jinliang, Guyu stated calmly. Zhong Jinliang was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Guyu. He thought to himself that Guyu must have lost his mind. Offending individuals like Zhang Sanhu and the Crow could still leave room for reconciliation, but antagonizing young Master Guan could very well lead to his demise. Young Master Guan was a figure of immense power in Jiang City, capable of wielding influence with a mere flick of his hand. Step aside, let me handle this. You are no match for him. Mr. Yin, who had been standing behind young Master Guan, suddenly stepped forward 2 paces, directly approaching Guyu. His aura surged swiftly, causing the heavy stone slabs beneath his feet to crack like spider webs. The internal energy he exuded indicated he had mastered the internal martial arts to a formidable degree. As soon as young Master Guan and his entourage entered Guyu's line of sight, he had already taken note of this man. Mr. Yin exuded a steady and formidable presence, his steps light yet powerful, and his piercing gaze made it evident that he was a master of internal martial arts. Guyu was astonished that a place like Jiang City could host such a martial expert. Such individuals were indeed a rarity and were almost akin to practitioners of the mystical arts. Mr. Yin approached with measured strides, each footfall shattering the stone slabs of the campus beneath him, stopping 3 meters away from Guyu, his fierce eyes locked onto him, hands poised as if ready to strike at any moment. Zhong Jinliang swallowed hard, glancing at Mr. Yin and then at the shattered stones beneath him, terror-stricken. Brother you should quickly apologize to young Master Guan and say a few conciliatory words. Surely, young Master Guan, a man of stature, would overlook this transgression. Huh? Is it not a tad late for apologies now? Since this brat refuses to accept goodwill and dares to oppose me, young Master Guan. He shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You should inquire around Jiang City. How many dare to provoke young Master Guan? You are merely a lowly gatekeeper. Extinguishing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. With Mr. Yin stepping forward, young Master Guan felt a surge of confidence, dismissing Guyu entirely. If an ordinary person were to witness Mr. Yan's overwhelming prowess, they would have quaked in fear, yet Guyu remained unfazed, glancing at Mr. Guan and stating, I must remind you, sir, that damaging the school's stone slabs incurs a cost. Mr. Yin, standing resolutely and preparing for battle, was caught off guard by Guyu's unexpected remark, nearly choking on his frustration. You, opposing young Master Guan, have become my enemy. And since young Master Guan has shown me kindness, I can extend you an opportunity. Kneel and apologize to young Master Guan, and refrain from approaching his women in the future. Otherwise, excuse me, sir, but I believe you have mistaken the situation. Who among us is your ally? The only ally you have is a coward. I find it rather shameful to be associated with you, Guyu retorted, laced with sarcasm. Mr. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed that his indomitable presence would intimidate this mere security guard. With his formidable mastery of internal martial arts, he believed he could command respect throughout Jiang City. Was this security guard truly so foolish as to provoke him? No matter how good-natured one may be, there are limits to endurance. A glint of coldness emanated from Mr. Yan's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Young man, you truly are fearless, emerging from obscurity without regard for the might of tigers. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall remain oblivious to the fact that beyond man, there are others, and beyond mountains, there are greater mountains. As he spoke, Mr. Yan's hands trembled, and with a forceful exhalation, the fabric of his training attire billowed as if caught by an unseen wind. The sound of his bones cracking echoed ominously, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. Although young Master Guan had been by Mr. Yan's side for several years and acknowledged him as a formidable master, he had not witnessed Mr. Yan's prowess in action during that time. He had often heard that few dared to provoke him in Jiang City, and even if some did, there was no need for a master of Mr. Yan's caliber to intervene. This was his first encounter with such a display of power. The stones beneath his feet shattered, and the wind generated by Mr. Yan's movements stung his face, leaving him feeling as though a strange breeze had swept past him. It was only today that young Master Guan realized the true extent of Mr. Yan's capabilities. A cold smile crept across his lips as he mused internally. This mere security guard dares to oppose me? He is truly courting death. Zhong Jinliang, sensing the imminent confrontation, felt a surge of anxiety and attempted to dissuade Guyu once more. However, Guyu turned to him with a penetrating gaze and firmly commanded, silence. Step back. At that moment, a peculiar aura subtly emanated from Guyu, causing Zhong Jinliang to swallow his words and retreat uneasily to the side. Just as Zhong Jinliang moved away, Mr. Yin shifted his stance, his hands slicing through the air as if it were being torn apart, generating a whistling sound. He struck toward Guyu's chest with a forceful palm. The eight extremities fist is a close-quarters combat style, characterized by its fierce and unadorned movements, delivering rapid and powerful strikes. The force is generated from the heels, transmits through the waist, and culminates at the fingertips, resulting in tremendous explosive power and aggression, as if one were shaking the heavens and stomping the earth. For someone like Mr. Yin, who had mastered the inner workings of the eight extremities fist, the power of this technique was amplified significantly. Guyu, having mastered various martial arts before the age of 10, was well versed in the intricacies of different fighting styles, including the eight extremities fist. For a practitioner like Guyu, engaging with a martial arts expert of this caliber was, to be honest, a bit of an unfair advantage. As Mr. Yin unleashed his palm strike, it was as swift as a cannonball, yet Guyu merely shifted his body and effortlessly evaded the blow. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Guyu sensed that Mr. Yin had restrained a portion of his strength, likely out of concern that a full-force blow might prove fatal. An ordinary person would certainly not withstand such a strike, given Mr. Yin's mastery of the inner discipline. Upon witnessing Guyu deftly dodge his palm strike, Mr. Yin felt a twinge of surprise. The speed of Guyu's movements was indeed impressive. He had underestimated this seemingly unremarkable security guard, realizing that he was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Yin shifted his shoulder, retaliating with a powerful strike aimed at Guyu. This time, he held nothing back, exerting all of his strength. When facing a skilled opponent, Even a slight restraint could lead to utter defeat. Yet, Guyu effortlessly evaded the blow, moving with an ethereal grace reminiscent of a wraith. Mr. Yin was taken aback once more. How could this youth, barely 20, possess such extraordinary agility? In a state of alarm, Mr. Yin unleashed a fierce attack. A technique embodying the essence of Baji Quan, known as the Earth to Heaven Cannon. With clenched fists, he summoned his inner strength, channeling it into a tremendous force that he struck towards Guyu's chest. The sound of the wind was thunderous, and dust swirled around them. If this punch connected, even a stone tablet would be reduced to rubble. Utilizing his most formidable technique, Mr. Yin aimed to deliver a decisive blow and incapacitate Guyu. However, as the swift fists approached, Guyu narrowed his eyes, perceiving Mr. Yin's assault as if it were unfolding in slow motion. Just before the fists could make contact, Guyu swiftly thrust out his leg at an unconventional angle, delivering a kick to Mr. Yan's abdomen with approximately 30% of his strength. Leaning back, he evaded the incoming fists, while his kick landed squarely on Mr. Yin. In that instant, Mr. Yin felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. His internal organs churned violently, and he was propelled backward like an arrow released from its bow. Upon landing, Mr. Yin staggered back 7 or 8 steps, shattering several stone slabs beneath his feet before barely regaining his balance. In the preceding exchanges, Guyu had only evaded, but with a single strike. He sent the master of inner martial arts, Mr. Yin, flying. Guadasha and his companions were left dumbfounded, while Zhong Jinliang wore an expression of sheer disbelief. How could this be possible? Mr. Yin was a top-tier expert in the Baji Quan inner martial arts. How could he be defeated so easily by a mere security guard? Zhong Jinliang found it hard to comprehend. The heavy stone slabs shattered beneath the weight of Mr. Yan's presence. Yet this individual, who seemed formidable, was so easily bested. The most astonished of all was Mr. Yin himself. He had unleashed his most adept techniques only to have them effortlessly countered by Guyu, who had sent him flying with a single kick. This filled him with both shock and fury. The pain from that kick still lingered, a reminder of the power behind it. Had it not been for his robust internal strength, he would have surely sustained serious injury. Yet, little did Mr. Yin know, Guyu had only used less than 30% of his strength. Had he exerted his full power, that kick could have claimed Mr. Yan's life. After a moment of stunned silence, one of the individuals beside young Master Guan remarked, Mr. Yin was ambushed by this young man. Given Mr. Yan's prowess, it is inconceivable that he could be bested by a mere security guard. However, the speaker's lack of conviction was palpable, clearly attempting to bolster Mr. Yan's reputation. Young Master Guan's expression darkened, and he remained silent, standing there with an air of discontent. Mr. Yin took a deep breath, his aura surging forth as he shifted his stance. With a powerful thrust of his hands, he conjured a spectral image that enveloped him, causing the leaves along the roadside to rustle in response to his unleashed energy. It was evident that Mr. Yin was unwilling to concede defeat to a mere security guard. Are you coming again? Guyu said with a faint smile, his demeanor as gentle as a breeze. You are no match for me. Practice for another 20 years, and I shall still bring you to your knees. Such audacity. I was merely careless earlier, which allowed you to exploit my moment of vulnerability. We shall engage in another series of rounds. Mr. Yin, incensed, unleashed a whirlwind of energy as he approached Guyu once more. This time, he employed a different technique from the 8 Extremes fist, known as the embrace of the wind and morning sun palm. It enveloped Guyu entirely, creating an impenetrable barrier accompanied by a howling wind. Guyu, however, remained steadfast, his feet rooted to the ground as he swayed slightly, evading a barrage of more than 10 strikes in under 2 seconds. Suddenly, Guyu retaliated, extending his palm towards Mr. Yin. The motion was not swift, appearing rather gentle and fluid. Mr. Yin felt a surge of confidence, believing he had found an opportunity. With over 30 years of experience, having mastered the internal martial arts, he assumed that this youth, not yet 20, would be no match for his palm strength. Without a second thought, Mr. Yin launched a counterattack. Upon the collision of their palms, regret washed over him swiftly, as an immense force erupted from Guyu's hand, akin to a mountain collapsing. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, his blood boiling with intensity. With a thunderous crash, Mr. Yin was propelled backward, landing several meters away and crashing into several individuals beside young Master Yin, sending them sprawling. After rolling on the ground, he remained incapacitated for some time, suddenly tasting blood in his throat. Looking down, He noticed blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could this young security guard have so easily defeated him? Years ago, he had perfected the essence of the 8 Extremes fist to an advanced level, rarely encountering worthy opponents in his city. He had taken refuge beside young Master Guan after injuring someone, and for years he had not found a true rival. Yet this young guard effortlessly overwhelmed him with a single strike each time. Could it be that he had already attained the status of a martial arts master? But he was far too young. As Mr. Yin lay on the ground, these thoughts raced through his mind, each one more alarming than the last. This individual had undoubtedly reached the realm of a martial arts master. However, Mr. Yin remained oblivious to the fact that Guyu was not a martial arts master, but rather a practitioner of the mystical arts, a Taoist adept. The palm strike he had just exchanged with Mr. Yin was a manifestation of the esoteric technique known as the Yin soft palm, which, when activated, could exponentially amplify one's cultivation in an instant. Even so, Guyu had only exerted a mere 20% of his strength, for the Yin soft palm was exceedingly formidable. Employing it against Mr. Yin was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. By the time Mr. Yin grasped the situation, Guyu had already strolled over to the side of young Master Guan and his entourage. Upon seeing Guyu approach, the individuals surrounding young Master Guan were seized by terror, their legs trembling with fear, and they instinctively recoiled. If someone as formidable as Mr. Yin had been vanquished by him, they felt woefully inadequate in comparison. Even the typically arrogant young Master Guan could not suppress a shiver, his breath growing ragged. How could this young man possibly be human, having defeated a master like Mr. Yin? Young Master Guan, Guyu queried, a smile gracing his lips as he drew near. What do you intend to do, little security guard? If you dare to lay a hand on me, I assure you, young Master Guan began, but before he could finish, Guyu suddenly raised a hand. Startled, young Master Guan let out a terrified scream, shielding his head with his arms. Yet, after a moment, he found that Guyu's hand had not descended upon him, leaving him perplexed. Why are you covering your head? Did I say I would strike you? Guyu chuckled, scratching his face idly. By the time Guyu stood beside young Master Guan, the latter's legs had turned to jelly, his mind reeling with disbelief. When he had initially taken Mr. Yin under his wing, it was due to Mr. Yan's profound mastery of the 8 Extremes fist, having summoned numerous experts to spar with him, all of whom had been bested. Mr. Yan's hands could shatter stone, and yet, this mere security guard from Jiangxing University had dispatched him with ease, causing him to bleed. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. Thus, when Guyu raised his hand, young Master Guan assumed he was about to be attacked and instinctively covered his head, even emitting a humiliating wail. However, Guyu did not strike him. Gathering his courage to glance at Guyu, he noticed a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What do you want from me? Young Master Guan stammered, his bravado faltering. I seek nothing from you. Rather, it is you who should consider your next steps. I, Guyu, am unaware of your identity and have no desire to know. I merely advise you to refrain from causing me trouble in the future. Of course, I am not afraid should you choose to confront me again, but rest assured, your escape will not be so effortless next time. Do you comprehend? Guyu stated nonchalantly. Young Master Guan inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to meet Guyu's. Though Guyu's expression remained calm, an inexplicable pressure bore down upon him, rendering him unable to maintain eye contact. Yet, having reigned over Jiangxing for many years, belonging to one of the city's most prominent families, he had never regarded anyone with disdain. Now, finding himself threatened by a mere security guard, he struggled to swallow his humiliation. Are you threatening me with that tone? Young Master Guan gritted his teeth, incredulous. You may perceive this as a threat. Nonetheless, that is precisely my intent, Guyu stated with an air of nonchalance. Young security guard, you are exceedingly arrogant. Are you aware of the formidable presence that the Guan family holds in Jiang City? Offending us means you will find no footing here in the future. I recognize your prowess in combat, but tell me, can even your swiftest movements outpace a bullet? Be wary of a cold shot from behind. Young Master Guan finally conceived a method to intimidate Guyu, a smug smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Guyu's lips twitched slightly, and an inexplicable chill darkened his gaze. Young Master Guan sensed a hint of lethal intent emanating from Guyu's eyes, causing his smile to falter, replaced by a creeping dread. Following this, Guyu remained silent, turning to depart. It wasn't until he had walked a considerable distance that young Master Guan realized he had assumed Guyu was frightened. Indeed, regardless of one's skill, a bullet would bring anyone down. The young security guard was surely trembling in fear. Thus, young Master Guan, emboldened, called out to Guyu's retreating figure, young security guard. Know your place and steer clear of Chun Zeshan. She is mine. Should I catch you near her again, you know the consequences. Guyu, disinterested, offered no response nor explanation regarding his relationship with Chun Zeshan, as if he were intimidated by Guan. It was clear to Guyu that young Master Guan would not relent, for he was not one to shy away from conflict. Yet, would Guyu be afraid? Clearly not. There is an adage that states, with great skill comes great courage. At merely 20 years of age, he had already attained the status of a third-rate Taoist. Proficient in arcane arts, such capabilities rendered him unafraid of mere mortals. Even should Guan hire someone to take a shot at him, Guyu would not flinch. He had already warned him. If there were a next time, there would be no mercy. If Guan chose to disregard this warning, he could only blame himself for his lack of foresight. However, Guyu had no intention of letting young Master Guan off easily. As he walked several meters away, he gently patted the spirit-gathering tower at his waist and discreetly formed a hand gesture, releasing a wisp of faint black mist from the tower, which hovered beside him. The mist quickly coalesced into a humanoid form, clearly a spirit of considerable cultivation, who bowed respectfully and inquired, "What commands do you have, Taoist Longyan?" "That man is yours to deal with. Teach him a lesson, but do not kill him," Guyu instructed. The spirit, enveloped in ghostly energy, was elated to hear this and chuckled, "Rest assured, Taoist, I shall handle this matter with utmost care." Saying this, the spirit transformed once more into a wisp of black mist and sped towards young Master Guan. Zhong Jinliang, who had been following closely behind Guyu, remained in shock, unable to comprehend the earlier events. Having heard Guyu speaking to seemingly thin air, he rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the surroundings, yet saw nothing. Confounded, he asked, "Brother Yu, who were you talking to just now? Do not inquire too much, simply enjoy the spectacle. Soon, there will be a thrilling show to witness." As he spoke, Guyu took hold of Zhong Jinliang and sought refuge in a small grove within the campus, not far from the group led by the young Master Guan. Just as the two had concealed themselves, a dramatic scene unfolded. A swirling mass of black mist suddenly collided with the body of the young Master Yin. Guan, merely shivering momentarily, halted in his tracks, slowly turning around with an evil grin directed towards Guyu, before he ambled forward, shedding his clothing as he walked. "Where are you going, young Master Guan? Aren't you heading home?" one of his subordinates queried, perplexed. At that moment, Guan was no longer the same person. He had become possessed by a spirit released by Guyu. As he continued to walk, he stripped off his garments, and given the sweltering summer heat, he quickly found himself clad in nothing but his underpants. Previously, when Mr. Yin had engaged with Guyu, a number of students from Jiangxing University had paused to watch, expecting the spectacle to conclude with Guyu's departure. Little did they anticipate that Guan would create yet another scene. "Look, what is Guan doing?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, how scandalous," a girl exclaimed, covering her eyes in embarrassment. In an outrageous turn of events, Guan even discarded his last remaining piece of clothing, sprinting down the main pathway of the campus in the nude, shouting wildly, which only drew more spectators. The onlookers, including Mr. Yin and Guan's entourage, were left utterly bewildered. The sight was nothing short of shocking. The wealthy scion, Guan Yunhao, was running through Jiangxing University. This would undoubtedly make headlines the following day. "Someone stop him. Mr. Yan's expression darkened as he urgently instructed his companions to intercept Guan. In a state of utter disarray, Guan ran through the main thoroughfare of Jiangxing University, rapidly becoming a focal point of attention. The crowd swelled, with some eager individuals pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle. "Isn't that the son of the chairman of Guan's trading group, Guan Yunhao? What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of trend now? Quick, film it and post it online. The views will surely skyrocket." The gathering crowd began to point and chatter, the sound of cameras clicking resonating throughout. Many female students, witnessing Guan's antics, shrieked in shock and covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Those accompanying Guan were left flabbergasted. They had never expected the typically image-conscious young master to engage in such outrageous behavior. As the most renowned wealthy heir in Jiangxing, how could he face anyone after such an incident? Fortunately, Mr. Yin reacted swiftly, summoning his associates to intercept Guan. Once more, a farcical scene unfolded as Guan, in his moment of disgrace, dashed through the campus, pursued relentlessly by his companions, while the spectators along the sides cheered and applauded, their excitement palpable. The incident swiftly captured the attention of the teachers within the school, even provoking a reaction from Principal Wang. He stood beneath the office building's window, gazing down with a stern expression, declaring, "This is utterly unacceptable. We must promptly investigate which class this student belongs to and ensure that severe consequences follow." Principal Wang: "I have already looked into it. The individual in question is no longer a student at our institution. He is Guanyin Ho, the son of the chairman of the Guanshi Trading Group, accompanied by his secretary," reported the secretary. "How could it be him? What is he doing here?" Principal Wang found the situation hard to believe. "This is beyond my understanding as well. Young Master Guan has always been quite image-conscious. Even his secretary is struggling to grasp this situation," the secretary replied. "We must urgently notify the school security to intercept young Master Guan. This is completely intolerable and tarnishes our school's reputation," Principal Wang exclaimed in anger. "Yes, I will dispatch someone immediately," the secretary responded solemnly. Meanwhile, the secretary of Principal Wang promptly contacted the school security office, where Li Gui answered the call. Upon hearing the news, he was equally astonished and quickly gathered 7 or 8 security personnel to head towards the location where young Master Guan was seen running. However, before Li Gui and his team could arrive, Guan's entourage had already surrounded and tackled him to the ground. Despite young Master Guan's considerable strength, he engaged in a fierce struggle with his assailants, managing to knock several of them down. Mr. Yan, who had been injured by Guyu, staggered towards the scene and, in a timely manner, struck young Master Guan on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. They quickly draped a coat over him, and in a flurry of activity, they carried him away, finally bringing the chaotic scene to a close. Hidden nearby in a thicket, Guyu and Zhong Jinliang observed the entire affair unfold. A faint smile of amusement lingered on Guyu's face, while Zhong Jinliang's eyes widened in disbelief, caught in a state of confusion. He could not comprehend how young Master Guan, who had just moments ago been so arrogant and domineering, could suddenly descend into such madness, engaging in behaviors so perplexing. Turning to Guyu, Zhong Jinliang's gaze now held a newfound respect. He sensed that it was Guyu who had orchestrated this turn of events against young Master Guan. Yet he remained puzzled about the method employed. It became apparent to him that anyone who crossed Guyu seemed to face dire consequences. First it was Brother Hu, then the Crow, and now young Master Guan. Even the daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangqing, the Qins, treated Guyu with utmost deference, presenting him with a mobile phone. Zhong Jinliang found himself increasingly bewildered by this young man, not yet 20, who exuded an aura of extraordinary power. Just as young Master Guan was being carried away, Li Gui arrived, panting heavily, alongside his group, and approached Guyu and Zhong Jinliang. "Captain Gu, what just transpired?" Li Gui gasped. Young Master Guan came with his entourage intending to confront Brother Yu, but they were all subdued by him. Zhong Jinliang recounted with lingering trepidation. "What?" Li Gui exclaimed in disbelief, his expression shifting dramatically. "Captain Gu, you dared to cross young Master Guan? Have you lost your mind?" The Guans are a family of considerable wealth and influence, with connections that reach the highest echelons of power. Offending young Master Guan could lead to significant troubles. One must quickly devise a means of escape. Li Gui, acting out of genuine concern, understood that young Master Guan was not a reckless brute like Tiger or Crow. Should the Guan family wish to eliminate someone like Guyu, a mere security guard, there exist countless methods at their disposal. Yet, Guyu merely smiled, unperturbed, and replied, "I am not afraid of him." He then turned to his companion, Zhong Jinliang, and asked, "Where is my phone? Bring it to me." At that moment, a shadowy figure materialized beside him, exuding an aura of formidable power. The moment it arrived, the air grew cold, sending chills down everyone's spine. The apparition bowed respectfully and inquired, "Are you satisfied with my actions just now, Taoist Gu?" Guyu nodded in approval and, with a wave of his hand, summoned the spirit into the spirit-gathering tower, where it transformed into a wisp of black mist. Surrounded by onlookers, Guyu chose not to converse with the spirit, as they could not perceive its presence. During his time alongside his master, the esteemed Chun Yuan, Guyu had subdued various powerful spirits, sealing them within this tower. While some spirits had committed fewer transgressions and had a chance for reincarnation, they needed to perform good deeds to atone for their past misdeeds. Once the time was ripe, Guyu would guide them towards rebirth. For those obstinate spirits unwilling to remain in the tower, Guyu showed no mercy. He would obliterate them and refine their essence into ghost pills, thereby enhancing his own cultivation. The spirit-gathering tower contained countless formidable spirits, and whenever Guyu called upon them for assistance, they eagerly vied to emerge, hoping to earn his favor and expedite their reincarnation. While Guyu basked in satisfaction, chaos reigned in the villa of Guan Yunhao. Upon regaining consciousness and learning of his exploits at Jiangqing University, he was on the brink of despair. Located in the eastern suburbs of Jiangqing, the villa was a luxurious standalone residence situated within an enclave of affluence. It was a gathering place for the wealthy, where one needed assets exceeding 20 million to reside. Amidst the opulent community, a grand mountain rose dramatically, featuring a lavish villa nestled halfway up, shrouded in mist. With an impressive area spanning thousands of square meters, resplendent in gold and splendor, standing out like a crane among chickens. This villa belonged to the renowned young master, Guan Yunhao. Inside the villa's grand hall, the atmosphere was palpably tense. A distinguished middle-aged man, in a fit of rage, smashed a valuable vase onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. The sound of the vase's destruction sent shivers through everyone present. "You fool! Look at the mess you've made. You've brought disgrace upon the Guan family," the middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury, causing his entire body to tremble with anger. The individual in question is none other than Guan Tianlang, the esteemed chairman of the Guan Trading Group, whose son, Guan Yunhao, has already made headlines for his escapade at Jiangqing University, a matter that reached his father's ears in less than half a day. Returning home directly from the company, he intended to reprimand his wayward son. Seated in the opulent corner of a luxurious sofa, the young Master Guan cradled his head in his hands. Utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired, not a single detail lingered in his memory. The only recollection he had was of exchanging harsh words with a young security guard, and just as he prepared to turn away, a sudden chill enveloped him, plunging him into oblivion. Upon his return home, he discovered himself in a state of undress and, after inquiring with his subordinates, learned with horror that he had been running about Jiangqing University. How could he have sunk to such depths? How could he ever face the world again? The humiliation was unbearable. Within mere hours, videos and photographs of his antics at the university had inundated the internet, and he found himself too ashamed to look. Several affluent peers had even reached out to him, seeking details of the incident, all of whom he had scolded in return. Now, despair filled Guan Yunhao's heart, while flames of fury raged within him. It was undoubtedly the doing of that insufferable security guard. Yet, he could not fathom how, in a moment of madness, the guard had managed to vanish without so much as a touch. The young master was at a loss. "Dad, I truly have no idea what happened. It must be that security guard's doing. If it weren't for him, I would not have found myself in this predicament," Guan Yunhao protested. "What security guard? Spare me your excuses. You indulge in debauchery, squandering your time and resources, and I have turned a blind eye to your escapades. I have shielded you from the consequences of your actions, yet now you have brought such disgrace upon our family, making our shame known to the world. How are we to maintain our dignity? How can the Guan family show our faces in public again?" Guan Tianlong's voice grew increasingly agitated, his desire to confront his son intensifying. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, Mr. Yin stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Mr. Guan, please temper your anger. This matter cannot solely be attributed to young Master Guan. There are indeed underlying factors." Guan Tianlong's gaze swiftly shifted to Mr. Yin, his anger still palpable. "Mr. Yin, if you assert that this incident is not his fault, then it must fall upon you, does it not? A few years ago, you accidentally caused a death and sought refuge with our family. We have never treated you poorly, yet now, when Yunhao has erred, you claim to have been a mere bystander?" Upon hearing these words, Mr. Yan's expression tightened, and he replied gravely, "Mr. Guan, you have indeed been generous to me over the years, but this situation is decidedly peculiar. Today, I accompanied young Master Guan to Jiangqing University, where he encountered a security guard, leading to an unfortunate altercation that resulted in this outcome. I suspect that the guard may have employed some trickery against young Master Guan, provoking his sudden outburst. A mere security guard? What power could a university gatekeeper possibly wield? If he were truly capable, would he be stationed at a university gate? Do not attempt to deceive me with tales of a lowly security guard." Guan Tianlang fixed his gaze on Mr. Yin, unwilling to believe the claims he had just heard. "Father, it must have been that petty security guard. The only conflict I had that day was with him. If it weren't for him, there would be no other suspect." Even Mr. Yin was left bleeding by that guard. Guan Shao exclaimed angrily. Guan Tianling was taken aback and turned to Mr. Yin once more. Is this truly the case? Mr. Yin nodded solemnly. Indeed, that security guard is a hidden talent. I never anticipated such a formidable presence in Jiang City. When I confronted him, I could barely withstand a few moves before sustaining severe injuries. Remarkably, at barely 20 years of age, he has attained the level of a martial arts master, which is exceedingly rare and shocking. Given Guan Shao's reaction, it seems that this guard may also possess some arcane skills. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. Yes, Mr. Yin is correct. It is indeed that security guard. If he hadn't tried to take Shanshan from me, I wouldn't have sought him out. Guan Shao embellished the narrative. Guan Tianlong's expression darkened as he began to accept their words. He had witnessed Mr. Yan's prowess firsthand. A dozen strong men could not approach him, and now even Mr. Yin had been injured. This clearly indicated that the security guard was extraordinary. In truth, Guan Yunhao's pursuit of Chun Zeshan had been under his own directive. Not only was Chun Zeshan exceptionally beautiful, but she also possessed a keen business acumen at such a young age. Although she was studying at Jiang City University, she was already managing a portion of the Chun family's business with remarkable skill. The Chun family thrived in the real estate sector and was the wealthiest in Jiang City. Marrying such a daughter-in-law would be a powerful alliance, and it could provide the necessary guidance for his wayward son. Old Master Chun Liqing, was also quite fond of his granddaughter. It was possible that a portion of the family fortune would eventually be passed down to Chun Zeshan. For the Guan family, securing this daughter-in-law would be a tremendous boon. Regrettably, this son of his lacked ambition and had not won Chun Zeshan's favor, instead causing trouble wherever he went. His recent disgraceful actions at Jiang City University had left him, as a father, utterly humiliated. It appeared that this security guard was the instigator of the entire situation. If he was not dealt with, the Guan family would no longer be able to maintain their standing in Jiang City. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Tianlang inquired, Mr. Yin, do you have a plan to deal with that security guard? Mr. Yin pondered briefly before responding earnestly. That security guard possesses formidable abilities, likely having reached the level of a martial arts master. Even I was unable to last more than a few moves against him. If necessary, I will have to summon my master from retirement. He has transcended the pinnacle of internal martial arts. Even the slightest movement can be lethal, and he is well versed in the arts of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. I am certain that the security guard would not be a match for him. Guan Tianlang nodded in agreement. Very well, Mr. Yin. I entrust this matter to you. It must be handled decisively. The Guan family's reputation has already been tarnished. I do not wish to see or hear anything further regarding that security guard in Jiang City. Rest assured, Mr. Guan, once my master intervenes, that security guard's days will be numbered. Mr. Yin respectfully spoke. Guyu did not take Guan Haoyin's matters to heart. It was merely a trifling episode in life. During his past associations with the old man, he had encountered even more affluent young ruffians than Guan Haoyin, those who thrived on the security of their fathers. Mere bullies who could not amount to anything substantial. Guyu was far more concerned about the information he had gleaned from Chun Zeshan, which revealed that not long ago, a serpent spirit with nearly 3 centuries of cultivation had been subdued from Chun Liqing, intended for the refinement of a demon pill. Regrettably, a precious primary herb was still lacking for the concoction. Fortunately, Chun Zeshan had mentioned a place known as Yaoxian Zhuang in Jiang City. One day, with nothing pressing to attend to, he summoned Li Gui and others and directly took a taxi to the grand apothecary known as Yaoxian Zhuang. Upon arriving at the entrance of the apothecary, Guyu glanced at the faade and was struck by its impressive stature. The establishment was expansive, adorned with a plaque displaying the 3 golden characters of Yaoxian Zhuang, inscribed in a vigorous and powerful script, undoubtedly crafted by a master calligrapher. The interior decor exuded an ancient charm, suggesting a considerable investment. After disembarking from the vehicle, Guyu made his way inside the apothecary. The establishment was bustling with business. As Guyu entered, several attendants quickly noticed him. Observing his attire, which included a security uniform that gave off an air of poverty, none of the staff approached him. Unperturbed, Guyu cleared his throat and inquired, "Is anyone here?" At that moment, a young attendant approached him, somewhat lethargically asking, "What herbal medicine do you seek?" "I would like to purchase an old mountain ginseng. The older, the better," Guyu replied. The previously occupied attendants were taken aback upon hearing Guyu's request for an old mountain ginseng. They exchanged glances. For this young security guard did not appear to be affluent. Yet, He was asking for a mountain ginseng that was over 50 years old, which would surely cost over $1 million. Was this fellow attempting to cause trouble? The young attendant was momentarily stunned, his spirit suddenly invigorated, and he hesitantly asked, "Did you just say you want to buy old mountain ginseng?" "Indeed, old mountain ginseng. The older, the better," Guyu affirmed with seriousness. Although the young attendant harbored doubts, Guyu did not seem to be jesting, and it was inappropriate to dismiss a customer's request outright. Thus, he led Guyu to the counter and retrieved a beautifully crafted box from the shelf behind. Inside lay an artificially cultivated ginseng, priced modestly at a few thousand yuan. As he presumed Guyu was no wealthy individual, opening the box, he placed the ginseng before Guyu and said, "Sir, what do you think of this mountain ginseng?" Guyu glanced down at the ginseng, shook his head, and responded, "I specified that I wanted aged wild mountain ginseng, yet you present me with this artificially cultivated variety. Was my request not clear enough?" Having spent many years by his master's side, Guyu was well-versed in foraging for herbs in the mountains and was intimately familiar with various medicinal materials. Moreover, his profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine endowed him with an exceptional ability to discern the quality of mountain ginseng. The shop assistant was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that this young security guard possessed knowledge of ginseng. Clearly, he had underestimated him. It seemed this individual was genuinely interested in purchasing the prized wild ginseng. However, still somewhat apprehensive, he inquired, "Sir, the price of aged mountain ginseng is quite steep. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase?" "Indeed. Please bring it out for me to examine," Guyu replied, showing signs of impatience. The nearby staff, upon realizing Guyu's earnest intent to buy wild ginseng, felt a pang of regret. Had they known, they would have approached him sooner. The store had not sold a single piece of aged mountain ginseng in years, and selling just one could yield enough commission to cover their salaries for an entire year. Seeing Guyu's genuine interest, a young clerk felt a surge of joy and quickly said, "Sir, please hold on for a moment. Such a precious medicinal herb as aged mountain ginseng requires a personal explanation from our general manager. I will notify him right away." Guyu nodded slightly, and before long, the young clerk returned with a 60-year-old gentleman, the general manager of the pharmacy. Upon seeing Guyu dressed in a security uniform, the manager was momentarily stunned. He had encountered many wealthy merchants and renowned figures purchasing rare medicinal herbs, but never had he seen a security guard seeking wild ginseng. Nevertheless, the manager extended a warm handshake to Guyu, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries and names, Guyu simply replied, "Guyu." The manager mentally searched his memory, realizing he was familiar with many affluent individuals in Jiang City, but had never heard of anyone with the surname Gu. "Mr. Gu, may I have a word in private?" the manager suggested, leading Guyu into an office. Shortly, tea was served, treating him as an esteemed guest. "Mr. Gu, what type of aged mountain ginseng are you looking for?" Manager Deng inquired politely. "Naturally, the older, the better. Please show me what you have," Guyu responded. "Since you are seeking aged mountain ginseng, Mr. Gu, you have indeed come to the right place. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it for you," Manager Deng replied, carefully retrieving a beautifully crafted box from the safe. He gently opened it and placed it before Guyu, stating earnestly, "Mr. Gu, take a good look at this mountain ginseng." After a mere glance, Guyu shook his head and said, "Manager Deng, I require ginseng that is significantly older. The specimen you have presented is pale, tender, with superficial and inconsistent patterns, awkward in form, and lacking in vitality. Although it is wild ginseng, it is quite young, likely not exceeding 20 years. This does not meet my requirements. Do you have any superior options? If not, I shall seek elsewhere." Manager Deng, taken aback by Guyu's discerning eye, inhaled sharply and remarked, "A true connoisseur indeed. In my many years of running this pharmacy, I have never encountered someone as young and knowledgeable as you." The pharmacy manager was thoroughly impressed by Guyu's ability to assess the ginseng's age at a mere glance. If not for decades of experience in identifying ginseng, he would never have been able to discern such details, even after years of immersion in this field. Yet, the young security guard before him could not possibly be older than 20. With a heart full of reverence, Manager Deng proceeded to unlock the safe, retrieving a more exquisite box, which he placed before Guyu. After several layers of unwrapping, he finally unveiled the true visage of the wild ginseng to Guyu. "Mr. Gu, please take a look. This aged ginseng is the treasure of our establishment," Manager Deng said with utmost seriousness. Guyu cast a glance at the ginseng and could not help but utter a soft gasp. To discern ginseng, one must observe the 5 forms and recognize the 6 attributes. The 5 forms refer to the roots, stalk, skin, veins, and body. The 6 attributes denote spirit, clumsiness, age, tenderness, horizontal, and vertical. The ginseng before him displayed long, slender roots, a weathered skin of a yellow-brown hue, a dense and lustrous texture, intricate veins, and a delicate physique, truly a rare specimen of aged wild ginseng. In his earlier days with his master on the mountain, he had once encountered such ginseng, and to think he would find such a pristine specimen in this bustling locale. Had he not revealed some of his capabilities, Manager Deng would not have presented such a treasure for his viewing. Ah, this indeed resembles a fine specimen. This aged ginseng should be around 300 years old, brimming with vitality, precisely what I have been searching for. I wonder, Manager Deng, what price do you have in mind? Guyu inquired. Manager Deng pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. Such a valuable item must be sold to someone who appreciates its worth. Since you, Mr. Gu, are so discerning, I shall offer you a friendly price, 5 million. What do you think? 5 million. Guyu's heart raced. He thought to himself how precious this ginseng was. Had he known, he would have searched for some on the mountain and brought a few back to sell. However, the distance from his cultivation place was considerable, and once he left the mountains, he would undoubtedly face ridicule from that old man. Outside the mountain gates, he had to rely solely on his own abilities for sustenance. After some contemplation, Guyu replied, "Very well, 5 million. However, I currently do not possess such a sum. I can offer you 500,000 as a deposit, and I shall return in a week to collect this ginseng. What do you think?" Guyu contemplated using this week to secure additional business from Principal Wang, striving to gather the 5 million. If that proved too challenging, he could seek assistance from Qin Zeshan. After all, 5 million was not a significant amount for the Qin family. Manager Deng hesitated for a moment. Considering that this young security guard demonstrated such discernment and could present a deposit of 500,000, he did not fear that the young man would fail to pay the remaining balance. This ginseng had been sitting here for years. It was not that no one wanted to buy it, but rather that the price was too steep for most. Selling to anyone was still selling, as long as the money was in hand. With this thought, he said, "All right, this ginseng shall be transferred to Mr. Gu. Will you be paying in cash or by card?" Just as Guyu was about to retrieve his bank card, the door suddenly swung open. A fragrant breeze wafted in, and Guyu turned to see a portly middle-aged man entering, embraced by an exceptionally alluring beauty. The woman, with a stunning figure clad in a leopard print bodysuit, exuded an air of seduction, her fiery red lips contrasting with her fair skin. Guyu could not help but steal a few glances. Yet, this type of beauty, with a strong air of the world, was not to his taste. As he scrutinized her closely, his eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, an unsettling aura enveloped the two individuals, prompting me to open my third eye and gaze upon them once more. To my astonishment, I discerned that a malevolent spirit child clung to each of their backs, one a boy of approximately 2 years, the other a girl just over a year old. These spectral entities exuded a chilling, ghostly energy, their resentful presence palpable as they wrapped their tiny arms around the necks of the adults. When I turned my attention to the children, they noticed me in return, baring their teeth in a menacing manner as if to warn me against meddling in their affairs. Manager Deng, seated behind his desk, stood up promptly upon my arrival, striding towards the rotund middle-aged man before him. With utmost respect, he greeted, "Mr. Zhao, what an honor it is for you to visit my humble establishment." The corpulent gentleman, not only overweight but also balding, bore a complexion that suggested a life of luxury and ease. He spoke with an air of superiority. "Manager Liu, I happened to pass by and thought I might purchase a few items from you. Do you have any fine mountain ginseng or reishi mushrooms? I've been feeling rather weak lately and could use a boost, huh?" The alluring woman beside Mr. Zhao playfully jabbed him with her soft fist, feigning shyness, which elicited a boisterous laugh from him. "Rest assured, if Mr. Zhao himself is here, I will provide you with the finest medicine," Manager Deng assured as he prepared to escort Mr. Zhao away. However, the latter's gaze fell upon a prized ginseng root resting on the desk, and his eyes lit up with interest. "This ginseng appears exceptional. I've heard it provides remarkable benefits. Manager Deng, I shall take this one," he declared with an authoritative tone. Manager Deng's expression shifted to one of discomfort, a hint of trepidation evident as he hesitated before replying. "Mr. Zhao, to be frank, I have just promised this ginseng to Mr. Gu. Both Mr. Zhao and the enchanting woman turned their disdainful gazes towards me. Noticing my security uniform, they exchanged looks of contempt. The woman scoffed. This little security guard wishes to purchase ginseng? Does he have the means? I must ask, has he even paid? With a somewhat awkward laugh, Manager Deng replied, not yet, but he is preparing to make a deposit. What price are you asking for this ginseng? Mr. Zhao inquired. His voice grave. 5 million, Manager Deng responded. Upon hearing this figure, Mr. Zhao burst into laughter, exclaiming, Manager Deng. This pitiful guard looks as though he can barely scrape together 500, let alone 5 million for ginseng. I want it. I can write you a check immediately. At that moment, I, who had remained silent, felt a surge of indignation and replied slowly, wait a moment. There ought to be an order of precedence in purchasing. I have already reserved this ginseng. Why should it be given to you simply because you demand it? Purchasing is a matter of who has the means to pay. Just look at you, in your tattered appearance. Do you truly believe you can afford such an expensive ginseng? Who would believe you? I suspect you are nothing but a fraud. The alluring woman regarded others with a condescending gaze. Manager Deng, I shall pose a singular question today. Will you sell me this ginseng or not? General Zhao's expression darkened as he turned his attention to Manager Deng. Manager Deng, somewhat troubled, glanced at Gu Yu and sheepishly replied, Mr. Gu, I suggest you discuss this matter with General Zhao. When I have quality goods in the future, I will notify you to come collect. How does that sound? Observing Manager Deng's demeanor towards General Zhao, Gu Yu discerned that the latter was indeed a person of considerable stature in Jiang City. Manager Deng would not dare offend him. Otherwise, he would not behave as such. In truth, Gu Yu's assessment was accurate. This General Zhao was no ordinary individual. Previously, Zhong Jinliang had mentioned that Jiang City was home to 4 prominent families, Chun, Guan, Zhao, and Lei, with General Zhao being the 3rd wealthiest businessman among them. This man possessed immense wealth and was a figure not to be trifled with in Jiang City. How could a mere Manager Deng dare to offend such a prosperous individual? Weighing the pros and cons, Gu Yu found himself at a disadvantage. Gu Yu let out a cold laugh and turned to General Zhao, suddenly inquiring, So you are General Zhao? I am quite curious about what you intend to do with this 300-year-old wild ginseng. I have the means to purchase whatever I desire. Your opinion is irrelevant, General Zhao scoffed, dismissing Gu Yu with a wave of his hand as he wrote a check and handed it to Manager Deng. Swiftly seizing the box containing the wild ginseng, you appear puffy-faced, with a bluish complexion, suffering from severe hair loss and premature forgetfulness. These are signs of overindulgence and an imbalance of yin and yang. Excessive indulgence has led to a weakened constitution, and the critical issue lies with your kidneys. I suspect that, for some time now, you have been unable to perform adequately, Gu Yu remarked with a smile, observing General Zhao keenly. General Zhao, having just lifted the wild ginseng, was momentarily taken aback, for Gu Yu's assertions were entirely accurate. Uncertain of how this young security guard had discerned such truths, he stubbornly retorted, You speak nonsense. My health is perfectly fine. You may deny it all you wish, but your body is your own to know. I merely wish to caution you. Your frail constitution cannot be fortified, and this wild ginseng is a potent remedy. Should you consume it in your current state, the results may be counterproductive, potentially leading to lifelong impotence. Feel free to test my words if you doubt them. Furthermore, your weakened state has allowed malevolent spirits to attach themselves to you. This is a consequence of your own misdeeds. These spirits have been haunting you for quite some time. Within 3 days, you will witness things you ought not to see. At that point, you may seek me out, and if I am in a generous mood, I might assist you, though my fee will be twice that of this wild ginseng. I shall await you at the security booth of Jiang City University. Gu Yu smiled amiably at General Zhao. Upon hearing this, General Zhao was furious, exclaiming, Who is this young security guard, daring to curse me with ghostly afflictions? You must be seeking a death wish. As he spoke, General Zhao raised his fist, poised to strike Gu Yu. Unfazed, Gu Yu casually picked up a teacup, gently squeezed it, and with a sharp crack, the cup shattered into fragments. General Zhao's fist froze mid-air, leaving him dumbfounded. The teacup was crushed in his grip, a testament to the immense strength he possessed. The petite security guard before him was indeed a skilled fighter, and a wise man knows when to avoid unnecessary conflict. Are you certain you wish to engage with me? Gu Yu inquired with a serene smile. President Zhao swallowed hard, daunted by the confrontation, but still mustering a fierce retort. Very well, so you are the security guard from Jiangxing University. Just you wait. Of course, I shall await your arrival. You will undoubtedly seek me out. Guyu replied nonchalantly. A flicker of malice gleamed in Zhao's eyes as he clutched the ginseng and, accompanied by a striking woman, strode away. Before departing, the alluring woman cast a mocking glance back at Guyu, taunting, a pauper yearning for wealth, dreaming of 1,000,000. With your station, you shall never amass such fortune. Once the duo exited the apothecary, manager Deng, who had been a silent observer, was drenched in cold sweat. He turned to Guyu, offering a cautious warning, young man. You've landed yourself in quite the predicament. Do you comprehend the caliber of the individual you've offended? Guyu shook his head, feigning ignorance. That Zhao is the chairman of the Chaoyu Group in Jiangcheng, controlling the entirety of the city's transportation and logistics industries. His wealth is vast, making him one of the city's elite. Jiangcheng boasts 4 prominent families: Chun, Guan, Zhao, and Lei, with Zhao ranking 3rd. If you reveal your whereabouts, he will surely seek you out. I advise you to flee while you still can. You cannot contend with such power and will find yourself in grave trouble. Manager Deng urged. Guyu found it somewhat amusing. Having only recently arrived in Jiangcheng, he had already encountered such influential figures. He had offended the Guan family's heir days prior, and now he had crossed paths with President Zhao. I appreciate your concern, Manager Liu, but I know my limits. If he wishes to find me, all the better. I await his offering of that 1,000,000, Guyu remarked with a smile. Manager Liu regarded Guyu as if he were a peculiar anomaly, pondering if the young man was mentally sound. To openly provoke President Zhao to such a degree seemed folly. One would expect a severe retribution rather than an invitation for wealth. Despite his thoughts, Manager Liu refrained from voicing them, having witnessed Guyu's formidable strength firsthand when he shattered the teacup. Nevertheless, he understood that even such prowess could not measure up against Zhao's influence and connections. Guyu felt a pang of frustration. He had intended to secure the ginseng, but Zhao's unexpected interference had thwarted his plans. Yet, he was resolute that President Zhao would indeed seek him out. After departing from the apothecary, Guyu returned to Jiangcheng University, his spirits dampened as night had already fallen. Tonight, Guyu is on the night shift, coincidentally paired with Zhong Jinliang. With little to occupy his time, Guyu took out the phone gifted to him by Chun Zeshan and began to fiddle with it. This high-tech gadget was a novelty for Guyu, and he was thoroughly enjoying himself, just as he was engrossed in a parkour game. Zhong Jinliang suddenly nudged his arm and said earnestly, "Go, look at that female student. She seems a bit off." Guyu had been playing for over half an hour, and with Zhong's interruption, all his progress was lost, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. He shot Zhong a glare before his gaze fell upon the girl he was pointing at. Upon closer inspection, Guyu's pupils dilated. Zhong Jinliang was right. There was indeed something peculiar about her. It was already past 9 in the evening, nearing the school's curfew, and this girl had just entered through the gate. Oddly, she appeared to be talking to herself, laughing as if engaged in a conversation. Yet there was no one else around her, which was unsettling. Good, did you see? That girl is quite pretty. I noticed her the moment she walked in. She's been talking to herself and laughing at thin air. It's rather eerie, don't you think? I hope nothing bad happens, Zhong Jinliang expressed, a hint of worry in his voice. Guyu remained silent, his eyes fixed on the girl's retreating figure. She appeared to be in her early 20s, likely a sophomore or junior. While talking to herself was one thing, it seemed as though she was also holding on to someone with both hands, her posture looking decidedly strange. In an instant, Guyu activated his third eye again, and upon a second glance, he was taken aback to see that a male spirit was following the girl, exuding a dark, ghostly aura. At the moment Guyu opened his third eye, the spirit seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look in his direction. Its eyes entirely white, reminiscent of a dead fish's stare. Fearing discovery, Guyu quickly averted his eyes and shifted his focus elsewhere. It struck him as odd. In a place like a school, which was typically bustling with life and vibrant energy, such spirits should not manifest. How could this be happening? After contemplating for a moment, he noticed that the girl had already walked quite a distance away. Guyu decided not to delay further and stood up to head toward the security booth outside. Go. Where are you going? Zhong Jinliang, noticing Guyu's departure, promptly followed him. Return to your post. Don't follow me, Guyu replied briskly without looking back. Wait. I'm curious too. I want to see what's going on, Zhong Jinliang persisted, unwilling to give up. Guyu chose to ignore him and quickened his pace. After turning a corner, he spotted the girl again, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. It wasn't that he feared being noticed by her. Rather, He was concerned about the spirit accompanying her. By this time, the school was nearly deserted, as it was past the hour for lights out and sleep. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, and the dim yellow light cast a long shadow of the girl as she walked on. Guyu halted amidst a grove of trees, and Zhong Jinliang quickly caught up, breathless as he inquired, "Brother Yu, what on earth is happening? Keep silent if you wish to accompany me, or else return." Guyu replied in a hushed tone. Seeing the seriousness in Guyu's demeanor, Zhong Jinliang fell silent. After a while, a girl turned a corner and walked toward another location, coming to a halt beside a rather dilapidated teaching building. Suddenly, she spoke to the air, "No, it's too late. I must go back. Well, just this once." With that, she slipped inside the aged structure. Zhong Jinliang gasped, "My heavens! What is this girl doing here at such a late hour? She truly has some nerve. What place is this?" Although Guyu had been at Jiangxing University for several days, the campus was vast and unfamiliar to him. This is the medical department's teaching building, which houses the anatomy lab and the morgue. At night, no one dares to venture here. When we patrolled, we would circumvent this area, even in broad daylight. It feels eerie. For a girl to come here at this hour, does she have a screw loose? Zhong Jinliang pondered aloud. Guyu cast a glance at Zhong Jinliang and said gravely, "You may follow me, but do not utter a word. Act solely on my instructions, understood?" Uncertain of Guyu's intentions, yet aware of his capabilities, Zhong Jinliang nodded in agreement. Shortly after the girl entered the dilapidated building, Guyu led Zhong Jinliang inside. Listening intently, Guyu discerned the girl's location by her footsteps. She was on the first floor. Thus, he proceeded cautiously in pursuit of the sound. Zhong Jinliang trailed behind Guyu, his heart racing. The medical building contained numerous corpses and specimens, having previously glimpsed the swollen bodies preserved in formalin. He would often wake from nightmares after such encounters. Were it not for following Guyu, he wouldn't have dared to venture here in the dead of night. Before long, the girl halted beside a room, whispering something to the air, her tone shy and tentative. Guyu and Zhong Jinliang concealed themselves at the staircase, observing her. Soon, they heard a creaking sound. The door in front of the girl swung open as she stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Guyu swiftly moved, his footsteps as light as a cat's, darting to the vicinity of the room. Zhong Jinliang swallowed nervously and approached, standing beside Guyu. When Zhong Jinliang inadvertently glanced up and read the words inscribed above the door, he let out a muffled gasp. Guyu frowned, shooting him a sharp look, prompting Zhong Jinliang to cover his mouth, his eyes wide as he pointed above, urging Guyu to take notice. As Guyu lifted his gaze, he beheld 3 chilling characters inscribed above the room: mortuary. It was indeed peculiar for a young girl to venture into such a place in the dead of night. However, Guyu paid little heed to it. His attention was drawn to the glass pane above the door, through which he peered into the interior. Illuminated by the cold light of the moon, he soon witnessed a scene that evoked astonishment. The beautiful girl who had entered moments earlier was enveloped by a mass of dark energy, emitting a cry of anguish, her entire being trembling with fear. To Zhong Jinliang, this spectacle appeared rather eerie. In his eyes, it seemed as though the girl was merely flailing about like a marionette, manipulated by unseen forces. The vividness of the scene stirred him so profoundly that he nearly succumbed to a nosebleed, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the underlying implications. The fact that a girl had wandered into a mortuary at such an hour and was exhibiting such bizarre behavior sent a chill down his spine, though he dismissed the thought. Instead, he felt a sense of fortune for having accompanied Guyu, for otherwise, he would have missed such a thrilling display. This was a stroke of luck indeed. At that moment, Guyu suddenly acted, forcefully pushing against the door, only to discover it was locked from within. Undeterred, he summoned his strength and struck the door with a heavy hand. With a resounding crack, the door swung open. Upon entering, Guyu formed a mystical gesture and directed it toward the male spirit. This gesture, imbued with spiritual energy, was akin to a sword, should it strike true. Even a formidable ghost would find its essence shattered under Guyu's current prowess. In that fleeting instant, the male spirit abruptly halted its actions and turned toward Guyu, its lifeless eyes wide with terror. Before Guyu could close the distance, the spirit transformed into a cloud of darkness, swiftly drifting toward the row of cabinets within the mortuary, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted as the girl, overwhelmed by fear, fainted on the spot. Following Guyu into the room, Zhong Jinliang was engulfed in confusion as he inquired, "Brother Yu, What is happening? Why did the girl faint the moment you entered? As he spoke, he cast a glance at the girl sprawled on the ground, her clothing disheveled. Indeed, her figure was quite striking. Had Guyu not burst in unexpectedly, her trousers would likely have been fully removed, now only partially so, revealing a patch of skin as white as snow. Guyu glanced toward the cabinets before approaching the girl, checking for a pulse. Thankfully, she still drew breath, merely having succumbed to unconsciousness from fright. This girl had been ensnared by the ghost, temporarily ensorcelled. When Guyu had charged in, the spirit had relinquished its hold, causing her to abruptly regain consciousness, and, upon realizing her surroundings and recalling her earlier actions, succumbed to a fear so profound that it rendered her unconscious. If the fright had been any more intense, the girl might well have been scared to death. Guyu had no time to attend to Zhong Jinliang and turned his gaze towards the row of cabinets in the room. At that moment, Guyu felt an unusual chill enveloping the space. Not only was the temperature exceedingly low, but there was also a dense aura of malevolence that was decidedly abnormal. In a place like a school, populated predominantly by youth brimming with vitality, it was rather peculiar for such a heavy presence of negative energy to pervade. Even in a morgue where the deceased were housed, a thought flashed through Guyu's mind. Could it be that the old man had placed him at Jiangqing University because there was something amiss with this institution? If it were merely a case of hauntings in the morgue, he believed he could handle it swiftly and depart without being tethered to a long-term security role. This notion flitted through Guyu's consciousness, and soon his attention was drawn to the cabinets brimming with bodies. The corpses within hospitals were primarily sourced from donations or executed criminals, utilized for medical research and education, thus implying a substantial number of bodies stored within the morgue's cabinets. The malevolent spirit he had previously encountered had transformed into a wisp of dark fog, slipping away before he could discern its hiding place among the cabinets. However, this did not daunt Guyu. He activated his energy field to sense the flow of the negative energy, aiming to ascertain the spirit's whereabouts. Upon expanding his energy field, he gasped in astonishment at the overwhelming density of the malevolence. It surpassed his previous expectations, indicating not only the solitary male spirit he had seen, but also a multitude of other entities lurking within. At that moment, a sudden clatter echoed at the door, and to Guyu's astonishment, it swung shut on its own. Zhong Jinliang trembled in fear, nearly crying out, "Brother Yu, what is happening? Is this place haunted? Are you just now realizing that?" "Perhaps it's a bit late," Guyu replied with a slight smile, the 7-star sword at his waist flickering subtly. "Ready to be drawn. What are you still doing here? We must leave at once." Upon hearing Guyu's words, Zhong Jinliang, already quaking with terror, clutched Guyu's arm and anxiously scanned the surroundings. Another loud crash resounded as a cabinet containing a corpse suddenly ejected itself, crashing to the ground and blocking the doorway. This sight nearly sent Zhong Jinliang leaping from his skin. He had never witnessed such horror in his life and was nearly clinging to Guyu. "Brother, you stop." Guyu, growing slightly impatient with Zhong Jinliang's excessive fear, thought him rather cowardly. Just then, from the cabinet that had just burst open, a corpse began to rise slowly, emanating a chilling aura. The corpse was unmistakably dissected, with numerous deep incisions crisscrossing its chest, now stitched together. Half of its face was missing, and a gaping wound marred its mouth, revealing the molars in the dim moonlight, while a fragment of its tongue dangled outside its lips. To the astonishment of all, this body not only rose but emerged from the cabinet, advancing step by step towards Guyu and the others, leaving a trail of fine ice shards in its wake. A cold smirk graced Guyu's lips, yet Zhong Jinliang was nearly paralyzed with terror at this sight, trembling uncontrollably, his mouth agape yet voiceless. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the cabinets housing the corpses, clanging open and shut, accompanied by a chorus of ghastly wails. "How dare these insignificant spirits flaunt their bravado before me?" Guyu exclaimed. In a swift motion, he produced a yellow talisman from his person, casting it upwards. The talisman erupted in a resounding explosion, transforming into a blaze that spread golden light around. In an instant, the ashes of the talisman scattered like tiny golden sparks, and as they fell, the incessantly opening and closing cabinets came to an abrupt halt, reverting to their original state. Yet, the corpse that had crawled from the cold storage continued its relentless approach towards Guyu. Zhong Jinliang, now as pale as a ghost from the commotion in the mortuary, felt his heart racing at the sight of the advancing corpse. He let out a terrified scream, releasing Guyu and retreating several steps. Fearful of being pounced upon by the cadaver, Guyu turned to Zhong Jinliang, his voice steady and commanding. "Do not run away. Come here." But Zhong Jinliang, gripped by fear, muttered repeatedly, "There are indeed ghosts." At that moment, the corpse stood before Guyu, extending its icy hands towards his neck with a low growl emanating from its throat. Guyu swiftly executed a spell known as the ghost-slaying technique, thrusting it towards the corpse's chest. The impact was akin to an electric shock, sending the body flying back into the cabinet, while the malevolent spirit possessing it was instantly dispersed. As the corpse landed back inside the cabinet, a dense and eerie aura enveloped the mortuary, with dark mist swirling from the cabinets towards Guyu. He raised an eyebrow, contemplating the sheer number of malevolent entities within this place. There were certainly more than a dozen. As the conversation unfolded, Guyu swiftly produced the spirit-gathering tower, placing it upon the ground. With a series of intricate hand gestures, he incanted a spell, causing the tower to expand rapidly, radiating golden light. The malevolent spirits that had been rushing towards him were drawn in, one by one, and sealed within the tower. These vile entities could merely be classified as malevolent spirits, lacking the essence of true ghosts, rendering them trivial for Guyu to handle. However, he found himself perplexed by the alarming number of ghostly apparitions in the school's morgue. If this situation persisted, the medical department of Jiangxing University would be plagued endlessly. The spirit-gathering tower served only to temporarily seal the malevolent spirits. Guyu intended to exorcise them when time permitted. Their spiritual prowess was not formidable, allowing the tower to subdue them easily. Yet, if faced with true vengeful spirits, the tower could merely contain them, as relying solely on its magical power to intimidate such entities would prove insufficient. As the malevolent spirits were confined within the tower, Guyu was about to stow it away. Just as he bent down, he sensed a disturbance behind him. With a swift pivot, he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a chair that came crashing down from where he had just stood. To his astonishment, it was none other than Zhong Jingliang attempting to ambush him. The chair shattered upon impact, and Zhong Jingliang hastily retrieved two sharp legs from the broken seat, lunging towards Guyu once more. In the dim moonlight, Guyu discerned the truth. Zhong Jingliang had been possessed by a malevolent spirit. A dark aura enveloped Zhong Jingliang's face, his brow darkening and his eyes gleaming with malevolence. Brandishing the makeshift weapons as he charged at Guyu, Guyu let out a cold chuckle, remaining motionless until the chair legs were nearly upon him, at which point he delivered a swift kick, sending Zhong Jingliang flying. Yet, possessed Zhong Jingliang rose again, clutching the chair legs tightly. His face contorted in terror as he gazed at Guyu, hesitant to advance any further. "You were the one who brought that girl here, weren't you? You claim to be dead, yet still seek to entangle the living. It seems you were a fiend even in life. Had I arrived a moment later, that girl would have been in grave danger. The union of malevolent spirits and the living is perilous, even if one survives. They are left with but a fragment of their soul," Guyu remarked coolly. "None of your business. Stay out of this, or I'll kill your companion." The malevolent spirit, possessing Zhong Jingliang, spat viciously, aiming the pointed chair leg at Zhong Jingliang's throat. At that moment, Zhong Jingliang's fate was entirely at the mercy of the spirit, and Guyu felt a flicker of apprehension. He regretted bringing this young man along, fearing it would jeopardize his own plans, and now he was entangled in chaos. Despite his inner turmoil, Guyu maintained an air of indifference. "If you wish to kill him, then proceed. It bears no consequence to me. My sole duty is to capture demons and exorcise spirits. Should you end his life, he shall have no chance of reincarnation, and I will be compelled to scatter your soul in the process." "I do not believe it. How could one who practices the Tao turn a blind eye to death? Enough of your words. Leave at once, or I shall truly end his life," the malevolent spirit proclaimed, as the leg of the bench pierced through Zhong Jinliang's neck, indicating its intent to act. At this moment, Guyu felt a pang of anxiety and hastily gestured. "Very well, I shall depart immediately. Once I am gone, you must release this person, otherwise, I will not let you off easily." "Hurry, leave," the spirit retorted angrily. With a resigned shake of his head, Guyu turned to leave. In the fleeting instant of his turn, he silently conjured a spell, and from the spirit-gathering tower emanated a swirling mass of crimson essence, racing towards Zhong Jinliang. This time, Guyu had summoned a high-ranking spirit sealed within the tower, at least of the malevolent ghost caliber, which lunged at Zhong Jinliang. forcibly driving out the malevolent spirit that had possessed him. Upon being expelled, the spirit was taken aback, realizing that approaching Zhong Jinliang was now impossible, for a more formidable ghost had taken control of his body. Should it attempt to advance, it would undoubtedly be consumed by the malevolent spirit. Presently, the only path for the malevolent spirit was to flee. In an instant, it transformed into a wisp of black mist, seeking to escape the morgue. However, Guyu would not allow such an easy escape. With a flick of his wrist, 5 copper coins flew out, landing in various corners of the room, sealing off the spirit's escape routes. Simultaneously, Guyu hurled a yellow talisman at the spirit, which, with a resounding crash, sent the entity reeling, almost shattering its very soul. At this moment, Guyu was not eager to obliterate the spirit, as he still had unanswered questions. With its retreat blocked and nearly vanquished, the spirit found itself trapped with no avenue of escape. Seeing Guyu approach with his hands clasped behind him, the spirit was overwhelmed with fear, dropping to its knees and pleading, "I beseech you, kind Taoist, spare my life. I acted foolishly in a moment of confusion. Please grant me another chance for redemption." "You have already been granted a chance, which you failed to cherish. You have no one to blame but yourself," Guyu replied with a smile. The spirit, kneeling on the ground, bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy, having lost all will to resist. With its meager abilities, it stood no chance against such a profoundly skilled Taoist, despite the Taoist's alarming youth. Observing this, Guyu smiled slightly, pulled up a chair, and sat down. "Given your earnestness, sparing you is not out of the question, but you must answer a few questions truthfully. Please, speak, and I shall divulge all that I know," the spirit replied. "My inquiry is this. Why do so many spirits inhabit this morgue? This is a place of yang, predominantly inhabited by the young, whose abundant yang energy should, in theory, suppress the existence of spirits like you. What has caused this unusual phenomenon?" Guyu's gaze bore into the kneeling spirit with unwavering intensity. The ethereal form of the infant spirit shuddered slightly, trembling as it spoke. "Master Dao, I cannot divulge this matter. Speaking of it leads only to a dead end. I could easily scatter your soul to oblivion. Do you not fear such a fate?" Guyu retorted with a voice laced with fury. "No, I cannot speak." The spirit replied, shaking its head in terror. "Refusing to speak, are you? Then I shall send you on your way," Guyu declared, suddenly extending his hand toward the spirit. The spirit, seized by an inexplicable dread, immediately rose and attempted to drift away. But the surrounding area had been sealed off by Guyu's copper coins. Just as the spirit transformed into a wisp of black mist, it had barely reached the window when a copper coin on the ground emitted a blinding golden light, striking the spirit directly. The spirit let out a harrowing wail, and in an instant, its essence was shattered. Guyu observed that the spirit would rather disintegrate than answer his inquiries, deepening his confusion. It seemed that the spirit was wary of something. What could incite such profound fear? Guyu pondered, unable to comprehend, yet he felt an unsettling sensation within. As he had suspected, that old man would not have placed him in this school as a mere security guard without reason. This suggested that Jiangxing University harbored some great terror, a threat that could not be swiftly eradicated, thus prompting the old man to position him here. Yet, the old man remained cryptic, leaving Guyu in the dark about the true nature of this place, unsure of when he might uncover its secrets. Frustrated, Guyu reflected on the old man's cunning. He was so astute that even his own disciple was ensnared in his schemes. However, perhaps this was also a significant trial set by the old man for Guyu. Considering the skills he had honed over the years spent by the old man's side warranted validation. After contemplating for a while, Guyu was unable to glean any clarity from his thoughts and decided to set it aside for the moment. Clearly, this matter required careful deliberation. Perhaps he might inquire with Principal Wang, that old fox, about the dreadful entities lurking within the school. With this in mind, Guyu raised his gaze toward Zhong Jinliang and spoke, somewhat irritated. "Will you not emerge? Are you addicted to residing in his body?" "Master Yu, it has been long since I've had the chance to stretch my wings. This body is quite splendid. Would it be so terrible for me to stay a while longer?" The spirit inhabiting Zhong Jinliang replied obsequiously. "Get out immediately, lest you provoke my wrath," Guyu retorted impatiently. Prolonged habitation by a spirit can have dire consequences for the living. Minor ailments might ensue, or worse, a threat to one's life. Zhong Jinliang had already been possessed by 2 spirits, and thus he was inevitably afflicted by this malady. Fortunately, Guyu was skilled in medicine and could assist in restoring his health, so the situation was not dire. The spirit, intimidated, withdrew its head and promptly drifted out of Zhong Jinliang, obediently retreating into the spirit-gathering tower. Zhong Jinliang trembled and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Guyu approached him, delivering a swift slap to the back of his head. Zhong Jinliang stirred awake, and upon regaining consciousness, his body jolted as if struck by a realization, and he shouted, "There are indeed ghosts. What's wrong with you?" Guyu pushed him away with some annoyance. As he observed Guyu's calm demeanor, Zhong Jinliang gradually began to settle down, though the terror in his eyes remained indescribable. He glanced nervously at the eerie mortuary and stammered, "Go, was I just dreaming?" "Believe what you want," Guyu replied with a dismissive glance. "Get up quickly. We need to leave." Zhong Jinliang nodded, slowly rising to his feet. His gaze swept the area until it landed on the girl lying on the ground. Confirming that he had not been dreaming, panic surged through him again, and he trembled as he asked, "What on earth just happened?" "Go? I told you not to follow. Yet you insisted. Now look at you, scared to death. But don't worry, I've taken care of those ghosts," Guyu reassured him. Zhong Jinliang finally felt a sense of relief, but curiosity emerged anew, prompting him to cautiously ask, "Gu, who exactly are you? Your skills are incredible. And you can exorcise ghosts. It's almost miraculous. I've told you before, I am a Taoist from the Xinmin sect. Are you really a Taoist from Xinmin? Is that for real?" Zhong Jinliang still seemed skeptical. "Enough chatter. I am entrusting you with an honorable task. Help that girl put on her clothes and escort her back to the dormitory. It's getting late. We must hurry back to rest," Guyu instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jinliang looked at the girl lying nearby, his heart leaping with joy. Although she was not exceptionally beautiful, her figure was quite appealing, and the prospect of dressing her felt like a delightful opportunity. The fear that had gripped him dissipated, and he hurriedly approached the girl, taking a glance at her partially concealed body before reaching out to help her with her top. However, as soon as his hand touched her, she inexplicably woke up and, without hesitation, slapped him across the face. "Pervert!" she shouted furiously. The sound of the slap was sharp and resonant, startling Guyu, who was standing a short distance away. He had initially considered taking on this task himself, but decided against it, inadvertently allowing Zhong Jinliang to take the lead. Now, he silently rejoiced, relieved that he hadn't done it himself, for he surely would have received that slap. She strikes swiftly. Could she have trained before? Guyu pondered to himself. Zhong Jinliang's face instantly bore 5 distinct finger marks, swelling rapidly. He covered his reddened cheek and turned to Guyu with a look of grievance. His voice tinged with a whine. She hit me." Guyu found the situation amusing, barely stifling a laugh as he approached the girl, who was now frantically dressing. Curling up against the side of the mortuary, eyeing Guyu and Zhong Jinliang warily. "Don't be afraid. We mean you no harm. You see, we're wearing the uniforms of the school's security," Guyu stated reassuringly. The girl scanned her surroundings in terror before her gaze fell upon Guyu. Noticing their security attire, her expression softened slightly as she murmured, "Why am I here? How can you say that? You came here on your own." With such a peculiar expression, muttering to yourself as you walked. "We followed you out of concern for your well-being. And when we arrived, you began to undress. I kindly offered to help you put your clothes back on, and you struck me," Zhang Jinliang remarked while rubbing his jaw. "Think carefully about how you arrived here," Guyu suggested with a smile. The girl's face turned pale, as if she recalled something terrifying. Trembling, she stammered, I think I came here with my boyfriend. He said he had something to show me, but I was a bit dazed and don't know why I followed him here." "Boyfriend?" Guyu scoffed lightly before continuing. "Are you certain he is your boyfriend?" "Yes. He is my boyfriend whom I just started dating a couple of days ago. He is also a student at Jiangqing University." However, the girl's expression morphed into one of anguish, as if struggling to remember something. Guyu squatted down and said earnestly, "I must tell you something. Please do not be afraid, but it's important to prepare yourself mentally." The girl pressed her lips together, remaining silent, but nodded in agreement. "The boyfriend you are dating is not human. He is a specter. You have become entangled with him, which is why your mind feels clouded. His corpse should be in this morgue," Guyu stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, the girl's complexion changed dramatically, disbelief etched across her features. Guyu then stood and approached one of the storage cabinets. With a flourish of his hand, he walked around it before finally stopping beside one. Pulling it open to reveal a corpse, its face shrouded in a white cloth. "Come closer and take a look. Is this the boyfriend you mentioned?" Guyu asked, trembling. The girl rose and cautiously approached Guyu, who illuminated the corpse's face with a flashlight, lifting the white cloth. When she saw the face, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's him. How can it be him? After a moment, her voice broke into sobs. What on earth is happening? Zhang Jinliang inquired, moving closer to glance at the corpse. The body belonged to a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s. With a handsome visage, frost clinging to his features within the cold confines of the cabinet. I am Chen Min, a second-year medical student at Jiangxing University. 3 days ago, during our anatomy class, we dissected this male corpse. He apparently suffered a sudden cardiac arrest. The body was remarkably well preserved. I even remarked on his good looks, saying it was a pity he died looking so handsome. I wished he were alive to be my boyfriend. At one point, I thought I saw his eyes open and look at me before closing again, which startled me. I thought I was hallucinating. That night, my mind was clouded, and I fell asleep early, dreaming of a handsome man who asked if I would be his friend. For the past few days, I had been in a daze, completely oblivious to my actions. Chen Min spoke with a lingering sense of dread. As expected of a medical student, you possess quite the audacity. How could you joke around with a corpse? Though I have never attended university, I know better than to speak carelessly in the presence of the deceased. And yet you wish to be his girlfriend, Zhou Jinliang remarked, curling his lip. This male corpse likely never married or even touched a woman in life, which has left him with a strong fixation. Speaking so openly before him is perilous. You must remember never to show disrespect to the dead or speak indiscriminately. However, the matter has been resolved, and he shall no longer haunt you. It is late. We shall escort you back, Guyu said solemnly. Chen Min nodded, repeatedly thanking Guyu and promising to be more cautious in the future. When the spirits appeared earlier, Chen Min had fainted from fear, completely unaware of the events that transpired. However, seeing Guyu's adeptness with the supernatural aroused her suspicions. When did the school's security become adept at dealing with ghosts? The two tidied up the morgue, returning the body to its original position before escorting Chen Min back to the girls' dormitory. They then returned to the security booth. That night was thrilling, yet Guyu felt no apprehension. Such occurrences were commonplace for him, and the spirits encountered were of a lower order, hardly deserving of the label ghost. In contrast, it was Zhou Jinliang's first experience with such phenomena. After returning, he reflected on the events with a sense of dread, bombarding Guyu with endless questions. Guyu, exasperated by his incessant inquiries, nearly lost his temper, prompting Zhou Jinliang to quiet down. That evening, Guyu retired to the security dormitory, his mind fixated on the scene of the spirit's disembodiment. Why, he pondered, would it rather dissipate than answer his questions? A restless night ensued, and he finally drifted off in a haze. The following afternoon, Guyu rose, had a light meal, and made his way directly to the principal's office, bursting through the door. Upon seeing Guyu, Principal Wang immediately stood, approaching with utmost respect, and inquired, Captain Gu, do you require my assistance? Guyu offered a subtle smile, one that held a hint of significance, leaving Principal Wang feeling somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, he invited Guyu into his office, and Guyu made himself comfortable on the sofa without ceremony. Principal Wang eagerly poured tea for Guyu, having been thoroughly impressed by his remarkable abilities during their previous encounter at the Qin family. He regarded Guyu with reverence, almost as a deity. Are you jesting? You single-handedly felled a massive serpent with a single stroke, a feat even the Lei family could not accomplish. Yet for you, it seemed as effortless as child's play. Captain Gu, I presume you have come to discuss something important, Principal Wang said, placing the tea before Guyu. Indeed, there is a matter of great significance. Guyu replied with a serious demeanor. Upon observing Guyu's expression, Principal Wang's demeanor shifted, and he uneasily took a seat beside Guyu. You are aware of the events that transpired last night, correct? Guyu inquired. Yes, I am informed. The security team notified me, Principal Wang replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. That is good to hear. Now, let us simplify matters. I wish to ask you, what exactly is amiss at Jiangxing University? My master insists on assigning me as a security guard here. Could you enlighten me, so I may prepare myself? Guyu spoke in a solemn tone. Principal Wang appeared taken aback, responding with confusion, I am not aware of any issues. Are you certain of your ignorance? This school, being a place of tranquility, typically remains undisturbed by spirits, unless there exists a vengeful ghost or a being of superior spiritual power. Yet, we have encountered even lowly spirits in the morgue. which defies all logic. I believe my master has his reasons for placing me here. You must know something. Guyu's gaze bore into Principal Wang. The principal's expression betrayed a hint of panic as he stammered, Captain Gu, I genuinely do not know. I have not seen Qin Yuanjin for over a decade. If it were not for the letter you brought, I would not even have known you were his disciple, let alone understand his motives for your placement here. Being a practitioner of the Tao, Guyu was adept at reading people's faces and discerning their true intentions. It was evident that Principal Wang was not being forthright. He surely possessed knowledge of the circumstances. However, Wang refused to divulge anything, and Guyu could not compel him to speak, leaving the situation rather challenging. Just as Guyu pondered his next move, his phone suddenly rang. You should answer that, he suggested. Principal Wang, as if granted a reprieve, quickly fished out his phone, only to realize, Captain Gu, it's not my phone ringing, it's yours. Guyu paused for a moment, recalling that he indeed owned a phone, a novelty he had yet to become accustomed to. Since Chen Zeshan gifted him the device, it had remained silent until now, and he felt a surge of excitement as he clumsily retrieved it. To his surprise, it was a call from Zhong Jingliang. What's up? If you're testing whether my phone can connect, I will definitely get back at you, Guyu answered. No, brother you, someone is here looking for you. You need to come quickly. A luxury car is parked at the school entrance, specifically requesting you. Zhong Jingliang exclaimed animatedly. A luxury car? Guyu pondered, bemused. He had only recently arrived in Jiangqing. Who could possibly be arriving in such a vehicle to seek him out? It couldn't be Chen Zeshan, as she was attending school here. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. He quickly rose and instructed Zhong Jingliang. All right, keep them waiting at the entrance. I will be there shortly. Are you leaving, Captain Gu? Principal Wang sighed, visibly relieved. Guyu acknowledged him with a nod and sauntered out of the principal's office, heading directly towards the school gate. Since Principal Wang was unwilling to divulge any information, Guyu had no choice but to conduct his own investigation. After Guyu departed, Principal Wang swiftly closed the door, sinking despondently onto the sofa, his face awash with terror as he exclaimed, Heavens, is the school about to descend into chaos once more? The spectral entities that even the eminent Chen Yuanjun could not vanquish over a decade ago seemed poised to wreak havoc once again. By the time Guyu returned to the security booth at the school gate, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. The entire security team was gathered at the entrance, seemingly engaged in fervent discussion. As Guyu arrived, the guards turned to him, enthusiastically calling out, Captain Gu, brother you, I wasn't deceiving you. Look at that luxury vehicle. What kind of car is that? Exclaimed Zhong Jinliang. Liangzi, you truly lack knowledge. That is a Rolls-Royce, immensely valuable, Li Gui retorted with disdain. Who is looking for me? Guyu inquired, casting a sweeping glance around. At that moment, a middle-aged man, seemingly not yet 50, approached from beside the luxury car, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. He walked up to Guyu with utmost politeness, saying, You must be Captain Guyu. I am the steward, old ma, for Mr. Zhao, who has sent me to invite you over. Guyu deduced the man's identity but feigned ignorance, replying, Which Mr. Zhao? I don't believe I am acquainted with anyone by that name. I cannot simply go just because someone requests my presence. The steward, visibly anxious, responded, Captain Gu, you truly have a forgetful nature. The individual you encountered at Yao Xianzhuang yesterday afternoon was Mr. Zhao, Zhao Chao, the chairman of Chaoyu Group, who instructed me to invite you. Feigning enlightenment, Guyu replied, Ah, so it is he. Yes, indeed, our Mr. Zhao. The steward's expression brightened as he promptly added, My apologies, but I am not familiar with your Mr. Zhao, and it seems we have some past grievances. I shall not be attending. Guyu stated indifferently. The steward's countenance fell, embarrassment washing over him as he implored, Captain Gu, you must go. Mr. Zhao has insisted that you be brought there, no matter what. I will not go. I made it clear to Mr. Zhao that he must come to me personally. If he does not, I shall not attend, Guyu decisively declared. The steward's face grew even more troubled, yet before he could speak further, Guyu waved his hand, saying, No more discussion. He must come personally to extend the invitation. All else is futile. With a resigned sigh, the steward acquiesced, Very well. I shall return to inform Mr. Zhao. Once the steward entered the Rolls-Royce, the guards at the entrance were left dumbfounded, gazing at Guyu in disbelief. My goodness, Guyu possesses such remarkable influence. The chairman of Chaoyu Group dispatched a luxury vehicle for him, and yet he refuses, insisting that Mr. Zhao come in person. Even the mayor of Jiang City would not have such clout, they murmured in astonishment. After the steward departed, Li Gui and the others gathered around, with Li Gui cautiously asking, Captain Gu, Mr. Zhao, the chairman of Chaoyu Group, holds a significant position. Do you not think it unwise to disregard him in such a manner? Indeed, brother Yu. It is an immense honor that someone has come to fetch you in a luxury vehicle worth several million. Moreover, Mr. Zhao holds a distinguished position, and should you offend him, it would surely be an unpleasant predicament for you. Mr. Zhao is renowned as one of the wealthiest individuals in Jiang City. Several security personnel exchanged worried glances, sensing that Brother Yu was in for a tough time after incurring Mr. Zhao's displeasure, with little hope for a favorable outcome. Yet, some among them were perplexed. What could prompt such a wealthy individual to visit the security booth at Jiang City University? Since Brother Yu's arrival, it seemed he had not known a moment's peace, first confronting Brother Hu and the Crow, then offending young Master Guan, and now being summoned by Mr. Zhao in a lavish vehicle. Just days prior, Miss Chen Zeshan of the Chun family was seen delivering a mobile phone to him. Among the security personnel, only Zhong Jinliang possessed a comprehensive understanding of Brother Yu's circumstances, having witnessed Brother Yu subdue Brother Hu and dismantle young Master Guan's influence. And having been present during last night's ghostly encounter in the morgue, he was acutely aware of Brother Yu's formidable prowess as a genuine practitioner of the occult arts. Even Miss Chun treated Brother Yu with utmost reverence, rendering Mr. Zhao's stature rather inconsequential in comparison. However, Zhong Jinliang, having been possessed by malevolent spirits twice the previous night, bore visible signs of fatigue, with dark circles under his eyes. Were it not for Brother Yu's gift of a self-crafted elixir to replenish energy and dispel negative energies, he would likely have been rendered unconscious for several days. Despite the well-meaning advice from his fellow security guards, Brother Yu remained silent. He understood fully why Mr. Zhao sought him out. During their encounter at Yaoxian Zhuang, he had observed the infantile spirits clinging to both Mr. Zhao and the woman. He anticipated that the truth would soon come to light. Had Mr. Zhao consumed the 300-year-old ginseng upon his return that day, the situation would have escalated significantly. What surprised Brother Yu was the swiftness with which Mr. Zhao located him. He had assumed it would take at least until the following day. As discussions ensued within the security booth, Brother Yu casually retrieved his phone, engrossed in a game while patiently awaiting developments. Before long, over an hour later, Mr. Zhao's Rolls-Royce once again came to a halt at the entrance of the security booth. A sharp-eyed individual soon exclaimed, "Look, that luxury vehicle has returned. Could it be that Mr. Zhao is truly here?" This proclamation drew the attention of those on duty in the security room. They beheld the car door swing open, revealing Butler Ma stepping out respectfully, who then graciously opened the rear door to assist a figure emerging from within. It was indeed Mr. Zhao. Yet he appeared markedly worse than the day before. His complexion was pale, eyes sunken, and his once robust frame seemed to have withered. With Butler Ma's support, he walked unsteadily, resembling one who had indulged too deeply in drink, as the two made their way towards the security booth. "Brother Yu, Mr. Zhao has arrived. Shouldn't you go greet him?" Li Gui urged excitedly. "Let him come on his own. I am quite busy," Brother Yu replied nonchalantly, not even lifting his gaze from his phone. Li Gui was anxious for Gu Yu. Given that Mr. Zhao had come in person, he felt compelled to greet him at the door. It took Mr. Zhao several minutes to reach the security booth, supported by Butler Ma. Upon seeing Gu Yu casually reclining on a bench, engrossed in his phone, Mr. Zhao was nearly moved to tears and exclaimed, "Mr. Gu, I need your help." Gu Yu, finally pausing his activity, put away his phone and smiled. "Mr. Zhao? I believe we meet again." As he spoke, Gu Yu observed Mr. Zhao's ashen face and couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. It was evident that the two infant spirits had taken quite a toll on him. "Mr. Gu, I truly underestimated you that day and offended you. I implore you to help me this time," Mr. Zhao pleaded. The individuals in the security room were astounded to witness such a wealthy man humbling himself before Gu Yu, leaving Li Gui equally astonished, standing there with his mouth agape. "Don't forget, someone threatened me that day, vowing to come to Jiangxing University to deal with me. I've been waiting for you," Gu Yu teased. At this moment, Mr. Zhao wished he could vanish into a mouse hole, his subservient demeanor eliciting discomfort from the nearby security guards. Yet, he continued, "Mr. Gu, please, I beg you to accompany me. The money you mentioned is ready, and I have procured the items you requested. Just help me resolve this matter. The money is of little consequence." Gu Yu discerned the crux of the issue from Mr. Zhao's words, It was the old mountain ginseng he had long desired for his cultivation of the demon elixir. This revelation lightened Gu Yu's heart, prompting him to rise and declare, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Mr. Zhao, overjoyed at Gu Yu's acquiescence, nearly fell to his knees in gratitude. He expressed his thanks repeatedly. Gu Yu informed Li Gui that he would be stepping out, and Li Gui dared not object, recognizing the honor bestowed upon him. After all, Gu Yu was the captain, while he held the position of vice-captain, and this was a personal request from Mr. Zhao. How could he possibly voice any dissent? Thus, Gu Yu boarded Mr. Zhao's Rolls-Royce, heading directly to Mr. Zhao's villa. During the ride, Mr. Zhao sat beside Gu Yu and suddenly began to weep profusely, as if he had encountered a savior, much to Gu Yu's disdain. Upon arriving at Mr. Zhao's grand villa in the late afternoon, Gu Yu activated his heavenly eye as they approached. Under its scrutiny, he perceived a thick, ominous aura enveloping the surroundings of the villa, heavy and unyielding. How is it that these two little spirits have accumulated such resentment in such a short time? If we don't resolve this soon, it may lead to dire consequences. Gu Yu muttered to himself as he followed Mr. Zhao and Butler Ma into the villa. The villa was spacious yet eerily empty. As soon as they settled in, Mr. Zhao commanded, "Butler Ma, quickly bring us the finest tea." Butler Ma, somewhat flustered, replied, "Mr. Zhao, the household staff has fled in fear. There is no one left." "Then go fetch some. Stop wasting time." Mr. Zhao snapped impatiently. The steward responded affirmatively and promptly turned to leave. As soon as the steward departed, Mr. Zhao seized Gu Yu's arm, his voice quivering with desperation. "Mr. Gu, please save me." Gu Yu pushed Mr. Zhao away, asserting, "Let's discuss matters without resorting to such actions." Mr. Zhao, still trembling, lamented, "Mr. Gu, I truly regret not heeding your advice that day, which led to this unfortunate predicament." "Did you purchase that ginseng from the apothecary and consume it?" Gu Yu inquired. Mr. Zhao nodded, confessing, "Indeed, after buying the ginseng, I had my chef prepare it for me. That night, I was utterly exhausted and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I sensed a chilling breath against my neck. Groggily opening my eyes, I beheld a toddler, no more than 2 years old, leaning beside me, his head grotesquely severed and bloodied, incessantly calling me daddy and begging for my embrace. I was nearly driven to madness by fright and turned to rouse Lily beside me to flee, only to discover another small child, a 1-year-old, blood-soaked, and also calling for daddy and pleading for a hug. Lily, upon opening her eyes, was equally terrified. We both screamed and fled from the bedroom, quickly awakening the household staff, who beheld the 2 children trailing behind us, each of them paralyzed with fear. At this point, Mr. Zhao was drenched in cold sweat, wiping his brow as he trembled, recounting, "Our home was thrown into chaos by these 2 spirits, nearly driving us to madness." Everyone dashed towards the door, desperate to escape the villa, only to find a thick fog enveloping the entrance, obscuring our vision entirely. Just as I was about to bolt outside, those 2 apparitions reappeared at the threshold. Throughout that night, wherever we sought refuge, those 2 spirits followed, tormenting us until we were utterly exhausted. Several individuals fainted from sheer terror. It was only with the first light of dawn that the disturbances ceased. The remaining servants were so petrified that they refused to remain, resigning on the spot. "Mr. Gu, Master Gu, you must assist me. I have no one else to turn to," Mr. Zhao pleaded earnestly. "I warned you previously. Your indulgence in vice has left you utterly depleted. The consumption of a 300-year-old ginseng will yield counterproductive effects. While it may provide a fleeting surge of vitality, it will ultimately drain your essence. When one's physical strength wanes significantly, their life force diminishes, allowing malevolent entities to manifest. Those 2 infant spirits are the consequence of your past transgressions. Return to collect their due." Gu Yu stated solemnly. "Master Gu, please help me. You must save me. I am not ready to die. I have so much wealth yet to enjoy," Mr. Zhao implored, visibly shaken. "Have you fathered any children in recent years, perhaps through abortion?" Gu Yu queried. "This matter is certainly unavoidable. I recall that 2 years ago, a woman bore my child, and fearing she would use the child to extort my inheritance, I persuaded her to terminate the pregnancy, compensating her with 1 million to settle the matter. Last year, Lily also became pregnant, and I advised her to do the same. This is the consequence of your own actions. The repercussions you now face are of your own making, and you have no one to blame but yourself," Gu Yu remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhao, the CEO, began to weep profusely, which irritated Gu Yu. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough, enough, cease your lamentations. Your weeping is tiresome." Zhao finally stopped, choking back his tears as he said, "Actually, this morning I invited someone to my home as well, a member of the Lei family from Jiang City, Master Lei Fengyun. I recounted the situation to him, mentioning your involvement, and to my surprise, upon hearing your name, Mr. Gu, he became quite agitated, stating that the two malevolent entities in my home were quite unruly, and he lacked the confidence to subdue them without your intervention. Moreover, he asserted that since this was a matter you had predicted, the Lei family would not dare to intervene, claiming you are an extraordinary sage, capable of vanquishing any spirit. Thus, I found myself compelled to seek your assistance." Lei Fengyun. Guyu mused, the name ringing a bell. He quickly recalled that Chun Zeshan's grandfather, Chun Liqing, had been tormented by a serpent spirit, and it was indeed Lei Fengyun who had been summoned at that time. Ultimately, the young man had failed to resolve the issue, leading Guyu to personally eliminate the serpent spirit. The young man seemed rather interesting. He and T competed with Guyu for business, and this favor would be remembered for future opportunities. Indeed, the renowned Lei Fengyun from the family of Yin-Yang practitioners. "Do you know him, Master Gu?" Zhao inquired. "I know of him, but we are not well acquainted," Guyu replied. "Even members of the Lei family acknowledge your remarkable abilities, so it must be true. How do you propose we resolve this matter? I have already prepared the funds and items for you." As he spoke, Zhao summoned Butler Ma, who brought forth a box and placed it on the coffee table, opening it before Guyu. Upon closer inspection, Guyu was pleasantly surprised. The ginseng within was of much finer quality than the last one he had encountered at Yaoxian Manor, being at least 400 years old. The efficacy of concocting a demon pill from such aged ginseng would be greatly enhanced. Guyu felt a surge of delight. Shortly thereafter, Zhao produced a bank card, placing it on the table and sliding it toward Guyu with utmost respect. "Master Gu, this card contains 10 million. As per your instructions, everything is prepared. You must help me resolve this issue." Regardless of the circumstances, given the value of the ginseng, Guyu could not turn a blind eye. The malevolent spirits should not plague the living, nor should these two spirits be the ones to face the repercussions. As for the karma Zhao must bear, that would be judged by the underworld after his death, determining whether he would be punished or rewarded, whether he would reincarnate as a human or fall into the realm of beasts. This was beyond Guyu's concern. With this in mind, Guyu nodded and said, "Very well, I shall assist you this once. However, I am curious about one thing. Where did you acquire this aged ginseng?" Hearing Gu Yusong's sigh of relief, General Zhao was overjoyed and promptly exclaimed, "This old ginseng was procured at my behest from the southern province of Jiang, delivered to my home with utmost haste. Specifically for Master Gu. Given your sincere intentions, I would feel remiss if I did not assist you." Guyu smiled in response. "Indeed, indeed. So when shall we commence?" General Zhao inquired, his eagerness palpable. Guyu turned his gaze towards the window. It was already evening, yet the hour was still early. "There is no rush. Let us discuss it once darkness falls," he replied. General Zhao had finally managed to invite Guyu over, and at that moment, he was his lifeline. Naturally, he would acquiesce to whatever Guyu suggested, not daring to utter a word in opposition. However, a sense of relief washed over him. He no longer had to dwell in anxiety. In the midst of his ennui, Guyu suddenly recalled something and asked, "General Zhao, what has become of the woman who was with you previously?" A spark ignited in General Zhao's mind, and he chuckled, saying, "Master Gu, do you fancy Lily? She is indeed quite beautiful. We've been together for less than 2 years, and since I have no need for her now," perhaps Guyu interjected, his brow furrowing. "Where is she?" Astonishingly, General Zhao was willing to part with his own woman for the sake of survival. Guyu felt an even deeper disdain for him. To him, women seemed nothing more than playthings for the affluent. Were it not for the old ginseng, he would have little interest in this trivial matter. Noticing Guyu's irritation, General Zhao was startled and quickly reassured. Such a superficial woman, Master Gu would hardly take notice of her. I spoke out of turn. She has gone mad with fright, hiding alone in her room and refusing to come out. I have been so busy that I have yet to attend to her." Guyu rose and declared, "Take me to see her." General Zhao complied eagerly, supported by Butler Ma, and they proceeded directly to the second floor. The trio arrived at the door of a room, where Butler Ma pushed it open. General Zhao pointed to a corner and said, "She is there, utterly deranged. She no longer recognizes me and screams at the sight of anyone. If you get too close, she might strike." Guyu squinted into the room and finally spotted Lily curled up in the corner. Although it was not yet dark outside, the room was shrouded in darkness. The curtains drawn tightly, allowing no light to penetrate. After a brief pause, Guyu slowly approached Lily. Before he could draw near, she, seemingly startled, screamed in terror. "There's a ghost. Don't come near me. I am not your mother. Please, let me go." Suddenly, Lily sprang to her feet, her expression twisted in rage. Lunging towards Guyu, he deftly sidestepped, causing her to tumble onto the bed. "Master Gu, be careful. This woman has completely lost her mind." General Zhao warned from the side. Just as he spoke, Lily scrambled back to her feet, charging at Guyu once more. At that moment, illuminated by the light from the doorway, Guyu noticed that she was clad in a simple white nightgown, her figure swaying as she rapidly advanced towards him. It is truly remarkable how this woman has transformed, her speed astonishingly swift. A fragrant breeze swept through the air as Guyu swiftly maneuvered behind Lily, gently tapping her on the back of the head. In an instant, Lily collapsed into unconsciousness. Guyu extended his arm, encircling her delicate waist, and laid her upon the bed. "Master Gu, what has happened to Lily?" inquired Zhao, his face etched with confusion. He was alarmed. Time was of the essence, and if they dallied any longer, she might remain in this frenzied state indefinitely. Guyu replied. Despite Lily's previous harsh words towards him, he resolved to save her life, believing it would accumulate merit and aid his cultivation. "Then we must rely on Master Gu. She has been with me for 2 years, and it would be best if she could be healed," Zhao said. Without further ado, Guyu positioned Lily against the bed's edge. By the time he completed his task, darkness had enveloped the sky, creating a tense atmosphere where not a soul dared to breathe. Guyu sat opposite Lily, turning to Zhao and Steward Ma, instructing them. "You two, step inside and stand in the corner. No matter what you witness, remain silent. Should you disturb her, she may never return." The two nodded earnestly, assuring him they would remain quiet as they positioned themselves against the wall. Guyu then retrieved a talisman from his person, reciting incantations. As he uttered the final word, the talisman shimmered with golden light, and a gust of wind swept through the room, causing the curtains to flutter. Zhao and Steward Ma watched intently, scarcely daring to exhale. In a short while, a series of delicate chimes echoed, followed by another gust of wind that rattled the door. When Zhao and Steward Ma turned their attention to the entrance, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. A faint, ethereal figure began to drift through the door's crack. Though its form was insubstantial, they recognized it as Lily. Her expression was vacant, as if guided by an unseen force, her feet barely skimming the ground as she glided toward Guyu. Zhao and Steward Ma nearly gasped, having never witnessed such an eerie phenomenon. However, recalling Guyu's prior instructions, they suppressed their emotions, stifling any sound. The spirit that had frightened Lily hovered beside the paper figure that Guyu had placed on the ground, suddenly transforming into a wisp of white energy that entered the paper figure. Strangely, the paper figure then stood upright and began to walk a few steps around Guyu. This spectacle was so extraordinary that Zhao and his companion could hardly believe their eyes. The sound of copper coins clinking accompanied the paper figure's movement. At that moment, Guyu formed a hand sign and, with a commanding shout, the paper figure collapsed. Turning to Lily, they saw her sit upright, her throat producing strange noises as her body trembled uncontrollably, only calming after a prolonged moment. Guyu let out a sigh of relief. Gathering his belongings as he calmly stated, "It is done. Her soul has returned to its rightful place." Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, General Zhao and Butler Ma would still harbor doubts about the young man before them, who was not yet 20, but possessed the prowess of a master. Even when Lei Fengyun had informed them that only Guyu, the security guard from Jiangxing University, could resolve this matter, they remained uncertain. It was only when they saw Guyu summon Lily's wandering spirit back to her body that their skepticism was entirely dispelled. The two men stood, dumbfounded, gazing at Guyu. After a long moment, General Zhao finally spoke. "Is this truly sufficient?" "Yes," Guyu replied. "In a little while, she will awaken on her own. However, during this time, ensure she is not frightened, and keep her away from places heavy with yin energy. Though her soul is back in place, it is not yet stable. In about a week, she will be able to live as normally as anyone else." "Master Gu, you are truly remarkable. I, Zhao, have been remiss in my conduct towards you. Please, consider my past transgressions with grace and do not hold them against me." General Zhao approached Guyu, bowing respectfully. In this world, The strong are always met with reverence, and Gu Yu's display of skill was astounding to ordinary observers. The arcane arts are perceived as enigmatic and unfathomable by the common folk. Gu Yu paid little heed to Zhao's flattery. He had heard similar compliments too often during his time with the old man. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, Lily slowly stirred and opened her eyes. Upon seeing Gu Yu and the others in the room, a flicker of recognition seemed to dawn upon her, but then fear quickly clouded her features. Frantically glancing around, she trembled and exclaimed, "Please, don't let the ghosts come for me. Lily, do not be afraid. I have summoned Master Gu to assist us in resolving this matter. Soon, all will be well." General Zhao comforted her as he stepped closer. Lily regarded Zhao with a look that lacked the previous frenzy, indicating her recovery. Yet her gaze quickly turned to Gu Yu with disbelief. Him? Isn't he just the security guard we encountered at Yaoxian Manor? How has he suddenly become a master? General Zhao's expression darkened, and he retorted, "How dare you speak to Master Gu in such a manner? If it weren't for his intervention to retrieve your soul, you would still be a madwoman. Have you forgotten what transpired last night?" At the mention of the previous night's events, fear returned to Lily's eyes, her complexion pale. "You were frightened into madness by those two little ghosts, and one of your souls was scared away. Master Gu brought it back. You should express your gratitude." Lily looked at Gu Yu, still somewhat skeptical. What prowess could a university security guard possibly possess? Gu Yu remained unfazed, merely responding, "No need for thanks. We should focus on the pressing matter at hand. Those two little ghosts will undoubtedly return to haunt you tonight. Their resentment is profound, and they will not relent until they have ensnared you. Master Gu, why do they insist on bothering us? We have done nothing to provoke them," Lililai murmured. "Have you not offended them enough?" Gu Yu scoffed. "These two little spirits are the children of Mr. Zhao, one of whom was cast away from your very being. Spirits, especially those of the young, are notoriously troublesome. They have waited endlessly for the chance to reincarnate, only to find their opportunity snatched away before they could even open their eyes to this world. How could they not harbor resentment? How could they not despise you?" At the same time, Mr. Zhao was gravely weakened, in a state of extreme imbalance, which allowed the two little spirits to approach, determined to entangle you in their vengeance. Although terminating a pregnancy is not illegal, it severely tarnishes one's moral standing. You must tread carefully. I may save you for a moment, but I cannot guarantee your salvation for a lifetime. Engage in virtuous deeds to accumulate merit. Perhaps there is still a chance for redemption. Both Mr. Zhao and Lililai appeared visibly distressed. Mr. Zhao quickly responded, "Yes, yes, I will heed Master Ji's advice from now on. I will commit to good deeds. And once I recover, I shall donate funds to build several hope schools." At that moment, Gu Yu turned his gaze towards the window, extending his fingers to calculate, and then said gravely, "It is nearly time. The two little spirits should be making their appearance soon. Let us prepare ourselves." Upon hearing that the spirits were about to arrive, Lililai and Mr. Zhao exchanged terrified glances. The fear they felt was indescribable. They would do anything to avoid experiencing that horror again. "Master Gu, what should we do?" Mr. Zhao asked, his voice trembling. "You need do nothing. Simply remain here and do not move," Gu Yu instructed. "But what if the spirits come? What shall we do then?" Lililai expressed her unease. "With me here, what is there to fear?" Gu Yu replied, producing two paper figures from his possession, handing one to Mr. Zhao and the other to Lililai. "Hold these paper figures against your chests. When the time comes, you will do as I instruct. Disobedience, and I cannot guarantee your safety." The two paper figures were crudely fashioned, resembling something a child might cut out with scissors, lacking any sense of reassurance. However, there was no alternative but to follow Master Ji's guidance. Subsequently, Gu Yu approached the window, affixing several talismans to ward off evil spirits, ensuring that the two little spirits could not escape. Having completed this task, he beckoned for Butler Ma to join him downstairs. Just as they were about to leave, Mr. Zhao, filled with apprehension, called out, "Master Gu, you cannot abandon us. Rest assured, I have accepted your payment. How could I possibly neglect you?" Gu Yu smiled, turning to depart, closing the door behind him. With still some time before midnight, Gu Yu settled in the lobby to watch television, while Butler Ma stood beside him, frequently glancing nervously towards the second floor. Seconds turned into minutes, yet Gu Yu remained unfazed, occasionally chuckling at a variety show as if nothing were amiss. In stark contrast, the upstairs, General Zhao and Lily appeared far from comfortable. Both were trembling, their eyes darting nervously around the room, every slight rustle sending jolts of fear through them. As time passed, weariness began to creep in, and just as they were drifting into a hazy slumber, an inexplicable chill enveloped the room. Despite the windows being tightly shut, the nearby curtains fluttered incessantly. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the silence, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass. The moment they heard this unsettling noise, Zhao and Lily were jolted awake, exchanging terrified glances that spoke volumes of their escalating dread. Curiously, despite their overwhelming exhaustion, their eyelids fought against closing, and had it not been for the eerie sound, they would have long succumbed to slumber. This torment was unbearable, drowsy yet gripped by a paralyzing fear of the unknown. They couldn't help but wonder when and how those two mischievous spirits might appear before them. At that moment, the paper dolls they had clutched tightly to their chests began to radiate a faint warmth, momentarily rousing their dulled senses. The strange sound of nails against glass continued to crescendo, gnawing at their nerves and leaving their teeth on edge. They desperately wished for Guyu to materialize before them, yet feared calling out, lest they provoke him into abandoning them. Then, a piercing, mournful cry echoed through the room. "Mommy, Daddy, please hold me. I hurt so much." Upon hearing this, their terror magnified exponentially, particularly for Lily, who let out a shrill scream, while Zhao nearly lost control of his bladder. Lily covered her eyes, trembling, unable to face the source of the horror, muttering in fear, "Don't come near. I'm not your mother." Seeking solace, Zhao clutched Lily tightly as they both shook uncontrollably, their eyes drawn towards the origin of the sound. What they beheld was nothing short of a nightmare. Two tiny, bloodied handprints suddenly appeared on the window, inching upward. Before long, a blood-soaked 2-year-old child pressed against the glass, its head grotesquely severed, one eyeball dangling precariously outside. Grinning malevolently at Zhao, blood oozing from the corner of its mouth. In that harrowing moment, Zhao could not contain a frantic scream, bolting upright and racing towards the door. Every hair on his body standing on end. All rational thought dissipated. His singular focus was to escape this nightmare. In the aftermath of such profound terror, a remarkable surge of strength often emerges. Zhao, who had required assistance to walk moments ago, now sprang from the bed, propelled by sheer instinct towards the door. Lily, upon hearing the sounds of President Zhao's hasty escape, quickly opened her eyes and, trembling, dashed towards the door. At that moment, she could not resist glancing back, only to witness the little ghost, who had been clinging to the window, inexplicably burrowing into the room and rapidly crawling toward her, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. As it crawled, it cried out in anguish, "Mommy, hold me. Don't leave me. I'm in so much pain." Overwhelmed, Lily stumbled towards the exit. Just a few steps in, she suddenly felt a tight grip around her ankle, a chilling sensation surging through her body. Looking down, she beheld a 1-year-old infant, bloodied and battered, clutching her ankle with all its might, its head a gruesome sight as it screamed piercingly for its mother, "Help." Lily, on the brink of collapse, could no longer afford to pay attention to the ghostly child clinging to her, and covered her eyes as she sprinted towards the door. Ahead, President Zhao had forcefully pushed open the door and rushed out, only to come face to face with Master Gu, who stood at the threshold. "Master Gu, save me. The ghosts are here." President Zhao grasped Ji's arm, his savior finally in sight, nearly brought to tears from relief, his body trembling uncontrollably. With her eyes still shut, Lily barreled forward and collided with Zhao. Gu extended his hand, grasping her arm calmly, saying, "Do not fear. I am here." Upon hearing Ji's voice, the two felt a surge of clarity wash over them, as though they had taken a calming potion. Even Lily, who had been on the verge of terror, opened her eyes and gazed at Gu in astonishment. A faint smile graced Ji's lips as he instructed them, "Turn around." "No, I cannot. We must run. They are right behind us," Zhao exclaimed in horror. "If I tell you to look, then look," Gu asserted with emphasis. Startled, Zhao turned to glance back, and upon doing so, he froze in disbelief. For he saw himself, along with Lily, still seated on the bed, tightly embracing one another, while the two little ghosts loomed beside them, incessantly calling out, "Mommy, Daddy." Their voices grew increasingly chilling, sounding exceptionally menacing. With newfound courage, Lily also turned to look behind her, her expression mirroring Zhao's shock. She could hardly fathom that they were witnessing their own selves still sitting on the bed. "What is happening?" Zhao stammered. "It is quite simple. I created false apparitions of you both using those paper figures to deceive the little ghosts. Their resentment towards you is profound. They will not relent until you are utterly consumed. Only by slaying those paper figures can their wrath be diminished, Gu explained earnestly. Zhao and Lily, now enlightened, were filled with profound admiration for Gu. Just moments ago, they had seen two paper figures, yet in the blink of an eye, they had transformed into their very likenesses, an enigma they could not comprehend. A heartbeat earlier, the cries of the two little ghosts had reached a fever pitch as they lunged toward the paper figures, sinking their teeth into their necks. The two paper figures were conjured by Guyu, each imbued with a fragment of vitality from Zhao and Li Li, enabling them to deceive the two little spirits. However, upon being bitten on the neck by these spirits, the transformed figures trembled violently, as if they were indeed alive, before falling silent after a brief moment. At this juncture, Guyu had already entered the room, gesturing for Zhao and Li Li to exit. The two were eager to sprout wings and flee. Upon hearing Guyu's signal, they dashed out immediately. You have avenged your grievances by eliminating the victims. May I now take my leave with you? Guyu addressed the two spirits. At the sound of his voice, the spirits released their gaping maws and turned to face him. As they sensed the potent aura of Taoist righteousness radiating from Guyu, they instinctively arched their small bodies like feral cats bristling with fur, adopting a defensive posture. Who are you? Inquired the 2-year-old spirit. A note of wariness evident in its eyes, its voice a hoarse rasp akin to a rusty bell. Can you not discern my identity? Guyu swayed closer to the spirits, his tone laced with mockery. The spirits recoiled in unison at his approach. A mere little sorcerer dares to meddle in our affairs. Are you not afraid we shall slay you as well? The slightly older spirit retorted menacingly. Should you believe you can take my life, feel free to attempt it. However, let me offer a word of caution. Once the arrow is loosed, there is no retrieving it. You would do well to accompany me willingly, to spare yourselves further suffering. Perhaps I could assist in your transmutation, allowing you to reincarnate sooner. Should you choose to defy me, I regret to inform you that your souls will be scattered, and you shall never attain rebirth. Such is the fate that awaits you, little spirits. Guyu's approach to these phantoms was always one of courtesy before conflict. Compliance was preferable, but disobedience would compel him to resort to more forceful measures, even to the extent of obliterating their souls. The Taoist method of dealing with such entities was one of overwhelming force. Eliminate them if possible, for this mortal realm is no place for such spirits. Their extermination is an act of cosmic justice. Unlike the Buddhist approach, which tends to adopt a more lenient and compassionate stance, often striving to redeem them through arduous efforts. Upon hearing Guyu's words, the spirit's eyes ignited with vengeful fury. The 2-year-old spirit shrieked indignantly, "We have been deceived. The ones we just killed were not Zhao Chao and Su Li. It was this little sorcerer who tricked us." As the other spirit turned to look, it realized that the two individuals they had just slain had reverted to their original forms as paper figures, lying motionless on the bed. Guyu chuckled, stating, "If it were not for this ruse, you two would never have emerged. Spare me your words. Will you surrender or not? I shall take your life," cried the larger spirit in a piercing wail, leaping into the air and transforming into a swirling mass of crimson malevolence, charging fiercely at Guyu. Guyu's expression remained tranquil, his eyes narrowing slightly as he swiftly produced a yellow talisman from his person and cast it towards the swirling mass of crimson malevolence. With a resounding boom, a brilliant flame illuminated the darkened room, casting everything in bright relief. The talisman struck the infant spirit charging towards Guyu, sending it hurtling backwards with a piercing wail, rolling across the ground amidst a billowing cloud of green smoke. Meanwhile, another infant spirit stealthily circled to Guyu's side, intent on launching a surprise attack. However, at that moment, Guyu was fully alert, his energy field wide open, his senses acutely aware of his surroundings. Before the malevolent spirit could close the distance, Guyu had already prepared several coins of the 5 emperors, which he hurled in the direction of the little spirit. Upon impact, the spirit emitted a heart-wrenching cry, suffering several wounds that bled forth an abundance of ghostly energy. With each having executed their respective tactics, both infant spirits were severely injured. Suddenly, their forms flickered and vanished. In an instant, crimson mist began to waft into the room from all directions, surging toward Guyu like tumultuous waves. Such trivial skills, I shall not be troubled by them, Guyu scoffed, reaching out to summon the spirit-gathering pagoda once more. He invoked the necessary incantations, casting the pagoda to the ground where it erupted in dazzling golden light, expanding to a height greater than that of a man. The encroaching red malevolence was swiftly absorbed by the pagoda's devouring power. In mere moments, the room was cleared of the oppressive crimson energy, revealing the two hidden infant spirits once more. This sorcerer possesses formidable cultivation. We stand no chance. We must flee, one spirit exclaimed in terror. Recognizing the vast disparity in their abilities, the two spirits swiftly transformed back into red malevolence and darted toward the window. Do you think it's too late to escape? Guyu remarked, remaining still as he watched the spirits glide towards the window. Suddenly, the talisman he had affixed to the window activated, emitting a flash of golden light. The spirits, forced to reveal their true forms, shielded their eyes and tumbled to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Guyu flung several more coins of the 5 emperors, encircling the two spirits. Simultaneously, he chanted, Messenger of the 5 Thunder, Overseer of the 5 Spirits. Great Sage of the Void, with thunderous might, calm the heavens and earth. Should there be defiance, I shall sever your souls, as commanded. Guyu's incantation flowed forth with astonishing speed, completed in less than a second, yet resonating with clarity and power, reverberating through the air. Once the incantation concluded, the previously cast coins erupted with golden light, enveloping the two infant spirits. As the spirits attempted to flee once more, they found themselves scorched by the surrounding golden radiance, emitting billowing clouds of black smoke. After struggling for a moment, the two little spirits found themselves unable to escape, instead suffering from the searing pain of golden light. Realizing their predicament, they knelt on the ground together, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication to Guyu. Please, Venerable One, have mercy on us for our pitiable circumstances. Do not let us be utterly annihilated. One of the little spirits pleaded with a sorrowful expression. We shall never dare to transgress again. We implore you to spare us. The other spirit echoed in desperation. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is the greatest virtue. I shall grant you another opportunity. You will be punished within my spirit-gathering tower, to atone for your misdeeds. In due time, I shall surely assist you in transcending. Should you fail to comply, I will not show mercy, Guyu pronounced solemnly. We shall adhere to your commands. The two little spirits replied, trembling as they continued to bow before him. With a wave of his hand, Guyu collected the 5 emperor coins encircling them and cast the spirit-gathering tower anew. The two little spirits, filled with trepidation, transformed into 2 wisps of crimson ghostly energy and swiftly entered the tower. Indeed, I have successfully captured 2 rather decent little spirits this time. The spirit-gathering tower is livelier now, Guyu remarked with a smile as he stored the tower away. He then turned towards the entrance and said, Do not linger at the door. Wouldn't it be clearer to come inside? Hearing the commotion within, the steward, Old Ma, and Mr. Zhao were filled with curiosity and cautiously opened a crack in the door to peek inside. Only Lily, being of a more timid disposition, remained too shaken by the earlier events to look, yet stood close to Mr. Zhao and the others. The scene that had just unfolded was vividly etched in the minds of Mr. Zhao and Old Ma. The 2 ferocious little spirits were subdued by Guyu with remarkable ease, leaving them in awe of his prowess. Upon hearing Guyu's invitation, the 2 pushed open the door and entered in succession. Master Gu is truly a celestial being. You resolved the matter of those little spirits so swiftly. I must extend my gratitude, for otherwise my life would undoubtedly have been consumed by them, Mr. Zhao expressed earnestly. There is no need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling my duty for remuneration. Now that this matter is settled, I have other affairs to attend to, so I must take my leave, Guyu replied, already putting away his magical tools, eager to depart. His primary concern was the precious old mountain ginseng he had acquired from Mr. Zhao, as he was anxious to return and refine it into a demon pill, which was of utmost importance. Just as Guyu was about to leave, Mr. Zhao reached out, grasping his arm, and said, Master Gu, please wait a moment. Do you have something to discuss? Guyu inquired, perplexed. Master Gu, I recall you mentioning your knowledge of herbal medicine regarding the old mountain ginseng. Given my current condition, Mr. Zhao said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Guyu chuckled softly, quickly grasping the situation. Mr. Zhao, having indulged excessively in wine and pleasures, had exhausted his body, particularly after consuming an old mountain ginseng just the day before. He was undoubtedly seeking advice on how to restore his health and regain his vigor. Your condition is quite frail, It may take some time to recover fully, Guyu remarked. Master Ge, do you have a way? As long as you help me restore my health, matters of finance can be discussed, Zhao exclaimed eagerly. I have already received your payment, considering your earnestness. I shall provide you with a prescription. You may procure the ingredients from a pharmacy and have them prepared. Consuming this for a month will surely yield recovery. This prescription is a gift from me, Guyu stated. Thank you. Thank you, Master Ge. You are truly wonderful. May I have your phone number and address? Perhaps I may require your assistance again in the future, Zhao said with a fawning expression. To find me, simply go to the security booth at Jiangxing University. I will be there unless a special circumstance arises, Guyu replied. Meanwhile, Steward Ma had prepared paper and pen, and Guyu swiftly wrote down a long list of ingredients. 5 qian of angelica, 2 qian of Chinese yam, 3 liang of tangerine peel. These are all common herbs found in any traditional medicine shop. However, it is essential to combine them correctly to achieve the desired effect. After completing the prescription, Guyu departed. Zhao held the prescription as if it were a treasure, excited for quite some time before carefully storing it away. With Steward Ma assisting him as he personally escorted Guyu out. As they reached the doorway, Guyu's gaze lingered for a moment on Lily, who appeared flustered. The look she directed at Guyu was markedly different. The previous disdain and mockery had vanished, replaced by a hint of reverence and admiration. This young man, not yet 20, had earned 10 million from Zhao in less than half a day and acquired a centuries-old ginseng, not to mention his astonishing ability to exorcise spirits. Lily could hardly fathom that such extraordinary individuals existed in the world. At this moment, Lily was still clad in her previous attire, a sheer nightgown that subtly revealed her exquisite figure. Guyu took a breath and approached her, advising, avoid places heavy with yin energy such as cemeteries, hospitals, or mortuaries for the time being. Your health will restore within a week, remember this well. Lily, feeling both apprehensive and respectful, replied, Thank you, Master Ge. I will certainly remember your advice. With that, Guyu vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving the villa of Zhao behind. Guyu harbored no desire for further entanglements with Zhao, not even wishing to leave a phone number. It stemmed from a deep-seated aversion. Were it not for the ginseng, he would have disregarded the entire affair. However, this time he had gained significantly. Not only the ancient ginseng, but also a fortune of 10 million from Zhao, sufficient to sustain him for quite a while. The sudden sensation of becoming affluent filled Guyu with delight. On his way, Guyu hailed a cab, and by the time he returned to the shared apartment with the campus bell, Su Manqing, it was already late, past 2 in the morning. Upon glancing up from below, he noticed the lights still on in the apartment, indicating that Su Manqing had likely kept them on, worried about his late return. Guyu felt a pang of sympathy for her. He had been preoccupied with various matters and had hardly spoken to her in recent days. This realization stirred a sense of guilt within him. With a gentle tread, he returned to the house, only to find remnants of a meal left upon the table, while Su Manqing's room had already succumbed to darkness. Feeling rather hungry himself, Guyu swiftly devoured the food laid out before him, before retreating to his own chamber to retrieve the aged mountain ginseng, along with the other medicinal herbs he had previously prepared. Subsequently, Guyu procured a cauldron for alchemy from within his abode. It was modest in size, roughly akin to a football. He meticulously placed the herbs into the cauldron according to precise measurements, igniting the fire talisman, which immediately released a remarkable fragrance that wafted through the air. Seated cross-legged opposite the cauldron, Guyu sensed the moment was ripe and produced the spirit-gathering tower, executing a series of hand gestures and silently reciting incantations. As he did so, the tower shimmered with golden light, and soon a verdant beam of energy surged into the cauldron. This green luminescence was derived from the serpent spirit he had captured from Chunlicheng, harmoniously combined with the various herbs for refinement. Under the influence of the fire talisman, a gentle green aura began to emanate from the cauldron, gradually dispersing into the atmosphere. Guyu remained poised before the cauldron, his hands weaving intricate gestures as the ethereal green essence spiraled into his nostrils. He closed his eyes, remaining still, circulating his energy through several cycles, allowing the serpent spirit's essence to permeate his being. Time and cultivation knows no bounds. Before he realized it, dawn had broken outside. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find amber-hued golden light flickering within his gaze, a fleeting spectacle that heralded a surge of overwhelming power coursing through him, relentless and unyielding. Rising to his feet, Guyu approached the cauldron and lifted its lid, revealing a green elixir the size of a glass marble before him. He grasped the verdant pill. Examining it closely, a wave of exhilaration surging within him as he mused. The serpent spirit, aged over 3 centuries, combined with the 4-century-old mountain ginseng as a catalyst, indeed yields something extraordinary. Such a treasure is rare and cannot be sought after. To think I would encounter such fortune upon my arrival in Jiangxing. It seems my luck is not so poor after all. With that, he opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir whole. As the pill descended into his abdomen, it transformed into an inexhaustible stream of energy, flooding his dantian and suffusing throughout his entire being. In that instant, Guyu felt an overwhelming vitality coursing through him. "Excellent," he exclaimed, as the Xianyuan 7 stars sword at his waist glimmered subtly. With a flick of his wrist, the sword emitted a resounding chime, instantly expanding, while a smaller sword nestled within its hilt poised to emerge, exuding a majestic aura. Upon the blade, a series of golden orbs manifested, and as he focused intently, he beheld 5 golden points the size of coins, with a 6th flickering tantalizingly in the periphery. Witnessing such a phenomenon, Guyu could scarcely contain his excitement. Initially, he had presumed the elixir would elevate him by 2 tiers. Now he recognized that he had grossly underestimated the potency of the serpent spirit in mountain ginseng, for it had elevated him not merely by 2 tiers, but by at least 2.5. Upon consuming the enigmatic elixir, Guyu instantaneously ascended from the rank of a 3-coin Taoist to nearly that of a 6-coin Taoist. In truth, such an achievement was rare, with many venerable individuals in their 70s or 80s failing to attain this level. With such a remarkable advancement, how could Guyu contain his elation? Just as he reveled in his newfound success, a sudden knock at the door startled him. "Brother Yu, are you inside?" came the melodious voice of Su Manqing from beyond the threshold. Hastily, Guyu concealed the alchemical furnace and the 7 stars sword of the Shuangguan sect before opening the door. As the door swung open, Su Manqing pinched her nose and frowned. "Brother Yu, what on earth are you concocting in here? The smell of medicine is overwhelming." "Nothing much. I've been feeling a bit unwell lately and brewed some herbal tea," Guyu fibbed, fabricating an excuse. He knew that admitting to alchemy would likely cast him as a bizarre figure in her eyes. After all, merely claiming to be a Taoist already seemed quite fantastical. "What's wrong? Is it serious?" Su Manqing inquired with evident concern. At that moment, Guyu noticed that Su Manqing appeared to have just awakened, clad in a loose nightgown that accentuated her figure, drawing his gaze involuntarily. Realizing his lingering gaze, Su Manqing's face flushed crimson, and she playfully chided, "Where are you looking, you scoundrel?" She instinctively clutched her chest, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Guyu merely chuckled nonchalantly and replied, "Sister, it's quite early, and you've knocked on my door dressed like that. Should I close my eyes while speaking to you?" Feeling a bit flustered, Su Manqing quickly shifted the topic. "You've been mysteriously coming and going these past few days, sometimes not even returning at night. What are you so busy with? It seems you can't bear to be apart from me for even a day. If you like, I could accompany you every day." Guyu jested, his spirits lifted. Su Manqing, at an age ripe for blossoming affections and yet inexperienced in love, found herself blushing once more at his words. With a playful stomp of her foot and a pout, she retorted, "You are such a tease. I don't want to talk to you anymore." With that, she turned and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Seizing the opportunity while Su Manqing was occupied, Guyu meticulously gathered the remnants of the medicinal concoction from the furnace and prepared a fresh brew. This new potion contained a portion of a 400-year-old ginseng, along with residual spiritual essence from a serpent, a combination that could strengthen the body, prolong life, and alleviate ailments even for ordinary individuals. Such rare ingredients had required considerable effort to procure. By the time Su Manqing finished her preparations, Guyu was seated at the coffee table, pouring her a cup of the medicinal brew. "Manqing, come here and drink this," he beckoned. Su Manqing paused, approaching cautiously. "What kind of medicine is this?" "You'll find out once you drink it. It will do you no harm," Guyu replied nonchalantly. Su Manqing curled her lips and jested, "I won't drink it. Who knows if you've tampered with it, harboring ulterior motives?" Guyu was instantly struck with a wave of frustration, lamenting, "Little girl, if I wanted to have ill intentions towards you, would I need to resort to drugs? I could simply summon a little ghost, and you would be rendered powerless. Hurry and drink it. Don't regret it if you refuse." After pondering for a moment, Su Manqing leaned in to sniff the concoction. and was immediately captivated by its alluring aroma, which ignited her appetite. She lifted a cup and gently took a sip, and a peculiar, refreshing fragrance enveloped her palate, causing her bright, lively eyes to sparkle. Subsequently, she drank the entire cup in one go. "Brother Yu, what is this water? It's exquisite. How did you make it?" Su Manqing exclaimed in disbelief. "If it tastes good, then drink more. You won't even need breakfast after this," Gu Yu encouraged. Su Manqing nodded eagerly, pouring herself cup after cup of the elixir. Strangely, after consuming the potion, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her, her mind cleared, and the lingering stomach ache that had plagued her vanished entirely. It was truly miraculous. Having drained the entire flask, she felt a lingering satisfaction, confirming that breakfast was indeed unnecessary. When Gu Yu checked on Su Manqing again, he noticed her spirit and vitality had significantly improved, her youthful beauty even more radiant. Seeing her flourish brought him immense satisfaction. This girl had been kind to him, and he considered this magical remedy a fitting recompense for the meals she had shared with him. Revitalized, Su Manqing invited Gu Yu to accompany her to Jiangxing University. Despite having gone a night without sleep, Gu Yu felt invigorated. The Phoenix pill was not without merit. Together, they set off toward the university. Along the way, Gu Yu remained somewhat distracted, his thoughts consumed by the spectral occurrences in the medical department's morgue at Jiangxing University. This institution undoubtedly harbored secrets, and he had merely scratched the surface. Further investigation was imperative. Upon their return to Jiangxing University, they attracted countless envious gazes from male students. Many had witnessed Gu Yu entering the campus with the campus belle, Su Manqing, and it seemed their budding romance had solidified into undeniable fact. Naturally, there were many who harbored resentment. A mere security guard from Jiangxing University, what merit did he possess that could captivate the attention of the stunning Su Manqing? With tens of thousands of students, including many handsome young men and wealthy scions who had pursued the beauty only to be turned down, it seemed baffling that this obscure, unremarkable security guard had garnered her favor. However, what they could not fathom was that Gu Yu was far from devoid of assets. His skills were worth billions. Just the previous night, he had earned 10 million from Mr. Zhao, a sum that would elude many for a lifetime. Upon returning to Jiangxing University, Gu Yu first sought a secluded spot to further stabilize the energy of the demon pill he had refined the previous night. After circulating his energy through several cycles, when Gu Yu finally opened his eyes again, it was already noon. A frosty mist escaped from his nostrils and mouth, indicating that the energy of the demon pill had completely integrated within him. After enjoying a meal in the cafeteria, Gu Yu, feeling somewhat aimless, began to wander the expansive campus of Jiangxing University. His mind remained preoccupied with the haunting incident at the medical school's morgue, a mystery that Principal Wang had refused to clarify. Gu Yu resolved to uncover the truth himself. The vastness of Jiangxing University was daunting. A complete circuit of the campus would take several hours. He even noticed buses traversing the grounds. Since his arrival at the university, there were many areas he had yet to explore, so he roamed while fully activating his energy senses, seeking any signs of abnormality within the campus. Before he realized it, Gu Yu found himself near the basketball court when he suddenly sensed an unusual presence behind him, as if something was hurtling towards him. In an instant, without turning around, he reached out and caught the object that was flying towards him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a basketball. "Hey, you there, security. Toss that ball back," called a tall, imposing young man clad in a basketball uniform, his tone laced with arrogance, which irked Gu Yu. Judging by his appearance, he was likely a student of Jiangxing University. Nonetheless, Gu Yu threw the basketball back, albeit with a bit of force. The young man attempted to catch it but was staggered backward, clearly taken aback by the unexpected strength of the throw. Just as Gu Yu turned to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Gu Yu, what are you doing here? I searched for you all morning." Turning around, Gu Yu saw Zhong Jinliang rushing towards him, breathless. "I'm just taking a stroll around campus. What about you?" Gu Yu inquired, intrigued. "Today, our security team is playing against the school basketball team. Those players are exceptional. They've won awards at the provincial level. We're getting trounced. Why don't you join us, Gu Yu? We could really use your skills to boost our morale." Zhong Jinliang lamented. "I don't play basketball. You all carry on. I have other matters to attend to," Gu Yu replied, disinterested, preparing to depart. Zhong Jinliang quickly stepped forward and grabbed Gu Yu's arm, pleading, "Come on, Gu Yu. With your abilities, you'd pick it up in no time. Our vice captain is exhausted. and we don't have any substitutes. Are you guys really that inept? You all play like sickly cats. Nothing but a bunch of useless fools, scoffed the student who had earlier asked Guyu to retrieve the ball, looking at Guyu with a challenging gaze. Initially inclined to leave, Guyu's brow furrowed at the student's disrespectful remarks. He turned to Zhong Jinliang and asked in a low voice, "Who is that person?" At Jiangxing University, our esteemed student and captain of the basketball team, Lu Qi, is also the son of our vice president, making him a prominent figure on campus. Just observe the throngs of female students gathered around to cheer him on. As Zhong Jinliang remarked, Guyu glanced over and indeed spotted numerous girls near the basketball court, gazing adoringly at Lu Qi while chanting his name. Very well, I shall join them for a while. Guyu smirked coldly, striding towards the court. He resolved to diminish that young man's arrogance. Lu Qi had insulted the entire security team with a single remark, and as the captain of that team, Guyu was determined to show him who the true inept individual was. Upon his arrival at the basketball court, all eyes turned towards Guyu, especially those of the security personnel playing basketball. They greeted him enthusiastically, calling out to Captain Gu. "Captain Gu, I'm utterly exhausted. Please take over for me," Li Gue gasped. Panting heavily, "Very well, I shall step in," Guyu replied nonchalantly. "Haha, here comes another waste. The security captain won to make a difference. Today, you'll have your security team crying for mercy," Lu Qi sneered, accompanied by laughter from his teammates. However, some recognized Guyu, recalling his previous victories over Hu Gu and Crow, and kindly warned Lu Qi, "Captain Lu, this little security guard is no ordinary opponent. He is rumored to be quite formidable in a fight, so do not underestimate him. And so what if he is? We are playing basketball here. Even if he could defeat Tyson, it won't help him on the court," Lu Qi dismissed arrogantly. "Captain Gu, the university basketball team is too strong. We are no match for them. Just 10 minutes in, and the score is already 15-0. They are professionals, and we simply cannot compete," one of the small security guards lamented. Guyu glanced at the scoreboard and indeed saw the score was 15-0. With a slight smile, he reassured them, "Do not worry. We will soon surpass them. Just pass me the ball." The others looked on with skepticism as the basketball team urged them on, and Guyu swiftly entered the game. As soon as he stepped onto the court, a ball was passed to him within his own half. With a gentle tap, he casually tossed it, and the basketball arced gracefully through the air, landing securely in the opponent's hoop. From a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Guyu effortlessly sank the shot, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment. Gasps erupted from the crowd, as they had seen many play basketball, but none like this. To score from such a distance was truly remarkable. Lu Qi, too, was taken aback, staring at Guyu as if he were a creature from another world. Yet, he quickly dismissed it, attributing the feat to mere luck, convinced it wouldn't happen again. This marked the first point scored by the security team in the match, instantly igniting a wave of jubilant cheers from the security personnel. For a long time, he had been overshadowed by the school basketball team. But with the arrival of Guyu, a new dawn emerged. In the following moments, Guyu's performance left everyone utterly astonished, completely surpassing Lu Qi's expectations. Whenever the ball found its way into Guyu's hands, it was as if it were destined to land in the hoop. Initially, he faced a single defender. But as time passed, 3 or 4 players attempted to contain him, yet none could impede his relentless scoring. Guyu's agility was astounding. He moved like a specter, effortlessly evading defenders. Even when confronted, he would vanish from sight, only to reappear on the other side, sinking the ball with ease. Remarkably, he intentionally slowed his pace, otherwise, they would scarcely catch a glimpse of him. Even when the ball was in the hands of his opponents, Guyu could snatch it away with surprising swiftness. The basketball match had devolved into a showcase for Guyu, with the entire school team focused solely on defending against him, yet their efforts were futile. Within a mere 10 minutes, Guyu had propelled his team ahead. Even the girls who had initially cheered for Lu Qi began to chant Guyu's name. The students on the school basketball team were starting to question their very existence. Goodness, was this young man even human? His speed was astonishing, his shooting impeccable, never having missed a single shot. Surely even Yao Ming could not achieve such feats. As the game concluded swiftly, the members of the school basketball team found themselves devoid of spirit. In the final minute, Lu Qi, consumed by a mix of anger and embarrassment, had never felt so humiliated in his life. At that moment, Zhong Jinliang stood in his way, blocking his path, which ignited Lu Qi's pent-up rage. Without a second thought, he slapped Zhong Jinliang across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, and shouted, "Are you blind, or what?" Zhong Jinliang, merely defending himself, was momentarily stunned by the slap, his cheeks swelling instantly. After a brief daze on the ground, he quickly regained his composure, feeling the injustice of the blow surge within him. In a fit of fury, he declared, "You hit me? I'll take you on." With that, Zhong Jinliang leapt forward, charging at Lu Qi. The basketball team, towering in stature, quickly surrounded Lu Qi before Zhong Jinliang could reach him, toppling him once more to the ground. Lu Qi pointed threateningly at Zhong Jinliang, exclaiming, "Damn it, you dare retaliate against me? Just a small security guard, a mere watchdog. Do you believe I won't tell my father and have you fired, left to beg on the streets?" Sitting on the ground, Zhong Jinliang felt a jolt in his heart, and his pent-up fury dissipated into thin air. Lacking in education, he had worked laboriously ever since graduating from middle school. After much effort, he had secured a job as a security guard, which was relatively easy and offered a decent salary, far better than toiling on construction sites. He had parents and a younger sister in school to support, and the thought of being dismissed filled him with dread. He feared he would be cast onto the streets or forced back into arduous labor. Contemplating this, Zhong Jinliang could only grit his teeth and endure. At that moment, the deputy security captain, Li Gui, waddled over, his substantial form jiggling. Acting as a mediator, he spoke in a deferential tone, "Lu Qi, please don't be angry. It was Liang Zi's fault, and I apologize on his behalf." "That sounds more like it. You security guards should remember that with a mere word, I could have you all dismissed." "Be on your best behavior," Lu Qi replied smugly. "Wait a moment. I witnessed everything just now," Guyu interjected. Zhong Jinliang was his first friend at Jiangxing University, and seeing him being bullied ignited a fire within Guyu. As he spoke, all eyes turned towards him. Lu Qi, upon seeing Guyu, felt his anger surge. It was this young guard who had embarrassed him and brought disgrace upon the entire basketball team. He shot a sidelong glance at Guyu and coldly remarked, "What is this? Are you, a mere security guard, going to defend him? If someone has been struck, they must not go unpunished. Slap yourself twice, and I'll let you off the hook. Have you lost your mind? If you have the guts, come here and strike me. Let us see if you truly have the courage." Guyu replied in a grave tone. Lu Qi, emboldened by his father's position as vice principal, felt no fear towards the guards and acted without restraint. "Very well, you're asking for a fight," Guyu sneered, preparing to advance. Lu Qi's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Guyu would dare to confront him. Just then, Li Gui stepped forward, blocking Guyu's path. While others might not recognize the depth of the captain's prowess, Li Gui understood all too well the consequences of provoking someone of Guyu's caliber. Even formidable figures like Tiger had been left vanquished, and Lu Qi was clearly courting disaster. "Captain Gu, you cannot engage in violence. Lu Qi is a student at our university. It is a grave offense for a security guard to strike a student, and it could lead to dismissal," Li Gui whispered urgently, leaning closer to Guyu. "Captain Gu, Lu Qi's father is the vice principal. If you strike him, you might as well resign from Jiangxing University." Guyu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. "I care not who he is. Even if his father were a celestial deity, I would not hesitate to strike him. Brother Yu, let this matter go," Zhong Jinliang implored, rising to grasp Guyu's arm, his expression filled with gratitude. Originally, Guyu had intended to teach that arrogant fellow a lesson, but seeing Zhong Jinliang's distress, he decided against it. He understood well Zhong Jinliang's fear of losing his security job. "Captain Gu, let us hurry to the school's bathhouse for a shower. After playing basketball for so long, we are drenched in sweat. We must clean up before our shift begins." Vice Captain Li Gui constantly gestured towards Guyu, who, after some contemplation, ultimately decided to relent. With so many onlookers present, resorting to violence against a student would hardly be dignified. He could always seek an opportunity to settle the score later. However, Guyu was taken aback by how swiftly an opportunity to address the misdeeds of Vice Principal's son, Lu Qi, presented itself. Earlier, upon hearing Li Gui's summons, several members of the security team who had been playing basketball made their way to the university's public bathhouse to shower. Jiangxing University boasts a rich history, having been established nearly a century ago, with many facilities dating back to much earlier times. One particularly intriguing feature is the public bathhouse, which contains several bathing rooms, each capable of accommodating around a dozen individuals for a soak. Having just played a vigorous game of basketball and worked up a sweat, Gu Yu and his companions rinsed off before entering the bathing area. The atmosphere was lively and jovial as they shared stories, reminiscing about Gu Yu's prowess on the court. Captain Gu had indeed been remarkable, achieving a perfect score and leading the team from a deficit of 15 to a triumphant 70. Since Gu Yu's arrival, the opposing team had failed to score even a single point. The school basketball team, once formidable, was utterly demoralized. They had witnessed Lu Chi's visibly distressed expression, likely dissuading him from ever playing basketball again, much to their amusement. As the banter continued, a few more individuals entered the bathhouse. Li Gui, with keen eyes, quickly recognized them as members of the school's basketball team, including Lu Qi. Shoo, everyone, Lu Qi is here. It would be troublesome if he overheard us. Li Gui warned in a hushed tone. The group turned to see Lu Qi and his fellow players striding in, unabashedly exposed, their gazes sweeping over Gu Yu and radiating disdain. The security guards felt a palpable unease upon Lu Qi's arrival, aware of his father's position as vice principal, who held sway over personnel matters within the university. The prospect of dismissal was merely a word away, and while it was challenging to find competent replacements, the institution could readily recruit security personnel whenever needed. With this in mind, they all fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Lu Qi and his companions leaped into the bathing room adjacent to Gu Yu, their expressions sour, the sting of their recent defeat still fresh. Encountering each other in the bathhouse heightened the animosity between them. Lu Qi cast a scornful glance towards Gu Yu and his companions, sneering. A bunch of ungrateful little security guards. Your mere presence irritates me. Gu Yu's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating a retort, but ultimately refraining. Lu Qi, emboldened, pointed at Zhong Jinliang and exclaimed, Hey, you, the security guard named Zhong, do you still want to confront me today? I'm still seething from earlier. Get outside and fetch us a few bottles of water to cool us down, or I'll make sure to have a word with my father about you. You won't escape unscathed. Zhong Jinliang's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Lu Qi, his heart brimming with indignation. The bullying had reached an intolerable level. Lu Qi, with a fierce glare, spat, What are you staring at? I'm talking to you. Not satisfied, are you? Unable to contain his anger any longer, Zhong Jinliang rose abruptly from the bathhouse, pointing at Lu Qi and bellowing, Are you never going to stop? Fine, if it comes to that. I'll just quit and make sure to give you a good beating today. Huh, you think you've got the guts? Come here and try. Lu Qi retorted disdainfully. Zhong Jinliang, known for his fiery temper, had been holding back until now, but witnessing the provocation from Lu Qi and his companions pushed him over the edge. He stormed out of the bathhouse, intent on confronting Lu Qi. At that moment, Gu Yu seized Zhong Jinliang's arm, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, Liangzi, don't be impulsive, let's discuss this calmly. Zhong Jinliang froze, incredulous that Gu Yu, among all the security personnel, would be the one to stop him. He had always perceived Gu Yu as someone who would never tolerate disrespect, having taken on the likes of Hu Gu, Mr. Yan, and Crow without hesitation. What was a petty Lu Qi in comparison? Previously, Gu Yu had even been willing to stand up for him. So why did it seem like he had transformed into a different person? Not only was Gu Yu surprised, but so were Li Gui and the others. Lu Qi and his group erupted into triumphant laughter at the scene. Gu Yu continued to signal Zhong Jinliang to remain calm before stepping out of the bathhouse and began to dress. Once dressed, he approached Lu Qi and said politely, Lu Qi, I sincerely apologize for this afternoon's incident. It was our fault. I, Gu Yu, would like to treat you to some beverages. Please wait a moment while I fetch them. Lu Qi shot Gu Yu a surprised glance, not expecting such humility from him. However, upon reflection, he realized that since his father was the vice principal, Gu Yu, as the head of security, had little authority to defy him. With this thought in mind, Lu Qi smirked and replied, Very well, Captain Gu. At least you know your place. We want cold drinks. If they're not chilled, we want to accept them. Rest assured, I will buy them outside the school and guarantee your satisfaction. Gu Yu smiled, swiftly departing the bathhouse. Before long, Gu Yu returned with a plastic bag filled with drinks, approaching Lu Qi and distributing them to the members of the basketball team with an obsequious demeanor. Lu Qi was thoroughly pleased with Gu Yu's attitude, while Li Gui and Zhong Jinliang stood dumbfounded. What was going on? Did Captain Gu have such power that he could be intimidated by Lu Qi? Once Gu Yu had finished handing out the drinks, he approached Zhong Jinliang and his companions. Grinning, have you all finished your wash? Today, it's my treat. Let us go for some skewers. As he spoke, he discreetly gestured to the other security personnel. who quickly understood and began to dress, following Guyu out of the bathhouse. Beside the bathhouse, there was a changing area. Upon arriving, Zhong Jinliang eagerly inquired, "You go. What is going on? Why didn't you let me teach that Lu Qi a lesson?" "Patience, Lu Qi is about to face his misfortune. Let us wait here for a moment, and soon the outcome will be evident," Guyu replied with a mischievous grin. As Guyu and his companions stepped out, Lu Qi and his friends eagerly opened their drinks, gulping them down with fervor, feeling an immediate sense of refreshment. "Lu Gu, you're truly impressive. I heard Guyu is formidable, having even bested the likes of Crow and Tiger Gu. Yet he has yielded to you," remarked a member of the basketball team. "Guyu is nothing," Lu Qi replied smugly, but suddenly sensed something amiss. After sipping the drink Guyu had provided, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen, and his eyes widened in alarm. Furrowing his brow, he realized that the drink was problematic. Before he could contain himself, a torrent of yellow liquid erupted from him. The basketball players stood frozen in disbelief, gazing incredulously at Lu Qi. "What is happening? Lu Qi is actually having an accident in the bathhouse." They exchanged bewildered glances, each equally perplexed. When they looked back at Lu Qi, he bit his lip and weakly shook his head, struggling to utter, "Something seems off." He cast a glance around. Clenching his legs together, gripping the edge of the pool, his body tense and rigid as he fought against overwhelming discomfort, slowly attempting to rise and escape the bathhouse. At that moment, one of the basketball players across from Lu Qi, nervously facing him, asked, "Lu Gu, where are you going?" "I can't hold it any longer. I need to." Just as he bent over, another wave of yellow liquid burst forth. He was utterly unable to contain himself. Everyone present was left in utter shock, speechless and astounded. No words could adequately describe the sheer embarrassment of Lu Qi's predicament. One of the players from the basketball team, unfortunately, caught the brunt of the yellow liquid, splattering his face. He wiped it off in frustration, feeling utterly mortified and promptly retched, exclaiming, "Lu Qi, what are you doing? What on earth is that? It's revolting." Lu Qi cried out, "I can't take it anymore. Where's the restroom?" In his haste, he leapt from the bathhouse only to slip on the slick floor, landing clumsily. At that moment, he was oblivious to any pain, desperately clutching his backside. But it was futile. Guyu had evidently employed some means to ensure that Lu Qi could not hold back, and streams of yellow liquid erupted from his fingers in all directions, accompanied by a hissing sound. However, Guyu's trickery was not limited to Lu Qi alone. Those who had bullied Zhong Jinliang were also affected. All the basketball players who were close to Lu Qi had partaken of Guyu's concoction. After Lu Qi, chaos erupted in the bathhouse. The man who had just been splashed by Lu Qi was suddenly overwhelmed, and the water in the entire bathhouse turned a murky yellow. The remaining patrons, after a brief moment of bewilderment, hastily leaped out of the bathhouse. However, those who had just emerged were instantly stricken with a pallor of green. Exchanging glances, they were met with an unending cacophony of hissing and splattering sounds. Standing by the changing room, Zhong Jinliang and his companions were utterly astonished by the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Only Guyu, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. The bathhouse was akin to a boiling cauldron. Some members of the basketball team lay on the floor, others stood, while some ran or jumped, all racked with discomfort. A multitude of strange noises filled the air. Streams of yellow liquid splattered against the walls, the floor, and within the pools, creating a raucous spectacle. The other bathers were not spared from this misfortune, as they too were splattered and screamed in terror as they fled the bathhouse. The uproar within caught the attention of an elderly gentleman outside, who initially thought a brawl had broken out and hurriedly retreated. However, upon stepping inside and encountering the indescribable stench, he was left utterly petrified. In the midst of the elder's horrified gaze, Lu Qi finally managed to rise from the floor, covered in the strange yellow substance, and bellowed, "Get the hell out of my way." He charged towards the exit. The elderly gentleman swallowed hard. Such a scene was unprecedented and would be remembered for ages. He swiftly shut the bathhouse door, the shock of that moment likely etched in his memory forever. Leaning against the door, he slowly sank to the ground, trembling as he muttered, "What are you kids doing in there, competing in diarrhea?" Before Lu Qi and his group could burst out, Guyu waved his hand, beckoning the several dumbfounded security guards to exit the bathhouse. As they rushed outside, they inhaled the fresh air with vigor and soon erupted into laughter, especially Zhong Jinliang, who was nearly brought to tears by his mirth. What a relief! Truly a relief. He gasped between fits of laughter. Though Li Gue also laughed heartily, a note of concern crept into his voice as he said, Captain Gu, you've really put Lu Qi in a tight spot. He'll surely come looking for you later. His father is the vice principal. We might all be in trouble. Guyu finally managed to suppress his laughter and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Don't worry. As long as I'm here, Lu Qi won't stir up any trouble. None of us are going anywhere. Zhong Jinliang, laughing so hard he collapsed to the ground, eventually regained his composure and asked, Gugu, how did you manage that? They looked like they were about to collapse. Guyu chuckled and replied, That kid asked me to get him some drinks. So I secretly added a little something to their beverages using a silver needle. But don't worry, it won't kill anyone, just a bit of a stomach upset. Upon hearing Guyu's words, the crowd finally felt at ease. While Guyu and his companions laughed heartily, Lu Qi and his friends found themselves in a dire predicament. Their stomachs were in turmoil, and without even donning proper clothing, they wrapped themselves in blankets and hurried to the restroom, where they monopolized the stalls. Amidst the cacophony of distressing sounds, a member of the basketball team bitterly remarked that Lu Qi was surely a victim of Guyu's mischief, as they had only fallen ill after consuming the beverages he had provided. I must ensure that Brat suffers for this, Lu Qi declared, and tomorrow, those insufferable security guards will be sent packing. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, another wave of nausea struck, leaving his complexion pale and drawn. Before the next day dawned, news of the unfortunate incident involving Lu Qi and the basketball team had spread throughout the campus like wildfire, becoming a topic of fervent discussion among students. This event was destined to be etched into the annals of Jiangxing University, emerging as a sensational headline. During breaks, students eagerly recounted the tale of Lu Qi and his teammates, marveling at their audacity. Some even speculated that they were honing a peculiar and formidable skill known as the sonic eruption technique, which could both defend and attack, sending foes fleeing in terror. Eyewitnesses claimed that during the incident, some individuals managed to project their distress over 3 meters high, with remarkable vigor. Once mastered, this technique would render its practitioner invincible. Merely dropping one's trousers would instill dread in any adversary, compelling them to flee in panic. Who would wish to meet such a grisly fate? Succumbing to an onslaught of foulness? A death so unprecedented would be unmatched in history. When Lu Qi and his team re-emerged on a campus, they were met with a mixture of awe and disdain from the throngs of students, as if the lingering scent of their ordeal still clung to them, emanating an aura that even the most formidable of opponents would hesitate to approach. Exhausted and visibly unwell, they staggered through the campus, their faces ashen and weary. This experience would likely become an indelible memory, a testament to their ordeal, as they had expelled everything within them, yet miraculously, they returned to normal by nightfall. Otherwise, they might have required urgent medical attention. Previously, members of the basketball team enjoyed a reputation of grandeur at Jiangxing University, garnering admiration wherever they went. Lu Qi, tall and imposing, and the son of the vice-chancellor, was undeniably a figure of prominence. However, upon their return, the glances directed at them had shifted in tone, imbued with a complex mixture of admiration and distaste, as students kept a considerable distance, some unable to suppress their disdain. Look, it's them, the ones who made such a spectacle in the shower room yesterday, a girl whispered, her voice barely concealing her incredulity. Wow, those few individuals are truly ruthless. I have heard that now the boys are too afraid to bathe in the bathhouse. It has become a veritable sea of shame, one girl whispered quietly. Though her voice was soft, Lu Qi and the others could hear her, and their hearts were filled with an unbearable sorrow, which only intensified their resentment towards the security guard, Guyu. It was all his doing, all his fault, causing them to lose face at Jiangxing University. Now, they felt like pariahs, pointed at by the students, believing they would never be able to show their faces again. Guyu, just wait. I will ensure that you and your cohorts are expelled. You have caused me great suffering, Lu Qi thought, seething with indignation. In truth, Lu Qi's father, Lu Weisong, the vice president of Jiangxing University, learned of the incident that very evening. He was exceedingly fond of his son, and upon discovering that his son's plight was due to the machinations of Guyu and one of the other security guards, he was filled with wrath. He immediately resolved to impose severe punishment upon the security personnel, especially Guyu, insisting that he be removed from the institution. The following day, upon returning to school and witnessing that many teachers were already aware of Lu Qi and his companion's disgraceful episode, which had become a hot topic of gossip in various offices. Lu Weisong felt a deep sense of humiliation. When he encountered his son, they, along with several members of the basketball team, headed straight for the security kiosk. Coincidentally, Gu Yu and a few other guards were present, engaged in a lively discussion about the previous day's incident in the bathhouse, which never failed to amuse them. Suddenly, when Lu Weisong entered the kiosk with Lu Qi and the basketball players, and especially upon seeing Lu Weisong's icy demeanor, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically, and their chatter ceased. Many had begun to surmise the reason for Lu Weisong's visit, and an air of apprehension enveloped the guards, particularly Zhong Jinliang, who felt the most guilt as the incident had partially stemmed from him. However, among them, only Gu Yu remained unfazed, displaying an air of calm indifference. Even as Lu Weisong entered the kiosk and the others rose to greet him, Gu Yu remained seated, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. The moment Lu Weisong caught sight of Gu Yu's demeanor, his expression darkened further. It was he, the head of security, Gu Yu, who had poisoned our drinks, causing us such distress. Dad, you must expel them. Upon entering, Lu Qi pointed at Gu Yu, unable to contain his fury. Yes, and that guard Zhong Jinliang, who even tried to confront us yesterday, must not be spared either, another member of the basketball team added. As these words were spoken, fear swept over the guards in the kiosk, their faces paling with dread, save for Gu Yu. Li Gui, the deputy chief, inhaled deeply and stepped forward, attempting to defuse the situation with feigned warmth. Vice President Lu, this is all a misunderstanding. Lu Weisong shot a furious glance at Li Gui, the flames of anger nearly spilling over as he retorted, "What misunderstanding? The evidence is irrefutable. It is undoubtedly the work of you few." The beverages were purchased by the head of security, Gu Yu. After consuming his drinks, they fell ill. Poisoning is a grave offense, and you are liable for imprisonment. Yes. Father, arrest both of them and throw them in prison. Lu Qi vehemently echoed from the side. Principal Lu, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak carelessly. Which of your eyes witnessed me committing such an act? Gu Yu reclined on the bench, crossing his legs with an air of indifference. Principal Lu's anger escalated as he retorted, "You purchased those drinks for them. As the head of security, it is your duty to ensure the safety of the students within this institution. However, you have broken the law and poisoned the drinks. I suggest you resign from your position immediately." Gu Yu set his phone aside, rising slowly to approach Principal Lu. Initially, Lu exuded confidence, but as Gu Yu neared, this young man, not yet 20, emanated an inexplicable authority that made Lu feel a sense of dread. Coming to a halt less than a meter from Principal Lu, Gu Yu smiled. "Principal Lu, whether or not I poisoned the drinks can easily be verified by examining them. Perhaps the beverages were simply expired, causing their discomfort. If you accuse me of poisoning, I shall file a defamation suit against you." Gu Yu remained composed, turning the tables on Lu, leaving him speechless. Moreover, it was not merely that Gu Yu's actions were shrouded in secrecy. Even if the beverage bottles were retrieved for examination, nothing conclusive would emerge. He had employed a specific laxative that, when applied to a silver needle and a small hole punctured in the bottle, would contaminate the drink without leaving a trace after a few hours. If it were not for this, Gu Yu would not have exuded such confidence. He had meticulously planned every escape route. Furthermore, given the chaotic circumstances at the time, people were flailing and shouting, creating a tumultuous scene. Who would have the presence of mind to attend to those bottles? They would have been lost amidst the chaos. Even if someone were to retrieve the bottles and confirm the presence of the laxative, what would that signify? Lu Qi and the others stood before them, unscathed. Everything appeared normal. Upon hearing Gu Yu's words, Lu Weisong felt a mix of fury and helplessness, ultimately grinding his teeth as he stated, "Regardless, the occurrence of this incident reflects your negligence as the head of security. Pack your belongings and leave immediately." And that security guard named Zhong Jinliang. He must also vacate this place at once. We cannot tolerate a security guard who resorts to violence against students at Jiangxing University. Zhong Jinliang felt a chill run through him, as if the sky were collapsing. Gu Yu let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Lu, your blatant favoritism is quite evident. To misrepresent the truth and then turn the tables is indeed a skill you possess. It was your arrogant son who initiated the violence, while Zhong Jinliang was the one who suffered the blows. Many witnesses can attest to this. I believe it would be prudent for you to educate your son rather than humiliate yourself further. If you are reluctant, I am willing to assist in his education at no extra cost." Lu Weisong, infuriated by Gu Yu's words, pointed a trembling finger at him and shouted, "You too. Leave immediately. I am the principal here, and my word is final. I hold the authority to appoint and dismiss your security team, so leave this place at once." "Oh, very well, Principal Lu. You have requested my departure, so do not regret it," Gu Yu replied, turning to Zhong Jinliang and saying in a low voice, "Let us go." Liangzi, Zhong Jinliang, still in a daze since the incident yesterday, felt a sense of unease. He believed that Gu Yu had dealt too harshly with Lu Qi and his associates, and that his father would eventually seek retribution. It appeared that the arm could not outmuscle the thigh. After all, Lu's father was the vice principal, and when he commanded them to leave, they had no choice but to comply. After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Jinliang nodded and approached Gu Yu. Returning to the construction site to lift bricks was preferable to enduring humiliation here. As they prepared to leave, several security personnel at the booth expressed their reluctance. Even Vice Captain Li Gui felt a twinge of discontent. Initially, Li Gui resented Gu Yu for taking his position as head of the security team, even enlisting Hu Gu to confront him. However, it soon became clear that Gu Yu excelled in the role, far surpassing Li Gui's capabilities. Now, Li Gui had fully acknowledged Gu Yu's competence. As Gu Yu was about to depart, several security guards called out, "Captain Gu," with expressions of regret. Yet Lu Qi and his basketball team members merely sneered at Gu Yu and his companion. Lu Qi mockingly taunted, "A few mere watchmen, daring to oppose me? This is the consequence of defying me. Leave quickly and do not let me see you again." Just as Gu Yu and Zhong Jinliang reached the exit, a figure suddenly appeared at the security booth's entrance, blocking their path. "Captain Gu, where do you think you are going?" Principal Wang stood before them. "Principal Wang." The room fell silent as everyone turned to face him, some in astonishment, others in awe. "Principal Lu is sending us away, and I, Gu Yu, have no desire to remain at Jiangqing University. The sky is vast enough for birds to soar, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. Is there truly no place for me here?" Gu Yu declared with pride. "Captain Gu, you cannot leave." Upon hearing Gu Yu's words, Principal Wang grasped his arm tightly, almost pleading. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Principal Wang's insistence on retaining Gu Yu. Everyone was left in a state of confusion, especially Lu Qi and his basketball teammates, who exchanged glances, feeling a chill of dread. Vice Principal Lu Weifeng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. In the security booth, several guards initially believed that Gu Yu and Principal Wang shared a distant familial connection. However, observing Principal Wang's demeanor towards Gu Yu, it became evident that their relationship was far more complex. Wang displayed profound respect towards Gu Yu, reminiscent of a younger individual addressing an elder, despite Gu Yu being scarcely 20 and Wang nearing 60. "Since they have asked us to leave, I feel it would be rather inappropriate to linger," Gu Yu remarked nonchalantly. "Who dares to expel you? I shall confront them," Principal Wang asserted with unwavering determination. A chill ran down Lu Weifeng's spine as he gasped, "Principal Wang, are you suggesting that you are the one asking Captain Gu to leave?" Principal Wang's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation as he glared at Lu Weifeng with fury. "Listen to me, Wang. The situation is different. Captain Gu allegedly poisoned the drinks of the basketball team members, leading to nonsense." Principal Wang interrupted Lu Weifeng's explanation with palpable anger. "Poisoning? Pray tell, what kind of poison are you referring to? The individual in question stands here perfectly well. That young guard even resorted to violence." Lu Qi interjected, stammering, "Violence?" Principal Wang turned his gaze towards Lu Qi, scoffing disdainfully. "It seems you are the one who initiated the altercation. I have already viewed the footage from that day, which clearly shows you striking the guard first. Yet now you attempt to turn the tables." Lu Qi's face flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless by the undeniable evidence. He could only glance pleadingly at his father, Lu Weisong. Lu Weisong, fully aware of his son's behavior, quickly interjected, "Principal Wang, young Qi sometimes lacks understanding." "Lacks understanding? He is no child. This matter must be addressed with the utmost seriousness," Principal Wang declared solemnly. Upon witnessing Principal Wang's resolve, Lu Weisong felt a tremor of anxiety and awkwardly said, "Principal Wang, please, let us not pursue this further." Principal Wang's expression darkened as he interrupted Lu Weisong, expressing his displeasure. As a university student, one should at least possess basic decency. Lu Qi's public assault and verbal abuse towards the school's security guard has had a profoundly negative impact. The institution has resolved to issue him a major demerit. and he will be publicly reprimanded tomorrow, serving as a deterrent. After a brief pause, Principal Wang turned to Lu Qi, stating, "Now, you and your companions must apologize to our security officer, Zhong Jinliang." Lu Qi stood in stunned silence, clearly failing to comprehend the turn of events. He had come with his vice principal father to confront Guyu and his companions, yet now it was he who was expected to apologize. Having suffered considerable humiliation the previous day, he felt utterly disgraced, believing he could never show his face at Jiangxing University again. He glanced at his father, whose expression fluctuated between uncertainty and concern. As Principal Wang had spoken, Lu Weisong felt powerless, and he turned to his son with a stern voice. "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear what Principal Wang instructed?" It seemed that Lu Qi's father had no recourse to salvage the situation, and if he did not apologize, the consequences would undoubtedly be far more severe. In a moment of resignation, Lu Qi approached Zhong Jinliang's side and reluctantly whispered, "I'm sorry." His voice was barely audible, prompting him to ask, "Did you hear what was said?" Guyu offered a faint smile, glancing at the security guards behind them. The guards, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remained silent and subtly shook their heads. "Speak up." Principal Wang raised his voice. Despite his usual deference towards Guyu, fearing to offend him, he nonetheless commanded a certain authority as the head of Jiangxing University. Before the students, none would dare to defy his wishes. Lu Qi, feeling frustrated and despondent, lamented his circumstances, yet understood the necessity of yielding under the roof of authority. He raised his voice, saying, "I apologize. I acted impulsively that day and should not have laid a hand on you." Zhong Jinliang was taken aback, initially fearing expulsion, and now found himself receiving an unexpected apology from the vice principal's son. He stammered, "No problem." Guyu regarded Zhong Jinliang with a hint of exasperation, pondering how easily the young man crumbled under a few kind words. Since Lu Qi has received his punishment and has apologized, there is no further issue here. "I will take them away now," Lu Weisheng addressed Principal Wang. Nodding in agreement, Principal Wang signified their departure. With heavy hearts, Lu Weisheng and the others left the security booth, and as they reached the entrance, Lu Qi glanced back at Guyu, his eyes filled with resentment. Guyu met his gaze with calm indifference, unperturbed by such a minor character. Once Lu Weisheng and his companions had departed in disgrace, Principal Wang quickly shifted his demeanor and approached Guyu with utmost caution, inquiring, "Captain Gu, are you satisfied with this handling? You won't be leaving now, will you?" "It was acceptable. The matter was dealt with fairly," Guyu replied. "Please, Captain Gu, you cannot leave. Master Qin Yuan has shown me great favor by placing you here at Jiangxing University. If you were to depart, I would have no explanation for him." Principal Wang implored with a pleading expression. Principal Wang was determined to keep Guyu at the university, for there was a crucial matter awaiting Guyu's attention. Should it be mishandled, many lives could be at stake within the institution. No matter what, Principal Wang had to ensure Guyu remained. Seeing Principal Wang's earnest demeanor softened Guyu's resolve, and he nodded, conceding, "Very well, I shall grant you this favor, Principal Wang, and stay." Upon hearing this, Principal Wang was elated, almost childlike in his delight, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Guyu. After exchanging pleasantries, Principal Wang finally departed. During his presence, the security guards at the booth refrained from uttering a word, astonished by Principal Wang's demeanor towards Guyu. As the president of Jiangxing University, his extraordinary courtesy towards a mere security guard struck them as perplexing, bordering on obsequiousness, which was wholly inconsistent with customary expectations. However, the onlookers dared not inquire into the affairs of Guyu, as those stationed at the security booth could vaguely sense that their captain was an extraordinary individual, shrouded in an aura of mystery, harboring countless enigmas. Take, for instance, his recent altercation with the school basketball team. Guyu consistently stood by the security team. Even in the face of the vice principal's esteemed son, he remained undeterred, valiantly advocating for his comrades, which garnered immense respect for him. Once Principal Wang departed, Zhong Jinliang, somewhat agitated, approached Guyu and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Brother Yu, I truly owe you one. Had it not been for you, I might have faced expulsion from the university. It's but a trifling matter. As long as I remain at Jiangxing University, none of you shall depart," Guyu replied. At that moment, Vice Captain Li Gue stepped forward, appearing somewhat sheepish, and confessed, "Captain Gu, there's something that has weighed heavily on my heart for quite some time, which I have hesitated to share with you. During our meal on Snack Street, It was my acquaintance, Brother whom I summoned to confront you. Motivated by your ascension to the captaincy, reflecting on your kindness towards everyone now, I feel utterly abashed. I am aware of all these matters, and I have never held it against you. We are all friends, so there is no need for such grievances, Guyu reassured him, patting Li Gui's shoulder with a smile. What? You knew all along? Li Gui exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, how could your little schemes escape my notice? What are the odds that such a coincidence would occur just as I arrived at Jiangxing University, only for you to invite me to dine? It could only be your doing, Guyu remarked. Li Gui, feeling even more embarrassed, responded, so Captain Gu was aware. Your restraint in not addressing this matter for so long truly speaks to your magnanimity, as a great person overlooks the transgressions of the small. Enough of that. The incident is behind us now, and we remain friends. As Guyu conversed with his comrades, a graceful figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the security booth, softly calling out, Brother Yu, aren't you heading home yet? The moment this enchanting figure graced the threshold, she captivated everyone's attention, rendering them momentarily breathless. The visitor was none other than Su Manqing, the belle of Jiangxing University's freshman class. Dressed in a delicate blue dress, her long hair cascaded elegantly, her fair skin seemingly capable of yielding water, while her face bore a faint blush, her shy gaze fixed on Guyu, stirring hearts and minds alike. Oh my! She is truly stunning. No wonder she is the campus flower of Jiangxing University. In an instant, everyone was entranced. Hey, little sister, Brother Yu's been called home for dinner. One mischievous security guard chuckled, breaking the brief silence. The others joined in, casting knowing glances at Guyu, their expressions rife with mischief. Upon hearing the jest, Su Manqing did not deny it, but lowered her head, feeling a bit bashful. Guyu shot a stern glance at his colleagues and admonished, Stop with the nonsense. Are you all itching for trouble? The security team shrank back, hastily falling silent. Guyu then approached Su Manqing and quietly inquired, Did you need to speak with me? Yes. Su Manqing nodded gently and whispered, Could you step out to speak with me? After all, it should be time for you to clock out. All right, let's head home then, Guyu replied, greeting the others amidst their teasing laughter as he departed the security booth alongside Su Manqing, making their way towards the Gulen community. Walking side by side, one clad in a security uniform and the other an enchanting beauty from Jiangxing University, they inevitably attracted many curious glances and sparked a flurry of gossip. Yet, seemingly unfazed, they continued their lively banter. As they neared Gulen community, Su Manqing halted, a touch of shyness in her demeanor as she inquired, Gugu, could you do me a favor? Guyu paused, smiling, Speak freely, as long as I can assist. I shall certainly make the effort, considering we share the same roof. His words carried a hint of flirtation, causing Su Manqing's cheeks to flush slightly as she hesitantly explained. Tonight, a roommate of mine is celebrating her birthday and has invited me to a large entertainment venue. There will be many boys, including Song Hanyuan, who has been persistent in his pursuit of me. I've never been to such a place, and I'm feeling a bit uneasy. So I was hoping you could accompany me. Roommate? Am I not your roommate? Guyu teased. Oh no, not my current roommate, but an old one who was in the same class as me. I can't really turn this down, Su Manqing clarified. Guyu hesitated, contemplating that attending might impede his training. Noticing his reluctance, Su Manqing quickly added, By the way, I heard another person is going, and you might find the name familiar. Who? Guyu asked, intrigued. A fellow named Lu Yulong, who is quite close with my roommate's boyfriend. I heard he'll be there too, Su Manqing replied. Lu Yulong. Guyu's eyes narrowed at the mention of that name. He was well acquainted with it. The disturbances in the house he shared with Su Manqing stemmed from Lu Yulong's actions. This ungrateful individual had abandoned Sun Yu after causing her pregnancy, leading her to despair and ultimately to her tragic end. Consequently, her lingering resentment had rendered her spirit restless. Guyu had yet to find the time to confront this matter, but now, by chance, he had caught wind of Lu Yulong's whereabouts. He had promised Sun Yu's spirit a chance for vengeance, and it seemed fate had brought Lu Yulong directly into his path. After a moment's contemplation, Guyu said, Very well, I shall accompany you tonight. Upon hearing Guyu's agreement, Su Manqing was filled with joy, exclaiming, Great. Let us go home to change, and once night falls, we shall head out together. With that, Guyu acquiesced, following Su Manqing back to Gulen community. While he had little to change into, Su Manqing emerged in a more dazzling outfit, while Guyu remained in his security attire. At school, Guyu was issued 2 sets of security uniforms. which he frequently alternated between, lending him a neat and refreshing appearance. Coupled with Gu Yu's inherently handsome features, he exuded a distinctive charm. By the time Su Manqing finished changing her clothes, dusk was approaching. The two made their way out of the Gulen community, returning to the vicinity of Jiangxing University, intending to hail a taxi to their agreed-upon destination. Unexpectedly, just as they arrived and were about to raise their hands to signal for a cab, a voice called out Su Manqing's name with palpable excitement. Turning around, they saw a white BMW 5 Series gliding toward them, its window rolled down, revealing none other than Song Honyuan, who had been pursuing Su Manqing for some time. Gu Yu found the driver somewhat familiar. He recalled that on his first day at Jiangxing University, this very individual had dined with Su Manqing. Gu Yu had an excellent memory and rarely forgot faces. As Song Honyuan drove, his gaze fixated intently on the youthful and radiant Su Manqing, while a flicker of malice crossed his eyes upon noticing Gu Yu in his security uniform beside her. He had long heard rumors of Su Manqing's involvement with the campus security guard, and seeing them together today left him feeling quite displeased. He could not fathom why Su Manqing would be interested in a mere security guard, despite the latter's notable prowess in combat, having effortlessly vanquished the likes of Hu Gu and his gang. However, what good was strength alone? This impoverished security guard earned a meager salary of 2,000 to 3,000 a month, likely struggling to support himself. Frustration brewed within Song Honyuan. His family owned a thriving seafood business, practically dominating the entire market. They had wealth and property, along with luxurious cars. What did he lack compared to this security guard? Thus, Song Honyuan remained undeterred, convinced he would eventually win over the campus belle, Su Manqing. This time, he had deliberately positioned himself at the school gate to await her arrival. Manqing, you're heading to Wang Pontong's birthday party, right? How fortuitous that I'm also going. Allow me to give you a ride, Song Honyuan proclaimed, patting the door of his BMW with pride, completely disregarding Gu Yu standing beside Su Manqing. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Manqing firmly declined. You go ahead. We'll take a taxi, thank you. Come on, it's not like the car can't fit you. Doesn't the esteemed Su Beauty grant me this small favor? Another voice chimed in from the back seat as the window rolled down. The speaker, Li Huakong, had been invited by Song Honyuan to accompany him to Wang Pontong's birthday celebration and was a familiar classmate of Su Manqing. Song Honyuan had learned through one of Su Manqing's friends that she would undoubtedly invite Gu Yu to the birthday gathering, hence his early preparations. Bringing Li Huakong along was also strategic. His family owned a distillery, and Li was known for his remarkable drinking capacity, effortlessly downing 2 gin of liquor while remaining jovial and engaging, a rare talent indeed. At the birthday banquet of Wang Pantong, all the young men were familiar to Song Honyuan, who had already exchanged pleasantries with them. They planned to unite and encourage Gu Yu to drink excessively, thereby causing him to embarrass himself at Wang Pontong's celebration, which would inevitably diminish Gu Yu's standing in Su Manqing's eyes. However, the other men held grievances against Su Manqing for choosing someone like Gu Yu, a mere security guard, and regarded him with contempt. Why should he, a lowly guard at Jiangxing University, whose monthly salary barely covered their weekly allowances, gain the affection of the campus belle? Su Manqing, each of them, who dared to pursue her, came from affluent backgrounds, with family assets worth millions, far surpassing that of a mere security guard. Nevertheless, this only fueled their disdain, feeling that Su Manqing had lowered herself by associating with him. Rumors even circulated that the campus beauty was cohabiting with this security guard, a flower blooming amidst dung. Su Manqing's classmates, with nothing better to do, gossiped about Gu Yu's unexpected fortune, filled with envy and resentment. Although the reality differed from their assumptions, it did not hinder their imaginations. Thus, Song Honyuan had already colluded with the other young men, determined to teach this security guard a lesson during Wang Pontong's birthday festivities. Both Song Honyuan and Li Huakong invited Su Manqing into their vehicle, feeling it was only proper for her to ride with fellow classmates. At that moment, Su Manqing glanced at Gu Yu, who merely smiled back without uttering a word. I will leave with Brother Yu, Su Manqing finally declared. Oh, isn't this the head of our Jiangxing University security, Captain Ge? Are you also attending our classmate's birthday? Li Huakong remarked sarcastically from the window. I have some free time, just going to have a bit of fun, Gu Yu replied nonchalantly. The place we are heading to is quite exclusive, only accessible to the wealthy of Jiangxing. I doubt you've ever been there, working as a security guard at Jiangxing University. It's a good opportunity for you to see how the affluent enjoy their leisure, Li Huakong continued his mockery, clearly branding Guyu as a country bumpkin. Guyu remained unfazed, standing calmly with a faint smile, perceiving these individuals as insignificant insects, unworthy of his attention. They were akin to an ant boasting of its strength before an elephant, oblivious to the fact that the elephant was entirely unaware of the ant's existence. Su Manqing, however, had changed her expression, finding it unacceptable for them to speak of her brother Yu in such a manner, though she felt too embarrassed to react. Since Captain Gu wishes to join us, let us go. It'll be more lively with a larger group. Song Honyuan observed Su Manqing's displeasure and finally diverted his gaze from her graceful form to Guyu. As he spoke, Song Honyuan gracefully exited the driver's seat and courteously opened the car door for Su Manqing. She expressed her gratitude and then settled into the back seat alongside Guyu. The vehicle roared to life, steering towards the most opulent district of Jiangqing. During the journey, Li Huakong, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to Guyu and inquired, "Tell me, Captain Gu, how much do you earn as a security guard at Jiangqing University?" "Not much, 2,500, with meals and accommodation included," Guyu replied. "Goodness, is that all? That's barely enough for my 2-day pocket money. Captain Gu, would you be interested in working at my family's distillery? Same benefits, but 5,000 a month. After all, guarding the gate is the same anywhere you do it, wouldn't you agree?" Li Huakong continued, his demeanor dripping with condescension. Guyu merely smiled in silence, but Li Huakong grew more animated, adding, "By the way, Captain Gu, do you know what kind of car we're in? Have you ever ridden in one before? This is the latest model of the high-end BMW 5 Series, worth around 6 to 700,000. I bet you've never driven one before. If you're not keen on being a security guard, you could always drive for me instead, with the same pay. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, can you drive?" "Haha, I heard Captain Gu hails from the countryside and is a distant relative of Principal Wang. How would he know how to drive?" "Come on, Li Huakong, don't tease Captain Gu like that." Song Honyuan, who was at the wheel, joined in the laughter, feeling a surge of superiority as he belittled Guyu. "How absurd. A mere security guard competing with me for women? He doesn't stand a chance." Guyu remained unfazed, letting their taunts drift past him. However, Su Manqing could no longer endure their sarcastic remarks and exclaimed in anger, "Are you done yet? Pull over. We'll take a taxi ourselves." Upon sensing Su Manqing's irritation, Song Honyuan quickly donned a smile, saying, "Manqing, don't be upset. We were just joking with Captain Gu. We'll be there shortly. Today is Wang Pontong's birthday, and we shouldn't ruin the mood. Indeed, it's your classmate's birthday, and we must go with joy." Guyu chimed in, though his gaze at Li Huakong and Song Honyuan bore a hint of mockery. Little did they know the fate that awaited them, as Guyu's reputation for handling trouble preceded him. If they were aware of the outcome that awaited Gua and Lu Qi, they would likely not have dared to speak to Guyu in such a manner. However, it seemed that it was too late. A spectacle was undoubtedly on the horizon. After more than half an hour on the road, they finally reached their destination. Guided by a security officer clad in an ornate uniform, Song Honyuan parked the car and strode directly towards a lavish entertainment venue ahead. Guyu glanced up and saw a massive neon sign illuminating the night, emblazoned with the characters Yu Huanggong. This establishment was renowned as the finest in Jiangqing, where even the most casual visitor would need to spend thousands to enter. It was certainly not a place for the impoverished. Li Huakong halted at the entrance of Yu Huanggong, casting a mocking glance in Guyu's direction. With a smile, Song Honyuan glanced at Guyu, intending to warn him that, as a country bumpkin, his presence in such a lavish place was merely a result of the school beauty. Su Manqing's influence. He would never set foot in such a luxurious establishment as a mere security guard. Upon hearing Song Hongyuan's words, Guyu's brow furrowed slightly, an expression that Song Honyuan misinterpreted as a sign of timidity and self-deprecation. However, Guyu's momentary frown was provoked by the mention of a name, Tan Yi. This name had been brought up several times by those around him, and it seemed that the raven he had once injured was associated with Tan Yi. Now, arriving at the Jade Emperor Palace, he couldn't help but wonder if he might encounter this legendary figure. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. While Guyu pondered this, the spirit-gathering tower at his waist began to emit a faint glow, and he quickly sensed a strong aura of resentment. He delved his consciousness into the tower to communicate with the vengeful spirit within. This spirit was the soul of Sun Yu, who excitedly informed him, "He is here. That ungrateful wretch. I can feel him. The person Sun Yu referred to must be Lu Yulong, the one responsible for her tragic leap." Guyu had accompanied Su Manqing to the Jade Emperor Palace partly due to his promise to help Sun Yu seek vengeance against Liu Yulong. Through their connection, Guyu reassured Sun Yu's spirit to remain calm. When the time was right, he would unleash her wrath, avenging the wrongs and grievances. Moments later, Su Manqing linked her arm with Guyu's and whispered, "Brother Yu, let us hurry inside. My classmates should have already arrived." The expressions of Song Honyuan and Li Huakong shifted upon seeing Su Manqing's gesture, particularly Song Honyuan, whose gaze at Guyu became as sharp as shards of glass, revealing his intense jealousy. It was a significant blow to witness his goddess holding the arm of a mere security guard. Nevertheless, Song Honyuan managed to conceal his feelings. The flash of resentment in his eyes quickly vanished, replaced by a facade of normalcy. "Very well, let us go in and see how the wealthy live," Guyu remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. The quartet approached the opulent entrance of the Jade Emperor Palace, with Song Honyuan and Li Huakong leading the way, while Su Manqing and Guyu followed behind. As the two in front reached the entrance, two uniformed security guards greeted them warmly, indicating that they were regulars in such establishments. "Ah, young Master Song, young Master Li, back for another round?" one of the guards enthusiastically remarked. The two nodded in acknowledgement, and Li Huakong discreetly gestured to Guyu, slipping a 200 yuan tip to the guard, who quickly understood the implication. However, when Guyu and Su Manqing approached the entrance, the guard suddenly extended his hand, blocking Guyu's path, and with a stern expression, inquired, "Wait, which department are you from? I recall that the security personnel at the Jade Emperor Palace do not don such uniforms. Have you mistakenly arrived at the wrong location?" Upon hearing such remarks from the security guard, Li Huakong and Song Honyuan could not suppress their laughter, standing nearby in silence, eager to witness Guyu's embarrassment. Indeed, Guyu was clad in a security uniform today, yet it was of a far inferior quality compared to that worn by the tailored security staff at the Jade Emperor Palace. Observing the guard obstructing Guyu's path, Su Manqing felt a flush of indignation, her temper flaring as she exclaimed, "Are you implying that one cannot patronize this establishment simply because they are in a security uniform? What kind of attitude is this? Do you dare to challenge me with such insolence?" The two guards, taken aback by Su Manqing's threat of a complaint, quickly donned smiles, responding, "Our sincerest apologies. We mistook this gentleman for someone who had wandered into the wrong place due to his attire." Guyu remained unfazed, smiling at the two before him. The guards continued to mock Guyu with derisive laughter, oblivious to the discomfort that awaited them shortly. "He is with us. Allow him entry," Li Huakong commanded imperiously, akin to a general addressing his subordinates. Only then did the guards part, permitting Guyu and Su Manqing to proceed inside. As they walked ahead, Li Huakong smirked and whispered, "What a rustic fellow, arriving at such a venue without a change of attire. Associating with someone like him diminishes one's own worth." With that, the two made their way towards an extravagant private room. Su Manqing began to regret her decision to bring Guyu along, feeling the sting of humiliation and a wave of self-reproach. Once the two were out of earshot, she turned to Guyu, her expression laden with apology. "Brother Yu, they are so superficial. It's entirely my fault. Had I known, I would not have invited you to endure their ridicule." Guyu, however, brushed off her concerns, playfully patting her head. "It's nothing, I don't mind. Let's hurry along, lest your classmates grow impatient." Su Manqing nodded, linking her arm with Guyu's as they entered the luxurious private room. As soon as they pushed open the door, they were met with a cacophony of deafening music. Inside, 5 or 6 individuals awaited them, all students, vibrant and full of life, dancing exuberantly. Upon Su Manqing and Guyu's entrance, the music abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards them. One was a renowned campus beauty, while the other was merely a security guard. This peculiar pairing was bound to attract attention wherever they went. "Ah, Manqing, why are you so late? We've been waiting for quite some time," exclaimed a girl with a sweet visage and a chic bob haircut, pulling Su Manqing's hand with a hint of playful reproach. This girl was none other than the evening's guest of honor, Wang Pantong, celebrating her birthday. "I apologize, I had to go home to change, which delayed my arrival." Su Manqing replied, "Isn't that the security guard at our school? How audacious of him to venture into a place like this." A voice, dripping with disdain and exaggerated incredulity, emanated from a corner of the room. The speaker, a young man in his 20s with a shock of yellow hair and an earring adorning one ear, was dressed in garish colors, resembling a flamboyant peacock. Tall and slender, he epitomized the appearance of a typical dandy, undoubtedly a scion of privilege. As Guyu and Su Manqing entered the room, he pointed dramatically at Guyu, making his disdain evident. Guyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and instinctively, he discerned that this individual was none other than Lu Yulong, the architect of Sun Yu's tragic demise. Despite his current revelry, he would soon be faced with the repercussions of his actions. Had Lu Yulong been aware of Guyu's true purpose for being there, he likely would not have displayed such levity. Upon hearing Lu Yulong's disrespectful remarks towards Guyu, Su Manqing's fair complexion shifted and regret washed over her. She lamented bringing Guyu to such an event. In truth, she had little desire to be in such company, but felt compelled to attend in honor of her former roommate, Wang Pontong's birthday. The attendees were largely familiar with one another, quickly mingling with laughter and conversation, leaving Guyu feeling like an outsider. Apart from Su Manqing, no one acknowledged his presence. Disinterested in engaging with the crowd, Guyu retreated to a dim corner, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the birthday festivities, so that Sun Yu might find closure and transcend the cycle of resentment. Guyu was resolute in fulfilling his promise to the spirit. The guests at Wang Pontong's birthday gathering appeared to hail from well-to-do families. Su Manqing herself likely belonged to the middle class. Noticing that no one was approaching Guyu, Su Manqing took it upon herself to introduce him to the attendees of Wang Pontong's celebration. Wang Pontong was indeed striking, with a commendable figure and an ear-length bob, exuding vivacity. While she may not rival Su Manqing's beauty, she was undeniably attractive, coming from a prosperous family that owned a large restaurant in Jiangqing, with assets likely in the tens of millions. Her boyfriend, a sophomore at Jiangqing University, wore gold-rimmed glasses and had an air of refinement. Su Manqing mentioned that he was Fan He, the son of the director of the Jiangqing Health Bureau, making him a suitable match for Wang Pontong. As for Lu Yulong, he epitomized the archetype of the wealthy second generation, seated next to a girl clad in revealing attire, her long hair dyed a deep wine red, perpetually clutching a cigarette, exuding an air of nonchalance. She appeared to be Lu Yulong's latest romantic conquest. Additionally, Guyu was acquainted with Song Hanyuan and Li Huakong. There were also two classmates of Su Manqing from the same dormitory, Lu Shuo and Tai Ying, both of whom were quite attractive and came from affluent backgrounds. In retrospect, Su Manqing's previous dormitory could be described as a haven for beauties. Within the spacious private room, 9 individuals were gathered, 4 women and 5 men, including Guyu. Laughter and chatter filled the room, the music blaring in the private booth. Guyu found himself somewhat out of place in such a lively environment. He was accustomed to solitude and tranquility during his time on the mountain, where he spent most of his days in meditation. Aside from Su Manqing, no one seemed to acknowledge Guyu's presence. After half an hour of revelry, Song Hanyuan suddenly exchanged a knowing glance with Li Huakong and Lu Yulong, then cast a glance at Guyu. Understanding dawned upon them, and Li Huakong promptly pressed a call button. A well-dressed waiter soon entered, respectfully inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you? Bring me several bottles of your finest red wine, and, oh, an additional 20 bottles of Mao Tai," Li Huakong declared with great generosity. "Sir, do you think you can finish 20 bottles of Mao Tai?" the waiter asked, momentarily taken aback and uncertain. 20 bottles of liquor, coupled with a few bottles of red wine, seemed excessive for the fewer than 10 people present. Consuming all of it could lead to dire consequences. Why ask so many questions? I'm in a good mood today, and this round is on me. Are you worried I can't afford it? Li Huakong replied with displeasure. Please hold on. I will bring it right away, the waiter said, though his mind was filled with doubt. Nevertheless, he dared not disregard the customer's wishes, as long as they settled the bill upon departure. The cost of 20 bottles of Mao Tai alongside several bottles of fine red wine would undoubtedly exceed 100,000 in the Yuhuang Palace. Even a bottle of mineral water was marked up several times compared to outside, let alone such exquisite wines. Unbeknownst to which wealthy heir had come to indulge again, the waiter was determined to serve them well. Upon hearing Li Huakong's order for such a large quantity of alcohol, Guyu sensed that trouble was brewing. It seemed the man was up to no good. As expected, shortly thereafter, the waiter pushed a cart laden with an abundance of alcoholic beverages into the room. Li Huakong waved his hand and declared, "Come on, singing is dull, let us drink instead. The ladies can have red wine, while we gentlemen will partake in white. Does anyone have any objections? Indeed, let us drink." The others chimed in enthusiastically. Song Hanyuan, sensing that they were finally about to target Guyu, eagerly echoed their sentiments. I've heard that young Master Li's family owns a distillery and that he possesses remarkable drinking prowess. Today I wish to witness it, Wang Pontong's boyfriend remarked with a chuckle. Adjusting his glasses, the group of young men had long conspired to prank Guyu, and they rallied around this opportunity. Lu Yulong sneered, glancing at Guyu, who sat in the corner, and mockingly said, "Little security guard, this is Mao Tai, the finest white liquor. You probably haven't even tasted it before, have you?" Su Manqing, seated beside Guyu, sensed the situation turning unfavorably upon the arrival of the numerous bottles of white liquor. Without waiting for Guyu to respond, she anxiously urged, "Why don't we just share some red wine? Yugo cannot handle white liquor. Captain Go, could it be that you are afraid to drink? Will you need Su's beauty to shield you from the liquor? Is that what it means to be a man?" Li Huakong taunted, adding fuel to the fire. Silent and composed, Guyu cast a glance at the group of young men, a serene smile lingering on his lips. Suddenly, he declared, "All right, I too enjoy drinking baijiu. Let us commence." Su Manqing, with a worried expression, interjected, "Is that wise?" "No need for concern," Guyu reassured her with a steadfast look, his demeanor unshaken, embodying the unwavering calm of a mountain in the face of adversity. "Splendid. Truly worthy of Captain Gu," Li Huakong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he contemplated, "Soon we shall take turns toasting him. He won't survive the night." With that, Li Huakong uncorked several bottles of baijiu, pouring 2 full glasses, each containing at least 3 taels. One sip would incapacitate those with a low tolerance. Yet, Guyu merely glanced at the glass and shook his head, saying, "This glass is too small. It lacks the thrill. Bring us some bowls." His words left the room in stunned silence. Everyone questioned whether they had misheard. For an average person, consuming 3 taels of baijiu would be daunting, especially considering this was Mao Tai, renowned for its potency. If he were to down 3 cups, that would amount to nearly a pound of liquor. Li Huakong, incredulous, thought to himself, "Surely, this fellow is boasting. That glass is already sizable, and he wishes for bowls." Even the smallest bowl would hold more than half a pound of baijiu. A brief hush enveloped the atmosphere as all eyes turned toward Guyu. Even Su Manqing found the situation hard to believe. Although she did not drink, she was well aware of the consequences of consuming a pound of baijiu. "Ha ha! Who would have thought our Captain Gu possesses such a remarkable capacity?" Lu Yulong remarked teasingly, unable to fathom Guyu's claim. Even if he could drink that much, with so many of us, he would surely collapse. He preferred to think Guyu was merely attempting to intimidate them into retreating. With a knowing glance to Li Huakong, Lu Yulong jested, "Come on, Kongzi, hurry and fetch those bowls." Li Huakong, regaining his composure, called upon the same server again. "Sir, how may I assist you?" The server inquired politely. "Do you have any bowls?" Li Huakong asked. "Bowl? What kind?" The server responded, perplexed. "Dining bowls, the larger the better," Li Huakong specified. "Unfortunately, we do not have those." "This is the first time I've heard of someone requesting bowls in such an establishment," the server replied apologetically. "Then what vessels do you have for serving liquor?" "Large glasses would suffice," Li Huakong pressed on. "We do have large beer glasses at the bar. Each can hold approximately a pound of liquor," the server informed him. "Perfect. Bring us several of those large glasses. We shall drink," Li Huakong instructed, turning to his companions. "Goodness, this is escalating." First, they ordered 20 bottles of matai, and now they are requesting large glass cups for drinking. Have these students lost their minds? Surely, someone will end up inebriated here today. The server couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, yet complied dutifully, fetching several large glass cups from the bar and placing them on the table. Gazing at the 20 bottles of liquor and the oversized glasses, the server drew a sharp breath and advised, "Esteemed guests, it would be prudent to consume less alcohol. Overindulgence may lead to unfortunate consequences. Shall I call for an ambulance in advance?" The server, concerned about potential mishaps, offered this amiable warning, as the establishment would bear the responsibility. Li Huakong instantly retorted, "Enough with the nonsense, just go." The server nodded repeatedly, eager to leave, when Guyu suddenly interjected, "I believe it would be wise to call for an ambulance beforehand. If they drink too much, it would be better to take them to the hospital directly to spare them further suffering." The onlookers turned toward Guyu, the girls casting incredulous glances his way. It was evident that the boys intended to team up against Guyu, and for him to claim that others would overindulge was nothing short of reckless. Su Manqing, now visibly anxious, gently tugged at Guyu's arm and said, filled with concern, "Brother Yu, don't worry, I can handle my liquor." Guyu replied nonchalantly, Very well. I did not expect Captain Gu to possess such a robust tolerance. However you wish to drink, we shall accompany you. A glint of determination flickered in Li Huakong's eyes. Since it's our first meeting, let me offer a toast. How about 3 consecutive shots? Gu Yu proposed with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. This was truly a reckless challenge. 3 shots of Matai equated to an enormous amount of liquor, certainly enough to incapacitate anyone. No one believed Gu Yu could down such a quantity in one go. The breathing of the boys grew heavier. Aside from Li Huakong, who had a slightly better tolerance, the others would struggle to handle even 3 jin of liquor. Even Li Huakong himself was only capable of 2 jin. Li Huakong remained convinced that Gu Yu was merely boasting and was eager to witness whether he could actually consume 3 jin of alcohol. If he failed, it would be quite the embarrassment. Very well, we shall proceed as Captain Gu suggests, Li Huakong declared solemnly. Then, Li Huakong filled several pint glasses, pouring 1 bottle of Matai into each, and placed them before Gu Yu. Captain Gu, the first drink is yours, he said coldly. Gu Yu casually approached, without hesitation, and lifted a large glass of liquor, surveying the expectant faces around him. They all watched, curious to see how he would meet his demise, wondering if he truly fancied himself a deity of drinking. In an instant, Gu Yu downed the glass in 1 gulp, leaving no drop behind. After placing the cup back on the table, he exclaimed, not bad, truly excellent liquor, as expected of Matai. Then, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Gu Yu proceeded to consume 3 glasses of Matai in succession, yet remained unperturbed, calm, and composed. Observing the crowd, one could see their mouths agape, as if an egg could fit within. Goodness, this little security guard has truly downed 3 jin of Matai liquor. Could it be that my eyes are deceiving me? Once again, the spectators were rendered speechless by Gu Yu's actions. The few young men exchanged glances, their faces darkening with fear, for they had never witnessed such a display of liquor consumption. 3 jin had vanished within him, and he appeared utterly unfazed. Gu Yu, known for his remarkable tolerance for alcohol, was further enhanced by his status as a practitioner, allowing him to harness spiritual energy to dispel the effects of intoxication. After downing 3 more glasses of liquor, Gu Yu performed a hand gesture, and a white mist began to emanate from his fingertips, instantly neutralizing the alcohol's potency. In truth, he could have managed without this technique, but he anticipated that engaging with several individuals in drinking might prove somewhat challenging. Setting down his glass upon the table, Gu Yu smiled warmly at Li Huakong and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Let us toast to our newfound acquaintance, young Master Li. Please indulge." Li Huakong felt a deep sense of despair. He could never have imagined Gu Yu's capacity for drink. Initially intending to collaborate with others to incapacitate Gu Yu, he now found himself caught in a predicament of his own making. With everyone's eyes upon him, could he possibly refuse to drink? The arrow was on the string, and it must be released. The onlookers stared in astonishment as Gu Yu effortlessly consumed 3 bottles of liquor, his demeanor unchanged and his heart steady. Is he even human? Both men and women regarded Gu Yu with expressions of bewilderment, as if he were a creature of legend. Li Huakong gazed forlornly at the bottles of liquor on the table, feeling a profound sense of frustration, while the other young men wore expressions of sorrow and helplessness. This situation had escalated. Gu Yu had truly consumed the liquor, and if he abstained, he would surely humiliate himself before this assembly of affluent and beautiful individuals. After much hesitation, Li Huakong finally lifted a large glass brimming with liquor. With a nervous swallow, he tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and gulped down the entire glass. As a jin of liquor settled in his stomach, it felt as if flames were igniting within him, and a look of anguish crossed his face. Song Hanyuan, who had long pursued Su Manqing, felt a tumult of emotions upon witnessing Li Huakong's plight, genuinely fearing for his well-being, knowing he could not distance himself from the situation. Even Lu Yulong, who had been so boisterous about forcing Gu Yu to drink, fell silent in the corner, his expression grave. Was this a jest? 3 jin of liquor would incapacitate any ordinary person. He certainly lacked the ability to down 3 bottles in quick succession. After finally finishing 1 glass, Li Huakong felt an unbearable burn in his stomach. Taking a deep breath, he trembled as he reached for the 2nd glass of liquor. Young Master Li truly possesses an impressive capacity for drink. I am in awe, Gu Yu remarked with a smile. Li Huakong shot a glance at Gu Yu, feeling a burning desire to consume him whole. This fellow was nothing short of extraordinary. How could he remain so composed after finishing 3 gin of liquor? Ultimately, Li Huakong resolved to raise the second glass. In the presence of so many beautiful women, he felt he could not afford to lose face or show weakness. As Li Gu observed Song Honyuan reaching for a second glass, he felt compelled to intervene. For losing face was trivial compared to the sanctity of life. However, Li Huakong appeared oblivious, finishing off the second glass of white liquor in one go. This fellow could only handle about 2 gin of liquor, and to consume it in a single breath was to invite chaos within. Not only did his stomach feel ablaze, but he also began to feel disoriented, swaying slightly on his feet. The onlookers stared at Li Huakong in stunned silence, holding their breath, while only Guyu maintained his composure, gazing steadily at him. At this juncture, Li Huakong was on the verge of collapse, yet for the sake of pride, he had no choice but to lift a third glass of white liquor. As he raised it, his hand trembled, spilling some of the liquor. Song Honyuan could no longer bear to watch and urged, "Li Gu, that's enough. Get lost." Li Huakong slurred, cursing as he poured the third glass into his mouth. However, after just a couple of sips, he felt a tumult in his stomach. An overwhelming wave of nausea surged forth, and he promptly expelled the contents of his stomach. Coincidentally, Song Honyuan was positioned directly across from him, and the foul mess landed squarely on him, while Li Huakong, losing his balance, fell to the ground. Song Honyuan, now feeling queasy himself, shouted in dismay and hurried towards the restroom. With the most resilient drinker, Li Huakong, incapacitated, the remaining attendees felt a chill of trepidation. Guyu, however, had no intention of letting the others off the hook. He swiftly approached the table, poured 2 glasses of white liquor, and raised one with a smile, stating, "It seems young Master Li is not faring well with his drink. Surely, none of you can boast a lesser capacity. Who else will join me in drinking?" With that, Guyu tilted his head back, downing yet another gin of liquor, and waved the empty glass in front of the other young men. The frightened youths averted their gazes, unwilling to meet Guyu's eyes. The nearby young women gasped in astonishment. Initially, Su Manqing worried that Guyu might be overwhelmed by the other boys, potentially stranding her without a means to take him home. Yet now, she realized her concerns were unfounded. Guyu was not merely a drinker, but a veritable titan, seemingly impervious to intoxication. She gazed at Guyu in disbelief, increasingly fascinated by the depths of his capabilities, as if he could effortlessly navigate any challenge that arose. At that moment, Guyu turned his attention to the previously arrogant Lu Yulong, smiling as he inquired, "Young Master Lu, shall we share a few drinks?" Lu Yulong's expression soured as if he had swallowed bitter beans, awkwardly chuckling. No, I can't drink. I concede." Guyu snickered coldly before shifting his gaze to Wang Pantong's boyfriend, Fan He, shaking his glass at him. "What about you? Care for another round?" "And no. I think we should stick to milk or mineral water," Fan He stammered, swallowing hard in fear. With the addition of the previous drink, this fellow has consumed 4 gin of white liquor, yet remains unfazed. Who would dare to drink with him? It is akin to courting death. The liquor is exquisite, but alas, there is no one to share it with. Just moments ago, everyone expressed a desire to drink together, proclaiming that a real man should embrace the clear spirit. Yet now, as I, Guyu, extend my toast to each of you, you refuse to partake, even denying me this small courtesy? Guyu feigned helplessness as he spoke. The group fell silent, resembling wilted eggplants, completely subdued. Li Huakong lay on the floor, retching for quite some time, prompting service staff to come in and clean up. Some even helped him to his feet, guiding him to the restroom to continue his purging. After a while, Song Honyuan returned, supporting the unsteady Li Huakong, who sat on the sofa, cradling his aching head, quiet as a demure young lady. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a man entered, holding a wine glass. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, adorned with a gleaming gold Rolex, he bore a humble smile. Approaching the group, he courteously addressed them. "Greetings, everyone. I am Bian Shixian, the client manager of Yuhuang Palace. You have all indulged generously here, and to express our gratitude, I come to toast the gentleman who recently made a considerable expenditure. May I inquire who that might be?" All eyes turned to Li Huakong, who had just ordered 20 bottles of Mao Tai and several bottles of fine red wine, extravagantly spending over 100,000. The man, adept at reading the room, swiftly moved to Li Huakong's side, raising his glass and saying, "Sir, I raise a toast to you." At the sight of white liquor, Li Huakong felt a surge of nausea. His mood, already sour, soured further upon the arrival of this so-called manager bearing a toast. He erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Why should I drink your toast? Where is Sister Ting? Bring her here." Yuhuang Palace is the establishment of the underground overlord, Master Tan. In Jiangqing, the wealthy young men who frequent Yuhuang Palace are well aware that it is overseen by Master Tan's mistress, Sister Ting. Li Huakong, having just been humiliated by Guyu, was already in a foul mood. The sudden appearance of this manager named Bian Shixian attempting to toast him was the last straw. Damn it, being bullied by a mere security guard was one thing, but now even a lowly manager dares to intrude. I have spent over 100,000 here at Yuhuang Palace, and Sister Ting doesn't even come to toast me? What does it mean for a man to come in her stead? Though Sister Ting is in her 30s, she possesses charm and elegance, with a figure that is simply stunning. Having her come out to toast would be a mark of great honor, something to boast about afterward. This was precisely why Li Huakong wanted Sister Ting to be the one to toast him. Faced with Li Huakong's tirade, Bian Shixian's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Nevertheless, he maintained his politeness, saying, "Sir, Sister Ting is occupied today and cannot come. As the manager of Yuhuang Palace, my toast holds the same significance." Li Huakong, inebriated, cast a glance at Bian Shixian, sneered, and unexpectedly raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap to Bian's face. He scolded, "How dare a mere manager come here to toast me? Go back and fetch Sister Ting. I'll only drink with her. Now get lost." Bian Shixian staggered from the blow, his cheek instantly swelling, and covering his face, he retorted angrily, "How dare you hit me? Do you know whose territory this is?" Li Huakong replied defiantly, "What of it? A small manager daring to show off in front of me? Scram, or I'll hit you again." It was evident that Li Huakong had truly drunk too much, becoming reckless and threatening further violence. Bian Shixian shot a fierce glare at Li Huakong before turning to leave. The room was crowded, and he recognized that should a fight ensue, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. "Just you wait. Soon you'll regret this," he declared menacingly as he reached the door. "Bring it on. Call whoever you want. Let us see who dares to touch Li Daxiao." Li Huakong mocked in return. Bian Shixian slammed the door behind him, leaving the rest of the guests in stunned silence. Li Huakong's audacity was astounding. This was indeed Lord Tan's domain, and he had the audacity to strike one of Tan's men. If word reached Lord Tan, Li Huakong would certainly face severe consequences. After a brief moment of shock, Song Han Yuan, reeking of alcohol, approached Li Huakong, his voice trembling. "Brotherly, you've stirred up trouble. You just struck one of Tan's men, and now we're in deep water." Li Huakong dismissed his concerns, saying, "He is merely a small manager. Do you think someone of Lord Tan's stature would intervene for such a minor figure? Rest assured, Sister Ting will come to apologize shortly. Indeed, little Song, you're overthinking it. It's just a small manager. You spent nearly 200,000 here at the Yuhuang Palace tonight. Do you think Sister Ting would risk offending us, her esteemed clients, over a trivial manager?" El Yulong, casually lighting a cigarette, remarked nonchalantly, "There's nothing to fear. Sister Ting has a good relationship with my father. If anything arises, a quick call to him will settle it. Today is Tong Tong's birthday. We cannot let a minor manager ruin our fun. Let us continue singing." Fan, he added, thumping his chest with assurance. At that moment, Fan, he was brimming with enthusiasm, entirely oblivious to the earlier embarrassment brought on by Guyu's intimidating presence. Meanwhile, in another opulent private room within the Yuhuang Palace, Lord Tan sat regally upon a genuine leather sofa. Opposite him sat an individual dressed in a Taoist robe, appearing to be in his 50s, with graying hair and a long beard, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Towering behind Lord Tan was a nearly 2-meter tall, muscular man, standing like an iron statue, though one of his arms was bandaged and in a sling, a remnant of a recent confrontation with Guyu. This man was none other than the Crow, who had recently suffered the loss of an arm, and behind him stood several imposing figures clad in black suits. Beside the tall Taoist priest stood a beautiful woman clad in a flowing black gown, delicately preparing tea for the esteemed guest, Master Tan. The reason Sister Ting refrained from approaching Li Huakong to offer a toast was her duty to attend to this distinguished visitor. "Master Han Yun, I have summoned you here today to request your assistance in a matter, and as for the remuneration, we can certainly discuss it amicably," Master Tan said, lifting a cup of tea and extending it towards the Taoist priest with courtesy. "It is a great honor to receive an invitation from you, Master Tan. However, as I understand, you are a formidable figure in Jiang City. Who could possibly possess the audacity to offend you, requiring my intervention? Han Yun replied, taking a gentle sip from the cup. It is not a particularly formidable individual. This person is merely a security guard at a university. Yet, he possesses some genuine skills and seems to have knowledge of certain esoteric arts. Just look at my bodyguard beside me, a former Special Forces soldier, who was incapacitated by a single punch from that little guard, Master Tan explained, exasperated. I have no other recourse but to seek your help, Master Han Yun. Han Yun cast a glance at the robust figure of the crow, his expression shifting slightly as he remarked, to break this man's arm with a single blow suggests a mastery of internal martial arts at a pinnacle level. This individual is indeed not to be underestimated. Indeed, that little security guard is terrifying. Not only did he break my arm with one punch, but he also caused a person to suddenly go mad, recklessly crashing into a lamppost until blood flowed. I suspect he possesses some sinister methods. Otherwise, such a display of strength would not leave even the crow so shaken, came the response. Humph, merely a trivial skill. To induce madness in another is simply a matter of summoning spirits to possess and control one's body, Han Yun replied dismissively. Master Han Yun, this little security guard has been excessively arrogant, repeatedly assaulting my men. If I do not show him the consequences of his actions, how can I, Master Tan, maintain my standing in Jiang City? I implore you to act, Master Tan reiterated politely. Rest assured, Master Tan, since you have sought my assistance, I shall not turn a blind eye. When time permits, I will confront that security guard, Han Yun solemnly assured. Ever since the day when Guyu shattered the crow's arm, Master Tan had been preoccupied with the idea of dealing with Guyu. For years, Master Tan had wielded considerable influence in Jiang City. Though he was not without adversaries, most would extend him a modicum of respect. Yet, Guyu's actions in breaking the arm of his formidable ally, the crow, displayed a blatant disregard for Master Tan's authority. Moreover, having heard from the crow that Guyu was not only skilled in martial arts, but also possessed knowledge of certain esoteric arts, Master Tan recalled having previously sought a Taoist priest for feng shui advice. After considerable effort, he had managed to locate Han Yun, specifically to contend with Guyu. This Han Yun was indeed a practitioner of genuine skill. Master Tan had witnessed him cleave a stone weighing several hundred pounds with his peachwood sword. Otherwise, he would not have shown such deference to this individual. As Master Tan and Taoist Han Yun were deliberating on how to deal with Guyu, the door to the private room was abruptly thrust open. Bian Shixian, clutching his swollen cheek, stormed towards Master Tan, fury radiating from him. Brother-in-law, someone is causing trouble at the Jade Emperor Palace and even struck me, Bian Shixian exclaimed indignantly. The others, engaged in discussion, turned to look at him, and upon seeing his severely swollen cheek, it was evident he had suffered a significant blow. Such audacity! Who dares to create a disturbance in my presence? Master Tan's expression darkened, revealing a palpable aura of menace. It was a group of students, insufferably arrogant. They insisted on having Sister Ting serve them drinks. When I informed them she was unavailable, one of them slapped me and brazenly declared he would await my arrival, claiming no one in Jiang City would dare oppose him. Bian Shixian fumed. Hearing this, Master Tan cast a glance at Ting, his confidence wavering. There were indeed individuals in Jiang City who commanded respect, such as the son of a significant local leader or the heir of a wealthy conglomerate. If they were involved, Master Tan would have no choice but to seek a peaceful resolution. Ting, understanding the gravity of the situation, inquired, Xian, in which room are they located? They are in room 307, brother-in-law. Hurry and gather people to deal with them. I cannot let this humiliation go unpunished. I must confront that scoundrel myself, Bian Shixian insisted. Brother Tan, room 307 belongs to Li Huakong, the son of the distillery owner, and Fan He, the son of the city health bureau chief. The others seem to be merely the children of affluent families in Jiang City, Ting whispered. Ah, so a few brash youngsters think they can provoke me, Tan? They must be mistaken if they believe I am to be trifled with, Master Tan remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of calm resolve upon learning of their identities. He then instructed the figure behind him, Crow, gather a few men and bring those ruffians here. I wish to confront them personally. Crow nodded eagerly, signaling to 7 or 8 well-dressed men to follow him as they exited. Inside room 307, Li Huakong, reeling from excessive drinking, sat on the couch, his head pounding and eyes heavy with fatigue. The others seemed to have forgotten the incident involving Bian Shixian, returning to their revelry, singing and dancing with laughter. Meanwhile, Guyu, having dealt with those who sought to provoke him, remained quietly in an inconspicuous corner, patiently awaiting the outcome. At this moment, Guyu felt a sense of vexation, uncertain of how long these festivities would continue. He knew that dealing with Lu Yulong would have to wait until the gathering concluded. Allowing Sun Yu to seek vengeance, addressing such matters publicly would undoubtedly complicate things. Guyu had no authority in this situation and could only hope for a swift resolution. Eager to return to his cultivation, unbeknownst to them, they underestimated Bian Shixian, dismissing him as a mere minor figure at the Jade Emperor Palace. Unaware that he was in fact Master Tan's brother-in-law, the trouble they had stirred was indeed of a far greater magnitude. As the revelry of the crowd reached its peak, the door to room 307 was forcefully kicked open. Bian Shixian, accompanied by Crow and a group of brawny men, stormed into the room. "It was him who hit me," Bian Shixian exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Huakong, who was seated on the sofa. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as the imposing presence of Crow and his companions silenced the room, particularly alarming the young women present, whose faces drained of color, some even gasping in shock. Li Huakong, startled by the sudden intrusion, opened his eyes wide. Upon recognizing Crow standing behind Bian Shixian, he felt a wave of sobriety wash over him, trembling as he rose unsteadily from the sofa. Who was Crow? He was the most formidable enforcer by Master Tan's side. No one in the room had anticipated that Bian Shixian could summon such a heavyweight. They had presumed he would merely bring in a few enforcers from the Jade Emperor Palace to handle the situation, confident that any one of them could easily resolve the matter. However, Crow's appearance signified an entirely different level of seriousness. Such a figure would not appear without significant cause. The rest of the crowd quickly recognized Crow, their expressions shifting to one of dread and apprehension. Guyu also discerned Crow immediately, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had been aware that the Jade Emperor Palace was under Master Tan's control, but had never expected to encounter Crow there. It seemed fate had conspired for their paths to cross once more. In the dim light of the room, Crow did not notice Guyu in the corner. His gaze swept across the room before settling on Li Huakong. "Is it you who struck Master Tan's brother-in-law?" Crow inquired, striding confidently towards Li Huakong, his piercing gaze unyielding. "What brother-in-law?" Li Huakong stammered, his legs trembling in disbelief. "Indeed, Master Tan is my brother-in-law. Weren't you just feeling rather bold? Why not take another swing at me?" Bian Shixian approached Li Huakong menacingly. Everyone stood aghast, having assumed Bian Shixian was merely a staff member at the Jade Emperor Palace, perhaps a manager, believing that any issue could be resolved with money. Yet, Li Huakong, in his folly, had struck Master Tan's brother-in-law, a grave miscalculation that could not be settled with mere cash. As Bian Shixian prepared to take action, Fan He, a classmate of Li Huakong, could not remain passive, especially as it was his girlfriend's birthday. Witnessing his classmate being assaulted at a birthday celebration would bring him shame. "Brother, hold on. This is all a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this calmly," Fan He urged, stepping forward. "Misunderstanding my foot. I'm going to make sure he pays for this," Bian Shixian retorted, launching a kick at Li Huakong. Realizing that the person he had struck was Master Tan's brother-in-law, a figure of immense power in Jiang City, Li Huakong, despite his bravado, dared not evade the incoming blow. The kick landed squarely, sending him hurtling backward onto the sofa, curled up like a beaten stray dog. After such a fright, Li Huakong's inebriation had nearly dissipated entirely. Those present in the room observed Li Huakong being struck, and no one dared utter a word. After all, it was he who had instigated the altercation, and the assailant was someone none of them could afford to provoke. One should not touch the tail of a tiger. Who could fathom the sudden madness of this young man, choosing to assault none other than the uncle of Master Tan? He had truly invited his own misfortune. Bian Shixian, seething with rage, was poised to strike again when he was intercepted by Wu Ya, who spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Brother Xian, let us escort these individuals to Master Tan. We must not keep him waiting." Reluctantly, Bian Shixian ceased his aggression, grumbling in indignation. "Dare to strike me? Soon. My brother-in-law will have your limbs severed. Let us see how you flaunt your arrogance then. Everyone, rise and follow me." Wu Ya cast a sweeping glance over the room, his voice rising in fury. The occupants, regardless of gender, trembled in fear, internally cursing Li Huakong and his ancestors. They realized the gravity of their situation. Having offended Master Tan, none would emerge unscathed. What was meant to be a joyous birthday celebration had been ruined by Li Huakong's actions, dragging everyone down with him. At that moment, Fan He approached Wu Ye cautiously, saying, "Brother Wu, my father is Fan Jiangwo, the director of the Health Bureau of Jiangqing. Might you extend some leniency? My father shares a rapport with Sister Ting. We acknowledge our wrongdoing and are willing to apologize and compensate. Take such matters to Master Tan. Do not bore me with your prattle." Wu Ye dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Without concern for the pleas, he gestured, and the burly men behind him surged into the room, urging the occupants to exit hastily. Gu Yu had been lurking in a shadowy corner, able to observe Wu Ye while remaining unseen himself. Indeed, the private room was rather spacious. Wu Ye then turned and exited the room with Bian Shixian, while the imposing figures hurriedly ushered everyone else out, Gu Yu included. "What shall we do now, Brother Yu? Li Huakong has assaulted Master Tan's uncle. It seems we are all in trouble. I shouldn't have let you come along." Su Manqing turned to Gu Yu, her face pale with anxiety and remorse. "Fear not. Everything will be fine as long as I am here." Gu Yu replied with an air of tranquility, gently patting Su Manqing's head and smiling reassuringly. For reasons unknown, Su Manqing always found solace in Gu Yu's presence. Even the gravest of matters seemed trivial in his company, all challenges appearing surmountable. As they approached the opulent private chamber of Master Tan, Gu Yu's heart began to race, mirroring the tension that filled the air. The door to the chamber closed behind them, and every heart within felt as though they had crossed into the threshold of despair. In Jiang City, the name of Master Tan is known to all, a figure of ruthless disposition rumored to be entangled in numerous cases of bloodshed. Such a person is capable of any deed. Having risen to prominence in Jiang City, his foundation is far from pristine. As the group entered Master Tan's private room, they were awestruck by the extravagant setup within. Opposite them lay an opulent leather sofa, upon which sat a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority. His countenance dark and his presence formidable, rendering those present unable to meet his gaze. It was evident that this man was none other than the legendary overlord of Jiang City, Master Tan. Beside him stood a Taoist priest clad in a blue robe, embodying an ethereal grace. Since the moment the group arrived, the priest had not even lifted his head, clearly dismissive of such trivial matters. Then they noticed Sister Ting, the overseer of the Jade Emperor Palace, seated at the farthest end, serving tea to Master Tan and the Taoist priest. In the eyes of these youngsters, Sister Ting was an esteemed figure, yet here she was, relegated to the task of pouring tea. More alarming was the sight of a dozen hulking men standing behind the leather sofa, all impeccably dressed in suits, forming a solid line, immobile, their gaze fixed intently upon the newcomers. Anyone witnessing this assembly could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. "Master Tan, I have brought everyone from room 307, said Wu Ye, approaching Master Tan with utmost respect. Master Tan nodded, and at that moment, Sister Ting handed him a cigar and proceeded to light it for him. "You possess quite the audacity. Do you know to whom the Jade Emperor Palace belongs?" Master Tan inhaled deeply from the cigar, his piercing gaze sweeping across those standing before him. The intensity of Master Tan's aura was overwhelming, making it difficult for the others to breathe comfortably. Many in the room had never encountered Master Tan before. Li Huakong's legs began to tremble, cold sweat soaking through his shirt, while the others bowed their heads, retracting their necks, too fearful to utter a sound. After a considerable pause, Li Huakong finally stammered, "Master Tan, I was in the wrong. I did not know that manager was your brother-in-law. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to touch him, even with 8 lives. Master Tan snorted, crossing his legs and taking a deep drag from the cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke as he spoke in a measured tone. "It seems my reputation has waned recently, allowing a few inexperienced youngsters to brazenly defy me. Since you acknowledge this as my domain, how dare you act so arrogantly here?" Li Huakong, terrified, felt his legs give way as he knelt before Master Tan, nearly in tears, pleading, "Master Tan, I beseech you to spare me this once. I truly did not know who that was. For my father's sake, please forgive me." "And who is your father?" Master Tan inquired. "My father is Li Kuan, the owner of a distillery in Jiang City. You must have seen him," Li Huakong hurriedly replied. "What is Li Kuan to me? Even if he were to come today, he would kneel here as well," Master Tan retorted angrily. Li Huakong suddenly felt a chill run through him. Indeed, his family operates a distillery with assets barely amounting to tens of millions. The majority of the entertainment venues in Jiang City belong to Master Tan, whose wealth undoubtedly reaches several billion. How could he possibly regard his father's modest enterprise with any respect? The disparity is simply too great. Li Huakong felt as though his demise was imminent. Even a deity descending from the heavens would be unable to rescue him now. Regret washed over him as he had initially intended to display his authority before the crowd, only to stumble into a significant misstep. Observing Master Tan's demeanor, it was clear that this matter would not end amicably. Meanwhile, Song Honyuan wished to speak up in defense of Li Huakong, but upon reflecting on his own lineage, which was even less distinguished than Li's, he remembered that even the local ruffian, Brother Hu, would not pay his father any respect, making it even more impossible to intercede before Master Tan. Thus, he cast a desperate glance towards Fan He, who himself felt uncertain. Master Tan's formidable power might not afford his father any favor. After much hesitation, Fan He resolved to step forward. With a heart full of trepidation, he approached Master Tan and, with great humility, implored, "Master Tan, please temper your wrath. We are young and impetuous, and we acknowledge our transgressions against you. We sincerely hope you can show mercy and spare us this time. I assure you, we shall never repeat such mistakes in the future." As he spoke, Fan He turned to glance at Sister Ting, his expression earnest. Sister Ting recognized Fan He, having dined with him previously alongside his father, establishing a modicum of rapport. However, the gravity of the situation left Master Tan infuriated, as it was his brother-in-law who had been assaulted, an affront to his dignity. Sister Ting, feeling the tension, quietly urged, "Tengu, please consider." Master Tan cast a frosty glance at her, his tone icy as he retorted, "This is a matter for men. It is not your place to interject." Instantly, Sister Ting recoiled, falling silent. The crowd, witnessing even Fan He's intervention proving futile, felt a wave of despair wash over them. With Fan He being their sole remaining hope, and even his father's name holding little sway, it left them all feeling like lambs awaiting slaughter. Fan He found himself at a loss for words, standing there in a state of dismay and discomfort. At that moment, Master Tan's piercing gaze swept past Li Huakong and Fan He, landing on a group of attractive young women not far away, particularly drawn to Wang Pantong. Fan He's girlfriend, who sported a chic bob and exuded an exceptional aura, truly a rare beauty. The fact that these were all students, brimming with youthful vitality, rendered them incomparable to the ordinary. This piqued the interest of someone like Master Tan, who was accustomed to the pleasures of the night. The private room where Master Tan resided was the largest in the Yu Huang Palace, specifically prepared for him. The lighting within was dim and somber, causing Master Tan to overlook Su Manqing and Guyu, who stood at the back. Had he noticed the exquisite beauty of Su Manqing, the esteemed campus belle, his perception would have undoubtedly shifted. After a moment's contemplation, Master Tan pointed at Wang Pantong and commanded, "Bring that girl over here." At that moment, two burly men approached Wang Pantong, who was instantly struck with terror, her complexion paling as she cried out in fear, "No, please don't take me." Fan He, panicking, nearly fell to his knees before Mr. Tan, pleading desperately, "Please, Mr. Tan, spare her. She is my girlfriend. If you harm her, my father will surely be furious." The two suited men seized Wang Pantong and brought her before Mr. Tan. Despite her desperate struggles, she was no match for their strength. Fan He, overwhelmed with fear, once again invoked his father, causing Mr. Tan's eyes to narrow dangerously as he turned to Fan He and ominously asked, "What did you just say? Dare to repeat that? Call your father right now and see if he dares to come." Realizing his slip of the tongue, Fan He quickly corrected himself. No, Mr. Tan. I didn't mean to threaten you. We are just students. Please let us go. We will pay whatever you ask." Mr. Tan let out a cold laugh, replying, "Do you think I, Tan Chong, am in need of money? Indeed, is Mr. Tan truly in want of funds? Most of the entertainment venues in Jiangxing belong to him, his net worth reaching several billion. To such a mogul, compensating a few million is insignificant. Would Mr. Tan truly covet their meager sum? Before long, Wang Pantong found herself at Mr. Tan's side, weeping in fright, trembling with fear, evoking sympathy. A girl of merely 17 or 18, she had never encountered such a situation. They only dared to flaunt their family's influence amongst peers, but against a figure like Mr. Tan, such power was utterly futile. Mr. Tan scrutinized Wang Pantong, then cast a glance at Tai Ying and Lu Shua behind her, even pausing momentarily to regard Lu Yulong's girlfriend, a girl reminiscent of a young delinquent. Each of these young women possessed remarkable beauty, particularly Wang Pantong, whose figure and features were exquisite. At that moment, Mr. Tan remained oblivious to Su Manqing and Gu Yu, concealed by the crowd behind. Very well, I am in a good mood today and shall let you go. However, these young ladies must remain to share a few drinks with me. The rest may leave, Mr. Tan declared. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The notion of retaining all the young women invoked fear, as Mr. Tan's reputation was far from virtuous. And no one knew what might transpire with the girls in the presence of so many predatory men. Fan He attempted to protest further, but Mr. Tan's anger flared, and he struck Fan He, causing him to stagger. Get out, and if you don't leave now, none of you will depart from here today, Mr. Tan seethed. With the situation having escalated, words were futile. It was better for a few to leave than for all to remain. Li Huakong and Song Hongyuan felt a wave of relief wash over them. At this moment, the burly men behind Master Tan had already emerged, beginning to usher the remaining individuals out. Just then, from a shadowed corner, a voice coldly remarked, I once thought Master Tan, renowned throughout Jiang City, was a figure of great stature, yet it appears he is merely a man of inconsequential worth. Although the speaker's voice was not loud, it struck the atmosphere like a boulder plunging into a placid lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. The already stifling ambience became even more charged as every heart in the vicinity quickened with apprehension. Who dared to show such blatant disrespect to Master Tan? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Master Tan was no ordinary man. Even the wealthiest, far beyond his means, would think twice before crossing him. Yet, here stood someone boldly declaring him as insignificant. The audacity was astonishing, utterly reckless. As that voice resonated from the corner, all eyes turned in search of the speaker, eager to behold this audacious individual. Master Tan's gaze sharpened, exuding a palpable aura of menace as it fell upon the inconspicuous corner. Under the weight of such a terrifying glare, none dared to withstand the pressure, swiftly parting to make way. It was as if Master Tan's gaze were a blade, slicing through the very air. Even the aloof Taoist Han Yun, seated to the side, could not help but raise an eyebrow. His interest peaked as he turned to see who had spoken. Once the crowd dispersed, the figures of Gu Yu and Su Manqing emerged, standing at the entrance. At the rear of the throng, when Li Huakong and Fan He recognized Gu Yu as the speaker, they broke into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves how hard-won the moment had been when Master Tan finally relented and allowed the boys to leave. Now, in his wrath, not a single one might escape unscathed. Limbs could very well be severed. The audacious security guard had put everyone in peril. Even Fan He and Li Huakong, who were like dogs before Master Tan, wondered what gave this mere security guard the gall to confront him. Not only was he risking his own safety, but he was endangering everyone else as well. This time, even Su Manqing's classmates looked at Gu Yu with disdain, let alone Master Tan's entourage. Only Su Manqing gazed at Gu Yu with concern, completely taken aback by his sudden outburst in such a tense atmosphere. To insult Master Tan at this moment was akin to pouring fuel on a fire. You Gu, she implored, clutching his arm tightly, fearing that others would converge and strike him down with merciless blows. She felt a fear unlike any she had ever known, instinctively wanting to shield him with her fragile form. In that moment, her mind was a whirlwind, disregarding all else. Yet, Gu Yu's expression remained resolute, his demeanor as calm as ever. Even at this critical juncture, he maintained that gentle smile, leading those who beheld him to wonder if he had indeed lost his sanity. Do not be concerned, I shall be fine. Gu Yu gently attempted to push away Su Manqing, who had tightly grasped his hand, only to realize that her grip was unyielding. At that moment, several burly men clad in black suits surrounded Gu Yu and Su Manqing, one of whom swung a massive fist towards Gu Yu's forehead, bellowing, "Dare to disrespect Master Tan? You seek to forfeit your life." Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream echoed as the assailant was sent hurtling through the air. He soared over 2 meters high, sailing above the heads of the onlookers, and crashed onto the coffee table before Master Tan. The table shattered with a resounding crash, scattering teacups and utensils in every direction, leaving a mess strewn across the floor. Master Tan, taken aback, quickly rose, only to be splattered with tea, appearing quite disheveled. Meanwhile, the man who had been flung away lay unconscious on the ground. So swift, so astonishing. In a flash, as the fist was about to descend upon Gu Yu, he retaliated with a precise strike, leaving everyone bewildered as to how he executed such a maneuver. It seemed as though he had remained motionless, And yet the assailant flew away as if propelled by unseen forces. Under the dim light of the private room, the crow had taken notice of Guyu. Upon recognizing that the one who had disrespected Master Tan was indeed Guyu, he trembled in fear. How could it be him? Why was he here? Master Tan had intended to summon Taoist Han Yun to deal with Guyu, yet he had appeared unannounced. The thought of Guyu's enigmatic prowess sent shivers down the crow's spine, causing the severed arm hanging from his neck to throb painfully. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Guyu's display of strength, the crow instinctively positioned himself in front of Master Tan. The burly men who had previously stood beside Guyu were momentarily stunned. Only after witnessing their companion being flung away did they charge at Guyu en masse. A sly smile crept across Guyu's lips as he held Su Manqing close, freeing one leg and one arm. Those who dared approach him were swiftly dispatched, each sent flying with a single blow. In mere seconds, 7 or 8 formidable men in black suits lay sprawled on the ground, none able to rise again. Behind Master Tan stood several more muscular figures clad in black, who brandished gleaming machetes, preparing to rush toward Guyu. Just then, Master Tan narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, commanding, "Wait." The men with the gleaming blades halted at his instruction, turning their gazes toward him. "Who are you?" Master Tan inquired, his words deliberate and measured. He had been astonished by Guyu's prowess, which had effortlessly subdued his formidable subordinate, the crow. He pondered when such a young master had emerged in Jiangqing, as his own entourage consisted of desperate men, each capable of overpowering 3 or 4 ordinary individuals, yet they had been dispatched in mere moments. If one possesses such remarkable talents in their vicinity, what is there to fear? At that moment, Master Tan felt a surge of appreciation for talent. "Do you not know who I am?" Guyu released Su Manqing, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled towards Master Tan. The crow beside him swallowed hard and solemnly declared, "Master Tan, it is he who broke my arm. Guyu, the security guard from Jiangqing University." "What?" Master Tan's astonishment was beyond expression. Today, Taoist Han Yun was seated here, and they had just been discussing how to deal with this very matter when Guyu appeared before him, having already subdued many of his subordinates. Such a coincidence was unfathomable. In his shock, Master Tan scrutinized Guyu once more. Clad in a security uniform and appearing to be under 20, he was indeed the young security guard that the crow had mentioned multiple times. It was indeed unexpected. Master Tan could not have anticipated that Guyu would be mingling with a group of affluent youths and appearing in his territory. "Master Tan, he is Guyu, the captain of the security team at Jiangqing University. Just days ago, he was the one who injured me," the crow reiterated, assuming Master Tan had not understood clearly. This time, even Taoist Han Yun, who sat nearby, could not remain composed and turned his gaze towards Guyu. Guyu had long noticed the Taoist beside Master Tan and had previously extended his chi to assess the Taoist's cultivation. The individual before him was indeed a skilled practitioner, with considerable power. However, Guyu found it peculiar that Taoist Han Yun exuded a certain insidious aura that suggested he was not a genuine practitioner of the Taoist path, but rather someone who might have delved into sinister arts. Although this person's cultivation was impressive, it was not so overwhelming as to completely overshadow Guyu. To ascertain the true extent of his abilities, a confrontation would be necessary. After confirming that the person before him was indeed Guyu, Master Tan felt a slight sense of panic. Yet, upon recalling the presence of the highly skilled Taoist Han Yun beside him, his heart sank. "You are the security guard from Jiangqing University, Guyu?" Master Tan asked, feigning ignorance. "Indeed, that is I," Guyu replied. "Excellent. I was just looking for you. And you have conveniently come to me, thus saving much trouble," Master Tan said darkly. "Oh, it seems Master Tan has matters to discuss with me. Are you inviting me for a meal, or perhaps for drinks? If it is the latter, I recommend a different venue. As the Moutai you serve here is rather mediocre and lacks potency, it might even be counterfeit," Guyu jested. Master Tan chuckled ominously and interjected, "I neither invite you for a meal nor for drinks. Rather, I intend to serve you dumplings, with cement blocks tied around you, to be sunk into the sea to feed the fish. What do you think? Master Tan, must our first meeting be so unfriendly? Are you not concerned that I might soon leave you searching for your teeth, lamenting for your mother?" Guyu replied with a grin. Standing behind Guyu, Li Huakong and Fan He were utterly dumbfounded, bewildered by the situation. They could not comprehend why Guyu would address such a prominent figure in Jiang City in such a manner, and it appeared he held Master Tan in utter disregard. However, they were all the more astonished by Guyu's prowess. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly taken down several of Master Tan's subordinates, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Who would have thought that the security personnel from Jiangxing University could be so formidable? Even Song Hanyuan, who had witnessed Guyu in action before, found it hard to believe. Previously, he had seen Guyu deal with mere ruffians, but those around Master Tan were a different breed, desperate men with nothing to lose. Master Tan laughed heartily, as if he were being entertained by a jest from Guyu. He continued, "Guyu, I know you possess considerable skill, having broken the arm of my subordinate, Crow. It is precisely for this reason that I sought you out. In Jiangxing City, few dare to confront me, and you are one of them. By striking my men, you have undermined my authority. If word of this spreads, where shall I place my dignity? Therefore, today you must pay a steep price. Kneel before me and call me Master Tan 3 times, and I shall consider sparing your life. A fair exchange, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it is fair. However, let us proceed as follows. You kneel before me and bow 3 times while addressing me as grandfather, and I might contemplate sparing your life. What do you think?" Guyu retorted with a mocking tone. The audacity was astonishing. Who in all of Jiangxing City would dare to speak to Master Tan in such a manner? The companions who had accompanied Guyu were utterly terrified, their spirits nearly fleeing their bodies. This was disastrous. If Guyu was willing to court death, he should not involve them in his folly. Speaking to Master Tan like this meant that no one would leave this place unscathed. Master Tan, enraged and humiliated, felt the muscles in his face twitch, evidently harboring thoughts of violence. He then turned to the Taoist priest Han Yun beside him and respectfully stated, "Taoist Han Yun, the person I tasked you to handle is right before you. I appreciate your assistance." Taoist Han Yun slowly rose, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It shall be as you wish." He then turned his gaze towards Guyu, offering a slight bow, forming a Taoist gesture, and reciting Wuliang Tianzuan. The courtesy of this Taoist was unexpected, and Guyu returned the gesture, also uttering Wuliang Tianzuan. This was a customary greeting among Taoists. When someone bows, one must reciprocate, regardless of the other's identity. In truth, Taoist Han Yun's bow held another purpose, to ascertain whether Guyu belonged to a Taoist sect. Clearly, Guyu's return of the gesture indicated that he was indeed a disciple of a certain sect. "I am the humble Taoist Han Yun. May I inquire your esteemed title?" "Young Taoist?" He continued his inquiry. "Little Taoist Long Yan," Guyu replied nonchalantly. Taoist Han Yun, initially composed, was suddenly taken aback upon hearing Guyu's title. Heavens! Could I have misheard? The title Long was unique to the Xianmen lineage, which had maintained a specific hierarchy for over a century. Xian, Qing, Chun, Long, Dao, Yun, Song. The young Taoist before him was not only a disciple of Xianmen, but he also belonged to the esteemed Long generation. The youngest among the Long generation was likely over 70 years old, all of whom were revered elders. Yet here stood a boy, scarcely 20, audaciously claiming to be of the Long generation. Was this not sheer arrogance? Such boasts were utterly unfounded. To suggest that he belongs to the lineage of the Song character, Taoist Han Yun found it somewhat credible. However, what Taoist Han Yun did not realize was that Guyu was a disciple of the esteemed master of the Xianmen sect, the venerable Chun Yuan Jinren, who had taken him as a close disciple a century after his passing. Thus, Guyu's status was exceedingly high. Even a Taoist of 50 years might respectfully refer to him as Shiya. Such a lofty lineage was unavoidable, especially considering Guyu had chosen a master of such elevated standing. "Young Taoist, do not jest. At your tender age, how could you possibly be a peer of the dragon lineage in the Xianmen? Pray tell, who are you truly?" Taoist Han Yun inquired patiently, albeit with a hint of irritation. He found himself vexed that while he engaged in discourse with Guyu, the lad was spouting nonsense, boasting of his association with the dragon lineage of the Xianmen, a claim that was categorically implausible. Nevertheless, since Guyu was aware of the hierarchical structure of the Xianmen, it was clear that he was indeed a member of the Taoist community. Such knowledge was not typically possessed by ordinary individuals. You may choose to believe it or not. "But my Taoist name is Long Yan," Guyu replied with a sense of resignation. He was not speaking falsely. The issue lay in the other's unwillingness to accept the truth. His high status was not his fault, after all, for who could blame him for having such an illustrious master? Taoist Han Yun's expression darkened, and he rebuked, "You insolent child, spouting such absurdities. Very well. I shall not inquire further into your identity. Master Tan is a friend of mine, and since you have offended him, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson today." With that, Taoist Han Yun flicked his wrist, producing a peachwood sword as if by magic. The sword, entirely black, emitted flickers of electric light upon being drawn. A glance from Guyu revealed a hint of surprise. Indeed, it was the thunder-striking peachwood sword, a potent talisman specifically designed to subdue malevolent spirits. It appeared that this old Taoist was not to be underestimated. As Guyu reflected on this, he couldn't help but regard Taoist Han Yun with newfound respect. Observing the peachwood sword, he noted that under the infusion of spiritual energy, it bore 9 white luminescent points, flickering unpredictably. Naturally, these white points were invisible to ordinary people, yet Guyu could see them. This indicated that the Taoist before him was a practitioner of the 9th coin level, yet he had not yet attained the rank of Taoist master. The talismans of a master typically displayed golden points, while those of a practitioner like Guyu, nearing the 6th coin level, would similarly manifest in gold. Seeing that Taoist Han Yun was preparing to strike, Guyu waved his hand and said, "Wait. What, are you afraid? If you are, then kneel and beg like a dog." Masterton scoffed. "Do I, Guyu, fear anything?" Guyu replied with a slight smile, glancing at Li Huakong and Fan He behind him. "Since Taoist Han Yun has engaged with me, I see no harm in it. However, let these individuals depart first to avoid any collateral damage." Master Tan's expression darkened as he looked toward Li Huakong and the others, feeling a tinge of hesitation. His earlier actions were merely intended to intimidate the youths. He certainly did not wish to resort to extreme measures against them or exploit the young girls. The students, regardless of the circumstances, come from relatively affluent families. At the very least, their households possess assets worth millions, with some even boasting fortunes in the hundreds of millions. Offending an individual is not a cause for concern. Should all of them be dealt with by Mr. Tan, the parents would surely retaliate fiercely, a confrontation that Mr. Tan might find challenging to withstand. Furthermore, among them is the son of Director Fan, whose reprimand would suffice. His primary aim remains to tarnish Guyu's reputation. "Let them all leave," spoke the esteemed Master Han Yun, not waiting for Mr. Tan to voice his thoughts. With Master Han Yun's words, Mr. Tan found an opportunity to act and waved his hand, saying, "You may all go. But remember, do not let this happen again, or you shall know the consequences." Upon hearing that they were permitted to leave, Li Huakong and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief, having been utterly terrified. They rose and hastily departed, glancing back at Guyu as they reached the door. Guyu had indeed sacrificed himself for the greater good, enduring Mr. Tan's wrath to spare others, and some among the group felt a flicker of gratitude towards him. However, in the face of their own peril, they could hardly afford to dwell on Guyu's plight. As the crowd dispersed, one individual lingered, hastening to Guyu's side. Grasping his arm, she spoke with a quivering voice, "Brother Yu, I want to leave. I want to stay with you." This individual was Su Manqing, unable to bear the thought of Guyu remaining alone. As she approached, Mr. Tan's attention was drawn to her, having previously focused solely on Guyu. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by the girl's exceptional beauty. Innocent and graceful, with delicate features and a captivating figure, she was truly a remarkable beauty. Guyu turned to Su Manqing, a smile illuminating his face as he said, "Manqing, you needn't worry about me. I will be fine. Your presence here will only distract me. Be good and return home. I will come find you soon." "Brother Yu," Su Manqing replied, reluctantly shaking his arm. "You must listen. I want to be harmed." Guyu's smile faded as he took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, handing it to Su Manqing. "Once you are outside, find a place to burn this talisman. It is crucial that you remember to do so." Su Manqing hastily accepted the talisman, glancing at her classmates at the door, who were watching her with concern. They believed her staying would serve no purpose and urged her to leave with them. With no other choice, Su Manqing bit her lip and accepted the yellow talisman, albeit unaware of its intended purpose. With her classmates urging her on, Su Manqing reluctantly turned back several times as she left. Following the others out of the Jade Emperor Palace, a group of students emerged from the Jade Emperor Palace, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped the gates of the underworld, only to realize their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Among them, Su Manqing bore a heavy heart, anxious about Guyu's fate. Not far from the entrance of the palace, they paused, collectively exhaling in relief. "Li Huakong, you scoundrel. This is all you're doing. We nearly lost our lives because of you." Fan He lamented. "I didn't know that person was Master Tan's nephew. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to touch him, Li Huakong replied, his face a mask of despair. Thank goodness for Manqing's boyfriend, Guyu, otherwise we wouldn't have made it out. I can only imagine what he is enduring inside, Wang Pantong said, worry etched on her face. At the mention of Guyu, a somber mood enveloped the group, and they turned to gaze back at the Jade Emperor Palace. That foolish security guard had to play the hero. It's no wonder he's in trouble. He might end up as fish bait for Master Tan, Lu Yulong scoffed, pulling the nearby girl closer. Let us not linger here any longer. Regardless of the circumstances, Guyu had indeed saved them all. Had he not urged Master Tan to let them leave, they would still be trapped inside. Lu Yulong's derisive comments drew disparaging glances from the others. Who are you insulting? Su Manqing, usually mild-mannered, could no longer contain her anger. I'm referring to that little security guard. He should know his place. After all, he was dealing with the infamous Master Tan. If he sought his own demise, who can blame him? What, do you want to fight? Lu Yulong retorted, leering at Su Manqing while casting his gaze suggestively. If you're so capable, why didn't you step up earlier? Now that you're out, you stand here making snide remarks. I truly disdain you. Su Manqing felt her anger boiling over. Huh. Whether you respect me or not, let us see how you feel after we share a bed. I guarantee you won't be able to get out of it. Lu Yulong leered with a smirk. You disgusting rogue. Su Manqing exclaimed in exasperation. All right, enough bickering. We should head back. It's getting late. Fan he interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yulong. He couldn't believe someone like Lu Yulong would stoop so low, especially while Guyu remained inside the palace suffering for their sake, and yet he dared to tease Guyu's girlfriend. Such behavior warranted distance in the future. We're off to have some fun. You all enjoy yourselves. Lu Yulong waved dismissively, swaggering away with the girl by his side. Su Manqing trembled with anger, tears of grievance shimmering in her eyes. The group, still shaken by the night's harrowing events, lost interest in further festivities and prepared to head home. However, Su Manqing was resolute. She refused to leave without Guyu. She would wait for him to emerge from the palace, unwilling to feel at ease until she saw him safe. After some time of coaxing from her friends, she remained steadfast in her decision, and they ultimately conceded to her wish. After the crowd had dispersed, Su Manqing suddenly recalled an important matter. As she was departing, Guyu had given her a yellow paper talisman, instructing her to burn it upon exiting the Jade Emperor's palace. In her haste, she almost forgot about it. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed a shop not far from the palace and proceeded to purchase a lighter. Finding a secluded spot, she followed Guyu's instructions and ignited the yellow talisman. The material of the talisman was unknown, but it ignited explosively upon contact with the flame. A plume of black smoke erupted, and suddenly, a figure materialized beside Su Manqing, startling her. When she recognized the identity of the apparition, her terror intensified. The shadow was none other than the vengeful spirit of Sun Yu. Sun Yu's spirit was engulfed in dark mist, clad in a flowing white dress, floating effortlessly in midair. Though only a faint outline, Su Manqing could see it clearly and instinctively recoiled several steps. Without Guyu present, the sight of a ghost was terrifying. Do not fear. I mean you no harm. In fact, I must thank you for releasing me. Sun Yu's voice echoed ominously. Why are you here? Su Manqing stammered. My benefactor, Taoist Go, confined me within the talisman. I am on my way to seek vengeance. Do not worry, my benefactor will emerge unscathed. He is no ordinary person. He possesses remarkable abilities. Sun Yu declared, her urgency palpable. In an instant, she transformed into a swirling mass of black mist and sped away. Su Manqing, momentarily stunned, quickly followed after the dissipating shadow. Sun Yu's immense resentment granted her great power, allowing her to appear to whomever she wished, unless they were adept in the ways of cultivation. The direction she drifted was precisely where Lu Yulong was headed. Lu Yulong appeared to be crossing the street with a young girl, pausing at the crosswalk. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist floated toward him. He felt a chill beside him and involuntarily shivered. How did it become so cold? It feels as if an air conditioner is blowing directly at me, he mused. Glancing sideways, he was met with a horrifying sight that filled him with dread. Standing beside him was a woman in a white dress, stained with blood, her head severed, and an eye dangling from its socket, staring at him. The woman seemed eerily familiar, and in an instant, Lu Yulong remembered. This was his former girlfriend, Sun Yu. She had leapt to her death while pregnant with his child. In that moment, Lu Yulong's mind felt as if it had exploded, and a cold sweat enveloped him. Ghost, do not harm me. I am not responsible for your fate, he screamed, frantically sprinting into the middle of the road, glancing back in terror. Sun Yu hovered by the roadside, her gaze fixed ominously upon him. At that moment, the traffic light was red, and cars sped past on the wide road. As El Yulong dashed into the middle of the road, a large truck suddenly approached at an alarming speed, colliding violently with him, propelling his body into the air before he crashed to the ground. This calamity did not end there. A small car sped past, crushing down upon his legs. Upon closer inspection, El Yulong lay in a pool of blood, crimson liquid flowing profusely from his body. His girlfriend, the petite girl, remained oblivious to the unfolding tragedy, unaware of why El Yulong had suddenly lost his wits and raced into the street. When she finally beheld him lying in a crimson puddle, horror gripped her as she covered her mouth with trembling hands and wept uncontrollably. The entire scene was witnessed by Su Manqing, who had hurriedly followed behind. Simultaneously, she saw the vengeful spirit of Sun Yu hovering by the roadside. Stunned, Su Manqing stood frozen, as the events transpired too swiftly for comprehension. Just moments ago, she had released Sun Yu's spirit, and now, in the blink of an eye, El Yulong had met with a tragic fate. Not long before, he had been alive, and now he lay in this state. As she gazed vacantly, the vengeful spirit of Sun Yu vanished from sight. Su Manqing rubbed her eyes, but it was gone. It seemed Sun Yu's spirit had harbored a grudge, and El Yulong had met his deserved end. Yet, an uncomfortable feeling lingered in Su Manqing's heart, as if she had indirectly caused El Yulong's demise. Within the opulent private room of the Jade Emperor Palace, tensions ran high. The expulsion of Li Huakong and others marked the true beginning of the impending conflict. Gu Yu sought to prevent the students from Jiangxing University from remaining present, for what was about to transpire would be beyond their comprehension and belief. This sentiment was likely shared by the Taoist Master Hanyan. The duel between two practitioners was not a spectacle for the uninitiated. Moreover, Master Hanyan was a genuine practitioner, a ninth-grade master no less. At around 50 years of age, achieving the status of a ninth-grade master was a considerable feat to take pride in. Should Gu Yu engage with this Taoist master, innocent bystanders could indeed be harmed. As soon as Su Manqing and the others departed the private room of the Jade Emperor Palace, Master Hanyan brandished his peachwood sword, aimed at Gu Yu. Gu Yu, however, stood immobile, hands clasped behind his back. Why do you not reveal your talisman? Master Hanyan inquired darkly, gripping the sword that shimmered with lightning. Is it necessary to employ a talisman against you? Are you jesting with me? Gu Yu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Master Hanyan was incensed, his fury reaching a boiling point. How dare this audacious young man be so disrespectful? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may understand that beyond the mountains, there are higher mountains, and beyond people, there are greater beings. Amidst the sound of conversation, the figure of the cold cloud Taoist swayed momentarily. With a flick of his wrist, the peachwood sword in his hand swung menacingly towards Gu Yu. The strike descended like a collapsing mountain, a force that seemed to cleave the very air, accompanied by a thin stream of electricity that ignited the atmosphere itself, aiming to strike Gu Yu down. Not far away, Master Tan and the crow were taken aback by the formidable aura exuding from the cold cloud Taoist, their hair and sweat standing on end, drawn in by the electrical brilliance emanating from his talisman. Both gasped in shock, instinctively retreating. The might of that sword was overwhelming. The sound of air being sliced caused their hearts to race. Should the blade find its mark on Gu Yu, it could easily sever him in twain. Yet, Gu Yu stood still, unyielding, suddenly producing a blue talisman from his waist and directing it towards the peachwood sword. A thunderclap erupted from his palm, resonating throughout the space as if a bolt of lightning had descended. The room was illuminated, akin to the flash of a thunderstorm. In the aftermath of the deafening roar, Gu Yu remained unmoved, while the cold cloud Taoist was sent sprawling by the force of the thunder, rolling several times on the ground, wisps of smoke rising from his form. The Taoist wielded a lightning-infused peachwood sword, embodying the essence of thunder and destruction. Yet Gu Yu, too, was versed in the ways of thunder, launching a counterattack with equal ferocity. The disparity in their cultivation levels became apparent with but a single exchange. After tumbling to the ground, the cold cloud Taoist quickly regained his footing, but the ethereal demeanor he once possessed had vanished. His hair and beard appeared singed as if scorched by fire, leaving him disheveled, and his once pristine green robe now tattered and torn, transforming him into a pitiable sight. More alarming was the persistent flicker of electricity coursing across his body, evident even to Master Tan and the crow. As he rose, the cold cloud Taoist was gripped by profound terror, gazing at Guyu in disbelief. "Did you just use a lightning talisman?" he stammered. "Indeed, you have a discerning eye. This is the authentic cloud thunder talisman from the Xianmin, gifted to me by my master. It is quite a waste to use it against you. Yet had I not seen you wielding that lightning-infused peachwood sword, I wouldn't have resorted to this," Guyu replied nonchalantly. "You truly are of the Xianmin?" The cold cloud Taoist looked at Guyu again with incredulity. His ragged robe, coupled with his current expression, rendered him rather comical. At merely 50-some years of age, he had achieved the realm of the 9-Qian master, on the cusp of becoming a 1-Qian Taoist. Confident that he seldom encountered worthy adversaries in the world of cultivation. Yet, he found himself utterly humiliated by a youth not yet 20. Struck down by a mere lightning talisman. This was with Guyu having spared him some measure of power. Had he unleashed his full strength, the cold cloud Taoist would hardly be standing here intact. Tan Yi and Wu Ya alternately gazed at Guyu and Taoist Han Yun, their expressions filled with an inexplicable horror. Tan Yi had initially believed that inviting such a formidable figure as Taoist Han Yun would enable him to handle the minor security guard, Guyu. However, witnessing the current situation, it became painfully evident that Taoist Han Yun was no match for Guyu. With just a single move, Guyu had reduced Taoist Han Yun to such a state. The methods employed by Guyu sent chills down the spines of Tan Yi and Wu Ya. Lightning surged from his palms, leaving them to ponder whether he was truly human or a superhuman being endowed with extraordinary powers. Even Taoist Han Yun could not withstand him. And as ordinary individuals, Tan Yi and Wu Ya were certainly no exception. In that moment, their hearts sank, particularly for Wu Ya, whose severed limb hanging around his neck throbbed painfully. Were they truly destined to endure a beating from that security guard today? I had warned you long ago. Whether you choose to believe it or not, what now? Are you unwilling to concede? Guyu provocatively turned his gaze back towards Taoist Han Yun. The latter's countenance darkened, his face a mask of lethal intent as he gritted his teeth and declared, "I have cultivated for 40 years. How could I possibly fall to a mere child like you?" With that, Taoist Han Yun swiftly formed a hand seal, bit into his fingertip, and traced a line on his forehead. Bringing his hands together, he recited fervently, "Yin and Yang unite, spirits and phantoms arise, vengeful spirits of the underworld, within a yard. By the decree of celestial edicts, let demons tremble, and spirits forget their forms. Golden light, swiftly manifest, shield the true self. Hasten as the law commands." As Taoist Han Yun chanted his incantation with urgency, a chilling wind swept through the private room, and several swirling black vortices began to encircle him. The temperature plummeted dramatically, transforming the summer heat into the chill of late autumn or even winter. Wu Ya, Tan Yi, and the others felt a wave of internal dread, instinctively shrinking their necks, as an inexplicable sense of panic and terror coalesced from all directions. Yet, they could not articulate the source of their fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Guyu observed the display of power by Taoist Han Yun, and his smile quickly faded, a tremor coursing through his heart. Just as Guyu had sensed earlier, since entering this private room with Tan Yi, he had noticed the presence of Taoist Han Yun seated beside him. Undoubtedly, this individual was a practitioner. Yet Guyu could perceive a malevolence emanating from him. Now, witnessing the swirling black winds around Taoist Han Yun, he was further convinced that he was not a legitimate disciple of the righteous path, but rather a sorcerer practicing dark arts. The swirling black winds surrounding him were manifestations of vengeful souls he had refined, their sheer number rendering Guyu incredulous. In an instant, those black whirlwinds transformed into shadowy figures, materializing in midair, encasing Guyu, their faces contorted in grotesque horror, their malice palpable, as the ominous aura enveloped the scene. This must be the lethal technique of Taoist Han Yun. Observing the change in Guyu's expression to one of solemnity, Taoist Han Yun smirked with satisfaction, darkly proclaiming, "Young man, do you now comprehend the might of this humble priest? If you beg for mercy now, I might spare you a complete corpse." Guyu let out a cold, disdainful laugh, scanning the vengeful spirits surrounding him. "Taoist Han Yun, I initially intended to show you some respect, considering we are both disciples of the Taoist sect, and thought a lesson would suffice. However, it seems this is no trivial matter. I never imagined you to be a practitioner of dark sorcery. Historically, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Individuals like you, a nefarious practitioner, deserve annihilation by all Taoist disciples. What defines righteousness and evil? Who establishes such distinctions? In the realm of cultivators, the mightiest prevail. Whether one is deemed righteous or wicked matters not. As long as one can kill, they wield effective methods. Your sect, the Xianmen, and that old wretch Long Yao of the Ghost Gate sect, ISNT, he also a necromancer? Taoist Han Yun's gaze sharpened. The Ghost Gate sect's necromancy is about guiding spirits. While you engage in murder to forge demons, these are entirely distinct concepts. It appears you are obstinately ignorant, so do not blame me for being ungracious. Guyu stated sternly. Very well, I shall see how you intend to be ungracious towards me. Taoist Han Yun chuckled ominously. Do you think that by subduing a few vengeful spirits you can intimidate me? Today, I shall demonstrate what true phantoms are. With that, Guyu reached to his waist, retrieving the spirit-gathering pagoda, cradling it in his palm. As the pagoda emerged, the righteous aura of the Taoists swiftly radiated outward, the tower shimmering with golden brilliance. The vengeful spirits encircling Guyu were instantly terrified and began to drift backward. The spirit-gathering pagoda was specifically designed to combat spectral entities, lesser spirits. Once enveloped by its golden light, would be drawn in and sealed within. Although the spirits Taoist Han Yun had refined possessed significant power, they were discomfort under the radiance of the pagoda, feeling as though they were being scorched. Upon sighting this magical artifact, Taoist Han Yun was taken aback. While he could not immediately discern the nature of this tower-like implement, the overwhelming righteous energy emanating from it indicated its extraordinary nature. In the next moment, Guyu hurled the spirit-gathering pagoda to the ground, and it expanded with the wind, reaching a height exceeding that of a person in the blink of an eye. Its golden light becoming even more dazzling, illuminating the entire room. Subsequently, waves of sinister black energy, chilling ghostly aura, and blood-red, demonic energy surged forth from the pagoda in relentless succession. Taoist Han Yun, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered utterly speechless. Good heavens, what is this terrifying artifact? It seems to contain malevolent spirits, fierce ghosts, and vengeful entities, with dozens emerging at once, including those with cultivation levels spanning 2 to 3 centuries. Within the confines of the spirit-gathering tower, an incessant swarm of ghosts and specters emerged, surrounding Guyu like stars orbiting the moon. At that moment, Guyu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, all right, no need for the rest to come out. There isn't enough space in this room. Brother Yu, grant us a chance to breathe a little. Could you perhaps give us a heads up next time? A tad late this time. Do remember to let me out first next time. The discontented spirits, yearning for their opportunity to emerge, clamored for Guyu's attention. With his hands folded behind his back, Guyu chose to ignore their pleas, his expression tinged with a hint of exasperation. The spirit-gathering tower housed an unknown number of formidable spirits, all captured during his training on the mountain with his master, sealed within the tower. Guyu released them only when he required their assistance, simultaneously accumulating merit to strive for an early rebirth. This was precisely why the spirits were so eager to seize the opportunity to prove themselves. At this moment, Taoist Han Yun's countenance, already dark, grew even more pallid. He was evidently intimidated by the multitude of spirits released by Guyu. The spirits he had painstakingly refined over decades were terrifying enough, yet he had only managed to cultivate 7 or 8. Guyu, however, had unleashed dozens, each surpassing Han Yun's in prowess. How could he possibly contend with that? Any single spirit that emerged from the tower could potentially overwhelm him. It seemed that there were still spirits yet to be released from the tower. In his lifetime, Han Yun had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle. Observing the throng of spirits surrounding Guyu, he swallowed hard, his legs trembling as the previous arrogance faded completely. Was it a contest of how many spirits one possessed? Can you release a few more? He asked Guyu. Taking a deep breath, Han Yun's legs quaked as he shuffled a few steps closer to Guyu. Suddenly, he fell to his knees before Guyu, bowing in utmost fear and respect. I implore you, my friend, grant me mercy. My offense against your sacred platform was unintentional, a mere consequence of being misled by Tan Chong. Now you see the error of your ways? Is it not a bit too late for that? If it weren't for my superior cultivation, you would already be dead, Guyu retorted with a cold smirk. Forgive me, I beg you, Han Yun replied, bowing repeatedly in reverence. At this moment, Tan Chong and the crow, standing to the side, were utterly bewildered. Neither Han Yun nor the spirits released by Gu Yu were visible to them. They were neither practitioners, nor did they possess an innate yin-yang sight. Thus, they found Han Yun's act of bowing to Gu Yu quite perplexing. Given this situation, it was clear that Han Yun faced utter defeat, with no hope of redemption. Tan Gu and the Crow had never anticipated that a mere university security guard could possess such an overwhelming power, rendering Han Yun incapable of even a few exchanges. In light of this, the most anxious of all was the Crow, realizing that Gu Yu was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Had Gu Yu truly desired to end his own life, it would have been more effortless than crushing an ant. Merely severing one of his arms was already a merciful act beyond measure. Cold Cloud, you wicked sorcerer, practicing malevolent arts and taking lives indiscriminately, I, out of respect for your previous sincerity, shall spare your life. However, your cultivation will not be preserved. This leniency is already a considerable favor. Do you accept? Gu Yu regarded the Taoist priest, Cold Cloud, with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing these words, Cold Cloud trembled with fear. After over 40 years of arduous cultivation to reach the realm of a Ninshin master, the thought of being rendered powerless was unbearable. All those years of effort would be in vain. Realizing this, Cold Cloud desperately pleaded, "Esteemed young Taoist, I implore you to spare me this time. I vow never to harm another soul again, considering the challenges we both face in our cultivation." Gu Yu let out a cold snort, about to respond, when suddenly, Cold Cloud, who had been kneeling, sprang to his feet. One hand grasped a pitch-black peach-wood sword crackling with lightning, while the other brandished a handful of yellow talismans. The lightning-infused sword thrust towards Gu Yu's heart, while the talismans were scattered like petals in a tempest, aimed at countering the spirits unleashed by Gu Yu. In his desperation, Cold Cloud was willing to risk everything. The prospect of losing his cultivation was tantamount to losing his life, rendering his decades of hard work futile. In a fleeting moment of recklessness, he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack amid Gu Yu's speech, aiming for a lethal strike. Gu Yu, though not entirely unprepared for Cold Cloud's actions, was taken aback by the audacity of this old man to fight back under the immense pressure of his formidable magic. The yellow talismans, once released, transformed into a dazzling spectacle that repelled the various spirits surrounding Gu Yu. Regardless of their nature, both righteous and malevolent spirits feared the talismans. And Cold Cloud, being an adept in ghostly arts, wielded them with significant efficacy against the apparitions. Seizing this moment, the lightning sword in Cold Cloud's grasp lunged toward Gu Yu's chest with remarkable speed, seemingly unavoidable. Yet, in that instant, Gu Yu reacted swiftly, sidestepping while delivering a powerful strike towards Cold Cloud. The lightning sword grazed past Gu Yu, while his palm struck directly against Cold Cloud's shoulder, propelling the latter into the air. Employing a technique known as the soft palm, rich in internal energy and possessing formidable follow-through, Gu Yu's strike caused a portion of Cold Cloud's shoulder to collapse, shattering several bones. Enduring the excruciating pain, Cold Cloud dared not linger a moment longer. He rolled forward, bursting through the door of the private chamber, casting a furious glare back at Gu Yu as he shouted, "You insolent youth, I shall not let you escape." With that, Cold Cloud stumbled out of the Jade Emperor Palace, determined yet disheveled. Gu Yu stood there, unmoving, seemingly disregarded by He-Chang. "Are you going to pursue him, brother Yu?" Several malevolent spirits gathered around Gu Yu and inquired in hushed tones. "Yes, eliminate him," Gu Yu replied, a rare glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes as he uttered a few words. The spirits, receiving Gu Yu's command, transformed into swirling black and red mists and hastened after the fleeing Taoist Han Yun. The strike just delivered had been heavy-handed. The Schwamin's soft palm was akin to a technique that could strike from afar. Consequently, Taoist Han Yun must have sustained internal injuries and severe damage to his meridians, rendering him incapable of fleeing far. Such a nefarious practitioner was a potential threat, and it would be prudent to eradicate him to prevent future calamities. Inside the room, several of the refined spirits left behind by Taoist Han Yun were engaged in a fierce struggle with the spirits released by Gu Yu from the Gathering Spirit Tower. These refined malevolent spirits had completely shed their original consciousness, now acting solely under the control of the nefarious Taoist to claim lives, rendering them irredeemable and beyond salvation. The only recourse against such entities was annihilation. However, another possibility lay in refining them into ghost pills to augment Gu Yu's cultivation. The spirits refined by Taoist Han Yun did not require Gu Yu's attention. Numerous spirits from the Gathering Spirit Tower had surrounded and captured one, dragging it back into the tower to await Gu Yu's later refinement into ghost spirit pills. Once Taoist Han Yun had fled, only the astonished Master Tan, the crow, and a group of burly men in black suits remained, all staring blankly at Gu Yu. Gu Yu withdrew his gaze from the entrance and turned to Master Tan, stepping slowly in his direction. Master Tan and the crow were gripped by terror, retreating hastily. Sister Ting, as a woman, felt a chill in her heart witnessing Gu Yu's formidable power, which had driven the once mighty Taoist Han Yun into a state of disarray. She sat frozen, unable to move. What do you intend to do? Master Tan stuttered. You've summoned a nefarious practitioner to deal with me, yet it appears he was of little consequence. Master Tan, do you possess any further tricks? Feel free to employ them. Gu Yu advanced step by step toward Master Tan, leaving him with no avenue of escape. The crow, bolstered by a surge of courage, positioned himself in front of Master Tan, knowing full well he stood no chance against Gu Yu, yet still willing to confront him. Master Gu. Before the crow could finish his sentence, Gu Yu waved his hand, unleashing a gust of wind that sent the crow, robust as an ox, flying across the room, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, and failing to rise again. Why are you all standing there? Attack! Master Tan had retreated behind the sofa, urging the suited men to confront Gu Yu. Although they feared Gu Yu, they dared not oppose Master Tan's orders and charged at him, wielding their cleavers and shouting. These individuals posed no challenge to Gu Yu. With a mere flick of his wrist, he dispatched them one by one. A series of loud thuds echoed through the room as within a minute, over a dozen men lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. As circumstances reached this juncture, Master Tan understood that the situation had turned against him. Being a figure of considerable influence, he possessed a modicum of courage, and he sank heavily into the sofa, fixing his gaze directly upon Gu Yu. After having dispatched those around him, Master Tan found himself with no avenue of retreat, and there was a hint of resignation in his demeanor as he sat on the sofa, looking towards Gu Yu. Gu Yu approached Tan with measured steps, ultimately halting less than a meter away from him. Are you here to kill me? Master Tan inquired, his expression as solemn as the depths of water. What if I kill you, and what if I do not? Gu Yu replied with nonchalance. A cold chuckle escaped Tan's lips, followed by his retort. No matter your capabilities, you are but a solitary individual. Do you truly believe you can stand against the entirety of the world? Should you take my life today, with my influence in Jiang City, I hold sway over both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Once you kill me, I assure you, a bounty will be placed on your head. Despite the vastness of the world, there will be no refuge for you. Even if you were to annihilate everyone around me, there would still be those who know you are responsible for my death. Consider this carefully. Is it worth such an act? By killing me, you gain nothing but the title of a wanted criminal, and you will never again be able to walk in the light of day. Undoubtedly, as the leader of the underground forces in Jiang City, Master Tan's negotiation skills were remarkable. He spoke truthfully. If Gu Yu were to execute him today, given Tan Chong's influence and connections, he would find it impossible to show his face in Jiang City again. His master, the Zen master Chen Yuan, had assigned him the role of a security guard at Jiang City University for a reason that must be of great significance. As matters stood, there was still no clarity, and he had yet to uncover the underlying causes. To vanish from Jiang City like this would leave him unable to provide an explanation to his master. While killing Master Tan might provide a fleeting sense of satisfaction, he could easily retreat to the sanctuary of the Xianmen. Even if the authorities sought him, they would find no trace, yet he could not live the life of a coward forever. Master Tan was not akin to the malevolent Taoist Han Yun. His death would not simply be a matter of gang rivalry, as the authorities would likely turn a blind eye to it. The malevolent Taoist had already claimed countless lives, and his demise would be seen as a form of justice. After contemplating all of this, a momentary flicker of doubt passed through Gu Yu's mind. This instant of hesitation did not escape Master Tan's notice. He swiftly continued, Master Gu, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. There is no need for it to come to a point of mutual destruction. Why don't we sit down and discuss this? Perhaps we could even become friends. Friends? Gu Yu scoffed. How can I trust that once I step out of this door, you won't send assassins after me the very next day? Taking a shot at me from behind? Master Tan, known for his ruthless approach to eliminating threats, believed his words would induce Gu Yu to relent. However, he was taken aback when Gu Yu immediately discerned his intentions, leaving him somewhat flustered. "Rest assured, I will not seek retribution against you. I have witnessed your prowess. And I, Tan Chong, cannot afford to provoke you," Master Tan quickly reassured. Guyu fell into silence, pondering the appropriateness of killing the man before him. With his adept skill in reading faces, he discerned that Master Tan was not one to easily forgive. Having suffered such a significant loss at Guyu's hands, it was inevitable that Master Tan would seek a way to retaliate. After much contemplation, an ingenious idea suddenly struck Guyu. He could extract one of Master Tan's souls. Human beings possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Thus, the absence of a single soul would render him a fool. If Master Tan were to become a fool, he would no longer pursue vengeance against Guyu, and this act could be executed without anyone being the wiser. With this thought, a faint smile graced Guyu's lips as he extended his hand, preparing to cast a spell upon Master Tan's head. Just as he was about to proceed, an unexpected ringtone interrupted him, freezing his hand in midair. The sudden sound of the phone was jarring, and it took Guyu a moment to realize it was his own device. He paused, retrieving the phone only to find an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Curiosity piqued. He noted that he had only recently acquired this phone, and fewer than 5 individuals knew the number. Thus, how could an unknown caller reach him? Assuming it was a telemarketer, he promptly ended the call. However, just as he was about to resume his task of extracting Master Tan's soul, the phone rang once more, seemingly determined to thwart his efforts. With a sense of resignation and growing irritation, Guyu answered the call, his voice low and stern. "Who is this? Is this Master Gu?" The voice on the other end sounded familiar and exceedingly respectful. Unable to place the caller, Guyu replied, "This is Guyu. May I ask who is speaking?" "I am Lu, the steward of the Chen family. A few days ago, I was the one who picked you up from Jiangxing University. You helped our family head recover from a peculiar ailment. It seems that esteemed individuals like yourself often forget," the steward spoke courteously. No wonder the voice rang a bell. It was Lu, the steward of Chun Zeshan's household. "Lu, do you have something to discuss? How did you acquire my number?" Guyu inquired. "Master Gu, that phone was given to you by our young lady, so naturally, I have the number. I apologize for calling at such a late hour." "I hope you do not take offense," Lu replied graciously. "What is it that you need?" "I am rather preoccupied," Guyu said, his patience wearing thin as he felt the urgency of the moment slipping away. "Well, Mr. Gu, our family head has been recovering well these past few days and has regained consciousness. Once his health improved, he inquired about how his ailment was cured. I informed him that it was you who treated him, and he is exceedingly grateful. He insists that I call you to ask if you are available tomorrow, as he wishes to invite you to the Chun residence for a meal, to express his gratitude," Lu stated. "I am likely to be busy in the coming days and currently have an important matter to address. Perhaps another time," Guyu responded dismissively, ready to terminate the call. However, Lu persisted. "Master Gu, wait. Where are you right now, and what is it that you are dealing with? Perhaps you could share your thoughts with me. I might be able to assist in some manner. I am at the Yuhuang Palace Entertainment Center. Is this not the venue owned by Tan Chong?" Before Guyu could finish his sentence, Butler Lu interjected hastily. "Indeed, it belongs to him. Has Tan Chong offended Master Gu? Please wait. I shall head over immediately to ascertain the situation," Butler Lu declared, abruptly terminating the call. Guyu, with words on the tip of his tongue, swallowed them back. Wishing to convey his capability of managing matters here, yet he found no opportunity to do so. Reluctantly, he hung up the phone and settled beside Master Tan, quietly awaiting Butler Lu's arrival. Guyu contemplated that if this matter could be resolved amicably, it would be ideal. Rendering Master Tan a fool was a last resort. Given Master Tan's influence in Jiang City, even reducing him to such a state would not guarantee safety, as there were others around him, such as the Raven and Sister Ting. Particularly Sister Ting, renowned for her social prowess in Jiang City, could easily invoke official channels to create trouble. Surely, one could not reduce Sister Ting to a fool as well. She bore no grudge against him and had committed no heinous acts. Should he act in such a manner, it would contradict his moral compass and hinder his cultivation. Observing Guyu's sudden stillness, Master Tan felt an unsettling anxiety, uncertain of Guyu's intentions regarding his fate. And he sat there, visibly tense. Throughout his years of dominance in Jiang City, he had never experienced such trepidation as he did now. With his life and death entirely in another's hands. Not long passed, merely half an hour, when Butler Lu pushed open the door to the private room. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight of individuals sprawled in disarray, alongside Master Tan and Guyu seated on the sofa. However, he quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that Master Tan had provoked Guyu and had subsequently been reprimanded. Noticing Butler Lu's gray hair, Master Tan was momentarily stunned, clearly surprised. He quickly rose from the sofa, taking a few steps towards Butler Lu, and respectfully inquired, "Butler Lu, what brings you here?" Butler Lu disregarded Master Tan and approached Guyu, bowing slightly with a tone of trepidation. "Master Gu, what is the situation here?" Guyu merely glanced at Butler Lu, choosing to remain silent. Butler Lu's expression darkened instantaneously as he directed an accusatory gaze towards Master Tan. "Young Tan, what is going on?" Master Tan appeared hesitant, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated Butler Lu's arrival, and seeing the profound respect Lu afforded Guyu, he realized they must share a significant relationship. Furthermore, Butler Lu was the steward of the Chun family in Jiang City, a person of no ordinary standing. Especially the Chun family, considered the wealthiest in the entire Nanjing province, has amassed a fortune of hundreds of billions in the real estate industry. The reason Mr. Tan has managed to survive until now is largely due to the support of the Chun family and the intricate web of power behind them. A mere word from a member of the Chun family could easily bring Mr. Tan to his knees, for his own background is far from pristine. Should someone from above start investigating, Mr. Tan would swiftly find himself in ruin. To put it bluntly, Mr. Tan is akin to a dog kept by the Chun family. Whenever the Chun family faces matters that are publicly difficult to resolve, they send someone like Mr. Tan to handle them, effectively unleashing a dog to bite. Mr. Tan's several billion in assets pale in comparison to the vast Chun family wealth. As long as Butler Lu whispers a word in the ear of the venerable Mr. Chunliching, Mr. Tan would not dare to disrespect Butler Lu. "Did you offend Master Go? Have you been bullying others again?" Butler Lu pressed assertively. Before Mr. Tan could respond, Butler Lu delivered a sharp slap across Mr. Tan's face, causing him to stumble, his cheeks swelling painfully. He stood frozen, unable to move. "Young Tan, your audacity is remarkable. Do you comprehend who Master Go is? He is the life-saving benefactor of my family's patriarch and a distinguished guest of the Chin family. Offending Master Go is tantamount to offending the Chin family. Can you bear the consequences of such folly?" Butler Lu exclaimed angrily. Mr. Tan, taken aback, looked incredulously at Guyu, clutching his cheek as he lamented, "Butler Lu, I had no idea Master Gu was a friend of the Chin family. Had I known, I would have never dared to oppose him. I acknowledge my error, I was wrong. But what good is your apology? It is Master Ji's forgiveness that you need," retorted Butler Lu. "With Master Ji's prowess, extinguishing your life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Have you consumed the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard to dare oppose him?" Butler Lu's anger escalated as he delivered a swift kick to Mr. Tan's rear. Mr. Tan hurried to Guyu's side, bowing deeply as he struck himself across the face several times in a gesture of contrition. "Master Gu, had I known of your acquaintance with the Chin family, I would have recognized you immediately. It seems we are like floodwaters crashing into the Dragon King's temple, unaware of our kinship. It is all my fault. I beg you to show mercy and spare me this once." Butler Lu, Mr. Tan truly does not recognize Master Go. Given the circumstances, could you not let this transgression slide for the sake of the Chin family? If you still seek satisfaction, I have a suggestion. As he spoke, Butler Lu picked up a gleaming machete from the ground and tossed it in front of Mr. Tan, then addressed Guyu. "Master Go, which part of him would you prefer? Aside from his head, I can assure you that anything else can be severed, as long as it brings you satisfaction and spares his wretched life." Guyu smiled slightly, gazing at Mr. Tan, who was now trembling as he clutched the large blade. "Then let us take one of his hands," Guyu stated calmly. Lu, the steward, turned to Master Tan, who swallowed hard, placed his hand on the table, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Master Gu, is it the left hand or the right?" "The left hand," Guyu replied. "Very well, then it shall be the left." True to his word, Master Tan, a man of considerable grit, raised the large cleaver high and brought it down fiercely upon his own left hand. Just as the blade was about to strike, Guyu flicked his finger, sending a copper coin hurtling towards the cleaver. With a resounding clang, Master Tan felt a jolt in the hand that gripped the knife, his grip faltering as the cleaver flew from his grasp, crashing to the ground. The hard marble floor bore a deep gash from the impact, the knife quivering as it embedded itself into the surface. Both Lu and Master Tan were taken aback, their gazes fixed on the knife lodged in the ground. Lu was astonished, initially thinking that this young security guard possessed some supernatural skills. He hadn't expected such remarkable prowess in combat. Had that copper coin struck a person's head, it would surely have created a hole, far surpassing the force of a bullet. Master Tan, while equally astonished, found it hard to comprehend why Guyu had suddenly intervened when he had asked for a hand. "Master Gu," he said, looking at Guyu with disbelief, "I shall let you off this time, but there will be no next." Guyu rose from the sofa and turned to leave, picking up the spirit-gathering tower from the ground, leaving the two men in a state of stunned silence. Lu quickly regained his composure and urged Master Tan, "You should thank Master Gu promptly." "Thank you, Master Gu, for sparing my life. Should you ever require my assistance, feel free to call upon me," Master Tan expressed with heartfelt gratitude, rushing after him. Had he brought down that cleaver, he would have rendered himself a cripple. He could hardly fathom that Guyu had halted him at such a critical moment. Guyu, too, had his own intentions. Dealing with someone like Master Tan necessitated a blend of kindness and authority to win hearts. The strategy of delivering a slap followed by a sweet date was the most effective means of winning loyalty. Cultivating a friend was far preferable to creating an enemy. And Master Tan's influence in Jiang City was noteworthy. He might prove useful in the future. Moreover, it would also serve to maintain favor with the Qin family, resulting in the best possible outcome. Guyu soon exited the private room and made his way towards the entrance of the Yu Huang Palace, with Lu jogging behind him. Expressing his gratitude, "Master Gu, I am truly grateful for your mercy just now. On behalf of the Qin family, I extend our thanks. After all, Tan Sheng is considered part of our influence. There is no need for such formality," Guyu replied as he walked, his thoughts occupied with another matter. Earlier, the Taoist Han Yun had sustained serious injuries and fled. He had dispatched several formidable spirits to pursue him, uncertain if they had succeeded in eliminating the troublesome Han Yun. That individual was a menace, and allowing him to remain could lead to further complications. While contemplating this matter, Butler Lu interjected, "Master Gu, may I inquire when you might have the opportunity to visit the Qin family? Our patriarch wishes to meet you in person to express his heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving intervention." "I am free tomorrow afternoon. Please come to escort me," Guyu replied. Butler Lu's heart soared with joy, and he responded eagerly, "Thank you, Master Gu. I will be there promptly tomorrow afternoon." After a brief pause, he continued, "Master Gu, do you require transportation? There is a car waiting at the entrance." "No need. I have other matters to attend to. You may leave," Guyu declined. Butler Lu, perceptive to the situation, exchanged a few pleasantries with Guyu at the entrance of the Jade Emperor Palace before boarding a sleek black Maybach and departing. "Brother Yu." As Guyu appeared at the palace entrance, having just seen Butler Lu off, Su Manqing, who had been waiting anxiously, called out excitedly and rushed towards him. Before Guyu could fully comprehend the unfolding scene, Su Manqing's delicate figure, imbued with a fragrant aura, collided into his embrace. "Brother Yu, I was so worried. Fearing you might not return," Su Manqing cried, her voice trembling with emotion as she clung to him, embodying the relief of one who has narrowly escaped calamity. Her genuine concern stemmed from the tense events that had transpired earlier. It was the first time Guyu had been so tightly embraced by a girl, leaving him momentarily taken aback and frozen in place. After a considerable pause, he gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "I told you I would be fine. See, I am here, safe and sound." Su Manqing raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes swollen from crying, and gazed up at Guyu. His reassuring smile felt somewhat surreal, yet he had indeed emerged unscathed. Suddenly, she realized her emotional outburst had caused her to lose composure by throwing herself into his arms. As the realization washed over her, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she reluctantly stepped back from Guyu's warm embrace, a hint of shyness lingering in the air. Standing at the entrance of the Jade Emperor Palace, an awkward silence enveloped them. At that moment, a swirling mass of dark mist wafted towards Guyu's side. The mist gradually coalesced into a human form, revealing the spirit Sun Yu, whom Guyu had recently liberated. As soon as Sun Yu materialized, his forlorn spirit knelt before Guyu and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Taoist Gu, for avenging my blood feud. In my next life, I shall serve you faithfully and repay your immense kindness." Despite Sun Yu's spectral presence, Guyu remained composed, observing the spirit as the intensity of its vengeful gaze softened considerably. Many spirits linger in the mortal realm, reluctant to reincarnate, primarily due to their overwhelming obsessions and unresolved grievances. With Sun Yu's vendetta fulfilled, much of his resentment had naturally dissipated. Guyu nodded and said, "Having promised to assist you in avenging your grievances, I shall fulfill my vow. Now that your great revenge has been achieved, may I assume you are ready to be reborn?" "As you command, Taoist," Sun Yu replied respectfully. "Very well, I shall now guide you to your reincarnation. Please follow me." With that, Guyu led Su Manqing and the vengeful spirit of Sun Yu toward a narrow alley not far from the Jade Emperor's palace. It was already deep into the night, and the alley was deserted, providing the perfect setting for the ritual. Upon arriving, Guyu produced 2 talismans, one for reincarnation and the other for conveying the soul's grievances, to send Sun Yu to the underworld for rebirth. With a flick of his wrist, the talismans transformed into 2 beams of golden light that enveloped Sun Yu's vengeful spirit. A flash of blue flame erupted, dissipating into nothingness. As Guyu recited an incantation, "By the decree of the Supreme, I summon your lonely soul, banishing all malevolent spirits. Whether in life or death, whether rich or poor, may your fate be determined by your own actions. In the face of injustice, may you escape the suffering of this world and be reborn as a human, urgently, as commanded." As he spoke, Sun Yu's spirit, under the influence of the 2 talismans, began to rise gently into the air. As it ascended, its form grew fainter, and the lingering resentment dissipated, revealing a once again youthful visage. Grateful, Sun Yu looked at Guyu, and ultimately, the spirit vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. "Brother Yu, has Sun Yu really departed?" Su Manqing gazed at the spot where Sun Yu had vanished, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "Indeed, I have guided him to the cycle of reincarnation. His vengeance has been fulfilled, and his wish granted. It is my duty to see him on his way," Guyu replied. Just then, several dark wisps appeared at the end of the alley, swiftly approaching. The shadows coalesced into human forms, blocking Guyu's path. How did the task proceed? Guyu inquired of the specters. They exchanged anxious glances, and one of the figures clad in blue spoke nervously. "Brother Yu, we have failed in our mission." Guyu raised an eyebrow, displeasure evident in his demeanor. "You, who possess such formidable abilities, could not subdue a severely wounded demon?" "Brother Yu, we held no fear of the demon. However, shortly after pursuing him, an old Taoist summoned an ally, rescuing the demon. We even lost a brother to that ally, who overwhelmed him with powerful artifacts, instilling great fear in us." "From where did this ally come?" Guyu asked, perplexed. "In Master Tan's private chamber, I only saw the cold-clouded Taoist. There was no sign of a second practitioner. How did this ally arrive?" "We are uncertain. As we pursued the demon, a figure appeared out of nowhere, not wearing a Taoist robe but displaying remarkable skills. Brother Yu, we have indeed failed. Please punish us." The blue-clad specter replied with a bow. "Enough, enough. This indicates that the demon is not yet meant to perish. Return at once," Guyu commanded. As he spoke, Guyu produced the spirit-gathering tower, once again enclosing the several malevolent spirits within. These formidable apparitions, characterized by their menacing fangs, instinctively avoided Su Manqing, lest they frighten the young girl. Su Manqing had grown somewhat accustomed to Guyu's peculiar habit of conversing with the air, finding it less strange than before. Nevertheless, she inquired, "Brother Yu, who are you speaking to?" "A good friend, a companion residing within this spirit-gathering tower. It is getting late. Let us return home and rest." Guyu replied with a smile as he stowed the tower away. Su Manqing, though puzzled, refrained from pressing further, as Guyu often maintained an air of mystery. The 2 chatted as they made their way toward the alley's exit, intending to hail a taxi to the Gulen community. Along the way, Su Manqing asked about how Guyu had managed to navigate the situation with Master Tan and the others after her departure. Guyu, reluctant to elaborate, merely stated that matters had been resolved and he had reached an understanding with Master Tan, with no further entanglements to come. Suddenly, Guyu recalled the matter of Chunyu and inquired about how Sun Yu's vengeful spirit had exacted her revenge. The mention of this incident still unsettled Su Manqing, who recounted how Sun Yu had driven Lu Yulong to madness, leading him to dash into the street where he was struck by a vehicle. After a moment of contemplation, Guyu asked, "Did Lu Yulong perish?" "I am not entirely sure, but there was blood everywhere, and his legs were crushed by the car. Even if he survives, he will likely spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair," Su Manqing replied. Evidently, Sun Yu's hatred for Lu Yulong ran deep. She did not kill him, but rather condemned him to a life of suffering, illustrating that sometimes, existence can be more torturous than death. This, it seemed, was the fate he deserved, a manifestation of karmic retribution. However, it is for the best. I have calculated that Lu Yulong's lifespan is not yet exhausted. His life should not end here. Should Sun Yu have killed him, she would also bear the weight of karmic consequences, possibly even preventing her from being reborn as a human in her next life, Guyu remarked with a hint of detachment. Su Manqing found herself perplexed by Guyu's insights. Just then, a taxi approached, and the two climbed in, heading directly for the Gulen community. As they traveled, Guyu felt a slight unease. He had not anticipated that Taoist Han Yun could have salvaged his life from such formidable spirits. Each of those apparitions was exceedingly powerful, and even if Taoist Han Yun had emerged unscathed, he would likely struggle against any one of them alone. What astonished Guyu even further was the revelation that Taoist Han Yun had an ally who had eliminated one of the spirits within the spirit gathering tower. This individual must possess a cultivation level surpassing that of Taoist Han Yun. Who could this person be? If their prowess exceeded his own, Taoist Han Yun could easily enlist this ally to confront him. Confounded, Guyu chose not to dwell on it further and, upon returning to the Gulen community, retreated to his room to meditate. The following afternoon, as Guyu concluded his workday, a limited edition Rolls-Royce parked conspicuously at the school entrance, capturing the attention of many passers-by. Numerous onlookers took out their phones to capture the moment, for such opulent vehicles were a rarity not only in Jiang City, but throughout the entire South Jiang province. The car door swung open, and the composed butler Lu emerged, making his way directly toward the security booth. Guyu stretched lazily, turning to address butler Lu. Master Gu, you are off duty, I presume? I have been waiting here for quite some time. May we now proceed to meet our master? Butler Lu inquired with utmost respect. Indeed. Let us go, Guyu nodded, heading toward the luxurious vehicle. As Butler Lu walked ahead, he found it perplexing that someone as extraordinarily capable as Guyu chose to remain at Jiang City University in the humble role of a security guard. The substantial sum of 1 million he had received for dispelling evil spirits for the master could have afforded Guyu a comfortable life for over a decade. With his current abilities, living in ease would be effortlessly attainable. A mere display of his talents would result in a significant influx of wealth. It was inconceivable why such a remarkable individual would prefer to serve as a gatekeeper at a school. In truth, it was not only Butler Lu who was baffled. Many others shared this sentiment. Aside from Guyu himself, perhaps no one truly understood the reason behind this choice. Upon reaching the luxurious vehicle, Guyu expressed his dissatisfaction. Butler Lu, in the future, could you perhaps use a more understated vehicle when seeking me? Just look at the students crowding at the school gate to gawk at the car. They nearly obstructed the entrance, which disrupts my work. Yes, Master Gu. I shall certainly take heed next time and arrive in the Porsche used by the Chun family for errands, Butler Lu promptly replied. Although Guyu had little knowledge of automobiles, the mention of a grocery vehicle somewhat appeased him, unaware that even the Chun family's errand car was of considerable value. The car proceeded directly toward the Chun family's grand residence, and after an hour's journey, they arrived at the villa's entrance. Before Guyu even alighted, he noticed a considerable gathering of people awaiting him, numbering in the dozens, predominantly the servants of the Chin family. At the forefront stood an elderly gentleman, leaning on a cane, his hair entirely white, yet exuding an air of refined elegance. Guyu instantly recognized him as Chun Liqing, the head of the Chin family. As the vehicle halted at the villa's entrance, Butler Lu quickly exited, assisting Guyu by opening the rear door. Sitting inside, Guyu was taken aback by the impressive reception awaiting him, astonished by the grandiosity with which the Chun family was honoring him, especially as the recently recuperated Chun Liqing stood at the entrance to greet him. After disembarking, Guyu observed Butler Lu hurriedly approaching Chun Liqing and the others, respectfully announcing, Master Gu has arrived. Chun Liqing, disregarding the formality of responding to Butler Lu, eagerly leaned on his cane, with the support of Chun Zeshan. As he made his way toward Guyu, trembling slightly, behind him followed 3 middle-aged men, each exuding a dignified presence, likely Chun Liqing's sons, all appearing to be in their 40s to 50s. Behind the 3 individuals stood several young people, both male and female, all seemingly in their 20s, presumably the grandchildren of the esteemed Mr. Chun Liqing. At the very back were the servants of the Chun household, who, upon witnessing the polite demeanor of Mr. Chun and Butler Lu towards Guyu, lowered their heads in deference, unable to meet their gaze. However, when the crowd beheld the person alighting from the vehicle, It turned out to be a young man clad in a security uniform, evidently not yet 20, prompting expressions of astonishment among them. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for the fact that the one assisting the venerable Mr. Chun in exorcising evil would be youthful, witnessing it firsthand was still quite unbelievable. He appeared exceedingly young. What profound ability could such a youth possess? As the saying goes, a young mouth lacks wisdom. Might this lad be an impostor? Even Mr. Chun Luching exhibited surprise upon seeing Guyu. At that moment, under the influence of the serpent spirit, he was oblivious to the fact that it was Guyu who had rescued him. Nevertheless, as a seasoned figure who had weathered many storms, he managed to conceal his astonishment behind a composed facade. In contrast, Mr. Chun's three sons reacted differently. The eldest hesitated, expressing uncertainty. Is this lad truly the one who saved our father? Dressed in a security uniform, he hardly embodies the appearance of a sage. Surely, our father hasn't been deceived? The second son chimed in with a harsh tone. He does seem like it. What prowess could a mere security guard possess? To dare deceive the Chun family, he must have quite the audacity. If I uncover that he is indeed a fraud, I shall not let him off lightly. The third son, Chun Tao, countered, eldest brother, second brother, one must not judge by appearances. Do not underestimate his abilities due to his youth. When Master Gu assisted our father in expelling the evil, both Shanshan and Butler Lu were present, witnessing the entire ordeal. Even Master Lei Fengyun was rendered helpless. Yet this Master Gu resolved the matter, earning profound respect from Lei Fengyun. What reason do we have to doubt him? Chen Tao, the youngest son of Chun Liching, in his 40s, was known for his composure and garnered much affection from his father. His daughter, Chun Zeshan, was similarly favored by Mr. Chun, possessing a keen understanding of business at a young age and assisting the family in navigating numerous intricate issues. However, the eldest and second sons were a different story, embodying the quintessential wealthy heirs and debauched youths, lacking any inclination to manage the vast Chun estate. They indulged in lavish expenditures and extravagant lifestyles, leveraging the Chun family's influence and wealth to establish a formidable reputation in Jiang City and even South Jiang Province. Many were aware that these three scions of the Chun family were formidable figures, not to be trifled with, which led to their disdain for Guyu, the modest young security guard. However, the offspring of Chun Laoda and Chun Lair, both son and daughter, exhibit a similar disposition, indulging in a life of excess, frivolity, and extravagance. They squander money lavishly on luxury cars, beautiful women, and an array of opulent goods, as if the Chun family possesses an inexhaustible fortune. The adage when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked rings true. Elder Chun Liching, though keenly aware of the situation, finds himself powerless in the face of his son's actions and the upbringing of their children. Fortunately, the third son of the Chun family and his daughter, Chun Zeshan, have stepped in to manage the family's business, alleviating some of Elder Chen's burdens and providing him with a sense of comfort. Even during his recent affliction, it was the efforts of the third son and granddaughter that ultimately rescued him from death's door. Yet, Chun Laoda and Chun Lair presumed that Chun Luching was beyond recovery and began to contemplate dividing the family fortune, nearly leading to a rift among the brothers that could have resulted in violent conflict. Had it not been for Chun Liching's recovery, facilitated by Guyu, the situation might have escalated into chaos. The credit for restoring Elder Chen's health rightfully belonged to the third son, Chen Tao, and his daughter, Chen Zeshan, who had sought assistance, but the elder brothers harbored discontent, suspecting Chun Laosan of ulterior motives, seeking to win their father's favor to secure a larger share of the inheritance. Upon hearing Chun Laosan speak on behalf of Guyu, the two brothers were immediately displeased. Chun Laoda scoffed, remarking, "I say, Laosan, you haven't colluded with this fellow, have you? Simply presenting some random person as the one who cured our father reeks of ulterior motives." "Indeed, brother," chimed in Chun Lair, "among us three, Laosan is the most cunning. No one can outsmart him. I believe our father's ailment was not truly healed by this little security guard. Given time, he would have recovered on his own, and all the credit would fall to Laosan." Chun Laosan, visibly agitated, retorted, "Elders, Master Gu indeed possesses remarkable abilities. He truly healed our father, as witnessed by Butler Lu and Zeshan, with Master Lei Fengyun present as well, who can corroborate this." Feeling unjustly accused, Chun Laosan recalled how, during their father's grave illness, the two had kept their distance, observing from afar. Now that their father was well, they quickly appeared, feigning concern and warmth. only to utter such scornful remarks. Brother, Zeshan is your own daughter, and Butler Liu has always favored you. As for Master Lei Fengyun, you could easily have bribed him to maintain secrecy. I must say, I admire your craftiness, Chen Laoda derided. Brother, how can you be so unfair? Would I truly stoop to such underhandedness? Chen Tao responded with exasperation. Lao San, if our father is pleased, he might very well bequeath you a few extra billion from the estate, a considerable sum indeed. For wealth, many are willing to engage in the most sordid of deeds. Chen Lair remarked ominously. As the three sons of the Chen family engaged in hushed discussions and subtle disputes regarding Guyu, old Master Chen had already approached Guyu, surveying him with keen interest. With utmost courtesy, he remarked, "You must be Master Gu. I am astonished that at such a tender age, you possess such remarkable abilities. Having saved my life, I am profoundly grateful. Today, I have specially invited you to express my thanks in person, as your presence graces our humble abode." Mr. Chen, you are too kind, Guyu replied. It was but a trifling effort, not worthy of such reverence. However, I must express my concern for Mr. Chen has recently recovered from a serious illness and should prioritize rest. It is truly overwhelming to be welcomed so warmly. Despite the grandiosity of the occasion, Guyu maintained an air of tranquility and composure. It is noteworthy that old Master Chen is a billionaire, and all three of his sons were present. It is a rarity for an ordinary person to encounter such a figure, yet today, the entire Chen family had come forth to personally welcome Guyu. Even high-ranking officials from Nanjing province would likely not receive such treatment. Having traveled extensively with his elder mentor, Guyu had long since become accustomed to the ebbs and flows of fortune, remaining unperturbed by the grandeur surrounding him. Initially, old Master Chen had underestimated Guyu due to his youthful appearance and attire, but upon witnessing his demeanor, he realized that this young man could not be judged by his looks, prompting him to adopt an even more respectful attitude. Supporting old Master Chen was Chen Zeshan, who had also taken special care in her appearance, donning elegant attire and vibrant red lips that exuded youthful charm, adding a touch of allure. She offered Guyu a polite smile and said, "Master Gu, welcome back to our Chen family." Guyu acknowledged her with a slight nod of gratitude. Subsequently, old Master Chen led Guyu towards the Chen family's villa. A group of nearly 10 individuals entered the expansive courtyard of the villa when Guyu had visited previously. It was nighttime, and he had gone directly to old Master Chen's residence. Thus he had not truly observed the villa. Today, however, he discovered that the abode was indeed not merely opulent. The courtyard was adorned with exquisite rockeries and pavilions, and a small artificial lake had been crafted, complete with a stone bridge arching over it, where lotus flowers bloomed, filling the air with their fragrant aroma. As Guyu walked, he discreetly took in the surroundings. Realizing that every aspect of the villa's design was picturesque and imbued with profound significance, the feng shui meticulously arranged, clearly under the guidance of a master. Just as they approached the entrance of the villa, Guyu suddenly remarked, "Old Master Chen, the feng shui arrangement of your home, resembling two dragons entwined around water, is quite distinctive. Surely, you have consulted an expert?" Upon hearing these words, the venerable Chen Liqing was taken aback. Indeed, as Guyu had mentioned, the feng shui arrangement of their residence was reminiscent of the dual dragons coiling around water. Years ago, a wandering Taoist priest, clad in tattered garments, chanced upon the Grand Chen estate. During his stroll at the villa's entrance, Chen Liqing encountered this wayfaring Taoist who requested a sip of water. Out of respect for practitioners of the spiritual arts, Chen Liqing graciously invited the Taoist into his home for a meal. Before departing, he offered the priest some monetary gifts. However, the wandering Taoist declined the money, stating that a simple meal sufficed. As a gesture of gratitude for the hospitality, the Taoist promised to provide guidance on the family's feng shui arrangement, ensuring that the Chen family would flourish for the next 50 years, transforming misfortune into fortune. Thus, the wandering Taoist meticulously established a feng shui configuration of dual dragons coiling around water based on the villa's orientation. After completing the arrangement, the Taoist vanished, never to be seen again. Before his departure, Chen Liqing had inquired about the Taoist's name, to which the priest replied only that his surname was Li, with the nickname Li the Half-Immortal, remarking that their encounter was serendipitous and whether they would meet again depended on fate. Subsequently, Chen Liqing recounted the tale of the Taoist's feng shui arrangement to Guyu. After listening, Guyu nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "Indeed, that Li the Half-Immortal is a remarkable individual. possessing profound knowledge of feng shui. To encounter such a sage is a rare fortune. This arrangement will surely ensure prosperity for your family for 50 years. What a great opportunity to gain from a mere meal. You are not at all at a loss, Mr. Chun. With Guyu's commendation, Chun Liqing beamed and nodded in agreement. As the group arrived at the dining hall of the Chun villa, hosts and guests took their seats. Soon, the servants began to bring forth an array of dishes to the table, featuring an assortment of delicacies from land and sea. A feast that was nothing short of a sensory delight. Guyu, unable to resist, felt his appetite awaken. Master Gu, your kindness is deeply appreciated. Though my humble banquet may be slightly modest, Chun Liqing remarked with utmost politeness. Mr. Chun, you are too modest. This meal is indeed sumptuous. And I sincerely thank you for your generous hospitality, Guyu replied with a warm smile. At that moment, Chun Laoda, seated nearby, scoffed and remarked with a sardonic tone. I have heard that practitioners like Master Gu refrain from eating meat. True sages adhere to a vegetarian diet. Is this feast not a tad too indulgent? Should we not offer Master Chun some vegetarian options? From the first moment he laid eyes on Guyu, Chun Laoda had deemed him a charlatan. Judging his unremarkable security attire and youthful appearance, which hardly suggested any genuine prowess, thus prompting his derisive comments. In response, Butler Lu swiftly came to Guyu's defense, saying, Young master, you may be mistaken. Unlike Buddhist monks, Taoists do not adhere to such strict dietary restrictions and are permitted to consume meat. With a raised eyebrow, Chun Laoda's expression instantly darkened, and he exclaimed in anger, Butler Lu, I am conversing with Master Gu. Is it your place to interject? Startled, Butler Lu stiffened. Quickly bowing and responding, Young master is right. I, Lu, am at fault. Chun Liqing's face also fell, having known Butler Lu for many years. He regarded him as a brother. It was disheartening to witness his son speak so disrespectfully to this elder. He remarked, somewhat displeased, eldest son, how can you speak to Butler Lu in such a manner? It's nothing, master. The young master is merely imparting lessons, Butler Lu said, feeling awkward as he observed the dispute between father and son. At that moment, Guyu noticed the palpable hostility emanating from Chun Liqing's eldest son towards him. He merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Father, I was speaking with Master Gu. Is it inappropriate for a mere butler to interrupt? Am I mistaken? Chun Laoda retorted defiantly. Silence. Chun Liqing's body trembled slightly with anger. He felt helpless towards his son. After a pause, in an attempt to alleviate the tension, Chun Liqing politely addressed Guyu. I apologize, Master Gu, for the disturbance. Shall we begin our meal? Certainly, Guyu replied, and at Chun Laoda's invitation, he began to feast heartily. As they dined, Guyu suddenly recalled something and inquired of Chun Liqing. By the way, Mr. Chun, during my first visit to the Chun residence, I noticed a highly skilled serpent spirit attached to you. Do you recall how it came to inhabit you? Upon mentioning this, Chun Liqing felt a twinge of trepidation and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, I was once invited by a friend to visit Xiangxi. This friend, an old acquaintance, mentioned that their most famous dish was a peculiar flavored snake, particularly delectable when sourced from the mountains. Thus, I accompanied them to the mountains to catch a snake. After searching for a while, I discovered a magnificent golden serpent coiled within the hollow of an ancient tree, struck by lightning. This tree, aged several centuries, was charred black, while the golden serpent, seemingly injured, offered little resistance as the hired snake catchers extracted it from its lair and placed it in a large plastic bag. That very night, it was simmered in a large pot. Little did Guyu know, the flavor of that serpent was exquisite, unlike anything I had ever tasted in my life. I simply could not stop eating, indulging to the point where my belly swelled. That night, I even dreamt of an old man with a white beard, furiously pointing at me, scolding me for consuming him, vowing that he would not let me escape unpunished. I also did not take this matter seriously at first. However, upon my return from Xiangxi, I began to sense something amiss. Initially, I experienced an unbearable itch all over my body, which later developed into peculiar scales appearing on my skin. Eventually, my mental state deteriorated further. Despite consulting numerous esteemed physicians, none could discern the cause of my affliction. It wasn't until Master Gu arrived and restored my health that my consciousness began to gradually return. Hearing Mr. Chen's account, Guyu's expression darkened as he remarked, It seems Mr. Chen's life was spared for a reason. The serpent you consumed possessed considerable power. At the time of your capture, it was undergoing a tribulation. which all supernatural beings must endure. They face heavenly calamities, suffering lightning strikes and fiery trials. If they survive, they may continue their cultivation. If not, they meet their demise. The serpent you encountered had indeed attained a level of cultivation and had just emerged from a tribulation, severely weakened, which is why it did not resist. Had you offended it during its peak strength, I fear your entire party would have perished. It has only just overcome its tribulation and is now recuperating. Yet you captured it for consumption. How could it not harbor resentment and seek retribution against you? However, Mr. Chun need not reproach himself. This serpent had committed numerous wrongdoings and even caused fatalities. Your act of consuming it does not violate the natural order. Rather, it could be seen as a righteous deed. Chun Liqing, hearing this, was overjoyed, yet he expressed his gratitude to Gu Yu, saying, had it not been for Master Gu, my life would have been forfeit. I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you. At that moment, a dissenting voice, filled with disdain, interrupted, "This is utterly absurd. You even invoke the serpent spirit. Why not claim it was the white lady descended from the heavens? Truly, you are deceiving us, Chen family, as if we do not possess our own stature. Instead of engaging in honest endeavors, you flaunt your deceit at such a young age." The speaker was the second son of the Chen family, who, with an air of superiority, dismissed Gu Yu, considering him merely a lowly security guard. Upon hearing Gu Yu's words, he could not restrain his mockery. As soon as he spoke, Chun Liqing's countenance darkened. Lu Guanjia and Chen Zeshan, who had witnessed Gu Yu's prowess, also exchanged worried glances at the second son of the Chen family. Gu Yu's lips curled slightly, and he turned to the second son, speaking coolly, "Mr. Chun, do you believe me to be a charlatan? You are indeed a grand deceiver. This need not be stated. Your claims are bordering on the ludicrous. We all heard your words." The second son retorted with disdain, "Unruly child, you must depart at once. How dare you show such disrespect to Master Gu, my savior?" Chun Liqing exclaimed, rising in anger and pointing accusingly at the second son. "Father, please do not be duped by this mere security guard. What capabilities does one who merely stands at the gate possess? How has he become a distinguished guest of our Chen family? I could easily find a multitude like him, merely empty talkers who deceive others. I have long held a low opinion of him." The second son continued, "Indeed, the second brother speaks the truth, father. You must not be deceived by him. With your advancing age, your mind may not be as sharp, making you more susceptible to trickery. After all these years alongside the second brother, I have encountered all manner of individuals. And this young security guard is undoubtedly a consummate fraud," the eldest of the Chun family concurred. "Brother, how can you speak so disparagingly of Master Gu? He is genuinely a skilled practitioner, and you witnessed Father's condition with your own eyes, his body covered in green scales, frightening off countless people. It was only after Master Chen's arrival that Father's health began to improve," the third brother interjected, unable to restrain himself in defense of Gu Yu. "Indeed, I can also attest to this, having seen Master Gu vanquish that formidable serpent spirit," Chen Zeshan added, rising to support Gu Yu. "Who is to say that you two do not conspire with this so-called Master Gu to perpetrate some trickery? Perhaps Father's transformation is a result of your machinations." "We have seen no evidence of Master Ji's capabilities," the second brother retorted dismissively. "How can you speak so harshly?" The third brother exclaimed in anger. "Eldest brother, without any substantiation, if this Master Gu truly possesses abilities, let him demonstrate them. Otherwise, he is nothing but a charlatan," the eldest brother chimed in. At this moment, Gu Yu, who had remained silent until now, let out a cold laugh and calmly replied, "Very well. Since you wish to witness my abilities, prepare yourselves to behold them." With a swift motion, Gu Yu released a blue talisman. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the blue talisman ignited into a burst of flames above the grand dining hall of the villa. A violent flash of purple lightning erupted with a resounding boom, causing an expensive crystal chandelier overhead to plummet, shattering upon the large dining table. The surrounding glass shattered under the thunderous sound, raining down shards upon the floor. A chorus of terrified screams erupted as everyone scrambled to their feet, shielding their heads in fear of the impending chaos. The sheer magnitude of the talisman's power evoked an overwhelming sense of dread, leaving every individual present utterly petrified. The eldest and second brothers had branded him a fraud. Now it was time to prove their assertions wrong. With this display, a mystical cloud and thunder talisman summoned forth a terrifying spectacle. This was no mere human. Gu Yu was akin to a deity, wielding the forces of thunder with mastery. Amidst the panic-stricken gazes of the crowd, only Guyu remained composed. Seated calmly in his chair, his expression as impassive as water, directed toward the eldest and second brothers. By this time, they had already shrunk back in fear, huddled in the corner of the table, trembling with their hands over their heads. After a considerable pause, once the cacophony had subsided, the crowd cautiously turned their eyes toward Guyu. Master Gu is truly a remarkable individual. Chen Liqing gazed at Guyu with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities, utterly in awe. Previously, he had not witnessed Guyu's prowess. He only knew that he had been rescued by him. Now, witnessing firsthand the thunderous display of power, he was struck by its extraordinary nature, a sight he had never encountered before in his life. How do you find my abilities, gentlemen of the Chen family? Guyu smiled at the elder and younger Chen. Chen Liqing's two sons stared at Guyu in terror, momentarily rendered speechless, trembling with fear. Had that lightning struck them, they would surely not be alive to tell the tale. The two were now filled with regret, bewildered by how this seemingly ordinary security guard possessed such formidable skills. They had shown him great disrespect, and if he had truly been angered, they would have been oblivious to their impending doom. Seeing their silence, Guyu spoke in a grave tone. Though I am young, I have been practicing since the age of 3, training under my master to master various arts. These skills are intended for vanquishing evil and upholding justice, not for the frivolous entertainments of street performers. Today's demonstration was merely to affirm that I, Guyu, am not a charlatan. With this, I take my leave. With that, Guyu swept his sleeve and turned to leave the villa. After a moment, the onlookers regained their composure, gazing at Guyu's imposing figure as he departed. Master Gu, my sons have gravely erred in offending you. I implore you to show mercy and not hold their transgressions against them. Chen Liqing trembled as he grasped his cane and hurried after Guyu. However, Guyu's pace was swift, and in no time, he reached the villa's entrance, far beyond Chen Liqing's reach. Steward Liu and Chen Zeshan quickly realized the situation and followed Chen Liqing in pursuit. The crowd sped after Guyu, reaching the villa's doorway just as he prepared to depart. Chen Zeshan, having caught up, grasped Guyu's sleeve and implored, Master Gu, please do not take offense at my uncle's actions. I apologize on their behalf and hope you can forgive them. Guyu paused, turning to Chen Zeshan, and replied calmly, rest assured, I bear no ill will. It is of no consequence. His words were sincere. Despite his youth, he had traversed many paths alongside the elderly, experiencing countless trials and tribulations that had tempered his spirit. Such trifling remarks from others held no significance for him. Nevertheless, in Chen Zeshan's eyes, it seemed as though Guyu was harboring resentment, causing her to feel increasingly anxious. She nearly pleaded, Brother Yu, please do not be angry. They acted without malice, and I assure you they will not repeat their mistakes. Recognizing Guyu's extraordinary potential, Chen Zeshan understood that should the Chen family gain his support, their future prospects would be immensely bright. After all, a wandering sage's mere guidance had ensured decades of prosperity for the Chen family. The insights from someone of Guyu's caliber would undoubtedly be invaluable. Thus, Chen Zeshan was determined to avoid offending Guyu at all costs. As she spoke, Chen Liqing, accompanied by a servant, emerged unsteadily. He quickly approached Guyu, speaking with trepidation, Master Gu, my two sons have truly behaved unacceptably. Please do not take their words to heart. Rest assured, I will thoroughly discipline them. Mr. Chen, you are overthinking it. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger, Guyu replied coolly. You two miscreants, come forth and apologize to Master Gu. Chen Liqing, believing Guyu was still irate, scolded Chen oldest and Chen second. At this moment, the two brothers no longer exhibited any semblance of arrogance. They had just witnessed Guyu's remarkable power as he had shattered all the glass in the villa with a mere toss of an explosive. Such prowess was awe-inspiring and left them in fear. They recognized that the true master before them was indeed Guyu. With heads bowed like chastised schoolboys, they hastily approached Guyu. Chen oldest, bowing deeply, said, Master Gu, I was blind to your greatness and foolishly disrespectful. Please, do not hold it against me. Master Gu, I am not worthy of being called human. Consider my previous words as mere folly. I implore you not to take offense, Chen second echoed. You both are overly concerned. I am not upset. I must return to my affairs now, so I bid you farewell, Guyu stated calmly. Master Gu, allow me to escort you back. Steward Liu promptly offered. Steward Liu, I shall take Master Gu back, Chen Zeshan interjected suddenly. Very well, Steward Liu, perceiving the intent in Chen Zeshan's eyes. Understood she had something to discuss with Master Gu and readily acquiesced. Gu Yu made no objection and took his seat in the Chun family's limited edition Rolls-Royce, which set off towards Jiangxing University. Seated in the rear with Chen Zeshan, he observed her delicate features, which bore a serious expression. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. Brother Yu. Gu Yu turned to her, offering a gentle smile. Miss Chun, you need not say anything. I assure you, I am not upset. Brother Yu. Did we not agree that day? You would call me by my nickname, Shan Shan, and I would call you Brother Yu. Why do you now refer to me as Miss Chun? Chen Zeshan pouted, displaying her displeasure. Gu Yu was taken aback, feeling a touch of awkwardness at her sudden remark, as they had just been discussing his two uncles. All right, I momentarily forgot. I shall call you Shan Shan from now on, he conceded, still feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the name. Upon hearing this, Chen Zeshan's expression brightened, and she seized his arm, grinning. Good. Remember, you must call me Shan Shan from now on, and never again Miss Chun. Understood. Gu Yu nodded. Noticing that Gu Yu's demeanor had softened considerably, Chen Zeshan continued, Brother Yu, regarding the offense caused by my elder uncle and second uncle, you truly do not hold it against me, do you? I have long assured you that I bear no ill will towards this matter. Please do not dwell on it excessively, Gu Yu responded. Chen Zeshan nodded, her brows furrowing slightly in exasperation as she remarked, my uncles, both the elder and the younger, have become quite intolerable. Not to mention you, even I find it hard to bear. For years now, my elder and younger brothers have scarcely attended to the affairs of the company. It has primarily been my father and me managing everything. With grandfather growing frail, he seldom intervenes in company matters. My uncles are only concerned with taking their monthly share from the company without so much as a greeting, and once they have money, they squander it on extravagant pleasures. Just a few days ago, when grandfather fell gravely ill, my uncles came to my father demanding a division of the inheritance. My father was furious. Grandfather was still alive, and they should be seeking ways to save him rather than squabbling over assets. This has caused quite the rift among the three brothers. Had it not been for your intervention, I shudder to think how things might have escalated. Gu Yu listened intently, occasionally nodding, yet he had little interest in the Chun family's affairs, as they bore no significance to him. Chen Zeshan continued, I share all this with you not for any ulterior motive, but to convey that regardless of your feelings towards my uncles, please do not let those sentiments extend to the rest of the Chen family. I hope we can remain friends. Gu Yu smiled gently, replying, we have always been friends. Ever since the day you gifted me that phone, we solidified our friendship. He picked up the phone, waving it playfully in front of Chen Zeshan as he chuckled. Chen Zeshan couldn't help but laugh at Gu Yu's antics, exclaiming, you truly are easy to please. A mere phone suffices to win your favor? If you're fond of my gifts, perhaps I should present you with a car. Do you prefer a Ferrari or a Lamborghini? What is a Ferrari or a Lamborghini? Gu Yu inquired, completely oblivious to the world of automobiles. Chen Zeshan, stifling her amusement, remarked, Dear Yu, you are utterly adorable. Those two are among the finest sports cars in the world, guaranteed to turn heads wherever you go. Is that their only merit? I believe a van is far more practical. It accommodates more passengers and offers ample space. I have no desire for such frivolities, Gu Yu scoffed. Chen Zeshan was left speechless, pondering how a man could possibly dislike sports cars, a coveted dream for countless men. Yet here was Gu Yu, dismissing them in favor of a van. As they conversed, the vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of Jiangxing University. Chen Zeshan and Gu Yu enjoyed their banter, and as they reached the destination, she felt a pang of reluctance to part ways. Gu Yu stepped out of the car and waved to Chen Zeshan, saying, You should head back now. If you need anything, just call me. I've always considered you a friend. Chen Zeshan also exited the vehicle and nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yu promptly turned and walked towards the security booth, while Chen Zeshan watched his retreating figure, feeling an intensifying sense of longing. Yet, he could not fathom why. Having met Gu Yu less than 3 times, such tender feelings had suddenly blossomed within him. Had he truly developed an affection for this young security guard? As Gu Yu approached the security booth, Chen Zeshan could no longer contain herself and called out, You go? What's the matter? Gu Yu paused, turning to face her. Chen Zeshan hurried a few steps closer, and unexpectedly, she rose onto her toes and bestowed a fleeting kiss upon his cheek. A wave of fragrance enveloped him, rendering Gu Yu momentarily speechless, his muscles taut with surprise. Goodness, he had never been kissed before. This was indeed a momentous first. He could scarcely believe that Chen Zeshan had rushed over to kiss him. The sensation was rather pleasant. After the kiss, Chen Zeshan's face flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably as she quickly turned and dashed towards her car, exclaiming, "Yugu, please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to thank you for dealing with my uncle and second uncle today. It was truly satisfying. We shall meet again soon." With that, she hurriedly slipped into her luxurious vehicle and drove off into the distance. Guyu watched as her car disappeared, instinctively touching his cheek, which still tingled from the kiss. When he lowered his hand, he discovered it smeared with lipstick and hastily wiped it away, realizing that if anyone caught sight of it, he would have no explanation to offer. After standing at the school gate for a while, Guyu returned to the security booth, preparing for his night shift. He had no need to return home to sleep, and he was eager to explore the campus tonight. Previously, he had been interrupted by Vice Principal Lu's son, Lu Qi, while attempting to uncover the mystery behind the haunted mortuary in the medical department. This evening would be an opportune time to investigate further. Upon entering the booth, the other security guards greeted him with mischievous grins. Guyu's expression darkened as he retorted, "What are you rascals laughing at? Yugu, you really are something. Capturing the heart of the campus beauty Su Manqing is one thing, but now even the Chun family's young lady has succumbed to your charms. We all saw her kiss you just now," Zhong Jinliang teased with a sly grin. Guyu felt an unexpected flush of embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated that the moment with Chen Zeshan would have been witnessed by these cheeky lads. It was indeed a rather awkward predicament. To be honest, Guyu had no particular interest in Chen Zeshan, the affluent young lady. Though undeniably beautiful and renowned as a campus belle at Jiangxing University, their worlds were entirely disparate, and he had no desire to court any unnecessary troubles. He had come to Jiangxing University with a mission, and once he resolved the matters at hand, he intended to leave the city. The world was vast, and he had many places yet to explore. Settling for a single location was never an option. Guyu chose not to elaborate on the situation with the other security guards, offering only a few dismissive words to brush off their teasing. After returning from the Chun residence, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiangxing University enforces a strict curfew, extinguishing lights in the dormitories after 10. At this hour, the campus enveloped itself in a serene tranquility. Guyu lingered for a moment at the security booth, tidied up briefly, took a few sips of water, and then summoned Zhong Jinliang to commence their night shift. The so-called night shift was rather straightforward. It merely involved strolling around the campus with a flashlight, ensuring that no couples were clandestinely meeting in the small woods at such an hour, and shepherding them back to their dormitories. Alternatively, they would remain vigilant for any potential intruders. Though the presence of thieves was uncertain, Guyu often encountered couples hidden in various corners of the campus, engaged in activities that could not be aptly described. After all, being in university, the younger generation tended to be more liberated, and the school chose to turn a blind eye to such matters. As long as Guyu guided them back to their dorms, he fulfilled his duty. As Guyu and Zhong Jinliang ambled deeper into the campus, Zhong Jinliang incessantly chattered about Chen Zeshan's kiss with Guyu, unable to shake off the memory. "Brother Yu, how did you manage to charm Miss Chen? She is the wealthiest heiress in our school. Why am I not so fortunate? If I were to receive a kiss from such a privileged young lady, it would be worth a lifetime. Brother Yu, I reckon Miss Chen must have taken a liking to you. Why not consider yielding to her? Being with the Chun family surely means a life free from worries about food and clothing. Why continue as a security guard? Be quiet." At that moment, Guyu was holding a compass, walking forward while using it to detect areas of concentrated negative energy on campus. Zhong Jinliang's incessant buzzing in his ear was becoming increasingly irritating, and Guyu could no longer contain his annoyance, scolding him sharply. Seeing Guyu's outburst, Zhong Jinliang recoiled slightly, his attention shifting to the compass in Guyu's hand. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Brother Yu, what is that you are holding? A compass? It seems rather large." Zhong Jinliang reverted to his inquisitive nature, and Guyu, eager to avoid further annoyance, patiently explained, "This is a compass used for feng shui orientation, a tool for detecting malevolent energies. It is an essential artifact for practitioners of Taoism. From now on, please refrain from speaking, lest you distract me and compromise my ability to locate the right positions. Otherwise, we may end up accomplishing nothing tonight. Brother Yu, haven't the issues in the medical school's morgue been resolved? Why is there still malevolent energy?" Zhong Jinliang could not help but inquire. The corpses in the morgue were influenced by another powerful source of negative energy on campus, which is why there were manifestations of spirits. If the problems at Jiangxing University remain unresolved, the more will frequently be haunted, rendering life unbearable. Guyu shot a glare at Zhong Jinliang, suppressing his temperament. Could you please stop asking? I beg you, Brother Liang. Zhong Jinliang nodded, offering a wry smile, and promptly fell silent. Guyu's eyes remained fixated on the compass as he ventured deeper into the campus, moving further away from the familiar paths, specifically towards the northwest direction, an area that neither Guyu nor Zhong Jinliang had often traversed. The area exudes an air of desolation, likely a forsaken part of Jiangxing University, surrounded by wild weeds that evoke a sense of eeriness. As Guyu approached this place, his footsteps occasionally faltered, his brow furrowed in concentration, and he would extend a finger to meticulously calculate something. Zhong Jinliang, holding a flashlight, trailed beside Guyu for over half an hour, remaining silent. Though his mind brimmed with inquiries about Guyu, his curiosity about him was insatiable. While they continued forward, a piercing wail suddenly shattered the tranquility of the night. A sound imbued with profound terror, suggesting the witness of something horrifying. The chilling noise startled Zhong Jinliang, causing him to shudder involuntarily as he turned to the source of the sound. Guyu also halted, his compass spinning wildly, the needle oscillating uncertainly. Upon observing the compass's erratic behavior, Guyu's expression shifted dramatically. The compass's errant needle signified a dire omen, indicating the presence of a formidable malevolent force in the vicinity. After lingering in place for a moment, Zhong Jinliang finally regained his composure and, with a trembling voice, inquired, "Gu, did you hear that noise? Am I imagining things?" Guyu's gaze deepened, fixating on the compass once more, and he replied gravely, "You are not mistaken. Someone is indeed crying out in anguish. Follow me closely, and remember to stay within 3 steps behind me. Do not repeat the mistakes of the last time." After the previous incident of being possessed by a ghost, Zhong Jinliang had become considerably more timid. He dared not disobey Guyu's instructions. Observing Guyu wielding the compass as he hastened towards the direction of the wailing, Zhong Jinliang quickened his pace to keep up. Before long, a figure clad in white charged towards them, seemingly propelled by some immense stimulus, shouting, "There are ghosts." In a swift collision, they collided forcefully. At that moment, Guyu's eyes transformed into an amber hue, resembling serpentine orbs, granting him the ability to see in the dark. This remarkable capability was a gift bestowed by the spirit of the serpent, allowing him to discern everything as clearly as in daylight amidst the enveloping darkness. The figure approaching them was a young woman, presumably a student of Jiangxing University, clad in a white dress, her face contorted in evident terror. Zhong Jinliang immediately stepped forward to intercept her, expressing concern, "Please, do not be afraid. What has happened?" However, just as he spoke, the girl surged past him, colliding with Zhong Jinliang and sending him flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The force of her impact was overwhelming, despite Zhong Jinliang's slender form. Being a man, he was propelled a considerable distance by the seemingly frail girl. After sending Zhong Jinliang flying, the girl continued to sprint towards Guyu without hesitation. Guyu's amber eyes flickered, quickly discerning her appearance. Aside from her features appearing contorted and fierce, her gaze was utterly vacant, embodying a sense of soul lost in despair. It was evident at a glance that this girl had been so frightened that she had lost a part of her spirit. A person only loses a soul when confronted with extreme terror. If the fright intensifies, there exists the possibility of immediate soul departure, leading to instant demise. Before he could take a thorough look, the girl lunged at him, and Guyu reached out, grasping her arm. As he pulled her closer, he realized she possessed considerable strength, yet he managed to immobilize her. "Please, don't kill me." The girl struggled fiercely in Guyu's grasp, appearing frantic. Unbothered by her pleas, Guyu swiftly struck her lightly on the back of her head, rendering her unconscious. He then gently placed her against the wall, allowing her to rest. At that moment, Zhong Jinliang rose from the ground, clutching his painfully injured shoulder and inhaling sharply as he approached Guyu, blinking repeatedly. "Speak if you have something to say," Guyu remarked tersely. "Weren't you the one who told me not to speak?" Zhong Jinliang replied, his expression one of slight grievance. Guyu, feeling exasperated, responded, "If you don't speak now, there's no need to say anything at all. All right, brother Yu, what is the situation with this girl?" "She possesses remarkable strength," Zhong Jinliang inquired. "She lost a part of her soul, undoubtedly having witnessed something horrifying. Stay here and watch over her." I'll check what's ahead, Guyu asserted, preparing to move towards the direction from which the girl had come. Brother Yu. Zhong Jinliang suddenly grabbed Guyu's arm, appearing flustered. Aren't you supposed to keep me within 3 steps of you? Why are you leaving me here? Special circumstances require special handling. Who knew another girl would suddenly appear? You remain here and keep an eye on her. I will investigate over there, Guyu explained. Brother Yu, could it be that we're dealing with a haunting? Zhong Jinliang asked, a look of concern etched on his face. It is highly likely, Guyu replied. If it truly is a haunting, would you feel safe leaving me here? I know nothing about this. What if I become possessed? Zhong Jinliang protested. Guyu pondered for a moment and quickly produced 2 talismans, handing them to Zhong Jinliang. These are protective talismans I've drawn. Keep them on you, and malevolent spirits will refrain from approaching. Wait here and do not wander. This girl has lost a part of her soul. I will return to summon it back. Zhong Jinliang took the talismans, feeling considerably reassured. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in terror. Brother Yu, behind you. Upon hearing this, Guyu swiftly turned around, only to see another male student emerging from the same direction the girl had fled, clad in a t-shirt and jeans, wielding a thick wooden stick and heading straight towards them. Guyu raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze towards the young man, who was enveloped in a thick shroud of dark mist. His visage was fierce, radiating an aura of menace, clearly indicating that he was possessed by a malevolent spirit. Approaching the possessed young man, Guyu took a few steps forward, and he, sensing something from her, slowed his pace considerably. Eventually, they halted at a distance of 5 or 6 meters apart. Strange occurrences abound this year. What manner of spirit are you? From whence have you emerged? Guyu spoke calmly. And who might you be? Mind your own business, or you shall meet a similar fate. The young man retorted in a venomous tone. Release him at once. I grant you 3 seconds, or I shall obliterate your essence. Guyu threatened. The young man emitted a grotesque cackle, scoffing. What audacity from a fool who has barely learned the rudiments of this craft. You shall perish. With that, he swung a wooden stick, aiming a blow at Guyu. With a cold smirk, Guyu deftly sidestepped and charged towards him. Just as the stick descended, she swiftly grasped it, her right hand forming a sword-like gesture aimed at the spirit within. The entity reacted quickly, sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Guyu, and promptly released the stick, retreating a few steps to avoid being severely injured by her exorcism technique. Are you a Taoist? The spirit possessing the young man inquired warily. Knowing that, you should vacate at once. Spare me your words. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I shall assist you in transcending. Resist, and you shall face utter obliteration. Choose. Guyu declared without hesitation. I choose none of those. I desire your life. The spirit shouted, extending its arms as it lunged towards Guyu once more. Just as it was about to reach her, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of sinister energy. This malevolence, spewing forth from its mouth, could extinguish the vital warmth of the living. Should a mere mortal be struck by this dark essence, they would immediately fall unconscious, left at the mercy of the spirit. If the spirit was particularly powerful, a single breath of this malevolence could extinguish the very essence of life, leaving the victim in peril. The entity Guyu faced now was of a far superior caliber than the spirit encountered in the morgue. Its abilities were formidable, nearing that of a vengeful ghost. Even Guyu, with her formidable cultivation, would likely suffer were she struck by its dark breath. In an instant, Guyu dodged the onslaught of the dark energy, simultaneously casting a yellow talisman towards the malevolent spirit. A burst of flames erupted, golden light flashing, though it did not entirely strike the young man. The talisman forced the spirit to stagger back several steps. Despite this, the spirit remained entrenched within the young man's form. In the blink of an eye, Guyu swiftly darted to the side of the young man, executing a ghost-slaying technique that plunged directly toward his chest with remarkable speed.